Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 5406 to Chapter 5593. President Liu may seem indifferent, but he's actually a very smart person. I'm sure he's already guessed that you'd do something like this, so he'll definitely think of a way to protect Bailey Hongzhuang and not let her be in any danger. Her dark eyes flickered with a thoughtful light. Tang Yinshu had been in the Holy Assembly for so many years and understood Lu Hongwei's character very well. Lu Hongwei would never make such a mistake. Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing looked at each other. The two of them already had a tacit understanding in their hearts. They understood that everything Tang Yinshu said was true. Even if it was impossible for Xiao Shou to become the saintess of the Holy Light, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang disappeared from this world, it would still make Xiao Shou a little happier. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were undoubtedly very happy on this day. Everyone gathered together, drinking and chatting happily as they talked about life. Only after 3 rounds of drinking did the crowd disperse. At night, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching came to Di Yujua's room. "Father, is there something you need from us?" Di Yujua's eyes were filled with satisfaction as he looked at the two extremely compatible people in front of him. He now felt that his son's taste was extraordinarily good and his daughter-in-law was also far more outstanding than ordinary people. Who knew how many people were envious of him now? He had found his son and brought back such an outstanding daughter-in-law. "Hongzhuang, your performance today was truly stunning," Di Yujue praised. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Father, I'm only doing my best. I never thought that it would actually succeed. Now it seems that Xiao Shou has always been using your name. The real saintess of the Holy Light is you." At this moment, everyone understood this point. Previously, it was only because Bailey Hongzhuang had remained in the lower realm that Lu Hongwei had mistakenly raised Xiao Shou as the saintess of the Holy Light. "Haven't I told you that my wife is very powerful?" Di Baichen teased. "Father, you don't have to worry at all." Di Yujue chuckled. "That's right, you're right." Haha. After a round of laughter, Di Yujue's expression became a little more serious. "Now that you've become the saintess of the Holy Light, the number of eyes on you will increase. You must be careful when you go out in the future." Di Yujue looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. "I'm afraid that the Xiao family and the Jun family now hate us to the bone. Xiao Yanlong has always doted on Xiao Seiwu. This time, Xiao Seiwu has suffered such a big blow that he can no longer hold back." "Father, are you saying that they will find a way to attack Hongzhuang?" "It's not that he'll think of a way, but that he's already done it." Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen were both startled when they heard this. "When you were at the restaurant tonight, someone had already followed you to inquire about the news. However, I took care of them," Di Yujue said slowly. "Although I guessed that the Xiao family wouldn't let me go, I didn't expect them to be so fast." His ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light. His cold words were filled with killing intent. Xiao Yanlong can treat the previous matter as a quarrel between the younger generation. However, this time, the Xiao family's reputation has been greatly affected, so he couldn't hold back. "The Holy Light Assembly?" Di Baichen's eyes narrowed. "Why would they be here? They should also be here to protect Hongzhuang. If I had not discovered it early, I believe they would have already dealt with her." Di Yujue said with certainty. President Liu has known the Xiao family for many years and understands Xiao Yanlong's temper very well. He also guessed what he would do, which is why he sent people to protect you. "I see." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She did not expect President Liu to be so meticulous. In the past, President Liu had always thought that Xiao Shou was the real Holy Maiden of Light, so the headquarters of the Holy Light Assembly gradually moved to the Piercing Wind City and had a very close relationship with the Xiao family. Now that you have become the Holy Maiden of Light, this has become a disadvantage. After all, there are many disciples of the Xiao family here and there are also many spies. Your every move can be heard by them at any time. If you are going to stay here for the time being, then you must be extra careful." Di Yujue's gaze was complicated. At the moment, this was the most troublesome point. "According to my judgment, President Liu will definitely think of a way to solve this problem, but I'm afraid that it is not possible to solve it completely in a short period of time. There are also many Xiao family members in the Holy Light Assembly who are your enemies, especially the Vice President Tang Yinshu. She almost treats Xiao Shou as her own daughter, So if you have any dealings with her in the future, you must be more careful. Hearing Di Yujua's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen both nodded. They also understood that the Holy Light Assembly was now inextricably linked to the Xiao family and it was impossible to cut it off with a single slash. Father, don't worry, we will be extra careful. Di Beichen's expression was solemn and serious. I will protect Hongzhuang and not let anything happen to her. Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing are not soft-hearted people. Back then, the Jun family was able to make a move on you when you were still in your swaddling clothes, let alone now. However, since Chairman Liu is also taking care of you, it will be safer. You shouldn't stay here for too long. No one knows if they will go crazy and do something outrageous. Di Yujua's gaze was deep and gloomy. He had known Jun Hongqing for so many years, and he knew that Jun Hongqing was a sinister and vicious person. Now that they were in the Xiao clan's territory, Jun Hongqing probably wouldn't have too many misgivings. We should leave after we understand some of the things here. Bailey Hongzhuang had a serious expression on her face. She understood that as the patriarch, Di Yujue could not stay in the Piercing Wind City for too long. If he worried his family members, he would also feel uneasy. However, after he returned, he remembered that he still had to ask the president about the use of the Maiden Crystal and the relationship between the Maiden Crystal and his master. After she had figured out everything she wanted to know, she returned with the others. As the Holy Maiden of the Holy Light Assembly, she couldn't possibly return on the second day of her succession. It's good that you understand. I'll also remind you. Apart from that, we also need to find the spy in our family as soon as possible. Di Beichen's gaze was cold. He was not worried about other things, but if Bailey Hongzhuang's safety was threatened, he would definitely not tolerate it. Since you already have a target, let's think of a way to test him out. The next day, Di Yujue left, but Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew that Di Yujue had left a part of his family's power behind to protect them. The atmosphere in the Piercing Wind City was very strange. It was obviously the Xiao family's territory, but Bailey Hongzhuang had stolen all the limelight. All the major forces had returned early, and only a small number of forces were still here, including the Ao family. Ao Zhengquang's current mood was undoubtedly extremely complicated. He had come this time to see how Xiao Soa would become the Holy Maiden of Light, and at the same time, ridicule Ao Lingxiao. But now, before he could even ridicule Ao Lingxiao, the position of the Holy Maiden of Light had fallen into the Di clan's hands. He was very worried that Ao Lingxiao would use the power of the Di family to find trouble with him, so he came to the Jun family to seek protection. After all, after the Jun family and the Xiao family joined forces, their strength was much stronger than before. Now, not only did the Di family not weaken, they were even more in the limelight than before. He was very helpless. On this day, Ao Zhengquang was thinking about whether he should go to the Xiao family. At the beginning, he had helped the Jun family to do such a thing, so the Jun family would definitely protect him. Now, he didn't know when Ao Lingxiao would come to find him, so he must let the Jun family help him. However, just as Ao Zhengquang was about to leave, he unexpectedly saw Ao Lingxiao's figure. Ao Zhengquang, are you going to the Xiao family? Ao Lingxiao looked at Ao Zhengquang with ridicule. The day of his revenge was getting closer and closer. Seeing the appearance of Ao Lingxiao, Ao Zhengquang's face suddenly became cold. What does it have to do with you? You going to the Xiao family naturally has nothing to do with me. I just want to remind you that what is not yours is not yours. Even if you use all your tricks, in the end, you will still return to your original position. Ao Lingxiao stared at Ao Zhengquang, his eyes full of killing intent and coldness. I will definitely avenge my parents, kill you beast, and take back the whole family. Ao Lingxiao, don't think that you're so great just because you have the support of the Di family. Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Ao Zhengquang fiercely glared at Ao Lingxiao, but his heart couldn't help but feel weak. He had never worried about such a problem before, but now the situation had changed, so he couldn't help but worry. As soon as his voice fell, Ao Zhengquang was ready to leave. Ao Zhengquang, you haven't said a few words and you're in a hurry to run. Are you guilty? Lin Yi looked at Ao Zhengquang mockingly. I didn't see that you are such a beast in human face before, but now I finally see it. Seeing Lin Yi's appearance, Ao Zhengquang's confidence unconsciously weakened a little. A large family like the Lin family was not what the Ao family was capable of contending with. Ao Ling Xiao, now you know how to hide behind a woman. You're really promising. Ao Zhengquang was a little jealous. He didn't understand why a guy like Ao Ling Xiao, who was abandoned by everyone, could get everyone's support. Such a guy should be spurned by everyone. Obviously, he had nothing and couldn't help the D family. Why did Bewitching always protect him like this? On the other hand, he had done so many things for the Jun family, but he had always been ordered around. He didn't have the same treatment as Ao Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Ao Ling Xiao, don't be too arrogant. This sentence directly pierced Ao Zhengquang's heart, and his face suddenly became very ugly. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you today. Looking at Ao Zhengquang's nervous look, Ao Ling Xiao chuckled. However, you know what you did in the past. I don't understand what you are talking about. Ao Zhengquang snorted coldly. You did such a beastly thing in the past, and now you are still shamelessly yelling in front of me. Even if you return to the family, you will definitely not have a good end. Ao Zhengquang, now everyone knows the truth. It's useless for you to keep biting like this. Linny was speechless. She suddenly felt that Ao Ling Xiao was really tricked by Ao Zhengquang at home in the past. At a glance, she could guess that this guy must be lying without blinking. Miss Lin, you were just deceived by Ao Ling Xiao. With that said, Ao Zhengquang took the opportunity to speed up and leave. He was naturally not afraid of Ao Ling Xiao, but he didn't know if the D family's cultivators were nearby. If a conflict broke out later, he would be the unlucky one. Looking at Ao Zhengquang's back, Ao Ling Xiao did not stop him. It would not take long for him to take everything back. However, he also understood that as Ao Zhengquang said, if it weren't for Bewitching and others to help him, it would be impossible for him to take everything back. He couldn't even appear in front of everyone. Now, he could only be a bug that couldn't be exposed to the light, curling up in the corner to survive. It was precisely because of this that he knew that Bewitching and others were his benefactors. After he avenged his parents, no matter what Bewitching and others asked him to do, he would do it even if he had to pay with his life. After Ao Zhengquang separated from Ao Ling Xiao, he went to the Xiao family without hesitation. If he didn't seek help from the Xiao family, he was afraid that he would be finished. If he couldn't stop Ao Ling Xiao, then his situation would be the same as Ao Ling Xiao's previous situation. There was no room for negotiation. Why are you looking for me? Jun Lingshuan looked at the sudden arrival of Ao Zhengquang, and his brows could not help but wrinkle. Right now, he was worried about Xiao Sou. Coupled with the Jun family's current situation, he was already in a terrible fix. He really had no interest in paying attention to Ao Zhengquang. Young Master Jun, you must help me. Ao Zhengquang nervously looked at Jun Lingshuan. I met Ao Ling Xiao earlier. He said that he would come to the Ao clan to cause trouble for me. What do you think we should do? It's just Ao Ling Xiao. This is your family's matter. Don't tell me you can't handle it? Jun Lingshuan said coldly. If it was only Ao Ling Xiao, I naturally wouldn't care about him. But now, he's using the D family's power to cause trouble for me. Once the D family makes a move, I won't be able to stop them. Young Master Jun, you must help me. At that time, I was listening to your orders. You can't just watch me die and not help me. Ao Zhengquang looked at Jun Lingshuan's indifferent appearance. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He had no way out. If he couldn't find help, then his fate could be imagined. You mean when the time comes, Bewitching and the others will also come? It should be. Jun Lingshuan, who originally did not plan to pay attention, suddenly had an idea after hearing this news. Now, whether it was his father or the Xiao family head, they all hoped to kill Bailey Hongzhuang to avenge Xiao Sou, but they never had the chance. He had also received the news yesterday. They only sent 2 people to inquire about the news. Although they also hoped that if there was a chance to assassinate Bailey Hongzhuang, they did not have much hope. However, after they left, they never returned. The reason was self-evident. It could be seen that the D family had already expected this situation and did not even give them a chance to withdraw. Therefore, he clearly noticed that his father's mood was even worse today. He believed that if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others went to the Ao family, Diyu Jue and the others would not personally appear. After all, Xianxia was from the Ao family. If the Jun family had appeared, it would be too exaggerated. If they went to cause trouble, they might be able to take the opportunity to get rid of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. This was undoubtedly the best. Ao Zhengqing saw that Jun Lingxuan was suddenly interested and nodded. Yes, it seems that they will definitely go. Jun Lingxuan's lips slowly raised into a playful smile. He patted Ao Zhengqing's shoulder. Don't worry. You've been working for us all these years. We won't leave you alone. Hearing this, Ao Zhengqing breathed a sigh of relief. His face was full of joy. Thank you, young Master Jun. I knew you would not leave me alone. Do you know when they plan to go? Jun Lingxuan asked. If he told this news to the Xiao family head, he believed that the Xiao family head would be more satisfied with him. Now that Xiao Soa did not have the position of the Holy Maiden, her status was naturally not as good as before. However, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang died, everything would return to the beginning. If they could kill Bewitching as well, then they would not have to worry about anything in the future. This was the most joyous thing. I'm not too sure about that. Ao Zhengqing frowned. Previously, Ao Lingxiao only said that he would be there soon, but he didn't say when. You don't even know the exact date. What's the point of telling me this? Jun Lingxuan glanced at Ao Zhengqing in disgust. His brows were filled with speechlessness. You wouldn't think that I would bring people to stay in the Ao family and wait for them to come, would you? I don't dare, I don't dare. Ao Zhengqing waved his hand, looking nervous. Jun Xiao, I don't think so, but what should I do? Of course it's time to find out what's going on. Jun Lingxuan patted Ao Zhengqing's head. You only have this chance. If you can't figure it out, I won't help you. Whether or not you want to protect everything you have now is up to you. As soon as his voice fell, Ao Zhengqing hurriedly said, Young Master Jun, I will immediately go and find out. Hurry up and go. In the next second, Ao Zhengqing quickly ran out of the house, not daring to delay for a moment. However, after going out, Ao Zhengqing fell into a dilemma. How could he figure it out, even if he went to ask Ao Lingxiao? Ao Lingxiao would not tell him, right, unless Ao Lingxiao was stupid. Bailey Hongzhuang had already left for the Holy Light Assembly. Since she did not intend to stay in the Piercing Wind City for long, she needed to get to the bottom of things as soon as possible. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, Lu Hongwei was not there yet. Instead, she met Xianxia. The two of them walked into the house. This house was originally prepared for the Holy Maiden. However, the default owner had always been Xiao Sou. Now, it had become her room. Holy Maiden, I heard that someone went to find trouble with you yesterday? You know about it too? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xianxia in surprise. According to her father, those people came from the Holy Light Assembly. She immediately thought that they were sent by President Liu. She did not expect Xianxia to know about it too. Xianxia nodded and said, President Liu instructed me to do this. You should know that many people in the Holy Light Assembly have connections with the Xiao family. Naturally, President Liu could not hand this matter over to them. Therefore, this matter fell on my head. Speaking of which, President Liu would not normally hand such matters over to me. Now, Xianxia felt that being targeted by the Xiao family was a blessing in disguise. If it was not for the Xiao family, he would not have been chosen by Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, he would not have the opportunity to be put in an important position. Now that he saw that the people who were originally proud of relying on the Xiao family were in a state of panic, he felt exceptionally happy. Every dog has its day. Sometimes, what was set in stone would not necessarily happen. Hearing Xianxia's words, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. So that's the case. Xianxia nodded, Holy Maiden, you have now become a thorn in the side of the Xiao family. It is actually very dangerous to stay in the Piercing Wind City. You must be more careful. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Although Xianxia was just taking advantage of the situation to cooperate with them, she knew that Xianxia was sincere. He could be considered as her confidant in the Holy Light Assembly. Actually, I do not intend to stay in the Piercing Wind City for long. The Xiao family's influence is spread across every corner of the city. My every move will be seen by them. If we stay here, they might find an opportunity to target us. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang already had a plan in mind, Shi Hongqiao was relieved. That's good. By the way, did the vice president come back? No. Shi Hongqiao shook his head. Yesterday, after the vice president left with the Xiao family's team, he hasn't appeared. Everyone is also discussing this matter. Saintess, you have to be wary of the vice president in the future. She is Xiao Sou's master, so her attitude will definitely be the same as that of the Xiao family. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She's such a biased person who can't differentiate right from wrong. I'm really curious as to how she became the vice president. Actually, the reason why Tang Yunshu was able to become the vice president is partly because of Xiao Sou. Oh? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. She always thought that Xiao Sou relied on Tang Yunshu to be where she is today. She never expected that Tang Yunshu also relied on Xiao Sou to become the vice president. When the vice president became Xiao Sou's master, she was still not the vice president. It was only because Xiao Sou was recognized as the next holy maiden that her influence gradually expanded. In that case, the two of them are mutually beneficial. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. However, Xiao Sou no longer has the identity of the holy maiden. If possible, she did not wish to have a vice president who would always create trouble for her. She had already seen how protective Tang Yunshu was. She would not change her attitude towards her just because her identity had changed. On the contrary, Tang Yunshu was probably still thinking about how to help Xiao Sou regain the position of the holy maiden. That was the most interesting thing. Shi Hongqiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and guessed what she was thinking. He immediately said, actually, the vice president's way of doing things is indeed problematic. Previously, because of Xiao Sou's unusual identity, no one said anything. However, everything has changed now. Bailey Hongzhuang and Shi Hongqiao looked at each other, and the corners of their lips suddenly burst into a smile. It seemed that they had the same goal. In that case, Manager Shi already has an idea? Actually, after the incident in the underground market, the president has already been suspicious of the vice president's way of doing things. Now that the holy maiden is already in the sacred assembly, it is not very appropriate for the vice president to be missing. If there are more rumors about the vice president at this time. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She had to admit that the older the ginger, the wiser. Shi Hongqiao was too experienced in dealing with these matters. He probably already had an idea. However, this also proved that Shi Hongqiao was already very dissatisfied with Tang Yunshu. Of course, if it were not for Tang Yunshu, the Xiao family would not have dared to be so arrogant. Then I will leave this matter to you, Manager Shi. Don't worry, holy maiden. I will definitely satisfy you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. I believe in you. Not long after, President Lu arrived at the sacred assembly. Holy maiden, you are already here. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had arrived at the sacred assembly so early, Lu Hongwei was slightly surprised. I came so early to thank you for your kindness, guild leader, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile as she cupped her fists. Lu Hongwei naturally understood what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by my mistake back then. Moreover, you are now the saintess of the light. I have an obligation to protect you. No matter what, I am very grateful for President Lu's kind intentions. By the way, President, you went to see Miss Xiao yesterday. How is she now? Lu Hongwei shook his head. This matter has really hit her too hard. I'm afraid she won't be able to recover for a while, but I believe she'll be fine after some time. Regarding this, he truly felt very helpless. All these years, he had watched Xiao Sou grow up bit by bit. Now that he saw Xiao Sou become like this, he was also heartbroken. However, when he found out about this result, he was inexplicably glad. He was glad that Xiao Sou was not the real saintess of the light. Perhaps because she had become famous at a young age, Xiao Sou was now somewhat lawless. Back then, he had been worried whether Xiao Sou could really bear the responsibility of being the saintess of the light. However, because he had no other choice, he could only let the situation develop. Although he did not know much about Bailey Hongzhuang, most of the rumors about Bailey Hongzhuang were positive. Moreover, Lu Yuhai and the rest admired Bailey Hongzhuang so much, and there must be a reason for it. Lu Yuhai and the rest were experienced people, and they were very accurate in judging people. He rarely saw Lu Yuhai complimenting a young person in front of him. Before this, he was already curious about Bailey Hongzhuang, and he did not expect her to become the Holy Maiden of Light. It was really fate. The most important thing was that after getting along with Bailey Hongzhuang for 2 days, he also appreciated her very much. I thought about it carefully, and it might not be appropriate for the headquarters of the Holy Assembly to continue to be located in the Piercing Wind City. I will find a place to move the headquarters as soon as possible. I believe it will be better for you and Xiaosu. As the Holy Maiden of Light, Bailey Hongzhuang shouldered the responsibility of bringing the Holy Assembly to greater heights. No matter what, he would not let Bailey Hongzhuang be in any danger. Once the Holy Assembly moved out of the Piercing Wind City, everyone would reduce the relationship between the Holy Maiden of Light and Xiaosu. Over time, the influence of this matter would become smaller and smaller. Seeing that Lu Hongwei was planning to move the headquarters of the Holy Assembly away, Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, she understood why he did it. This was indeed a way to solve the problem once and for all. In this way, she would not have to worry about her safety when she went to the Holy Assembly in the future. I will listen to you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and did not say much. This kind of thing should be left to the president. You came here today because you have something to ask me? Lu Hongwei smiled faintly as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't believe that this girl would come all the way here just to thank him. Seeing that Lu Hongwei seemed to have seen through her, Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and said, "President, you are really amazing. I have not shown anything and you have already guessed it. Go ahead, what do you want to ask?" "Guild leader, I would like to ask about the Holy Maiden Crystal." "Saintess Crystal?" Lu Hongwei nodded. He walked to the table and sat down. The Saintess Crystal is a sacred object of our radiant society. It contains extremely pure radiant energy and has a purifying effect. What do you want to know about me? I would like to know the reason why you gave me this Saint Spirit Crystal for safekeeping. Actually, the Holy Maiden Crystal has always been in the custody of the Holy Maiden. After the first Holy Maiden of the Light passed away, the Holy Maiden Crystal was handed over to the president for safekeeping. Until you appeared, it was handed over to you. The Saintess chanting was different from our usual chanting, and with the Saintess Crystal's effect, the effect would be even better. Not only that, it also has a healing effect. However, this effect can only be displayed in the hands of the Saintess. This is also the reason why we gave it to you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. The Saintess Crystal actually has healing properties? Lu Hongwei nodded slightly. Yes, its healing power is very strong, but only the Saint of Light can do it. Over the years, we have tried to use other methods to make it work, but to no avail. I see. The healing effect of the Holy Lady Crystal is very powerful and often has unexpected effects. Back then, the Holy Lady of the Light used the Holy Lady Crystal to save many people. However, just like you, the previous Holy Lady of the Light was also good at medicine. Therefore, when I heard that you were also good at medicine, I felt that everything was destined. Lu Hongwei's face was filled with emotion and a comforting smile. Back then, when he found out that Xiaosu was not good at medicine and had no interest in it, he felt helpless. This was because it meant that the Holy Lady Crystal could not be used. Even if the Holy Lady Crystal had such power, it could not be used if the Holy Lady did not know how to use it. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, all these problems were solved. In fact, after knowing the truth, he realized that everything he had worried about was unnecessary. The reason why he felt so helpless was because he had mistaken the wrong person. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood what Lu Hongwei meant and her lips curled into a bright and warm smile. President, is the Holy Lady Crystal passed down from generation to generation? Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. Even though she knew that the Holy Lady Crystal was an item of inheritance, she still felt that the Holy Lady Crystal was related to her master. Actually, the upper realm's cultivation attribute was only a matter of a few hundred years ago. This was discovered when the seniors were exploring the Immortal Cloud secret realm. The Saintess Crystal was obtained from the Immortal Cloud secret realm. I also found out about this from ancient records. It has been too long and many things can no longer be known. Since the Holy Lady crystal is now in your care, you can study it to see if it has any other uses. So far, most of the uses that we know of were discovered by the previous Holy Lady of the Light. Lu Hongwei looked at Bailey Hongshuang with anticipation. So far, there has only been one Holy Lady of the Light, and you are the second. I believe that there are many things waiting for you to discover. I also hope that under your leadership, the Holy Assembly of the Light will become stronger. President, I'm afraid that I can't handle this heavy responsibility. I believe you. You are the destined one. Lu Hongwei's expression was serious. From Bailey Hongshuang's sudden rise to where she was now, it had already proven that she was a person with extraordinary luck. If it were anyone else from the lower realm, even if they had a certain amount of talent, it would definitely not be possible to become a famous figure in a short period of time. However, Bailey Hongshuang completed all of this with ease, as if nothing could stop her. No matter what, I will do my best. Bailey Hongshuang pursed her lips and smiled. Her dark and bright eyes were filled with seriousness and determination. As the disciple of the Saint of Light, she would definitely do her best to spread the power of light. After Ao Jun Kuang left the Shao clan, he sank into a deep sense of helplessness. Even if he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out how to find out from Ao Ling Xiao when they planned to come to the Ao clan. In fact, as long as Ao Ling Xiao's brain wasn't squeezed by a door, he wouldn't have said this. Since he couldn't get an answer by asking directly, how about he beat around the bush? He grew up with Ao Ling Xiao since he was a child. He knew very well that this guy was not good and lecherous. In addition, Lin Yi and Ao Ling Xiao were so close now. This method wouldn't work at all. As for the rest, he couldn't think of it at all. Young Master Jun gave this task to me, but I can't complete it at all. Ao Zhengquang was about to collapse. If he didn't figure this out, Jun Lingshuan wouldn't help him. But this is simply an endless loop. After thinking about it, Ao Zhengquang even felt that Jun Lingshuan wasn't helping him at all, so he found such a reason. Forget it. I don't care if he says it or not. I will go and ask first. Ao Zhengquang stood up gloomily. Anyway, he couldn't think of any way, so he might as well go all out. When Ao Lingxiao saw Ao Zhengquang appear in front of him, he was also surprised. Logically speaking, Ao Zhengquang should be trying to avoid him now. Now, he actually took the initiative to find him. Could it be that he set up a trap? Ao Zhengquang, didn't you run very fast just now? How dare you appear in front of me now? Ao Lingxiao looked at Ao Zhengquang sarcastically and playfully. He wanted to see what this guy was up to. Ao Zhengquang, who was thinking about how to anger Ao Lingxiao to know the specific time, couldn't control his emotions after hearing this. This guy really makes people want to slap him when he opens his mouth. If Ao Lingxiao knew Ao Zhengquang's thoughts at the moment, he would feel very innocent. The reason why he could anger the other party when he opened his mouth was that he learned from Beichen and others. The subtle influence was still very terrifying. Ao Lingxiao, even if you have the D family backing you now, you don't have to be so arrogant. The power of outsiders is not your own power after all. In the end, you are just a dog in the eyes of others. You are so happy. Are you so proud of it? Ao Zhengquang's eyes were deep, revealing resentment and disgust. He had always hated this younger brother of his. Obviously, he was the eldest son, but his father wanted to hand over the family master's position to him. He never considered his situation and thoughts. Why, in the past, he had asked himself countless times, in what way was he inferior to Ao Lingxiao? Even if his cultivation talent was slightly inferior to Ao Lingxiao's, it didn't matter. Moreover, their cultivation resources had been unequal since they were young. Ao Lingxiao's cultivation resources had always been more than his own. This was a fact that everyone knew. As for his mother, because Ao Lingxiao was the youngest son, he had to give in to him. On what basis? This thought had lingered in his mind for many years. He couldn't understand. They were obviously blood brothers, yet there was such a big gap between them. Was it because he was born earlier than Ao Lingxiao? This kind of unwillingness and jealousy gradually grew in his mind. From the initial small sapling, it eventually grew into a towering tree. It crazily engulfed his heart and finally turned into a strong hatred. He hated Ao Ling Xiao, but he hated his parents even more. It was precisely because they were close relatives that all of this was even more unforgivable. Listening to Ao Zhengqing's words, Ao Ling Xiao's face turned gloomy. Are you talking about yourself? Ao Ling Xiao stared at Ao Zhengqing. I am indeed relying on the power of the D family, and I understand that all of this does not belong to me. But so what? In my opinion, even if the power of the Ao family falls into the hands of the D family, it is still better than falling into the hands of a guy like you who is worse than a beast. What did our parents do to you? If the position of the head of the family is what you want, you can just say it. Why do you need to do such an unforgivable thing with outsiders? Until now, Ao Ling Xiao still could not understand why his brother, whom he had always trusted, would become like this. Can just say it? Ao Zhengqing chuckled. Ao Ling Xiao, don't think that you can lead me into a ditch by saying such nonsense. You were the one who killed our parents. I am enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and avenging our parents. The family will never fall into your hands. Ao Zhengqing's eyes were firm and crazy. Even if he destroyed himself and the entire Ao family, he would not let all of this fall into Ao Ling Xiao's hands. Even if he was a sinner, so what? There was no turning back. Moreover, he did not plan to turn back. Looking at Ao Zhengqing's solemn vow, Ao Ling Xiao's eyes dimmed. Even if it had been so long, Ao Zhengqing still did not have the slightest regret. If his parents saw this scene, they would be even more heartbroken. The truth will be revealed sooner or later. No matter how much you insist, it is useless. I will take back everything that is mine, Ao Ling Xiao said coldly. Tell me, when are you going to come to the Ao family? At that time, we will have a fair fight and let the family know who is more outstanding between you and me. Ao Zhengqing stared at Ao Ling Xiao. Our grievances will be completely resolved. I have the same plan. Ao Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, revealing an endless murderous aura. He would definitely end all of this with his own hands. However, just as he was about to blurt it out, he suddenly stopped. The reason why you're saying so much, could it be that you want to figure out which day you're planning to go? Ao Ling Xiao looked at Ao Zhengqing with vigilance. Ever since that incident, he and Ao Zhengqing hadn't talked so much. If he hadn't suddenly reacted, he might have been fooled. When Ao Zhengqing saw that Ao Ling Xiao was about to blurt out, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. However, he did not expect that at that critical moment, Ao Ling Xiao would suddenly react. Even if I know which day you are going, I still have to inform my clansmen first, Ao Zhengqing said calmly. Hearing this, Ao Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't believe that Ao Zhengqing's thinking was so simple. Stop dreaming, I will never tell you. Ao Zhengqing had been relying on the Jun family for a long time now. If they knew when he would go, they might not set up an ambush. He was already grateful that Bewitching and the others were willing to help him. If they were to encounter such danger again, that would be unacceptable. Aren't you a coward? You don't even dare to have a fair fight. Ao Zhengqing said coldly. You don't need to provoke me. It doesn't work on me. Ao Ling Xiao had seen through everything. Naturally, he would not say anything more. After Ao Ling Xiao came back, he immediately told Bewitching about this matter. In my opinion, Ao Zhengqing must have contacted Jun Lingxuan before coming here. That's why his attitude changed so much. He wanted to know the specific time from me so that he could prepare. It seems that Ao Zhengqing really can't think of a way, so he did this. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. It was because he really couldn't think of a way that he decided to fight. Otherwise, based on his daily contact with Ao Zhengqing, it was almost impossible. Speaking of which, we have to thank Ao Zhengqing. Bewitching's lips slightly raised, and he suddenly smiled. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Ao Ling Xiao looked at Bewitching in confusion. Thank him? Yes, he helped us think of a good way. Bewitching, are you planning to use this matter to deal with the Xiao and Jun family? Ao Ling Xiao asked. When the time comes, Jun Lingxuan will definitely go. If we can kill him, it will be tantamount to solving a big problem. This is not the most important thing. Bewitching smiled. The most important thing is that this can help our family find out where the cancer is. Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood. You plan to use this matter to find the real traitor? Yes. Bewitching nodded. We have been thinking about this problem for a long time. Finding him as soon as possible is good for all of us. Originally, it was not a problem to be vigilant, but now that the Xiao and Jun family were watching Hong Shuang, he had to remove all the hidden threats. No matter how they guarded, as long as there was a spy in the family, no one could guarantee when the news would leak out. Therefore, the only way was to completely remove this hidden danger. Ao Lingxiao looked at Bailey Hongshuang and Debaicheng's tacit understanding. He thought carefully and suddenly understood. You are planning to take a break? Smart. Since he already had a target in mind, Debaicheng handled it very cleverly. He quietly passed the information to the person he wanted to let know without leaving a trace. After learning that Debaicheng had set the bait so easily, Bailey Hongshuang was relieved. We just need to wait a few more days and we'll know the real result. Bailey Hongshuang turned her eyes. If it's really the person you think it is, what do you plan to do? If it's really him, I want to know why he would do that. Even though he already had a candidate in mind, Debaicheng still couldn't figure it out. It was normal for there to be conflicts between family members, but it was hard to understand why a family member would collude with an enemy to destroy the stability of the family. Moreover, the family had never mistreated them. Although Ao Jun Kwang had done something worse than a beast, he could still understand it if he thought about it carefully. However, he really couldn't understand this person. You will understand when the time comes. Bailey Hongshuang said lightly. I always feel that there must be a reason that no one knows. Perhaps, there are some things that you have overlooked from the beginning. Actually, I really don't want it to be him. Debaicheng sighed. His eyes were as deep as the sea, revealing helplessness and sighing. Ever since the succession ceremony, Vice President Tang Yunshu had not returned to the guild. The matters that should have been Tang Yunshu's responsibility could only be put aside for the time being because she had not appeared. President, I know that Vice President Tang is very close to Miss Xiao, but she can't ignore the matters of the Sacred Assembly just because of this, right? That's right, Miss Xiao used to be the Holy Maiden, so we can understand why Vice President Tang would follow her around. But now, the real Holy Maiden is Miss Bailey, and Vice President Tang still has such an attitude. I don't think it's appropriate. The two deacons had annoyance and helplessness on their faces, obviously very dissatisfied with Tang Yunshu's absence. Hearing their words, Lu Hongwei frowned slightly, since you know that Vice President Tang is very close to Sou, and now that Sou has suffered such a big blow, it's normal for her to be concerned. But President, other than this, I have something else to report to you. What is it? All these years, Vice President has been suppressing us, controlling us to give up our positions to Xiao clan. If we don't agree, they will humiliate us in every possible way. Previously, they forced Deacon Shi to take on a title and drove him out. If it wasn't for Deacon Zhao's mistake, Deacon Shi wouldn't have returned. Not only him, the other deacons were in the same situation, but they were not as lucky as Deacon Shi, so they did not have the chance to return. To be honest, if not for the president's return, we would have left when Deacon Shi was driven out. Even if we did not leave, in the end, we would be slandered and forced to leave. It's better to leave cleanly, at least we can preserve our reputation. Following the first deacon's words, the other deacons also voiced out their thoughts one after another. All these years, they had been too aggrieved. The president was not in the Sacred Assembly all year round, so the vice president had the power to control the Sacred Assembly. Coupled with the Xiao clan's excessive actions, they did not even have the power to resist. Now that everyone kicks a man who is down, they did not have to care about the Xiao clan's power. Lu Hongwei, who didn't take it to heart at first, suddenly became serious after hearing this. His gaze finally landed on Shi Hongqiao. Deacon Shi, is what they said true? Facing Lu Hongwei's sharp gaze that seemed to be able to pierce through one's heart, Shi Hongqiao was extremely calm, revealing a trace of sadness and lamentation. Guild leader, what happened back then is already in the past. However, I was indeed humiliated by them in every possible way. I was forced to give them a title and stripped of my status as a deacon. This time, if it weren't for your return, I wouldn't have come back either. Shi Hongqiao's voice was very flat. There was no indignation, only sadness and helplessness, as if he was disappointed in something he had always believed in. That kind of disappointment spread from the bottom of his heart. There was no anger in it, but there was a sadness in it. Compared to everyone's angry words, Shi Hongqiao's words shocked Lu Hongwei even more. Even though he had seen Tang Yunshu's protection the last time, he had never thought that things would be this serious. "I've been back before. Why haven't you guys ever mentioned it?" Lu Hongwei asked. "Look carefully, in the current sacred assembly, how many people have the surname Xiao?" Shi Hongqiao's voice was filled with self-mockery. "We understand that among all the families, the Xiao family has the most light attribute cultivators, but don't you think that this number is a little too shocking? In these years, under the influence of others, many people have been replaced, and some have even disappeared without a trace. Not only the headquarters, even the branches are in the same situation. If not for the fact that young Miss Xiao is no longer the saint of light, we would be going against her, by then. Would we have a good ending?" Every word Shi Hongqiao said was like a thorn piercing into Lu Hongwei's heart, finally piercing it full of holes. He always thought that everything he did was for the sake of the sacred assembly, but he never thought that the sacred assembly would become like this, but he never cared too much about it. He thought that whether it was Tang Yunshu or Xiao Sou, they were the same as him, hoping for the sacred assembly to become stronger and better. However, he seemed to be wrong. Not everyone was so selfless. Xiao Sou completely treated the sacred assembly as the power behind her, only wanting to take it for herself, and never thought of anything else. Everything he did was for the sake of the Holy Light Assembly, while everything Xiao Sou did was to use the Holy Light Assembly as a weapon that could be used. The two were completely different. "Go and bring me the list of current members," Lu Hongwei ordered in a deep voice. He had indeed neglected many things all these years, and thought that it would be very convenient for the sacred assembly to be located here. With Tang Yunshu and Xiao Sou holding the fort, he did not need to worry about anything else. Now it seemed that everything was too simple. When he promoted Tang Yunshu to vice president, it was because of her persistence and pursuit of light energy, but he did not realize that many things had already changed under the influence of others. Very quickly, someone brought the list over, and Lu Hongwei immediately flipped through it. However, when he noticed the large group of people with the surname Xiao, his eyes darkened. There were already so many people with the surname Xiao, and those who were on good terms with the Xiao family. Suddenly, he understood that what Shi Hongqiao and the rest said was the truth. In the current sacred assembly, many things were already under their control, and he did not even realize these changes under the influence of others. After a long while, Lu Hongwei raised his head, but he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. "I understand, I will handle this matter, you can do your work without worries." "Yes, President." When Bailey Hongzhuang came to the sacred assembly, she heard the news from Shi Hongqiao. "President did not give you any orders, and only said that he will handle it himself?" Shi Hongqiao nodded. "Yes, from the looks of it, the president seems to be very disappointed in this matter." Although he hated Tang Yunshu, he still respected Lu Hongwei's heart. He still had respect for Lu Hongwei. Lu Hongqiao, Sun, Chao, sacred with Lu with the assembly with sacred. Since the guild leader has said that he will take care of it, he will definitely take care of it. None of the people who could become the president were simple, and they would not be so weak either. Even if this matter was a blow to him, he was still resolute and decisive in his actions. In fact, everything was just as Bailey Hongzhuang had predicted. Lu Hongwei began his actions a day later. The next day, Lu Hongwei directly announced the removal of Tang Yunshu's position as the vice president. At the same time, many cultivators in the sacred assembly who had colluded with the Xiao family or the Xiao family would be demoted or expelled. The name list was announced almost immediately, and this undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the sacred assembly. Shi Hongqiao and the others could not help but be pleasantly surprised when they saw this decision. The president was really ruthless when he did things. On the contrary, the Xiao family and the other cultivators immediately made a fuss. They only wanted to find Lu Hongwei and ask for the reason. "We didn't do anything. Why are we being punished like this? Should we be treated like this just because Bailey Hongzhuang became the saintess of the light? Even if our young miss lost her position as the saintess of the light, she's still a cultivator of the light attribute. Treating us like this is too disappointing." Everyone on the name list started to make a fuss. They could not accept this result at all. However, Lu Hongwei did not explain anything in the face of everyone's questioning. Very quickly, another piece of paper was posted. When everyone saw the contents of the paper, the cultivators who were making a fuss all shut up. Each of their expressions was uglier than the last. It was not because of anything else, but because the reason for their punishment was clearly listed on this piece of paper. Almost everything that they had done during this period of time was written down. In fact, when they gathered together, they were very clear about who had done something wrong. However, now that it was written in black and white, they could clearly see who had done something shameful at a glance. This was not a normal embarrassment. When Xianxia and the others saw this scene, they were stunned. They didn't expect the president to be so fast. They also didn't expect the president to investigate so many things in a short day. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the content written in black and white. Her heart was also filled with shock. Master, President Lu's actions are just as you guessed. He's swift and decisive, not giving anyone a chance to breathe at all. Xiao Hei's eyes widened. She did not expect that these guys from the Holy Assembly would do so many shameful things behind their backs. They even kidnapped women. It was really disgusting. The president naturally has his own methods and information. It's just that he trusted Tang Yunshu too much, so he didn't investigate this matter in detail. As long as he wants to understand, it will only take a short time. Bailey Hongzhuang squinted her eyes. Every president was extremely powerful. Moreover, Lu Hongwei was the president of the Holy Light Assembly. Not only that, but he also had a certain degree of friendship with the guild leaders of the various guilds. If he wanted to learn about these matters, he had plenty of ways to do so. Those fellows who were hooting just now are too ashamed to continue speaking now. Now that the evidence had been used against them, everyone did not have the face to continue staying here. Because no matter who it was, they would have to leave after making such a mistake. Tang Yunshu had been staying in the Xiao family for the past few days. On one hand, she was worried about Xiao Shou, and on the other hand, she did not want to go back and face Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had become the Holy Maiden, her status was one level higher than hers. She could still remember clearly how she had scolded Bailey Hongzhuang. If she were to go back now, she would not have any face left. However, she did not expect that her position as the vice president would be removed just because she had not returned to the Holy Light Assembly for a few days. Ling Sun, are you sure? Xiao Shou looked at Jun Lingxuan in disbelief. The Holy Light Assembly removed my master's position? That's impossible. I'm not sure. Jun Lingxuan's face was solemn and serious. This news has spread throughout the entire Piercing Wind City. The vice president has been removed from her position, and many other members of the Holy Light Assembly have also been removed from their positions. It has already caused an uproar in the city. Master did not do anything wrong. What right do they have to remove her from her position? Xiao Shou's face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Don't tell me that just because Bailey Hongzhuang has become the Holy Maiden, they want to kick us out? The president will not mix personal and private matters. Tang Yunshu said resolutely, I know the president's character very well. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang has become the Holy Maiden, he will not allow Bailey Hongzhuang to mess around like this. Then what do we do now? Xiao Shou looked at Tang Yunshu anxiously. She did not have the face to go out and meet anyone now, but when she thought of Bailey Hongzhuang's current status, she felt extremely indignant. Hence, she placed her only hope on Tang Yunshu. Even if Tang Yunshu could make Bailey Hongzhuang unhappy, she would still be happy. Once Tang Yunshu lost her identity, she would no longer be able to do this. On the contrary, they would become a complete joke in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. I'll return to the sacred assembly first. Tang Yunshu's expression was serious, her eyes sharp. Bailey Hongzhuang must have used my absence from the sacred assembly to make an issue out of it. As long as I return now, everything should still be salvaged. Master, you should go back quickly. Xiao Shou hurriedly said. After Tang Yunshu returned to the radiant sacred assembly, many gazes fell on her. Look, the vice president is finally back. He must have heard the news, so he hurried back, right? What vice president? Don't forget, she's no longer the vice president. Tang Yunshu's face turned cold when she heard the discussions. She immediately walked to the second floor of the radiant sacred assembly. She wanted to reason with the president. Isn't this Vice President Tang? At the top of the stairs, Bailey Hongzhuang leaned against the railing and looked at Tong Yunshu with a forced smile. Bailey Hongzhuang. Tong Yunshu gritted her teeth as she glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. She spat out each word, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've become the sacred lady of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. The Radiant Sacred Assembly isn't something that someone like you can control. Tong Yunshu, don't try to pin such a big hat on me. If you want to say that I can do whatever I want, that's because of what you and Xiaoxia did back then." Her beautiful and otherworldly face was calm and indifferent, revealing a trace of indifference and alienation. However, these words pierced Tong Yunshu's heart, causing her already ashen face to turn even more purple. In the next moment, Tong Yunshu directly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, wanting to pass by her and go to the second floor. However, just as she was about to pass by, Bailey Hongzhuang's pleasant voice rang out once again, "You're late, the president has already left." "Do you think I'll believe this kind of excuse?" Tong Yunshu coldly said. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently left behind a sentence, then walked down the stairs, as if she was too lazy to say anything else. Tong Yunshu quickly rushed up, rushing into the room without even knocking on the door. However, there was no sign of Lu Hongwei. "Hongzhuang, I heard that President Lu has already removed Tong Yunshu's position as the vice president." Shang Guaninging eagerly moved to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her beautiful face filled with excitement. Bailey Hongzhuang slightly nodded, "That's right, the Sacred Assembly has eliminated many problems today, and the Xiao family's power in the Sacred Assembly has been greatly affected." "It's expected, the Xiao family should have expected it too, but I didn't think that Tong Yunshu would be affected as well." Bewitching faintly smiled, "Success is due to the same person, and failure is also due to the same person. Xiaoxia has received quite a big blow this time. I can already imagine how angry Xiaoxia is right now, but when the Sacred Assembly's headquarters move away, I'm sure she'll be even angrier. When that time comes, you all have to be prepared, Xiaoxia will definitely hate that she can't kill you all. When they head to the AO family, there will definitely be many of them." Xiren was a little worried. If it was said that it was still a small fight among the younger generation, then after what had happened, things had already changed. "Don't worry, we can see how they are doing when the time comes," Bewitching said. Without the support of the Holy Assembly, the alliance between the Xiao family and the Jun family is not so worrisome. However, there is still a problem, and that is your family's land of heritage. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. Although she had successfully snatched the identity of the Saint of Light, she still did not know whether her and Bewitching's blood would work. In addition, if he wanted to open the land of heritage, he would need tokens from the Xiao family and the Jun family. Bewitching also understood Bailey Hongzhuang's worries. He comforted her, "Everything will be fine when we get there. Our current situation is much better than before. Don't worry too much. Even if this matter turns out to be the same as what we expected, our confidence now is different from before." Looking at Bewitching's indifferent and carefree appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood unconsciously relaxed a little. "That's right, let's take it one step at a time." After Tong Yunshu could not find Lu Hongwei in the Sacred Assembly, she ran to Lu Hongwei's house. However, no matter how she searched, she could not find Lu Hongwei, which made her feel very helpless. She could only return to the Xiao family again. After Xiao Yanlong and Jun Hongqing knew about this situation, the two of them looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. "I didn't expect President Lu to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Even if Sou is not the Saint of Light, he shouldn't go so far." Xiao Yanlong could not control the anger in his heart and roared on the spot. "This Bailey Hongzhuang does have some tricks up her sleeve. She has only become the saintess for a few days, yet she is already able to do this." Jun Hongqing narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He did not need to think to know that this matter was definitely related to Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, they had already expected that after Bailey Hongzhuang became the Saintess of Light, she would definitely think of ways to remove the people that the Xiao family had planted in the Sacred Assembly one by one. Even so, they were not too worried because the Xiao family had placed too many people in the Sacred Assembly over the years. If Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to drive people out, she would definitely need a reason. Finding a reason would take a lot of time. Furthermore, if she cleared out too many people in a short period of time, it would also arouse suspicion. Therefore, from their point of view, it would be very difficult for Bailey Hongzhuang to do all this. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were so fast that they did not even know what Bailey Hongzhuang had done. President Liu immediately cleared out so many people and even removed the position of vice president. To them, this was simply a bolt from the blue. This Bailey Hongzhuang is indeed not simple. Whether it is her or that Bewitching, these two fellows are able to cause us so much trouble at such a young age. If they continue to grow, our troubles in the future will be endless. Xiao Yanlong sighed. Xiao Shou and the others rushed over after hearing that Xiao Yanlong had flown into a rage. Jun Lingxuan even seized this opportunity to directly tell them his plan. You mean that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang will head to the AO family when the time comes? Xiao Yanlong asked. That's right. Jun Lingxuan nodded. Therefore, I plan to send more people over when the time comes and catch them all in one fell swoop. If this is true, it is a good idea. However, we do not know how many people the D family will send. If they are prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move on you, wouldn't that be troublesome? Xiao Yanlong's face revealed a pondering expression. After all the things that had happened during this period of time, he was a little more afraid of the D family. These fellows were not easy to deal with. Perhaps they were also scheming against them. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan subconsciously looked at Jun Hongqing. Jun Hongqing smiled and said, Brother Xiao, you can be rest assured. Just leave this matter to me. And I will not give them a chance to plot against us. Comms. Don't worry, leave this to me. 2. In the next moment, the two of them looked at each other and a cold smile appeared on their faces. Now, this was no longer a fight between the younger generation. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had threatened their family. Therefore, they had to get rid of them completely. Ao Zhengquang racked his brains but could not come up with any solution. In the end, he had no choice but to look for Ao Lingxiao. He had already thought about it. Since he did not know the exact date, the best solution was to stay in the Piercing Wind City and not return. As long as he could not find him, Ao Lingxiao would not be able to do anything. This was undoubtedly the best solution. You idiot. Jun Lingxuan looked at Ao Zhengquang with disdain. You can't even find out the date. What use do I have for a trash like you? Young Master Jun, you can't blame me for this. Ao Zhengquang's face was bitter. I was about to find out, but who would have thought that Ao Lingxiao would suddenly shut up? They are not stupid, they know that if we know the specific time, we will find a way to deal with them, so they have been keeping their mouths shut. However, I have thought about it, as long as I stay in the Piercing Wind City, they can't do anything to me. Ao Zhengquang's expression was serious. This was the best method he could think of after thinking for so long. If you don't go back, then Ao Lingxiao will directly convince your family to believe him, then what will you do? Jun Lingxuan asked. No, if he can explain it clearly, then he will not fall into such a situation. But, now, not only him, there is also Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, these two people's eloquence, you should be very clear. Jun Lingxuan said lightly. When these words came out, Ao Zhengquang's face suddenly became nervous. Just as Jun Lingxuan said, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's mouths could make a dead person alive, plus this matter was the truth. After all, there were still many doubts. Once the family was convinced, then he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Ao Zhengquang's face became pale. Young Master Jun, you must help me, I can't lose everything. I beg you. Ao Zhengquang directly knelt in front of Jun Lingxuan, begging in a low voice. It was not easy for him to get everything he dreamed of, he must not lose it like this. You get up first. Jun Lingxuan glanced at Ao Zhengquang and said. Young Master Jun, help me. Leave this matter to me. Jun Lingxuan sighed, but his expression was full of confidence. You can go back with peace of mind. I will definitely arrive when they go to the Ao clan. At that time, I will catch them all in one fell swoop, and your identity will not change. But Jun Xiao, you don't know when they'll go. After listening to Jun Lingxuan's words, Ao Zhengquang did not feel relieved at all. On the contrary, he became even more worried. He felt that Jun Lingxuan was deliberately sending him back to die. He had no intention of helping him at all. I've said it before. Leave this matter to me. I'll figure out everything. When the time comes, the Xiao family and the Jun family will send their forces over. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you. Young Master Jun, don't think about your little schemes. This time, we're going to take advantage of this opportunity to capture Bewitching and the others. If I didn't want to help you, I wouldn't even bother to lie to you. How could Jun Lingshuan not know what Ao Zhengquang was thinking? Just by looking at his nervous and hesitant appearance, he could guess it, so he simply said it directly. After listening to this, Ao Zhengquang was relieved. Indeed, if Jun Lingshuan was not willing to help him, he could not do anything. Why lie to him? Thank you so much, Jun Zhao. You must go back. If you don't go back, Bewitching and the others will not go to your place, and I can't arrange anything. Yes, yes, yes. Ao Zhengquang nodded again and again. Jun Zhao, don't worry. I will go back early and will not ruin your plan. Bailey Hongzhuang did not continue to stay in the Piercing Wind City as the matters of the Radiant Sacred Assembly were more or less settled. According to her discussion with Lu Hongwei, it was better for her to wait until the Radiant Sacred Assembly had moved out of their headquarters before heading there. This way, not only would it be safer, it would also reduce a lot of trouble. At the same time, President Lu would also carefully inspect the members of the Sacred Assembly during this process. He had made such a huge mistake in the past and he would not allow such a thing to happen again. Bailey Hongzhuang did not say much about this as she believed that President Lu had his own plans. If she were to stay in the Radiant Sacred Assembly, she might even cause some trouble for him. If she were to leave, it would be more convenient for President Lu to use his methods. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest immediately set off on their return journey. Even when they reached the outskirts of the Piercing Wind City, they could still feel the watchful eyes on them. The Xiao family obviously did not want to let them off, but the Radiant Sacred Assembly's forces were still here. Hence, they could only watch as Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest left. Even though this was their territory, it would not benefit them if they were to fight with the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Even though the Xiao family was a large family, if they were to fight with the Radiant Sacred Assembly, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. Even if this was their territory. Everyone only heaved a sigh of relief when they reached the D family's territory through the teleportation array. The journey seemed to be more daunting than dangerous, but throughout the entire process, everyone was on guard against any possible danger. Once they returned to the D family, Bailey Hongzhuang was undoubtedly warmly welcomed. This time, only a small portion of the D family's cultivators had gone because to them, this was Xiao Sou's moment of glory and it had nothing to do with them. However, when everyone found out that the person who would eventually become the Holy Maiden was their young madam, they felt extremely regretful. If they had known that this would happen, they would have personally gone to witness it. Now, they could only regret that they had missed out on such a lively scene. Welcome young master, young madam, eldest young master. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest returned to their lodgings with smiles on their faces. This time, they had indeed gained a lot. After meeting the elders, Bailey Hongzhuang went to Wu Weiming's residence. Previously, she had arranged for the disciples of the Bailey family to stay here and she had been in the Piercing Wind City for the past few days, so she did not have the time to take care of them. Since he had returned today, he naturally had to ask them if they had made any progress recently. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, Wu Weiming immediately smiled and said, "Master, you're back." "Greetings, family head." All the Bailey family members bowed. "Congratulations, family head." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Everyone, don't be shy. You can go about your business." In his line of sight, a group of Bailey disciples were drying medicinal herbs. As they dried the herbs, they recited the characteristics and uses of the herbs. "Master, many of them are just beginners, so I let them learn from the most basic, identifying medicinal herbs." Wu Weiming took the initiative to explain. They are indeed very hardworking. Even though they haven't had much time to learn, their improvement is not small. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around and listened to the characteristics of the herbs described by the crowd. She nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you have to remember more when you're just beginners. It's been hard on you these past few days. After I brought them here, I handed everything over to you. As a senior brother, it's my duty to teach my junior brothers and sisters." Wu Weiming's face was filled with a gentle and warm smile, as if he had already taken this as his responsibility. Although he had inexplicably gained so many junior brothers and sisters, he did not feel that there was a problem. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang's guidance had greatly benefited him. Seeing Wu Weiming so calm, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. Knowing Wu Weiming was truly something worth celebrating. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. This had always been Bailey Hongzhuang's principle. Wu Weiming's willingness to do this was undoubtedly because of her. After all these years, Wu Weiming had never taught anyone medicine. Now, not only had he started to teach people, but he had also taught so many people at once. This was a big change. As a result, Bailey Hongzhuang put in more effort to teach Wu Weiming. Wu Weiming also knew why Bailey Hongzhuang was doing this. He also understood why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to reach this step at such a young age. Her personality was also the key to her success. A person like this was worth others' efforts. At first, it was because of Bailey Hongzhuang's guidance that he was willing to help her, but now, everything he did was done willingly. He had never been willing to stay in any organization. He only felt that the feeling of being tied down was not good. Now, he felt that it was good to stop in the D family and take a break. Bailey Hongzhuang also spoke to the children of the Bailey family, giving them pointers on everything they needed to pay attention to when learning medicine. The children of the family were extremely enthusiastic towards Bailey Hongzhuang. They were truly fortunate to have such a family head. Now, the Bailey family was already as busy as a marketplace. Small organizations of similar strength all came to curry favor with them, including those who had previously mocked them. Bailey Hongzhuang had become the saintess of the light, which meant that not only did the Bailey family have the support of the D family, but also the Holy Assembly of Light. Even if the Bailey family's influence wasn't great now, everyone knew that the Bailey family was no longer a small fry. It wouldn't be long before they soared into the sky. It wasn't just the small forces, even some of the mid-tier forces had sent people to befriend them. Even though this was within Bailey Fan's expectations, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw so many people. In his memory, he had never seen such a lively scene in the family. The entire Bailey family was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. After so many years of enduring humiliation, they could finally hold their heads high. Bailey Hongzhuang was not worried about the Bailey family. She was well aware of Bailey Fan's capabilities and believed that Bailey Fan would be able to handle it well. There was really no need for her to worry. The next day, Bewitching was surprised to hear that someone had come to pay them a visit. "I wonder who has come to pay you a visit?" Xiao Bai's eyes were filled with curiosity. Could it be Jiang Wenyan? After the previous incident, their relationship with Jiang Wenyan had become extremely good. "I don't think so." Bewitching shook his head. If it was Jiang Wenyan, he would have sent a message directly. The Jiang family's influence wasn't small, and Jiang Wenyan was the young master. The person who sent the message would definitely have reported it clearly. Now, it could only mean that the other party wasn't a big deal. Ever since they came to the upper realm, there were only a few cultivators who were close to them. However, after eliminating Morong Jing and the others, they couldn't think of any other possibilities. "Let's go take a look." Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughtful appearance, Bewitching smiled faintly and raised his hand to take her hand. "Let's go." Feeling the warmth of his hand, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved slightly as she smiled and nodded, "Okay." However, when Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang saw who it was, they were confused. Because they've never seen this person before. Within their line of sight, they saw a man wearing an azure robe. He was tall and had a jade-like face. He was definitely not someone that could be easily overlooked. This also made them understand that they had never seen this person before. Bewitching didn't speak. He silently looked at the man. If he came to find them, there must be a reason. As expected, in the next moment, the man took the initiative to start a conversation. "I am Huang Futing. Greetings, young Master D, Miss Bailey. I wonder why you've come to find me." Bewitching was expressionless. Before he figured out the purpose of the man's visit, he wouldn't say anything. Huang Futing paused and subconsciously looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. His expression was hesitant. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but say, "How about I leave first and you two talk?" Now that they were in the D family, they didn't have to worry about the man's tricks. However, Di Baichen waved his hand, no need. You stay. Hong Zhuang is my wife. If you want to talk to me about something, just say it. If you don't want to talk about it, then please leave. Hearing this, Huang Futing was a little startled. Looking at Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang, his emotions were very complicated. However, after thinking for a moment, he said, "Actually, I took a risk to come here today because I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I heard that young master is of the dark attribute?" "Not bad." Di Baichen replied calmly. The news that he was of the darkness type had already spread out after the immortal cloud's secret realm. He had no intention of hiding it. "Actually, I'm also of the darkness attribute," Huang Futing said. Di Baichen's gaze paused for a moment before he heard Huang Futing continue, "Young Master Di, I'm sure you've heard about the current situation of darkness attribute cultivators. They're being suppressed and targeted everywhere. Their days are very difficult." "I know." Di Baichen nodded. He had already understood this situation when he had awakened the darkness attribute. At that time, even though he had awakened a max-level talent, he was still treated with disdain by everyone. The Holy Light Assembly even refused to give Hong Zhuang the cultivation manual because she was with him. "This time, I'm here on behalf of the darkness attribute cultivators to ask for your help." After thinking for a while, Huang Futing directly stated the purpose of his visit today. After a short period of contact, he felt that Di Baichen wasn't an unreasonable person. Moreover, the reason why he hadn't come to look for Di Baichen during this period of time was because he had been trying to understand this person from various aspects. Even if Di Baichen had attainments in the power of darkness that others couldn't reach, if he wasn't good enough, it would be useless. "Ask for my help?" Di Baichen frowned slightly. This was his first time meeting Huang Futing. He was surprised that Huang Futing would say something like this. "Young Master Di, you are so talented in the darkness attribute. We feel that you are the one who can make the power of darkness stronger again. We want to follow you and hope that you can lead us to become stronger together." Huang Futing's expression was serious. He looked at Di Baichen with sincerity and a hint of eagerness. Whether it was Di Baichen or Bailey Hongzhuang, they both understood that Huang Futing had been suppressed for too long. He had not seen any hope for so many years. When he finally saw a glimmer of light, he could not help but be so anxious. The two of them looked at each other. They were also amazed. In fact, when Di Baichen accepted He Shenjuan's inheritance, he had already shouldered the heavy responsibility of making the world accept the power of darkness. Before this, they had also discussed that they had to gather the cultivators of the darkness attribute together and make everyone stronger. Only in this way could they expand the influence of the power of darkness. As for the bad impression everyone had of the power of darkness, they could only slowly eliminate it through their efforts. They did not expect that the cultivators of the darkness attribute would take the initiative to find them. It was really interesting. "Why should I help you?" Di Baichen said indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Futing was slightly stunned. He truly didn't know how to answer this question. Speaking of which, Di Baichen was the young master of the Di family. Whether it was his identity or status, it was not something they could reach. They urgently needed Di Baichen's help, but Di Baichen did not need them. In fact, they did not seem to be able to do anything for Di Baichen now. "Young Master Di, I understand that we can't help you in any way now, but we are all people who know how to repay kindness. As long as you are willing to help us, we will follow you after we become stronger. We will follow you blindly." Huang Futing's voice was filled with determination. All these years, they had been like cockroaches, hiding everywhere. They were simply unable to live openly. Anyone who found out that they were dark attribute cultivators would look at them with disdain, or even chase them away. As a result, they did not even have a stable place to stay. This kind of oppressive feeling was really too unbearable. They desperately hoped that one day, they would be able to hold their heads high and be upright. This was the kind of life they wanted. "How can I believe you?" Di Baichen sized up Huang Futing. Even though everything Huang Futing showed was very sincere, he would not trust others so easily. Moreover, the Jun family and the Xiao family were now thinking of ways to deal with him. No one knew whether this was a trap or not. Even if they were both darkness-type cultivators, it didn't mean that they were on the same side. Hearing Bewitching's words, Huang Futing's eyes instantly brightened. Bewitching was willing to continue listening, which proved that he still had a chance of success. I understand your concerns. I am willing to sign a master-servant contract so that you will have no worries. In the next moment, a hexagram star quietly formed. Huang Futing directly integrated his blood essence into the contract totem. As the 2 drops of blood essence fused into it, Bewitching and Huang Futing had an additional connection. The master-servant contract was a kind of obedience contract. This meant that Huang Futing could never betray Bewitching in the future. As long as he betrayed him, the contract would directly erase him. Bailey Hongzhuang did not expect Huang Futing to use such a method to make them believe him. However, this was indeed more convincing than other words. Young Master D, you should believe my sincerity now. Even though the master-servant contract had been carried out, Huang Futing's expression still did not change. His expression was calm as if he had already made up his mind before coming. Tell me about your current situation. Bewitching's handsome eyes were tinged with a trace of seriousness as he asked in a deep voice. If Huang Futing and the others were indeed good, he would naturally do his best to help. After all, he shouldered such a responsibility. Now that this opportunity had appeared directly in front of him, it would save him a lot of time. We now have a total of 200 members, all of whom are darkness attribute cultivators. Everyone has slowly gotten in touch with them over the years. They are all trustworthy people. Then what's your identity in this team? I'm the team leader, Huang Futing said. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. He had long guessed that Huang Futing's identity in this team was probably not simple, but he did not expect him to be the team leader. It seemed that this time, Huang Futing had really made up his mind. That was why he had directly done such a thing. Darkness attribute cultivators don't seem to be living very well now. How do you guys live? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. If these 200 people lived together, it would be a very large group. We don't usually gather together. Everyone hides in various places to live low-key lives. We only gather together when something happens. In that case, you guys have almost no cultivation resources? Bewitching looked at Huang Futing. Darkness attribute cultivators had always been ostracized. There was no way for them to openly fight for cultivation resources like other cultivators. Moreover, the cultivation method of the darkness attribute had disappeared for many years. Even if they had the cultivation resources, it was impossible for them to strengthen the darkness attribute. With Bewitching's words, Huang Futing's face reddened. This was indeed their current situation. This is a mess. Bewitching sighed. This situation was not beyond his expectations, but he could not help but sigh when he really faced it. However, when Huang Futing heard Bewitching say this, a trace of anger could not help but appear on his face. Young Master D, our current situation is indeed very bad. We can't compare to you, the young master of the D family, but you don't have to say that about us. If you don't want to, you can just say it. Looking at Huang Futing's angry appearance, Bewitching chuckled, you don't have to be so angry. This is indeed a mess, but I agree. Huang Futing was slightly stunned. The anger on his face didn't even have time to dissipate before a trace of joy appeared between his brows. Young Master D, is what you said true? Bewitching nodded slightly, with our current relationship, do I need to lie to you? Huang Futing's face immediately revealed a smile, Young Master D, thank you so much. You can stay here for the time being. Take me to see them tomorrow. Bewitching's eyes were deep and complicated. Now that he had decided to accept, he had to figure out the specific situation. He only hoped that Huang Futing's vision was not wrong. This way, the implementation of this plan would be more convenient. Yes. Immediately afterward, Bewitching and Huang Futing talked for a long time, and learned more about the darkness attribute from Huang Futing. Bailey Hongzhuang did not avoid arousing suspicion. Huang Futing was originally a little afraid of Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as the Holy Maiden of Light, but after seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not seem to mind, he was relieved. He had long heard that the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching was stronger than gold. Now it seemed that it was true. Otherwise, if it were anyone else in the Holy Assembly, they would definitely think of ways to stop Bewitching after knowing this situation. But until now, Bailey Hongzhuang had been so calm. No matter what Bewitching did, she would support him unconditionally. After a long time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching left. Beichen, I heard that Huangfu is a big surname. Do you think Huangfu Ting is related to the Huangfu family? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. When Huangfu Ting introduced himself, this thought appeared in her mind. Because although Huangfu Ting had been living in poverty these years, from the temperament he inadvertently revealed, she felt that his birth should be extraordinary. Why don't we ask Big Brother? Bewitching smiled faintly. Big Brother is better at the matters between the upper realm families. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Okay, it's better to know more. Di Xiaofeng was clearly surprised when he heard the name Huangfu Ting. He said in disbelief, "You're saying that Huangfu Ting is now your servant?" "That's right. We just signed a master-servant contract." Bewitching replied. "Big Brother, do you know this Huangfu Ting?" "Quite a few people know about him." Di Xiaofeng shook his head and sighed. "It's just that all these years, there's been no news of him at all. Many people thought that he had already fallen. I didn't expect him to still be alive. It seems like he hid himself very well." "Big Brother, what exactly is going on?" Bewitching's eyes darkened. He already understood that Huangfu Ting probably had a lot of stories. The Huangfu family is also a big family, but they are quite far away from here. Moreover, they have always had a reclusive attitude. Usually, they don't appear very often, but their strength is still not to be underestimated. Huangfu Ting was once a genius of the Huangfu clan. Of course, that was before his darkness attribute had awakened. At that time, he was also very well known. His cultivation speed was far faster than ordinary cultivators. He was known as the genius most likely to take over the position of patriarch. When his attribute awakened, he was also the center of attention. Who would have thought that he would awaken the darkness attribute? That was really a bolt from the blue. Since then, his status plummeted. As for why he left the Huangfu clan, I don't know. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. In fact, no matter which family a darkness attribute cultivator is in, their status can't be compared to others. It's normal for them to be bullied. Maybe he couldn't stand it, so he left. Ever since he found out he was of the dark element, he had been worried. The Di family was a family of cultivators and had a lot of influence. If they knew he was of the dark element, perhaps they would treat him differently. However, when he felt the strong familial love, he decided to tell them this news. Even if he would be looked at differently, he didn't plan on hiding it. Luckily, his family still made him feel warm and their attitude didn't change. This made him feel very lucky. Of course you're different. Plus, our family isn't that cold. Di Xiaofeng smiled. Nothing is more important than family reunion. Indeed. Bewitching nodded. He had always wondered why his parents left him. He thought it was a knot in his heart that couldn't be untied. Now, it seemed like it wasn't a big deal. That Huangfu Ting wasn't a simple person before. I didn't think he would be willing to be your servant. Di Xiaofeng sighed faintly. Although he didn't know what Huangfu Ting had experienced all these years, he believed that no one would be willing to accept all of this. Although the master-servant contract had existed for a long time, it was rarely used. This was because normal people wouldn't be willing to accept another as their master. Plus, Huangfu Ting himself was a genius. He must have thought of this because he had nowhere else to go. A hero at the end of his road was truly lamentable. Big Brother, don't worry. I won't mistreat him. Bewitching's expression was calm. The reason he signed the master-servant contract was because he wanted to confirm Huangfu Ting's sincerity. For such a big matter, if Huangfu Ting didn't come with full sincerity, others would make a big deal out of it. That would be troublesome. Now that he had confirmed all of this, he would treat Huangfu Ting as a friend. Huangfu Ting was willing to make such a big sacrifice for the dark element cultivators. This was worthy of respect. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng chuckled. Do you think I don't know you? You're really good to your friends. If it weren't for this, Jiang Wenyan wouldn't have taken the initiative to befriend you. Actually, I think I should discuss this with my father before I do this. Bewitching's eyes darkened. This was not a small matter. Although this was something that he had to do, he had to tell his father about it before he did it. If his father agreed, that would undoubtedly be for the best. If not, he could only think of other ways. Have you really decided to establish a dark guild? Emperor Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. Nowadays, the upper realm's expressions would change at the mention of the darkness attribute. Establishing a dark guild was an extremely crazy idea. No. Bewitching shook his head. You don't plan to establish it? I plan to establish the dark sanctum, Bewitching said slowly. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaofeng almost choked to death. Dark. Sacred assembly? That's right. Bewitching nodded. It's the Dark Holy Assembly. Since light and darkness were opposing forces, they were in the same position. Since he had established the Holy Light Assembly, he would definitely establish the Dark Assembly. Beichen, is what you said true? Xiaofeng now felt that his younger brother's idea was too crazy and too shocking. Establishing the Dark Guild would inevitably be targeted and criticized by everyone. If he mentioned the Dark Sacred Assembly now, it would be the same as directly going against the Light Sacred Assembly. Although both sides would have to bear a lot of pressure, it was obvious that the latter would be much more pressured than the former. Bewitching nodded, of course it's true. Do you think I would joke about this kind of thing? That's not it, I just feel that it won't be easy to do it. Xiaofeng frowned and his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that Hongzhuang is the Light Sacred Maiden, if you mention this idea, I'm sure Hongzhuang will also bear a lot of pressure. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as the Light Sacred Maiden was unshakable, compared to the reputation that Xiao So had accumulated over the years, Bailey Hongzhuang's time was still too short. Now that the Light Sacred Maiden's husband wanted to establish the Dark Sacred Assembly, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Bailey Hongzhuang was caught in the middle and the pressure would be even greater. Bewitching's expression became more dignified. Indeed, he didn't care about anything else, but he couldn't not care about Bailey Hongzhuang. However, facing the worries of the two, Bailey Hongzhuang was unusually calm. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. A bright smile appeared on her delicate face, they can't do anything to me. At most, I won't be the Light Sacred Maiden. She was different from Xiao So. She didn't care about the title of Light Sacred Maiden. In fact, she was very clear that the Sacred Maiden Crystal had already recognized her and no one could shake her position. The reason why she became the Light Sacred Maiden was for the D family. Now that Bewitching wanted to do everything he had to do, she naturally had to support him. It wasn't only Beicheng's master's wish, it was also her grandmaster's wish. She also had the responsibility to complete it. She hoped that whether it was her master or grandmaster, they could leave without regrets. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifference, Xiaofeng helplessly shrugged. If Xiao So knew that you don't care about the Light Sacred Maiden position, she would probably be furious. She's about the same now. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Xiaofeng laughed involuntarily. Since you've already thought it through, naturally, I have no reason to stop you. In short, remember one thing. No matter what, I will always support you. Big brother, thank you. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, and Huang Futing went to the gathering place of the Dark Attribute cultivators. After everyone knew about Huang Futing's decision, they all gathered in a city not far away from the Di family. Yesterday, Di Beichen had already discussed it with Di Yujue, and the final result was undoubtedly excellent. Di Yujue was shocked when he first heard of Di Beichen's idea. He also understood that once this proposal was made, the Di family would become the target of public criticism. However, after thinking for a moment, Di Yujue chose to agree. His words were very simple. No matter what you do, you must take risks. This move was indeed very risky, but Di Beichen himself was of the dark attribute. If he wanted everyone to have no prejudice against him, it was undoubtedly excellent to establish the Dark Sacred Assembly and completely change everyone's thoughts. When Di Beichen saw that Di Yujue had only thought about it for a short moment before agreeing, his heart was also in turmoil. A father's love was like a mountain. He deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. Di Yujue had never expressed this kind of deep and strong feeling, but he felt it clearly. But it was precisely because Di Yujue was so calm that he was incomparably hesitant. His family was willing to take such a big risk for him, but he put everyone in danger for himself. Was this really the right thing to do? If this matter was successful, then the D family would inevitably become even more powerful. Because, just based on the status of the two sacred assemblies, it was not something that ordinary forces could shake. But if it failed, the Jun family and the Xiao family would inevitably take the lead to make trouble for them. Faced with such a heavy pressure, how would the D family deal with it? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Bewitching, a trace of worry in her eyes. Yesterday, after returning from Bewitching, she felt that something was wrong. Until now, Bewitching seemed to be immersed in his own thoughts, obviously thinking about something. But, according to Bewitching, his father did not refuse. Bewitching, is there something on your mind? Bailey Hongshuang could not help but ask with concern. Bewitching shook his head, nothing. Looking at Bewitching's appearance, Bailey Hongshuang pondered for a moment. Usually, he would not hide anything from her, and the reason why he was like this now was probably related to her. After thinking about it for a while, a possibility appeared in her mind. Bewitching, are you worried that the establishment of the Dark Assembly will affect us? She had been with Bewitching since she was a teenager, and now it had been many years, so she knew the latter's character too well. He had never been a selfish person. On the contrary, he valued friendship and righteousness. Everyone he cared about was in his heart. Bewitching paused for a moment. Wife, you don't have to worry about me. You should be the one who doesn't need to worry about us. Bailey Hongshuang held Bewitching's hand and interlocked their fingers. She smiled and said, whether it's me or your parents, since we've chosen to support you, we're prepared to take on everything. You don't have to worry about us. You just have to do it without worry. Besides, we all believe in your ability. You will succeed. Because you're not alone. All of us are with you. Bewitching looked deeply at Bailey Hongshuang, his deep black eyes filled with warmth, and his handsome features became increasingly gentle. Wife, I know you've always supported me. If you're not happy, neither of us will be happy. I always feel that as long as a person is alive, there must be something that they want to persevere in. The Dark Sanctuary is your responsibility, and it's also something you want to do. Since that's the case, then don't hesitate. Think about it, there are so many dark attribute cultivators who need your help. They need you to give them a home. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang in front of him. She was clearly such a slender and petite person, but at this moment, she gave him a huge amount of strength. From yesterday until now, he had been troubled by this problem, repeatedly thinking about whether his approach was right or not. But now, Bailey Hongshuang's words had completely opened the knot in his heart. Indeed, everyone had their own mission and things that they must persevere in. He wanted to help his master fulfill his dream, and at the same time, he wanted to fulfill his own dream. Without the burden in his heart, Bewitching's expression returned to normal. Although Huang Futing did not know what Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had talked about, he was relieved when he saw that Bewitching was in a much better mood. In a courtyard house at the edge of the city, Bewitching finally saw a group of darkness-type cultivators. When they saw that Huang Futing had returned safely, a joyful smile appeared on their faces. Brother Huangfu, you're back. Huang Futing is back, everyone come out quickly. Upon hearing this news, all the cultivators rushed out like a swarm of bees. Previously, when Huang Futing had decided to go alone, everyone could not help but worry that he would never return. No one knew what kind of temperament the cultivators of the aristocratic families had. If they felt that Huang Futing's request was too much, it was very possible that they would directly take his life. Now, seeing that Huang Futing had returned safely, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, after noticing Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang at the side, they restrained their emotions. Brother Huangfu, why is the Holy Maiden of the Light here too? That's right, don't tell me she wants to kill us all. Gazes of hatred and fear landed on Bailey Hongshuang. Now, Bailey Hongshuang had become a household name in the upper realm. Even among them, there were people who had seen Bailey Hongshuang's appearance. Because of that, someone immediately recognized him. Light and darkness had always been enemies. Moreover, Bailey Hongshuang was the Holy Maiden of the Light, so she must be extremely disdainful of them. If she conveyed their situation to the Holy Light Assembly, Bailey Hongshuang would have done a meritorious service. Everyone, please calm down, things are not what you think. Huang Futing hurriedly explained. However, at this time everyone obviously did not care about this. They were filled with hatred towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Brother Huangfu, I think you've been tricked by her. How can the Saint of Light not hate us? All these years, they had been hunted down by the Radiant Sacred Assembly and had to hide everywhere. Therefore, they were filled with hatred when they saw the Radiant Sacred Assembly. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was the Saintess of the Light. Bewitching immediately stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at the hateful figures in front of him, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If any of you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Bewitching was not afraid even in the face of 200 cultivators. After awakening their cultivation, these cultivators did not have any cultivation methods, so their strength was not terrifying. When Huang Futing saw that the situation was out of his control, he could not help but feel anxious. Listen to me first, Lady Bailey is not what you think. Don't you believe me? The crowd stared at Huang Futing hesitantly as countless thoughts flashed across their minds. They even wondered if Huang Futing had been bribed by the other party. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the faces full of fear and tension in front of her. Almost everyone inadvertently exuded the kind of fear that spread from the bottom of their hearts. Years of hiding had caused their hearts to become dark and lonely. Even though she already knew that these cultivators did not have an easy life, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the Master Association had given this last wish to Bewitching. It was because these cultivators who had awakened the darkness attribute were simply too innocent. They clearly did not do anything wrong, but they had to live so miserably. Therefore, they had to clear the name of the darkness attribute and let everyone face and accept the power of darkness again. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately stood up and said, "Can everyone listen to me first?" Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had taken the initiative to stand up, everyone looked at each other. In reality, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had already seen through their fierce appearance. Seeing that no one spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang continued, "I know that everyone is hostile to me because of my identity as the Holy Maiden of the Light, but I believe that you also know that I come from the lower realm and am not very clear about the grudges between the upper realm's elemental guilds. Moreover, my husband is a cultivator of the darkness attribute. If I really rejected the darkness attribute, then I wouldn't have been with him all this time. Don't you think so?" Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the agitation and anger in everyone's hearts calmed down a little. In fact, they also felt that this was very strange. If it were anyone else, they would probably not be able to accept such a combination. In my opinion, darkness is also a very powerful force. I hope that all of you can become stronger. I also support Bewitching in everything he does. Of course, I also hope that everyone can put aside their prejudice against me. We don't have any grudges, do we?" Her exquisite and peerless face rippled with a bright and beautiful smile, like the warm sunlight in winter, sprinkling into everyone's dark hearts. It was as if a gap had suddenly opened up, causing the unwillingness and resentment to quietly dissipate a little. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had completely calmed everyone's emotions with just a few words, Huang Futing also sighed in his heart. It was no wonder that Bailey Hongzhuang was able to gain a foothold in the upper realm so quickly. Her ability was indeed astonishing, and she deserved to be the Holy Maiden of the Light. While Bailey Hongzhuang was speaking, Bewitching looked at her with a smile. He was very clear about his wife's ability. This kind of thing was really nothing to her. Most importantly, in order to completely change everyone's views, Bailey Hongzhuang had to speak up herself. Even if he repeatedly emphasized it, it would still arouse doubt. It was better for Bailey Hongzhuang to speak, and instead make everyone even more shocked. The effect, indeed. Since everyone has calmed down, I can now tell you about my plan. As soon as Bewitching spoke, everyone was silent. Huang Futing has already told me why you came to find me. I sympathize with everyone's experience and hope that I can help everyone become stronger. Of course, my main goal is to completely change the views of the people in the upper realm towards the darkness attribute, therefore, I hope that everyone can work together and work towards this goal. I wonder what everyone thinks. Bewitching's gaze swept over the crowd one by one, taking in everyone's expressions. His words were nothing more than a test. Everyone was shocked when they heard Bewitching's words. They did have such thoughts, but because their strength was too weak, without a strong enough leader, they had no way to achieve this. Moreover, the inheritance of the dark attribute had disappeared for many years. They did not even have the cultivation method, so how could they become strong? However, the man in front of them was different from them. He had a powerful background, extraordinary influence, and most importantly, he had the cultivation method of the dark energy. This was what attracted everyone the most. As long as they knew the cultivation method, they could become stronger. Otherwise, everything was just talk on paper. Bewitching paid attention to everyone's expressions. He could clearly feel that most of the cultivators were excited and hopeful after hearing this. It was obvious that this was what they were thinking. Of course, there were also some who did not care. This was also within his expectations. No matter how good Huang Futing's judgment was, he could not guarantee that everyone was of one mind. Young Master D, are you really willing to lead us to become stronger? A cultivator could not help but ask. The oppressive life these years had almost caused him to break down. He really did not want to live such a life of hiding anymore. Puffing out his chest, being an upright person, and no longer being discriminated against by others. This was his current dream. Stop dreaming. He's the young master of the D family. Why should he help you become stronger? A cultivator mocked. He did not believe such words at all, sensing that everyone's eyes were on him. Zhao Jian did not care. He said, why don't you think about it carefully? He has such a noble status and can have anything he wants. Why should he take the risk to help you? What help can you give him? You can't help him at all. Stop daydreaming. Everyone who was originally excited felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, chilling them to the core. Although this was cruel, it was also the truth. They could not help Bewitching at all. On the contrary, they needed Bewitching's help. If it were them, they would not really help. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Over the years, they understood this very well. Bewitching remained calm as he looked at the ever-changing expressions of the crowd. In fact, he never expected all of these cultivators to believe in him. However, as long as they chose to believe in him, he would definitely not disappoint them. I know everyone has doubts about why I chose to help you, but everything I said is true. Since the day I received the darkness inheritance, I've treated this as my responsibility. If you're willing to believe me, you can continue to stay here. If you don't, I don't mind if you leave. After all, I don't need half-hearted people. Bewitching's face was slightly cold. He just calmly and indifferently looked at the crowd, waiting for them to make a choice. Hearing this, Zhao Jian could not help but sneer. Do you really think you're so great just because you're the young master of an aristocratic family? I won't fall for your tricks. As he spoke, he gazed at the others and said, I'm leaving first. If all of you want to stay here and be captured by the Radiant Sacred Assembly, then that's your problem. The crowd did not know what to do. Now that Zhao Jian took the lead, many cultivators chose to leave after some hesitation. Zhao Jian's words were cruel, but they were also the truth. Even if Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang's words were shocking, their years of experience made them understand that there was no free lunch. If there was no reason, the other party would not help them like this. Huang Futing could not help but want to say something after seeing many cultivators choose to leave, but he was stopped by Bewitching. Now, he was going to choose the first batch of people to join the Dark Sacred Assembly. He needed 100% loyalty, and no problems were allowed. If they were not on the same side, they would only cause trouble if they continued to stay with them. Even if there were fewer people, they could still slowly become stronger. Establishing the Dark Sacred Assembly was never something that could be done in a short period of time. It was not until dozens of people left that the situation stopped. Compared to before, the cultivators who stayed were undoubtedly much better. At least, there was no disdain or ridicule in their eyes. Do you believe in me? Bewitching asked slowly. Everyone fell silent, but one of the cultivators said, just as Zhao Jian said, we're of no help to you. But at the same time, with your identity, even if you want to deal with us, you don't have to spend so much effort. There were often two sides to everything. Zhao Jian only saw one side, and he thought of the other side. If Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang really wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop, then they did not have to come. They could have just sent people to encircle them. Why waste their breath here? That's right. Everyone nodded. This was undoubtedly the most important reason. Other than that, we also believe in Big Brother Huangfu. All these years, if Big Brother Huangfu didn't lead us to rescue the other brothers, many of us would have died. We believe that Big Brother Huangfu would never lie to us. Everyone looked sincere. They had nothing now. Even if they had to give up their lives in exchange for a possibility, they would be willing. From the moment Huangfu Ting went to find Di Beichen, they had already cut off all means of retreat and were prepared to give up everything. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everything in front of her in silence. She deeply felt everyone's faith. If he hadn't been forced into a dead end, he wouldn't have made such a choice. However, everyone was also lucky because their decision was not wrong. Di Beichen glanced at Huangfu Ting and saw that Huangfu Ting was also touched. Everyone trusted him so much, which proved that his years of hard work had not been in vain. I'm very happy that everyone is willing to believe in me, and I promise everyone that I will do my best to help everyone become stronger. Everything I've said before is true. As a practitioner of the darkness attribute, I'm just a little luckier than all of you. I haven't been abandoned by my family. I hope that everyone in the upper realm can change their view of the dark forces. I also hope that no matter where we appear in the future, we won't be discriminated against by others. Everyone's eyes were focused on Di Beichen. His words had struck a chord in everyone's heart. This was their desire. My goal is to establish the Dark Sacred Assembly. As soon as these words came out, the entire courtyard suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Di Beichen in disbelief. They even suspected that they had misheard. Only Bailey Hongzhuang and Huangfu Ting were relatively calm. Even if it was the second time Huangfu Ting had heard these words, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. This was simply the dream of all dark attribute cultivators. Dark Sacred Assembly? Did I hear wrongly? Is it the Dark Sacred Assembly? How is this possible? Even though everyone felt that this was simply an impossible thing, they still couldn't help but feel excited. This was really too exciting. If such a day really came, it would be the moment they dreamed of. Di Beichen's voice was steady and full of power, clearly transmitting into everyone's ears. Everyone didn't hear wrongly. It's the Dark Sacred Assembly. Darkness and light are opposites. Since the Light Sacred Assembly exists, we naturally can't just be the Dark Guild. The power of darkness has never been weak. We have been discriminated against and bullied for so long. It's time for us to stand up. Di Beichen looked at everyone with shining eyes. Every word was full of power, shaking everyone's hearts. How powerful was the power of darkness in the past? It used to make cultivators of other attributes tremble in fear, and now, we can do the same. Di Beichen's words were like flames, igniting everyone's blood. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. That surging feeling could not be expressed with words. Indeed, the power of darkness in the past was so powerful, they had never been trash. As long as they became stronger, no one would be able to look down on them anymore. Of course, this is not an easy thing to do, but there is always a way. As long as we are firm in our beliefs, we will eventually achieve it. I just want to ask everyone now. Are you willing to work together with me for the power of darkness to reappear tomorrow? We are willing. Almost at the moment Di Beichen's voice fell, everyone shouted without hesitation. They were willing, even if they had to give up their lives for all of this, they were also willing. For that kind of future, everything was worth it. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly looked at this scene. Looking at the handsome man in front of her who was supported by everyone, the corners of her lips unconsciously raised into a proud smile. That was her man, Di Beichen, who was serious, always emitted a charming aura, like the noon sun, shining and dazzling. Before the Dark Sacred Assembly is officially established, I hope that everyone can keep the secret. I also hope to see everyone's sincerity. Di Beichen Stnn gazed at everyone. If he was alone, he wouldn't have to worry about all of this. But now, he had his lover, family, and friends behind him, so he couldn't ignore all the risks. Facing Di Beichen's words, no one hesitated. Right now, they had no way out. This was the only path that could lead them to greatness. Therefore, they no longer hesitated and chose to believe. Even if they were wrong in the future, they were willing to bear the consequences. As Bewitching fused his blood into the totem, the other cultivators did not hesitate. One by one, they fused their blood into the totem and walked to the other side. When all the cultivators were done, the golden totem was dyed red with blood, adding a hint of strangeness and mystery to it. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Bailey Hongshuang fused her blood into the totem as well. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be stunned. At the same time, the alliance contract had come into effect. This meant that if any of them were to have any thoughts of betrayal in the future, they would definitely be punished by the contract. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongshuang in shock. No one thought that Bailey Hongshuang would do this. It was too shocking. If they were still a little worried before, they were no longer worried at all. They had underestimated the relationship between Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. Even if she was the Saint of Light, it did not affect their relationship at all. Bewitching's heart was in turmoil. Actually, Bailey Hongshuang did not need to do this, but she did it to support him. His wife was the best in the world. Everyone suddenly felt that their attitude towards Bailey Hongshuang was too much. It turned out that Bailey Hongshuang was on the same side as them. What was more precious was that she was of the light attribute, but did not discriminate against them at all. They had not felt this way for a long time, so they felt it even more deeply. I will arrange for your accommodations later. This city is not far from my family, and is also under the influence of the D family. Therefore, I plan to let you stay here. It will be very convenient for me to come and go here. What do you think? We will listen to the president's arrangements. Everyone smiled. After establishing the contract, everyone felt closer to each other. They were not as nervous as before. This was because they were now on the same side. They would not betray each other. Hearing this, the corners of Bewitching's mouth rose slightly. You must be tired during this time. It's better to rest for 2 days. I will write down the cultivation method of the power of darkness for you to cultivate accordingly. Similarly, don't spread this cultivation technique to others. All of you are well aware of what happened back then. If it is used by someone with bad intentions and the same thing happens again, then the darkness attribute will never be able to wash itself clean. Bewitching warned everyone. If I find out that someone is using this power to do bad things, I will never forgive them. Yes. Everyone nodded. They didn't want the same thing to happen again. If it weren't for what happened back then, they wouldn't have been treated like this. However, everyone couldn't help but be excited. They were finally going to get the cultivation method. For so many years, they had tried all sorts of methods but to no avail. Now, Bewitching had selflessly handed the method to them. This made them feel extremely grateful to Bewitching. They kept this feeling in their hearts. They would never forget this kindness. From today onwards, Bewitching was the person they were willing to sacrifice their lives for. Humans were like this. It was precisely because no one had shown them enough kindness over the years that they were willing to give up everything when they received such kindness. The Emperor Cloud City was the city closest to the D family. Many cultivators from the D family lived here. Because of the many years of inheritance, the number of descendants of the family branch was also very considerable. Over time, such a huge city was formed. This situation was like the relationship between the Xiao family and the Piercing Wind City, which was extremely close. With Bewitching's status, it was undoubtedly a simple matter to divide an area for everyone to live in. Moreover, Dujue had long expected such a situation, so everything went very smoothly. When Huang Futing looked at the cultivation method of the dark force that Bewitching handed over to him, his heart was filled with emotions. He did not expect that everything would go so smoothly. He originally thought of countless possibilities and understood that the possibility of being rejected was the highest, or he would be ridiculed and insulted by the other party. However, he never thought that he would be treated with such respect and treatment. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had never been high and mighty. On the contrary, even though they had signed a master-servant contract, Bewitching had never treated him as a servant. From this point, one could see their character. He was also very glad. Perhaps after so many years of bad luck, the heavens finally opened their eyes and let good luck fall on them. Young Master D, thank you. Huang Futing stared at Bewitching, his eyes heavy and full of gratitude. The cultivation method in his hand was the hope of all of them, and it was also generously given by Bewitching. He only felt that the book in his hand was heavy and filled his heart. Hearing this, Bewitching smiled faintly. Huang Fu, don't be so formal in the future. Just call me Beichen. Young Master, Huang Futing was slightly stunned. He was a servant. Don't call me Young Master. I know that your identity was not simple in the past, but your luck was not good enough, so now you have fallen to this point. You are also a cultivation genius. Although you have been delayed for some years, you still have a chance to catch up with everyone. Although this is a master-servant contract, I treat you as a good friend and a good helper. I hope you can do the same. Bewitching had felt some sympathy for Huang Futing when he learned about what had happened to him, and when he learned that Huang Futing was willing to make such a huge sacrifice for everyone, he felt even more admiration for him. Such a person was worthy of admiration. Huang Futing looked deeply at Bewitching. After seeing the sincerity in his clear eyes, a bright smile appeared on his face. All right. Huang Futing nodded heavily. Beichen. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw this scene, she smiled knowingly and said, you guys should work hard during this period of time. After a few days, think of a way to obtain cultivation resources. We will definitely work hard. After Huang Futing left, Bailey Hongzhuang sat down beside Bewitching. Among so many people, there are many cultivation geniuses like Huang Futing. I believe that their cultivation speed should be very fast. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, but in terms of cultivation resources, we have to think of a way. All cultivators needed cultivation resources. If there were no cultivation resources, then it would take more energy to increase the same level. Indeed, this is a problem. Bewitching's extremely dark eyes were filled with complexity and contemplation. This was also a problem that he had thought of earlier. Although the D family had a lot of cultivation resources, there were also many family members. Usually, the family members worked very hard to fight for enough cultivation resources. If Bewitching were to give the cultivation resources that belonged to the other family members to Huang Futing and the others, it would undoubtedly be very unfair to the family members. Now that he had made such a decision, it had already hurt everyone's interests. He definitely could not affect the family in other ways. Moreover, even if he were to take out a certain amount of cultivation resources from the family now, it would only be temporary. In the future, as the team gradually grew stronger, it would be impossible to do so. Actually, I think that cultivation resources should be fought for with one's own hands. Only this way will it be more cherished. In the process of obtaining resources, everyone's strength can also be improved. They've been through so much hardship all these years. Their mentality and experience are incomparable to that of ordinary family members. I believe that they'll do well. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were bright, and a confident glow lingered on her pretty face. People who grew up in adversity often had tenacity and perseverance that others did not have. This was also extremely important for cultivators. Bewitching nodded. You're right. I've also noticed this. What they need the most now is an opportunity. Compared to other cultivators, they'll seize all of this more. However, it's not easy to find cultivation resources. Are we going to let them go to the mercenary guild? Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. We have enough people. As long as they're more vigilant and don't let other cultivators join the team, they can still accept mercenary missions. When they're strong enough, we can let them go to the forest world to train. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. The forest world was a very good place to train, and there were many precious treasures of heaven and earth there. They had already understood this very clearly after going there many times. The cultivation resources there seemed to be more abundant than the upper realm. However, the demon beasts there were extremely powerful. Even they had to be careful when entering. The slightest carelessness could lead to injury or even death. The cultivations of Huang Futing and the others had obviously not arrived at their level, and it would be extremely dangerous if they went there. Instead of losing their lives for no reason, it was better to use other methods first. If they go to the forest world, won't your secret be exposed? Bewitching shook his head. That won't do. He understood that this was indeed a very good method, but he could not put Hong Zhuang in danger. When the time comes, we can block their 5 senses and let them enter. As long as they don't know where it is, it's fine. Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled faintly. The Chaos Ring had such a good resource. If she didn't use it, it would be too wasteful. We'll see when the time comes. Let's see how they perform during this period of time. When Huangfu comes back, we can ask him for his opinion. Bewitching's expression was calm. The reason why they're in such dire straits is because they don't have a cultivation method and aren't strong enough. Once they have a way to cultivate, I believe that they will quickly become powerful. After Huangfu Ting brought the cultivation method back to the group of cultivators, they quickly copied the cultivation method. Although they had not started cultivating it yet, just by looking at the contents, they knew that there was definitely no problem with the cultivation method. Because they did not have the cultivation method, their strength had been stagnant all these years. They had tried many methods to cultivate, but they had not succeeded. Looking at the secret manual in their hands, they had a completely different feeling after roughly sensing it. It was obvious that this was the real thing. That's great. We have a cultivation method. My cultivation has been stagnant for so many years. This feeling is really unbearable. Now, we finally have a chance to improve. Young Master D is really a good person. We don't have anything, but he's willing to help us like this. Everyone could not hide the excitement on their faces. This feeling was like a person who was about to die of thirst in the desert finally seeing an oasis, giving them hope to live. Huangfu Ting looked at everyone's happy faces, and a smile appeared on his face. This kind of cultivation method was simply too precious to them. However, in the next moment, his expression turned grave, and there was a trace of seriousness. Young Master D has helped us so selflessly. I hope that everyone will remember his kindness. He doesn't need to bear this at all, but because he wants to help us, he has to bear this responsibility. If anyone here dares to betray him, I'll definitely be the first to stand up. I won't give up even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth. Huangfu Ting's cold and resolute gaze swept across everyone. He rarely showed such a ruthless and overbearing side, but after understanding Bewitching's character, he felt that he had to do all of this. Since Bewitching had taken on the responsibility of leading the powerful darkness attribute, he also had to take on the responsibility of protecting Bewitching. He would never allow anyone to have any disloyalty. If he found out, he would use the cruelest method to make them regret it for the rest of their lives. As soon as Huangfu Ting's voice fell, everyone who was originally immersed in joy seemed to have been alerted. Their expressions restrained a little, and a serious expression appeared on their faces at the same time. Even if Huangfu Ting had always helped them, they were clearly aware that once Huangfu Ting became serious and ruthless, then it wasn't something that an ordinary person could endure. So, in their eyes, Huangfu Ting was a responsible and dignified existence. Big brother Huangfu, don't worry. Young Master D is so sincere to us. If any of us betrayed him, then we would really be animals. That's right. If I find such a person, I definitely won't let him off easily. Unless we are not human, otherwise, who would betray a good person like young Master D? Almost everyone's eyes were filled with sincerity. Even without Huangfu Ting's reminder, they had already made up their minds. For so many years, they had endured too much ridicule, sarcasm, and belittlement. However, other than themselves, no one had extended a helping hand to them. However, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang did it. Even if Bewitching was also of the darkness attribute, his identity was completely different from theirs. Wouldn't it be a kind of pressure for Bewitching to inexplicably carry a burden like theirs? Even if Zhao Jian and the others who are also of the dark attribute come back to contact you, you can't say anything. Huangfu Ting's gaze was deep. From the moment they decided to leave, we were no longer on the same side. Do you understand? Understood. At present, apart from us, don't tell anyone else about this. As for whether we will continue to absorb dark attribute cultivators in the future, we will listen to young Master D's arrangements. Huangfu Ting's gaze was distant, as if he was thinking of something from a long time ago. Everything was difficult at the beginning. In the early stages, they needed to be the most cautious. After their forces had expanded to a certain extent, even if the news spread, they would have the power to protect themselves. But now, once the news spread, what awaited them would be a devastating blow. He hoped to be able to be Bewitching's helper and watch the day when the Dark Sacred Assembly was truly established. Yes. No one had any objections. From the moment Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were willing to sign the contract, they had already decided all of this. Looking at everyone's united appearance, Huang Futing's face also revealed a heartfelt smile. Only in this way could he truly be at ease. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were worried about Huang Futing and the others, Yujue appeared. Father. When they saw Yujue suddenly appear, the two of them hurriedly bowed and spoke respectfully. Yujue smiled faintly. I'm here to see if you need my help. Has the matter been settled? It's settled. Bewitching nodded slightly. At present, the results are not bad, and everyone is trustworthy. However, it will still take a lot of time to reach the final goal. This kind of thing can't be done in a short time. Don't worry. Yujue smiled faintly. A good start is already good enough. Father, thank you for being willing to support me. Bewitching stared at Yujue, recalling the first time they met. His father had always supported him unconditionally. Why are you saying such polite words as a family? Your mother is also very supportive of you. Yujue chuckled. From the moment we knew that you had such attainments in the power of darkness, we had already guessed that you had probably obtained the inheritance of darkness. The cultivation method of the darkness attribute has disappeared for many years. All these years, there has never been a powerful darkness cultivator. However, you did it. Many things are predestined. You were able to obtain a fortuitous encounter that so many people couldn't. This is your luck and strength. We will support you unconditionally. We. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly sighed in her heart. Yujue was indeed worthy of being the head of the family. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He could face such a big matter so calmly. Yujue then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. You should thank Hongzhuang properly. As the Holy Maiden of the Light, she is willing to support you in this. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do it. Hearing this, Bewitching couldn't help but laugh. Father doesn't need to remind me, I've already thanked you. It's all thanks to Hongzhuang that I thought through all this. This is what I should do, and there's nothing wrong with the dark energy itself. I think this is also something that benefits everyone. Just from what they saw, there were 200 cultivators living a dark life, and what they didn't see was a huge number. These people should have had a good life, but once they woke up, all the good things disappeared completely. If the dark energy was no longer discriminated, then everyone wouldn't have to worry about these problems. Yujue sighed and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. There weren't many young people as sensible as Bailey Hongzhuang. On the contrary, young people like Xiaoxia Wu, who were unreasonable, accounted for a larger portion of them. In the past, he thought that Xiaoxia was also very good, but now it seemed that Xiaoxia couldn't be compared to Hongzhuang at all. According to my judgment, these cultivators probably don't have any cultivation resources, right? Do you need my help? Yujue said slowly. Although it was a question, his tone was very certain. From the moment Bewitching told him about this situation, he had already expected it. Seeing that Yujue took the initiative to mention this, Bewitching was stunned at first, then smiled and said, Father, we will think of a way. The cultivation resources that so many cultivators need are not easy to get. If you need help, just say it, don't hesitate. Yujue said seriously. Father, I understand that you want to help me, but I don't want to take up the cultivation resources of the family disciples. Also, I believe that we will think of a way. Bewitching was touched. In order to help him, his father even thought of these things. Seeing that Bewitching was so certain, Yujue didn't say much. Then I hope that you can think of a good way. If there's really no way, don't think too much, just come to me directly. I definitely will. Bewitching nodded. Seeing that Yujue was about to leave, he said, Father, tell mother not to worry. I will. Watching Yujue leave, Bewitching still didn't look away. Although Lin Yunqing didn't come today, he knew very well that his mother was probably more worried about him than his father. It could be seen from how his mother almost died of depression after he went missing. As a son, he couldn't make his mother feel at ease. On the contrary, she had to worry about him. He was actually very ashamed. Actually, after you came back, mother's mood has improved a lot. In addition, father is by mother's side now, so the situation is different from before. Bailey Hongzhuang hugged Bewitching from behind, her beautiful face pressed against Bewitching's back. Mother used to be like that because she resisted everything outside, but it's different now. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's hands that were wrapped around his waist, the corners of his mouth slowly blossoming into a sunny smile. Wife, I often think that I'm really lucky. If I didn't go to the lower realm back then, I wouldn't have met you. When I think that you might be with another man, I'll definitely go crazy with anger. Pfft, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. If you don't know me, then even if I'm with another man, you won't be angry. Maybe you found another suitable woman. Looking at the deep eyes that were so close to her, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was shaken by the deep affection in his eyes. Suddenly, her lips curled into a playful and enchanting smile. So, you have to thank me properly. Without me, you would have been single for the rest of your life. Indeed. Bewitching nodded, just saying thank you is not enough. I have to show my sincerity with actions. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Before she could react, Bewitching had already carried her to the bed. Bewitching, you don't have to be so polite. That won't do. Your husband has always been very sincere. Ugh, before she could finish, her lips were already covered by his warm lips. Bewitching, my clothes, it's fine. Your husband will help you put them on later. In the next few days, Huang Futing and the others had been focused on cultivating. They did not come to find Bewitching. However, as the day of their trip to the Ao family drew closer, everyone's hearts began to waver. I told Daihaoan 3 days later, and Dijai's 5 days later. When the time comes, we just have to see when the Jun family arrives. Then, we can be sure. Bewitching's expression was serious. In fact, he hoped that his judgment was wrong. He really did not want one of the two to be a spy. Yujua nodded slightly. Can you be sure that the two of them did not exchange information? No. After they came back, they went into seclusion and did not come out. Moreover, I have already talked to the others. There won't be any problems. That's good. Now, we just have to wait and see. Yujua's eyes were deep. Even though he had already locked onto the suspicious person, he still could not figure out the reason. If it was Daihaoan, then it would be easier to explain. However, if it was Daihaoan, then it really did not make sense. However, Bewitching was even more certain that the spy was Daihaoan. The day before everyone prepared to leave for the Jun family, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching went to Huang Futing and the others' residence. Seeing Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang arrive, everyone naturally came out to welcome them. Of course, other than some cultivators who were in seclusion. Bewitching, why are you here? Huang Futing could not hide his surprise. You guys are busy people. We came to see how your progress, with a slight smile on his jade-like face. His jade-like face. Everyone's cultivation progress has been pretty good recently. Everyone is working very hard without slacking off at all. Huang Futing reported the situation seriously. There are also some extremely fast cultivators who have already broken through. That's good. Bewitching nodded. With your current situation, I'm afraid your progress will be slower without cultivation resources. What are your plans? We also thought of this, so we plan to go to the Mercenary Union to take some missions. Hearing this, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other and smiled faintly. Seeing this, Huang Futing asked with some confusion, is there a problem? No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, it's because we thought of the same thing. However, with your situation, you must be more careful when you go to the Mercenary Union. Huang Futing was very confident about this. Over the years, they had not mastered many other things, but their ability to hide was getting stronger and stronger. Since you're so confident, we're relieved. Bewitching's expression relaxed a little, and he continued, we'll be going out for a few days. I'll contact you when we're back. Huang Futing nodded. I understand. I'll look after everyone. Don't worry. Bewitching smiled and nodded. I'm relieved when you're handling things. Even though they had only known each other for a short period of time, he was already very clear about Huang Futing's ability. Leading such a large team and convincing everyone was not an easy task in itself. The fact that he could do it was already proof of his ability. Right, this is for you. Bailey Hongzhuang handed a Qianquan bag to Huang Futing. There are some pills in here that can help you break through. It should be very helpful for everyone's current situation. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that everyone had obtained a lot of medicinal herbs in the Immortal Cloud Mystery realm. Some basic medicinal herbs were no longer of much help to their current cultivation. However, to everyone who was still in the Starlight realm, it was undoubtedly very useful. Everyone had not cultivated properly for so long, nor did they have any cultivation resources. Presumably, the effects of consuming pills would be better. It was impossible for her to obtain sufficient cultivation resources for everyone, but this amount of cultivation resources was still possible. Hearing this, Huang Futing was slightly taken aback. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered that there were many pills in the Qianquan bag. Hongzhuang, thank you so much. It's simply a timely rain. Huang Futing did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to actually give him such precious things. For a moment, he was somewhat flustered. I don't even know how to thank you on behalf of everyone. Seeing Huang Futing's uncontrollable excitement, Bailey Hongzhuang was also somewhat surprised. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, Huang Fu, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just doing my best. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not know how precious all of this was to Huang Futing. Even if they were friends in the past, they wouldn't be so generous as to give away such resources. This kind of timely help was really too precious. No, this is too precious. For us. Huang Futing's expression was serious. Thank you so much. Noticing the sincerity in her clear eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile became even more sincere. We are good friends. Huang Futing nodded heavily. That's right. In the future, I won't hesitate to go through fire and water for you. When Huang Futing sent Bewitching out of the house, he told the other cultivators about this matter. He hoped that everyone could understand how precious this gift was and that it was worth protecting with their lives. Perhaps this was a piece of cake for Bailey Hongzhuang, but it was definitely not the case for them. After everyone heard this news, their expressions were no different from Huang Futing's. In fact, this level of medicinal pill was very precious. Just finding an alchemist to refine it was already a huge expense. Even if one went to a medicinal pill store to buy it, it would still be at a high price. Moreover, this amount was definitely a huge sum of money. Thank you, young Master D. Thank you, Miss Bailey. We will never forget this kindness. Perhaps it was because she had been exposed to too many schemes, slander, and ridicule, but such sincere feelings made her feel precious. Although they had only known each other for a short time, these people were very real. After Zhao Jian left that day, he did not leave Emperor Cloud City because he was waiting for news of the Radiant Sacred Assembly's encirclement of Huang Futing and the others. He did not believe that Bewitching would be so kind unless there was something wrong with his head. However, he and the others waited in Emperor Cloud City for a long time, but they did not receive any news. The next day, when they went to the courtyard house again, they found that it was empty. There was no one there at all. This made them feel extremely strange. They could not understand where these people had gone. Brother Zhao, what Bewitching said can't be true, right? Did everyone really follow him to the D family? A cultivator following Zhao Jian could not help but ask. There was a trace of regret in his heart. If what Bewitching said was true, then they had really lost a good future. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Jian's face instantly turned cold. Anyone with a brain knows that what Bewitching said can't be true. If it were you, would you do that? After being reprimanded by Zhao Jian, the man fell silent. Then where could they have gone? I always feel that we should have figured out the situation before leaving. No matter what, Bewitching has a cultivation method. Many people had already begun to regret. They should not have left with Zhao Jian at that time. At first, they were waiting to leave first and then watch everyone make a fool of themselves. but now that there was no news at all, they felt that they might have become a joke instead. Even if he has a cultivation method, he won't tell you. Zhao Jian retorted. In the next few days, you should look around Emperor Cloud City and see if you can find any traces of them. If you can't find them, then they must have been taken away by the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Listening to Zhao Jian's words, no one took it seriously. With more than 100 people, even if the Radiant Sacred Assembly wanted to take them away, they would definitely struggle. It was impossible for there to be no news at all. Thinking about it, it was more likely that everyone had followed him willingly. Right now, they still didn't know that when they met those friends again in the future, they would be completely different. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. When Xiren and the others knew that today was an important day, so they had already gathered early. There was no need to mention Ao Lingxiao. He had waited for this day for far too long. However, when the day finally arrived, his feelings were extremely complicated. On one hand, he really wanted to return to the Ao clan. However, when he thought of his family's misunderstanding of him, he understood that it would not be an easy matter to make everyone believe in him. Even so, he still wouldn't back down. He had to find a way to make everyone believe in him, even if he had to pay the price with his life. At the very least, he could not let Ao Junquang continue to be the patriarch of the Ao clan. Otherwise, it would not be long before the Ao clan would be destroyed by Ao Junquang. The Jun family wasn't a good family to begin with. Now that the Ao family was a vassal, it was fine. But, in time, the Jun family might even swallow up the Ao family. That was something he couldn't accept. That's right. I don't think that Ao Junquang is that great. He just took the initiative to distort the truth. If you explain yourself this time, I think you still have a chance. Shangguan Yingying's expression was serious. She always felt that Ao Lingxiao was too pitiful to suffer such a big loss for no reason. If he couldn't clear his name, even the heavens wouldn't be able to stand it. You'll definitely be fine. Mo Yunjue also said, we're all here. Seeing that everyone was cheering for him, Ao Lingxiao also smiled and nodded, thank you all. I also believe that I will succeed. We're all here. You don't have to worry. Bewitching slowly walked closer. He had already heard everyone's conversation from afar. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to go back. At this time, Daihaoan also appeared. Are we still not leaving? We're about to leave. Daihaoan glanced at the surrounding people. After realizing that he didn't see Zhai's, he couldn't help but ask, where's Zhai's? Zhai's is on the verge of breaking through these 2 days. He's in seclusion, so we won't disturb him. Di Xiaofeng explained. I see. However, even though everyone was gathered here, they didn't immediately leave. Not for any other reason, but because they were waiting for the news from the spies. The Ao family and the Di family used to have a very close relationship, so there was a teleportation array between them. It was actually very convenient to go back and forth. Long ago, they had already sent people to stay near the Ao family to see if there were any traces of the Jun family and the Xiao family. As the waiting time gradually became longer, many people were a little restless. However, no one said anything. After all, the young master was still here. Not long after, Di Yujue and the other elders also arrived. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more confused. Could it be that even the family head is going to the Ao family today? If that's the case, then isn't this a little too scary? Could it be that they're worried that the Jun family has an ambush, so they're doing this? The group of cultivators looked at each other as countless guesses surfaced in their minds. After seeing this scene, Daihaoan's gaze also quietly changed a little, but this strange look disappeared in the blink of an eye, and his face quickly returned to a calm expression. Not long after, a cultivator rushed over and reported the news to Bewitching. After hearing this news, Bewitching's expression suddenly changed. When he looked at Daihaoan again, his gaze had become fierce. According to the report of the spies, the Jun family's troops have already appeared in the vicinity of the Ao family, and are only waiting for us to go over. Bewitching narrowed his eyes slightly. His originally gentle black pupils had unknowingly turned gloomy and filled with a fierce murderous aura. Along with this voice, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. Only Di Xiaofeng and the others, who already knew about this plan, fixed their gazes on Daihaoan. There was no longer the gentleness and kindness from before, only coldness and murderous intent. All along, we knew that there was a spy in the family. However, we never thought that the spy would actually be you. Daihaoan. The low and hoarse voice was filled with shock, pain, and disbelief. The cold light that flashed through his eyes made people shudder. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bewitching and Daihaoan in shock. This news was too shocking. Even if they heard it clearly, they still felt that it was all an illusion. Daihaoan's expression froze for a moment. Then, he forced a smile and said, "Beichen, what did you say? How could I be a spy?" "Yes, Howen can't be a spy." The second elder quickly stood up and explained. His weathered face was full of seriousness. "What reason does he have to be a spy? I only told Howen about this 3-day agreement." "How did the Jun family and the Xiao family know?" Di Beichen's eyes were locked on Daihaoan. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "We already suspected you a long time ago. We just didn't show it because we didn't believe you would do this. This time, we decided to use this opportunity to test you. Other than you, no one knew about this beforehand. But now that the Jun family is already prepared, how can you explain this?" The low and hoarse voice was full of certainty and judgment. It didn't allow any quibbling. "Zhai's also knows." Daihaoan argued, "I can't be the only one who knows about this. How can you push everything to me? I told Zhai's that it would be the day after tomorrow, so he's still cultivating in his room." As soon as this was said, Daihaoan was slightly stunned. His mouth was open, but he couldn't say a word. This situation was really beyond his expectations. Not only Di Beichen, but Di Xiaofeng and Di Yujue also seemed to have seen through everything. Their calm and indifferent eyes made Daihaoan's body gradually turn cold. It was as if any explanation was useless. All of his tricks had been thoroughly seen through. "Master, you must understand this clearly, we can't wrongly accuse Howen of such a serious crime." The second elder looked at Di Yujue nervously. "Although I don't know what is going on, you have watched Howen grow up. Over the years, he has always done his best for the family. How could he do such a thing? It's precisely because of this that we never discovered it." Di Yujue shook his head and sighed. Even though he had already confirmed all of this, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw it with his own eyes. As Di Yujue's voice fell, the second elder's feet trembled. He took 2 steps back and almost lost his balance. "Patriarch, you, second elder, don't say anything," Di Yujue said calmly. In the next second, he turned his gaze to Daihaoan. "Howen, can you tell me why you did this?" Even though the evidence was conclusive, he still couldn't understand why Daihaoan would do this. "I'm not a spy." Daihaoan was still trying to explain. He definitely couldn't let this accusation be true. Otherwise, he would die without a burial place. Seeing that Daihaoan was still denying it at this time, Di Beichen gave Di Beichen a look. Soon, Di Xiaofeng grabbed another cultivator and brought them in front of Daihaoan. "You really won't cry until you see the coffin." Di Xiaofeng's voice was cold, and his eyes were as cold as ice. "You pretended to be in seclusion for the past 2 days, but before that, you went to the resource room and talked to this guy for a while." Daihaoan's face changed when he saw the person who came. All the blood drained from his face and he became pale and desperate. "We sent people to follow him and found that he took the opportunity to leave the purchasing team and pass the news to the Jun family. Now, he has confessed everything. Do you still want to deny it?" Di Xiaofeng looked at Daihaoan indifferently. He also couldn't believe that the good brother he had always thought of was a spy for the family. It was because of him that Beichen almost lost his life and his parents were separated for so many years. This kind of person who forgets his ancestors was too hateful. After the man saw Daihaoan, he quickly said, "Brother Howen, you must save me. I don't want to die." After everyone saw this scene, they fell into silence. If they thought that Di Beichen might have made a mistake before, now it was proven that all of this was true. It was just that this was too hard to accept. Daihaoan is a spy. This is simply unbelievable. If the young master didn't come back this time, Daihaoan would have become the young master. There is actually a reason why he came so many years ago. But Daehaeon obviously didn't leak information for a day or two. I really don't understand the reason so early. After the second elder saw the change in Daehaeon's expression, he already understood that everything Bewitching said was true. Daehaeon was his son. After so many years, he was too familiar with Daehaeon's expression. Even if he didn't say anything, he already knew the result just by looking at his guilty expression. It's really you. The second elder seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His eyes turned red, filled with disbelief and pain. Why did you do this? He asked with a sigh, but it was as if everyone could see the second elder's bleeding heart. The family has always been good to you. Faced with the second elder's question, Daehaeon's face flashed with a trace of shame and helplessness. Looking at the face in front of him that had aged in an instant, Daehaeon opened his mouth and wanted to explain something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. However, the second elder saw Daehaeon's appearance and became even angrier. He rushed forward and grabbed the latter's collar with both hands and questioned loudly, "Tell me. Why did you do this? Why?" Daehaeon let the second elder shake his body, but he kept his head down. "I have nothing to say." At this moment, everyone also understood that everything that Bewitching said was true. Daehaeon was really the murderer who had been hiding in the family. However, everyone wanted to know the reason why Daehaeon did this. The Jun family and the D family were enemies, and the D family had never mistreated Daehaeon. They really couldn't understand. What kind of benefits did the Jun family promise Daehaeon to do such a thing? I'm afraid that this reason is not simple. Mo Yunjua's eyes were as deep as black, hiding a sharp luster, but his expression was a bit transparent. If he really hated the D family that much, he would have been unable to hold back and directly stated the reason after being found out. However, he has always looked like he found it difficult to say. I think he must have struggled in his heart. I feel like Daehaeon wanted to tell us the reason, but after seeing the second elder's heartbroken expression, he swallowed his words. Could it be that there is a reason for the second elder to be even sadder than he is now? Bailey Hongzhuang had been paying attention to Daehaeon ever since Bewitching identified Daehaeon as the spy. No matter who it was, there must be a reason for doing something. But they just couldn't figure out what Daehaeon's motive was. If it was for the position of the head of the family, then Daehaeon wouldn't have set up such a big trap all those years ago, right? Most importantly, why did the Jun family choose Daehaeon at that time? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching nodded slightly. I have the same feeling. He had also been paying attention to Daehaeon's expression, so after discovering this, he felt very strange. Since Daehaeon is a spy, then could the second elder be a spy as well? After confirming Daehaeon's identity as a spy, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to the second elder. Daehaeon was the second elder's son. They didn't believe that the second elder was completely unaware. No matter how much pain the second elder showed, they still didn't believe it. I think it's very possible. At that time, Daehaeon was so young. How could he be a spy? Unless it was the second elder who ordered it. Usually, the second elder is always busy working for the family, and he doesn't care at all. Could it be that all this is a disguise? At this moment, everyone was confused. Speaking of which, the second elder seemed to have the least ambition for the family among all the elders. This was because the second elder had no interest in these power struggles. He had always been helping the family take care of all kinds of chores. These seemed to be small matters, but in fact, they were all very useful to the family. However, reality told them that the second elder was the possible spy. This completely overturned their understanding of the family. Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted to him, the second elder was stunned. Then, his face turned pale. He quickly explained, "It's not what you think. I'm not." However, the second elder's words were weak as he spoke. He felt that his explanation was ridiculous. Daehaeon's identity was confirmed, and there was no room for quibbling. But as the father, he didn't know. No one would believe him. After seeing that everyone began to suspect the second elder, Daehaeon couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly said, "I'm the only one. It has nothing to do with my father. Don't wrongly accuse him." However, seeing Daehaeon defended the second elder was a spy to be a spy. He was a spy himself, so how could anyone believe his words? Master, I really didn't know about this. The second elder looked at Dyujue dejectedly. Daihaowen's incident seemed to be a huge blow to him. He didn't know what to say. However, as Haowen's father, I also have a lot of responsibility for what he did. So, I won't have any complaints if the family head decides to punish him. The second elder straightened his back and looked determined. However, when he looked at Daihaowen, his eyes were still filled with pain. I've always taught you that the family is our root. Even if I'm going to die, at least let me rest in peace. The second elder looked at Daihaowen with burning eyes. He couldn't understand why the child he had watched grow up, the child he had always been proud of, would do such a treacherous thing. Facing the second elder's gaze, Daihaowen felt even more ashamed. His eyes were slightly red, but he seemed to have something he couldn't say. Father, it's all my fault. Just pretend you never had a son like me. It's not worth being sad. Daihaowen's eyes overflowed with tears. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Dyujue. Master, this is all my fault, but my father really didn't know. Over the years, he has done so many things for the family. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard. No matter how you punish me, I hope you won't implicate my father. He really didn't do anything to let the family down. Daihaowen breathed heavily. He gritted his teeth and said every word. He forced the tears from the corners of his eyes to stop them from falling. This man who usually took care of everything showed such a miserable and painful look for the first time in front of everyone. His eyes were unprecedentedly heavy. It was as if there was a mountain that no one could understand pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. But even in the end, he still wanted to protect the only person he cared about. Facing Daihaowen like this, the second elder couldn't control his emotions. In his opinion, Daihaowen had always been a very filial child. He was very sensible and had never made him sad. Even when he was accused, Daihaowen didn't explain anything. But now, he stood up for him. But it was because of this that the second elder was even sadder. I don't need you to speak for me, the second elder roared. If you don't want me to be sad, you shouldn't have done such a thing. In the next moment, the second elder turned and knelt down in front of Dyujue. Master, everything is my fault. I didn't educate Haowen well, so he took such a detour. I only have one son, Haowen. I beg you, let me take the punishment for him. You can kill me or cut me up, but can you drive him out of the family and let him live on account of what I've done for the family all these years? Dyujue looked at the second elder and Daihaowen in front of him. His expression was extremely complicated. Master, I beg you. The second elder's head hit the ground. Patriarch, please punish me. It really has nothing to do with my father. 2. Father. Daihaowen couldn't hold back his tears anymore. He never thought that his father would do this for him. I'm not worthy of you doing this for me. I'm not worthy. Daihaowen kowtowed. It's my fault. Let me take the blame. I beg you, don't do this. You'd rather let me die. Second elder, get up first. Dyujue couldn't stand it anymore. I believe you. You won't do anything that will harm the family's interests. Master, are you willing to let Haowen live? Dyujue did not reply to the second elder's pleading gaze. He understood that the second elder was willing to sacrifice everything for his son. However, because of the spy, Bewitching had to lead a wandering life for many years, and Xianxia almost died of depression. He could not forgive all of this. Even if he knew that the Jun family was the culprit, he still could not let the spy go. Second elder, you must know how serious this situation is. Get up first. At least we need to know why Haowen did this. Dyujue could not bear to see the second elder like this. All these years, the second elder had been doing his best for the Jun family. Jun Linyuan had always seen this. Among all the elders, the second elder's cultivation was not outstanding. This was because he put more energy into taking care of the Jun family's chores. These chores did not seem like much, but they consumed a lot of energy and time. The second elder had never complained. He did not want to believe that the second elder's son was a spy. It was a pity. Hearing Dyujue's words, the second elder's face turned pale. He knew that everything Dujua said was true. This matter was indeed too serious. Even he had been thinking that if he could find the spy, he would definitely tear the spy into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. However, he never thought that this person would actually be his own son. Master, you are right. The second elder nodded. His actions just now were too difficult for the master. Helen, if you still care about our relationship as father and son, you should tell me the real reason. Otherwise, I can only die here with you. The wound on his forehead was a ghastly sight. Blood flowed down from the wound, contrasting with his pale face. It made one's heart tremble. Looking at the second elder like this, Daehaeon's face showed a trace of hesitation and struggle. If that's the case, then I will die as an apology. It's better than seeing my son die. Seeing that Daehaeon was still unwilling to speak, the second elder was also very desperate. He really didn't understand what kind of bewitching potion the Jun family gave Haeun. Even now, Haeun was still so stubborn. After realizing that the second elder was prepared to die to atone for his sins, Daehaeon hurriedly shouted, "No. I'll talk. I'll say it." Hearing this, second elder stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Daehaeon. Almost everyone's eyes fell on Daehaeon. They were very curious. What kind of benefits did the Jun family promise Daehaeon? Dujua sighed as he looked at the second elder. He also understood that the second elder wanted to use this method to force Daehaeon to reveal everything. Daehaeon, speak. Dujua said coldly. Daehaeon was silent for a moment. He looked deeply at the second elder. A touch of deep pain appeared on his face. His black eyes were full of sorrow. His deep voice was full of helplessness. Actually, I am not the second elder's son. It seemed that Daehaeon used up all his strength to say this sentence. The moment he said it, he seemed to have lost his last trace of strength. He slumped to the ground as if he had lost all his vitality. After hearing the news, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was really too shocking. She had thought that maybe Daehaeon was coveting the position of the head of the family, but because he was good at hiding, no one had found out. Maybe the second elder was also a spy, and his daily efforts for the family were all just a disguise. However, she had never thought that Daehaeon wasn't a member of the D family. This news. It simply subverted her understanding. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but almost everyone present had the same expression. Daehaeon had been growing up in the D family all these years. How could he not be a member of the D family? Dujua and the other elders looked at the painful and desperate face at the moment, and didn't know what to say for a moment. This news made them speechless. The second elder opened his eyes wide, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. He said angrily, Daehaeon, what nonsense are you talking about? For so many years, I raised you with my own hands. How could you not be my son? Looking at the familiar face, Daehaeon couldn't help but cry. I also wish I was really your son. Daehaeon's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but cry. Do you know how painful it was for me to watch you teach me and care for me all these years? I wish you didn't treat me so well. You're so old, and your health is not good, but you still leave all the good things to me. Do you know how much I hate myself every time I hear you say that it's enough as long as I see you well? I hate that I'm not your son, I hate that I'm incompetent, I hate that I'm useless, I hate that I can't be hard-hearted, but I don't have a choice. Daehaeon slammed his hands on the ground. Blood mixed with the mud stood on his broken hands, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Because the struggle and pain in his heart were far more painful than the pain in his hands. All these years, he had been surrounded by this kind of guilt and self-blame. In the dead of the night, it made him want to go crazy. Even though he had been discovered, he didn't feel too bad about it. Perhaps this was a form of release for him, allowing him to stop struggling and suffering like this. For so many years, the thing he couldn't face the most was saying such words to his father. Looking at Daehaeon's painful struggle and even hysterical appearance, the second elder stood there in a daze. Even if he still couldn't understand why this happened, he already knew that Daehaeon really wasn't his child. If that wasn't the case, Daehaeon wouldn't have said such words. If you are not my son, then where is my son? The second elder stared at Daehaeon, his reddened eyes filled with nervousness and despair. At this moment, everyone felt extremely conflicted. In fact, there was no need to ask such a question. Everyone had already guessed the answer. It was just that the second elder wasn't willing to give up that slim chance of survival. Daehaeon only looked at the second elder with a complicated expression and didn't say anything. How could this be? The second elder was like a puppet that had lost its soul. He muttered to himself as tears flowed out uncontrollably. This was the first time that the usually smiling second elder had shown such a vulnerable and pained expression in front of everyone. How could this be? His wife had died during childbirth, leaving behind her only child. Since then, he had placed all his hopes on Daehaeon. However, he had never thought that the child he had raised was not his own son. How could he accept this? Second elder. Looking at the second elder's bloodshot eyes, the first elder hurried to his side and said anxiously with concern, "Second elder, you must hold on." At this moment, no one doubted that the second elder was a spy. On the contrary, he was probably the one who had been hurt the most in this entire matter. Although Bewitching had been wandering outside for years, at least he had returned safely. However, the second elder's child was not so lucky. It turned out that all of this had been arranged by the Jun family. No wonder Daehaeon had done this, he was not a member of the D family. The Jun family is too hateful. They even dared to do such a thing. The great elder's face was full of anger. The pain of losing a child could not be expressed in words. Even if this had not happened to him, he still found it difficult to accept, let alone the second elder. The Jun family is worse than beasts. Bewitching's eyes were as cold as ice. This is indeed a trap that no one would have thought of. Not only did they lay their hands on our family's child, but they also used their own family's child. They are truly despicable. If I don't completely eradicate the Jun family, then I am not Dyujue. Dyujue suddenly said. His cold words exuded an endless murderous aura. A terrible pressure was released, and his handsome face was frighteningly gloomy. Over the years, the Jun family had schemed against them for too long. Even if the two sides often met with weapons, he never thought that the Jun family's methods would be so despicable that they would even use a child. He didn't care about other things, but he couldn't ignore this kind of thing. If Bewitching had not been lucky enough to meet Situyen, he would have lost his life as well. Since the Jun family had already gone this far, wouldn't he be a coward if he didn't teach the Jun family a lesson? Looking at the murderous look on Dyujue's face, the D family also shared a common enemy. If such an opponent was not eliminated as soon as possible, no one knew what would happen in the future. When Daehaeon saw that the second elder was on the verge of breaking down, he felt a wave of pain in his heart. He didn't want to say anything because he didn't want to see the second elder in such pain. Even if he died, perhaps the second elder would not feel so bad. Sometimes, it was not a bad thing to be kept in the dark. "Father, you must take care of yourself. Don't call me father." The second elder's bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred. He had actually raised the child of his enemy for so many years. When he thought of his own son, he felt that he was not even worthy of death. If he couldn't avenge his son, then how could he face the child and his mother in the afterlife? The Jun family has indeed gone too far. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. She didn't know what to say in the face of such a situation. Daehaeon's actions had undoubtedly touched her, but she couldn't bring herself to criticize him. Daehaeon had indeed gone too far, but in reality, he was also a pitiful guy. He was placed in the D family at such a young age, and faced with the second elder's kindness over the years, he must have been struggling in his heart. She could see that Daehaeon really cared about the second elder. For more than 20 years, he had been living under the care and concern of the second elder. That fatherly love was not fake. Fortunately, at least he still had a conscience and didn't want to hurt the second elder. Unfortunately, this reality was far too cruel for the second elder, and no one would be able to accept it. "Head elder, help the second elder back to rest," Dyujue said. "No, I also want to know what is going on." The second elder refused immediately. If he didn't know what was going on, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. However, after Dyujue looked at Daehaeon's situation, he said, "Second elder, if you stay here, he won't be able to answer. Don't worry, we will tell you the whole story after we get the answers. You should rest well. Anger will harm your body. You have to live well and wait for us to avenge the real Daehaeon." Hearing this, the second elder looked at Dyujua's determined and serious expression, and nodded, okay. After the head elder helped the second elder leave, Bailey Hongzhuang sent someone to inform Wu Weiming. The second elder had suffered such a huge blow. And it was inevitable that something would happen. It was better to let Wu Weiming take a look. Dyujua didn't interrogate Daihaoan in front of everyone. Instead, he sent someone to take Daihaoan to the meeting hall. He wanted to figure out how the Jun family had set up such a trap. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also planned to go to the Jun residence today. However, they didn't expect to be involved in such a big matter. They still had to figure out everything before setting off. Ling Xiao, I finally understand now. This Jun family is simply insane. Previously, I thought that Ao Jun Kuang's actions were too incomprehensible, but thinking about the Jun family scheme, I felt that everything was understandable. The Jun family was most likely the one who came up with this idea. Wen Ziren was secretly speechless. These people from the Jun family must have a dark heart to do such a thing. These were things that were completely unacceptable to them. However, for the Jun family, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Ao Lingxiao's expression darkened. In fact, when Daihaoan spoke earlier, he felt the same way as the second elder. Because, when he was threatened and put on such a big hat, he was also shocked and in disbelief. He saw with his own eyes that his own elder brother had killed his parents, and then framed it all on his own head. That kind of pain was simply indescribable. The scene just now made him feel as if he had returned to the beginning. That kind of feeling was so oppressive that it almost made him collapse. Mo Yunjue didn't know how long he would stay in the D family, but he knew that Hong Zhuang would always be there. He didn't want Hong Zhuang to be in this kind of trap in the future. This kind of person must be completely eliminated. Only by completely eliminating the Jun family could they be at ease. After being discovered, Daihaoan didn't plan to hide it anymore. In fact, facing the elders in front of him, he was also full of guilt. These elders had always taken care of him when he was growing up and treated him like family. In fact, all these years, he had thought that he might as well treat himself as the real Daihaoan. This was because compared to what the D family had done to him, the Jun family was clearly his family. However, they had never made him feel as warm as the D family. He had also thought of leaving, but in the end, he was still greedy for the warmth here. After understanding everything, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that when the second elder's wife was giving birth, the Jun family had already bribed the midwife and swapped the two children. Daihaoan was the son of the fourth elder of the Jun family. However, his mother's status was low and wasn't valued. Therefore, he was planted as a spy in the D family. When the Jun family first contacted Daihaoan, he didn't believe it at all. However, when he saw his mother and noticed the face that was extremely similar to his own, he finally understood. Everything he had didn't belong to him at all, but to someone else. At that time, he was very conflicted and didn't want to do anything. However, his mother was controlled by the Jun family. If he didn't do as the Jun family ordered, his mother's life would be in danger. He couldn't just watch the woman who had watched him cry silently die. Therefore, he could only choose to accept everything. However, the process still made him feel extremely painful. In the dead of night, he also broke down, but he had to grit his teeth and persevere. Jun Hongqing is really cruel. That fourth elder is also a good-for-nothing. He even used his own son. The seventh elder couldn't help but curse out loud. Just listening to this kind of thing was already unbearable for him. How could the Jun family do something like this? The Jun family has been suppressed by our family for many years. They must have been unable to think of a way to deal with us. That's why they've done something worse than a beast. However, I have to say that we really weren't prepared for this. The eighth elder shook his head and sighed. If the young lord didn't come back this time, once the position of young lord was handed over to Haoan, wouldn't it mean that we would have to surrender the family to someone else? As the eighth elder's voice fell, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, the Jun family's scheme had almost succeeded. This was simply taking everything from the D family without using a single soldier. Everyone couldn't help but look at Bewitching. They were really lucky. Otherwise, they would have been finished. Father, since we already know everything, let's go to the Ao family. Bewitching's face was serious and serious. The Jun family was so despicable. They must be taught a lesson, since the Jun family had already ambushed them in the Ao family, they would go there and see who was more skilled. A trace of viciousness appeared in Yujua's eyes. Jun Hongqing almost caused him to lose his family. He would make Jun Hongqing pay back this debt 1,000 times over. Almost everyone could feel Yujua's surging killing intent. All these years, the D family had never directly confronted the Jun family because they had many scruples. One of the most important reasons was that the D family's inheritance still needed the Jun family's token. But now, the Jun family's actions were getting more and more excessive. They could not tolerate it anymore. At the very least, they had to collect the interest first. Not only Yujue, but everyone present was filled with anger at this moment. If they did not make the Jun family pay the price, the anger in their hearts would not be quelled. Bewitching nodded slightly. He also understood that his father had made up his mind to take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Jun family. Even if the two sides would inevitably suffer great losses, his father still decided to make a move. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were teleported to the vicinity of the Ao family, they were keenly aware that someone was staring at them. However, everyone pretended to be unaware and walked forward. Ao Lingxiao looked at everything in front of him that was both familiar and strange. His expression was extremely complicated. In the beginning, everything here felt familiar and close to him. Now that he was back here again, he was afraid of returning home. Thinking about what would happen later, he could not help but worry. If the people in the family did not believe him, then what should he do? After all, so many years had passed. Ao Zhengquang must have already bought the people's hearts. It would not be easy to salvage everything. Everyone also noticed Ao Lingxiao's nervous expression. They could not help but comfort him. Lingxiao, don't worry too much. We are still here. You only need to say what is in your heart. I believe that the people in your family will understand. Who is right and who is wrong, they will have a conclusion in their hearts. Bewitching said slowly. His eyes were full of trust. Lingxiao, when you became the young master of the family, I believe that even if you were crowned with such a title, many people in the Ao family still had doubts in their hearts. It was just that things happened so suddenly that they didn't have time to think about it. If you go back now, the situation might be different. Bailey Hongzhuang looked serious. After experiencing Daihaowen's incident, she understood that people actually valued relationships. Even though Daihaowen's case had such a great impact on the D family and could be said to be an unforgivable evil existence, after understanding Daihaowen's suffering, they couldn't help but feel compassion for him. Even to an outsider, Ao Lingxiao was a member of the Ao clan. Those elders who watched Ao Lingxiao grow up would definitely be moved too. Thank you. Ao Lingxiao's lips curled into a smile. I know you're all worried about me. Since I've come here, I'm prepared to fight with my back to the river. Even if the clansmen don't believe me, I will accept it. But at least I can't let the Ao clan fall into Ao Zhengquang's hands. Even if I have to drag him down to hell with me, I am willing. There were so many elders in the family who were wholeheartedly for the good of the family. Even if they all fell together, the Ao clan would still be passed on. At least, it was much better than the Ao clan being annexed by the Jun family. Seeing that Ao Lingxiao was prepared, Bewitching and the others looked at each other. Although they didn't think that the situation would be that bad, since Ao Lingxiao had thought of the worst-case scenario, it might not be a bad thing. Lingxiao, the situation won't be that bad. Ao Zhengquang will definitely go to hell, but you won't. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a confident and sunny smile. She believed that the elders of the Ao family couldn't be so blind. That's right. Bewitching nodded with a smile. No matter how bad the situation is, it won't be a problem to protect you. Under Ao Lingxiao's lead, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others approached the Ao clan. When they arrived at the entrance of the Ao clan, they stopped. Ao Lingxiao was obviously very familiar with the way in. He didn't need to report anything and directly opened the camouflage in front of him. I didn't expect that after so many years, this place hasn't changed at all. Seeing that the camouflage was opened so easily, Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but sigh. The Ao clan was like this in the past. Although the way in hadn't changed, everything had changed. The others didn't find this strange. Usually, a clan's array was very difficult to set up. If it wasn't necessary, the clan wouldn't easily change it. Moreover, Ao Lingxiao was forced to leave the clan alone. The Ao clan didn't need to be afraid and naturally didn't need to change it. As the group walked into the territory of the Ao clan, the cultivators of the Ao clan immediately noticed their appearance. In fact, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived, they found that Ao Zhengquang and the cultivators of the Ao clan were already prepared and waiting for them. Looking around, almost all the cultivators of the Ao clan were gathered here. Just the lineup alone was very shocking. Ao Lingxiao, you really have the guts to come back. Seeing that Ao Lingxiao appeared, Ao Zhengquang's eyes flashed a trace of a proud smile. He was relieved. Previously, he heard from Jun Lingxuan that Ao Lingxiao and the others would definitely come today. He was originally worried that the news might be wrong, but now it seemed that he was overly worried. He didn't expect everything to be so accurate. Ao Lingxiao and the others really arrived today. When the people of the Ao clan saw Ao Lingxiao, their faces were filled with shock and confusion. Ever since Ao Lingxiao disappeared, they thought they would never see him again. It wasn't until the Immortal Cloud's secret realm that they heard the news of Ao Lingxiao's return. However, they didn't expect that Ao Lingxiao would return again. This traitor actually has the guts to come back. He should have died a long time ago for doing something worse than a beast. Old Master and Madam treated him so well, but I didn't expect him to be so greedy. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. This time, he brought the D family with him. Could it be that he wants to take back the position of the head of the family? The disciples of the Ao clan all looked at Ao Lingxiao with cold gazes. Originally, they were filled with respect for Ao Lingxiao, but now, they only felt that this fellow was too despicable and detestable to the extreme. A trace of sadness flashed in Ao Lingxiao's eyes as he listened to everyone's misunderstanding and criticism. Back then, when he was forced to leave his family, he was in a similar situation. Ao Zhengquang's eyes were cold, and his tone was full of righteousness. I will personally execute you, you bastard, to comfort my parents in heaven. Looking at Ao Zhengquang's fake righteousness, Ao Lingxiao's eyebrows were full of ridicule and disgust. Ao Zhengquang, at that time, you relied on your own good acting ability to deceive everyone, let me have no way to defend myself. This time, I won't let you pour dirty water on my head like before. Hearing this, Ao Zhengquang sneered, it's been so long. Everyone saw everything clearly. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to quibble now? Then, Ao Zhengquang looked at the elders behind him, asked the elders, do you think anyone will believe you? Ao Lingxiao's gaze turned to the elders. These elders were all very familiar to him. At that time, these elders watched him grow up. Once, the elders looked at him with eyes full of love and kindness, but now there was only strangeness and pain. When the various elders saw Ao Lingxiao again, their feelings were also complicated to the extreme. Lingxiao, I really didn't expect you to do such a thing. The first elder shook his head and sighed. When he first heard the news, he couldn't believe it either. He had been watching Ao Lingxiao grow up. He had seen all his performance over the years. He had always thought that Ao Lingxiao was honest, but he had never thought that his heart was so terrible. The old master was so good to you. No matter what you wanted, as long as you said it, the old master would find a way to satisfy you. However, you used such a method. Alas. Second elder also had a pained expression on his face. Originally, their clan was so harmonious. However, such a situation happened, which was really beyond all their expectations. If it wasn't for such a big thing, the family wouldn't have become like this. What's the point of talking nonsense with such a guy? It's just a waste of our feelings. The third elder's eyes were full of disgust and hatred. He hated that he couldn't kill Ao Lingxiao directly. Listening to the elders who used to love him so much, Ao Lingxiao's mood couldn't help but become agitated. First elder, it's not like this at all. I was wronged. Wronged? The first elder frowned. However, Ao Zhengquang didn't give Ao Lingxiao a chance to explain. He immediately shouted, men, arrest Ao Lingxiao and punish him according to the family rules. As soon as the words came out, the cultivators of the Ao family immediately stood up, not giving Ao Lingxiao a chance to escape. Seeing that the crowd wanted to arrest Ao Lingxiao, Bewitching, and the others stepped forward and blocked Xianxia's side. Their meaning was obvious. They wouldn't let anyone who dared to touch Xiao. The guards of the Ao clan who were about to forcefully grab Xiao also stopped. They didn't know what to do for a while. Let's not care about them, take Xiao. Ao Zhengquang did not care about this. He had already fallen out with the D family, and he was relying on the Jun family. As for his relationship with the family, he didn't care, plus, he had enough trump cards. There was nothing to be afraid of. Seeing Ao Junquang's actions, Ao Lingzhao's gaze became even colder. He knew very well that Ao Junquang didn't want to give him any chance to explain himself. However, he wouldn't let Ao Junquang have his way. Elders, since I'm here, even if you want to catch me, you don't have to be in a hurry. Before that, can you listen to my explanation? Ao Lingzhao looked at the elders earnestly. He didn't care about Ao Zhengquang at all. What he cared about was the opinions of his family members. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other. The great elder said in a deep voice, "Since you want to explain, I'll give you a chance." Everything had happened so suddenly that they didn't even have time to think about it. However, the result had been too shocking. Coupled with Ao Lingzhao's nervous and wooden expression, no one doubted it in the slightest. Even if everyone had already determined the result, since Ao Lingzhao took the initiative to return to the family and asked for a chance to explain, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Compared to everyone's calmness, Ao Zhengquang couldn't help but show a trace of anxiety. He didn't want to give Ao Lingzhao any chance to explain. If Ao Lingzhao took advantage of this opportunity to turn things around, it would be the worst. However, until now, he hadn't seen Jun Lingxuan and the others come. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Logically speaking, Jun Lingxuan should have known that Di Beichen and the others had arrived. Why hadn't they appeared yet? Now that things had come to this point, he didn't want any more unforeseen events to occur. Thinking of this, Ao Zhengquang immediately winked at the third elder. The third elder immediately understood and his cold voice rang out. Great elder, why listen to his explanation? He couldn't explain at the beginning. Now that so much time has passed, even if it's a lie, it's already smooth. What's the point of listening? Following the third elder's words, many of the elders who had been bribed by Ao Zhengquang also agreed. Yes, it's meaningless to listen to this now. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, I'm afraid these guys have been bribed by Ao Zhengquang. It's good to see them stand out one by one now. Remember who they are. When the time comes, these guys can't be put in important positions. Di Beichen's eyes were calm, and his expression was extremely relaxed. Ao Zhengquang has been the patriarch for so many years, there must be someone who is dead set on following him. The Jun family wouldn't have chosen to support him if he didn't have the means to do so. After Di Beichen's voice fell, the originally tense situation inexplicably felt a little funny. So, was this considered as using Ao Lingzhao's hand to eliminate the dissidents? Ao Lingzhao was still nervous. He didn't pay attention to the other elders. His gaze was fixed on the first elder and second elder. He knew very well that these two elders had always been fair and impartial. Even if Ao Zhengquang became the patriarch, he believed that the two elders would not change their standards. It was precisely because of this that these two elders were highly respected in the family. Great elder, I was really wronged. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have come back today. That's not necessarily true. Ao Zhengquang sneered, aren't you just greedy for the patriarch's position? Back then, it was also because of this that he had done something that angered both men and gods. Ao Zhengquang, stop spouting venomous slander. Ao Lingzhao angrily cursed, all of this is just you framing me. As Ao Lingzhao's voice fell, everyone's expression changed slightly. Many people didn't expect Ao Lingzhao to say such words. This is just your sophistry. There is no evidence at all. It's just a joke. Ao Zhengquang snorted coldly, come. Catch him now and punish him according to his family law. Wait. The great elder suddenly said, since Ao Lingzhao is back, let's listen to him clearly. Whether he did it or not, we want a reason. Great elder. Patriarch, Lingzhao is still your younger brother. I believe you want to know the reason behind all this. The great elder directly blocked Ao Zhengquang's words and didn't give him a chance to speak again. Seeing this, Ao Zhengquang's face was a little ugly. Even if he had become the master, the great elder was the most respected existence in the family. He couldn't ignore his thoughts. What's more, if he was too obvious, it would also arouse suspicion. Now, you can speak. The great elder said slowly. Ao Lingxiao glanced at the crowd and said, I didn't explain at that time. I said that everything was Ao Zhengquang's doing. He just framed everything on me, that's all. Although my explanation was a little weak compared to what he said, it was because he had planned for a long time and I was in shock that such a situation happened. Father gave me the position of the master. What reason do I have to do this, the position of the master? Ao Lingxiao asked and answered his own question, if it was for this, I didn't need to do this at all. On the contrary, such a name will only hinder my future. It's not worth it. But Ao Zhengquang is different. Father and mother are dead, and I am wronged. The only one who benefits is him. Ao Lingxiao pointed his right hand at Ao Zhengquang. His loud voice was like a warning bell in everyone's heart. Ao Zhengquang's face changed when he heard this accusation. He had already guessed that Ao Lingxiao would ask all these questions. After all, Bewitching and the others had already rendered him speechless when they were on the flying artifact to the immortal cloud secret realm. In fact, until now, he still couldn't find a better explanation for these words. Ao Zhengquang could not help but feel anxious. He did not understand why Jun Lingxuan had not appeared yet. If he let the situation continue to develop, it would not benefit him at all. He couldn't let everyone's trust in him waver. He had spent many years accumulating this trust. If they were defeated just like that, it would be really troublesome in the future. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. He did such a thing with such thoughts in mind. If I hadn't happened to run into him, his plan would have succeeded. No one would believe me. He's standing on the side of justice. Ao Zhengquang's voice rang out. He looked at Ao Lingxiao with a burning gaze, his voice as cold as ice. Don't think that you can change everything just because you've turned the spearhead to me. Everyone knows this very well. Looking at Ao Zhengquang, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also understood why Ao Lingxiao had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even fight back. At least, in terms of acting, he was no match for Ao Zhengquang. If they didn't know the truth, they would have chosen to stand on Ao Zhengquang's side after seeing his expression. This man was very shrewd. Thinking about it, he must have spent a lot of effort to achieve this. He must have used all his strength to practice this expression every day. It was because of this that he was able to disguise himself impeccably. He made people choose to believe him when there were many doubtful points. This method was really amazing. Now, he was using the same trick again. I finally understand why Ling Xiao was defeated by him previously. It's really hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Shang Guaninging couldn't help but sigh. She had always thought that Ao Ling Xiao was too slow and didn't know how to explain things. Now, it seemed that even if she was in his shoes, the situation wouldn't be any better. After seeing Ao Zhengquang's expression, the people who had been doubting him calmed down again. Ao Ling Xiao naturally noticed this as well, and his brows knitted together again. Back then, he was also forced to be speechless by Ao Zhengquang's acting skills in front of everyone. Even now, this guy's ability to disguise was still so powerful. Everything he said paled in comparison to this perfect performance. In the next moment, a touch of determination and madness appeared in Ao Ling Xiao's eyes. He suddenly raised his head and said in a heavy and powerful voice, "Elders, I can give up everything in my family. I am even willing to give up my life. I only want to avenge my parents and prove my innocence. I am willing to cut my throat on the spot, but I only hope that you can believe me. No matter what, I can't let this bastard who killed his parents get away with it, otherwise, even if I go to hell, I can't face my parents." As Ao Ling Xiao's voice fell, the thousands of people gathered in the field suddenly quieted down. All the noise disappeared at this moment. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the crazy and serious face in disbelief. They never thought that Ao Ling Xiao would make such a choice. Using death to prove his innocence, he wanted to use death to prove his innocence. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The great elder looked at Ao Ling Xiao in shock. If he still believed in Ao Zhengquang before, then at this moment, his thoughts began to change. If all of this was really done by Ao Ling Xiao, then since he had escaped, there was no need for him to use death to prove his innocence. The only reason he did this was to prove his innocence and not let everyone be played by Ao Zhengquang. Isn't this action of the second young master a little too shocking? I think he doesn't look like he's acting. Using death to prove his sincerity, what kind of determination and conviction is this? I think what he said might be true. Lower your voice. You can't talk about this kind of thing carelessly. We still don't know. Maybe the second young master wants to use this method to make us believe in him. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but worry when they heard Ao Lingxiao's words. This was actually the worst decision they could think of, but they didn't expect Ao Lingxiao to say it so directly. However, in the current situation, if he wanted the elders to be willing to believe him, he was afraid that this was the only way for them to change their views. Master, I feel that it won't be easy to make a comeback in this situation. Xiao He frowned. There was no evidence of the matter at that time. It was completely based on who said it more realistically. However, Ao Zhengquang's acting skills are really good. If there was evidence, then this guy wouldn't be so arrogant. This matter happened many years ago. No matter how you look at it, Ao Lingxiao is at a disadvantage. Xiao Bai couldn't help but worry. This kind of situation really made people feel uneasy. When Ao Zhengquang heard Jun Lingxuan say such words, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Then, he found that the elders' gazes towards Ao Lingxiao began to change. It was obvious that some of them were beginning to believe his words. This wasn't the situation he wanted to see. If everyone was really persuaded by Ao Lingxiao, then he would be finished. Thinking back to the time when the elders believed in Ao Lingxiao, he absolutely didn't want to see that scene again. When the third elder saw this, he couldn't help but look at Ao Zhengquang. Ao Lingxiao had already said this, so it was really difficult for him to continue. I didn't expect the Ao family to be so lively today. Even the D family has come. At this time, a clear voice came from afar. It was 30% joking and 70% casual. Hearing this familiar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew that Jun Lingxuan had arrived. When Ao Zhengquang saw Jun Lingxuan appear, it was as if he had seen his savior. He was relieved and felt a lot more at ease. As long as Jun Lingxuan was here, this conflict could be turned into a conflict between the D family and the Jun family. It would be easy to stop Ao Lingxiao from continuing. In their line of sight, they saw Jun Lingxuan slowly walking over with Xiao Shou beside him. The two of them were like a golden couple, attracting everyone's attention. The elders of the Ao family frowned when they saw that Jun Lingxuan and Yi Shiwen had also appeared. The situation was already very complicated. Now, the Jun family and the Xiao family had joined in as well. In other words, the current situation was completely out of their control. The initiative had already fallen into the hands of others. This wasn't good news for them. From the moment Xiao Shou appeared, her gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. A bone-deep hatred and murderous intent quietly bloomed. It was all because of this damned woman. She had taken away the position of the holy maiden that she cared about the most. Even though it had been some time since that day, she still felt as if she was still in the same place. That humiliation had always surrounded her, making her feel uncomfortable. Now, just by feeling everyone's gaze, she recalled the scene from that day. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she had lost all her face. Today, she must make Bailey Hongzhuang kowtow in front of her and beg for mercy. Then, she would give her a fatal blow. She wanted this woman to know the price of offending her. Jun Lingxuan, why are you here? Debachen's face turned gloomy. His eyes flashed with surprise, revealing his inner turmoil. Noticing this, Jun Lingxuan's eyes became more complacent. What? Only you are allowed to come, and I am not allowed to come? You know, we are allies with the Ao family. On the contrary, you are here to find trouble. If we are not here to help, wouldn't the Ao family be bullied by you for no reason? Ao Zhengquang saw this and his face also showed a look of relief. Yes, your D family is a big family. Today, you are coming aggressively. If not for young Master Jun and Miss Zhao's help, I'm afraid I can't stop you at all. Speaking of which, today is really a coincidence. We were just thinking of going to the Ao family and bumped into you. Jun Lingsun's lips curled up as he asked with a smile, Di Beichen, are you surprised? He was very proud when he knew that Di Beichen and the others were nearby. It seemed that the information they received was indeed correct. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they could finally catch Di Beichen and the others in one fell swoop. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Listening to Jun Lingxuan's words, Di Beichen sneered. You are always like a ghost. I have long been used to it. Seeing that Di Beichen pretended to be calm, Jun Lingxuan said disdainfully, Di Beichen, don't pretend. I can imagine your current mood. If you want to imagine, then imagine. Anyway, you have a rich imagination. These words sounded neither salty nor light, but in Jun Lingxuan's ears, no matter how he heard them, they didn't sound right. Was he mocking him? Di Beichen, how come he has a rich imagination? Shang Guanying couldn't help but ask. Every day, you rely on your imagination to defeat me. Isn't that a rich imagination? Shang Guanying laughed without giving him any face. This joke was really interesting. Jun Lingxuan's face instantly turned livid, but then he heard Bailey Hongshuang say, so, Xiaosuo's imagination is quite rich. No wonder they are called a match made in heaven. The cultivators of the AO clan looked at each other. Was this how a match made in heaven should be used? Xiaosuo's unfriendly expression became even more sinister, and her eyes were as deep as water. Bailey Hongshuang, don't think that you're so great just because you've become the holy maiden of light. I remember when you thought you were the saintess of the light, you always acted like you were something. Bailey Hongshuang told the truth with an innocent expression. You. Xiaosuo's face was filled with anger. Her livid face had already swelled to the color of pig liver. Even her ears had begun to fill with blood. However, she suddenly relaxed. You can be arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. This time, the clan had already sent out their forces. Whether it was Bailey Hongshuang or Di Beichen, it was impossible for them to leave alive. Moreover, these people who had helped Bailey Hongshuang to belittle him would all die here this time. Then you'll have to watch carefully. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. In the next second, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang looked at each other. They also understood why Xiaosuo was able to restrain her anger. Obviously, she was waiting to deal with them later. On the contrary, they were also looking forward to the confrontation with the Jun family. After so many years of grudges, although there was often friction between the disciples of both sides had never really gone to war. However, this time, no matter if it was the other side or them, they all came with the intention of killing each other. Jun Lingxuan, let's put aside the personal grudges between us for now. What we need to solve now is the matter of the AO family. Let's not disturb each other, okay? Di Beichen stared at Jun Lingxuan with his deep black eyes. Even if there would be an unavoidable battle between them later, the more important goal today was to help AO Lingxiao clear his name. When he agreed to come with AO Lingxiao, it was to give him the confidence to explain everything that had happened. If he used this as an opportunity to catch the spy and fight with the Jun family, it would be too inappropriate. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan was very indifferent. He didn't care about the grudges of the AO family at all. He didn't believe that AO Lingxiao could change everyone's opinion. Moreover, even if it did, it had nothing to do with the Jun family. Okay. Seeing that Jun Lingxuan was about to agree to Di Beichen, AO Zhengquang couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly gave a signal with his eyes. The situation now was not the same as before. It was extremely unfavorable for him now. Jun Lingxuan noticed AO Lingxiao's expression and was a little surprised. Logically speaking, after knowing that Di Beichen and the others would come today, AO Zhengquang had been preparing for a long time to deal with them. They had thought of all kinds of situations. It should be impossible for them to not have the ability to resist. However, AO Zhengquang was asking for help at this moment. Obviously, there was a problem. AO Zhengquang naturally didn't think that AO Lingxiao would say such a crazy thing. Generally speaking, what people cared about the most was their own life. Even if they were splashed with dirty water, there was no need to risk their lives. Now, he was going to drag him down with him. Di Beichen, don't talk to me about these useless things. Since we've met today, we should settle the score properly. The change in Jun Lingxuan's attitude was too fast, and everyone was keenly aware of it. Bewitching looked at Ao Zhengquang meaningfully. It seems that someone doesn't want Jun Lingshuan to speak. The Great Elder and the others knew that there were many suspicious points. Even if they saw Ao Lingxiao in the room, it might not be enough to prove that he was the culprit. Most importantly, Ao Lingxiao's reaction at this moment was indeed somewhat suspicious. Bewitching, stop slandering me. Ao Zhengquang jumped up anxiously as if someone had stepped on his tail. Everything that Ao Lingxiao is saying now is just sophistry. He just wants to use this method to win everyone's sympathy and make everyone suspect me. In this way, your plan can succeed, but I won't let you do as you wish. The next moment, Ao Zhengquang seemed to have made a huge decision. He suddenly said, "Elders, I understand that Ao Lingxiao's words have shocked you and even made you suspect me. I also understand that he wanted to frame me but failed. He has been unwilling to accept it. Since that's the case, I'll take him down with me. This will be the last bit of strength I can do for my family." Ao Zhengquang seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and was ready to sacrifice himself for the family. His eyes were resolute and firm, revealing a trace of unconcealable pain. "Lingxiao, let us brothers go to hell to meet our parents today." Drama queen, this guy is really a drama queen. Shangguan couldn't help but curse out loud. After coming here today, she was simply watching this guy's performance. Ao Lingxiao faced this kind of Ao Zhengquang, his heart was furious to the extreme, but he didn't know what to say. At least, in terms of acting, he really couldn't compete with Ao Zhengquang. What the hell is going on? I'm confused. It's really hard to explain now. I feel that the second young master didn't seem like this guy, but the family head didn't seem to be lying either. One of them must be lying. Now that I think about it, their ability to disguise is too amazing. At this moment, everyone was confused. The only thing they were sure of was that one of the two people's acting skills was too amazing. A group of elders was also constantly thinking in their minds. What was the truth at that time? Aside from Ao Lingxiao and Ao Zhengquang, no one else knew, so they could only judge based on their own thoughts. Bewitching, don't think about helping Ao Lingxiao turn the tables. Family head Ao has already said so much. What else do you want? Jun Lingshuan lazily looked at Bewitching. Everything has already been determined. Even if you don't want to admit it now, it's useless. You don't have any evidence at all. Just relying on this mouth is completely useless. Xiaosu also sneered. Why should everyone believe him? Unless there is a third person present or you have solid evidence, don't waste everyone's time here. Ao Lingxiao furrowed his brows. If he hadn't panicked and allowed Ao Lingxiao to convince everyone, the situation wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Noticing that the situation was beginning to change, the third elder also said, Ao Lingxiao, if you can't produce evidence, you can't avoid being punished by the family rules today. Ao Lingxiao's face turned pale as he faced the crowd's questioning. Evidence? Indeed, he didn't. When he thought about how he had prepared for so long, but in the end, it was all for naught, a pained expression appeared on his face. His parents had died so unjustly. As their son, he couldn't even find the real murderer for them. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said, "Evidence? Who said there isn't?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Their shocked and astonished gazes were focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. Did I hear wrongly? The Saint of Light said that she has evidence? It's been so long since that incident. How could there still be evidence? If there was evidence, second young master would have said it long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Not only the cultivators of the Ao family, but even Shangguan Yingying and the others were stunned. They did not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang would suddenly say such a thing. Xiren, what's going on? Shangguan Yingying nudged Xiren with her elbow and asked curiously in a low voice. Seeing that when Xiren didn't know what was going on, Shangguan Yingying stood quietly at the side. She believed that Bailey Hongzhuang must have her reasons for doing so. Maybe she really had evidence. Even if this possibility was very small, but with her understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang, she would never speak empty words. After Ao Zhengquang heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, he couldn't help but be shocked and panicked subconsciously. When he did such a thing, he was also extremely nervous, but there shouldn't be any evidence left. Young Master Jun, what does Bailey Hongshuang mean? Ao Zhengquang transmitted his voice. If possible, he really didn't want to deal with Bailey Hongshuang. This woman always had the ability to subvert things. How stable was Xiao Sou's identity as the Holy Maiden of Light? However, after meeting Bailey Hongshuang, all of this had a huge change. Now that Bailey Hongshuang had turned the spearhead to the Ao family, he couldn't help but be worried. Don't panic. Jun Lingxuan was very calm. When you did that thing, Bailey Hongshuang hadn't come to the upper realm yet. How could she have something on you? If Ao Lingxiao had it, he would have taken it out long ago. Why would he wait until now? Then what does she mean by this? After a short period of nervousness, Ao Zhengquang calmed down a little and his mind began to work quickly. In my opinion, she most likely wants to take this opportunity to blow you up. If you accidentally reveal some clues, then they will have evidence. Although it was a guess, Jun Lingxuan's tone was extremely firm. He had been dealing with Bailey Hongshuang and the others for a long time. He knew that these guys were very treacherous, so the best strategy was to bide his time. Yes, you must not be nervous. Xiao Sou also said, since she dug such a big hole, let's see how she's going to clean it up later. A confident and expectant smile appeared on her beautiful face. Xiao Sou looked at Bailey Hongshuang with sparkling eyes. It was as if she could foresee Bailey Hongshuang being humiliated. Since you have evidence, just take it out so that everyone won't have to guess, Jun Lingxuan said lightly. That's right. I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. You've clearly only arrived in the upper realm 2 years ago, yet you've managed to obtain evidence of something that happened many years ago. If this were to spread, wouldn't it be shocking? Xiao Sou teased. He was obviously flattering Bailey Hongshuang, but his words directly revealed the problem. After hearing this, the elders of the Ao clan also had expressions of disbelief. If Ao Lingxiao had evidence, they might have believed it. However, if Bailey Hongshuang had evidence, then this was a complete joke. Most importantly, from Ao Lingxiao's shocked expression, it was clear that he didn't have any evidence at all. Wasn't this just toying with them? Hongshuang, even if you fail today, it's fine. Don't ruin your reputation because of me. Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but worry. Now, Bailey Hongshuang's identity was no longer the same as before. She was the young mistress of the D family and the Saint of Light. With these two identities added together, she was destined to be extraordinary. If they made a fool of themselves today, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. At that time, Bailey Hongshuang would be greatly affected. Aren't you the one who knows best whether I'm a celestial being or not? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Xiao Sou with a smile. Even though the majority of the people present didn't believe her words, she still had a calm and confident look on her face. It was as if all the remarks weren't directed at her. Xiao Sou's gaze suddenly became gloomy. Looking at the bright and beautiful face in front of her, she really wanted to rush up and destroy it. This woman, no matter what, always had a confident look on her face. And it was this kind of expression that made her very unhappy. Then I'm really curious. If you have the ability, then take out the evidence. Otherwise, you're treating everyone here as fools. Xiao Sou spread out her hands and looked at the people around her. The corner of her mouth once again raised into a mocking smile. The dignified Holy Maiden of Light, if you spout nonsense in front of others and say something unreliable, it would be very interesting if word got out. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators of the Xiao and Jun families couldn't help but chuckle. Big sister, isn't she obviously lying? But this kind of cheap trick, no one would be fooled by it. Xiao Sudong's face was full of disdain. He used to think that Bailey Hongshuang was quite clever, but today, he felt that Bailey Hongshuang was simply brainless. Holy Maiden of Light, if you really have evidence, I hope you can take it out. This is very important to our family. The great elder's calm voice was filled with sincerity. He believed that the Saint of Light would not casually say something so uncouth. As the great elder of the family, and also the uncle of the deceased family head, he hoped to know the truth. Now, whether it was Ao Zhengquang or Ao Lingxiao, their behavior made him suspicious. But even if everyone didn't believe Ao Lingxiao, in his heart, he still believed that Ao Lingxiao wouldn't do such a thing. He watched Ao Zhengquang and Ao Lingxiao grow up and understood their temperament very well. But at that time, they all saw Ao Lingxiao holding a dagger in his hand in the house, which made them believe everything. If there was evidence, then he could be completely at ease. He didn't want to be deceived by that bastard who killed his parents for a lifetime. Then, he would become a sinner of the Ao clan. When the second elder saw that the first elder was actually so serious, he was also a little surprised. However, when he saw the enchanting figure standing proudly in front of him, he understood. Because Bailey Hongzhuang was too young, they always subconsciously ignored her identity as the Saint of Light. Although Xiaosu was also young, her reputation had been around for a long time. Everyone had subtly gotten used to it. On the other hand, Bailey Hongzhuang was a figure who had risen to fame in the past 2 years. Everyone had not completely accepted this change. However, since she had such a status, it was naturally impossible for her to speak nonsense without any scruples in such an occasion. First Elder, Bailey Hongzhuang is obviously talking nonsense. How can you still believe her? Ao Zhengquang was speechless for a while. He only thought that the Great Elder was getting more and more muddle-headed as he got older. He was confused because of his concern, so there was a moment of panic. But the Great Elder didn't have to go that far. The words of the Holy Maiden of Light are naturally not false. The Great Elder still insisted. Back then, there was no evidence at all. On the contrary, all the evidence pointed towards Ao Zhengquang. Even after so many years, he still had no way to change everything. Therefore, when he returned this time, he was more prepared to kill Ao Zhengquang. In this way, he could be considered to have avenged his parents. As for the rest, he no longer cared. Even if he were to fall in the Ao clan, it would be worth it. At least, the Ao clan would not fall into the hands of this ambitious man. Of course, he wanted to take back the clan. However, unless Jun Lingxuan and Ao Zhengquang revealed the truth, he had no bargaining chips. Seeing Ao Lingxiao so worried, Bewitching smiled and patted his shoulder. His handsome face was free and easy. Don't worry. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bewitching and realized that Bewitching was looking at her with trust. Even if he did not know what she was planning to do, Bewitching was also full of trust. If that's the case, then I will take out the evidence and clear Ao Lingxiao's name. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips rose slightly. Her proud figure set off her confident face, as dazzling as the sun, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Suo looked at Bailey Hongzhuang lazily. The so-called evidence did not exist. In the next moment, a porcelain bottle appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Saintess, what is this? The Great Elder looked at Bailey Hongzhuang suspiciously. Naturally, he had heard of Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as an alchemist. However, why would she take out a pill at this time? I wonder if the Great Elder has heard of the truth pill. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle. She was also very respectful towards the Great Elder. Based on his current performance, the Great Elder was obviously a fair and impartial existence. Moreover, even though Ao Zhengquang had been the clan leader for so many years, the Great Elder was not bribed by him. Most importantly, she understood from the Great Elder's attitude towards Ao Lingxiao that he was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. This was something that deserved everyone's respect. As Bailey Hongzhuang finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Truth pill? The Great Elder was also a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, he remembered something related to it. Saintess, are you talking about the pill that will make people speak only the truth after consuming it? Although this kind of medicinal pill was not helpful for cultivation, it could play a huge role in many cases, especially during interrogation. It could be used in the simplest way to get everything he wanted to know. However, the recipe for such a pill had been lost many years ago. Everyone felt very helpless about this. It was a pity that many precious treasures had disappeared in the long flow of history. However, now that Bailey Hongzhuang had mentioned the truth pill, everyone was very surprised. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang still had this lost recipe? Not only the Great Elder, but the other cultivators also understood the preciousness of the truth pill after a short moment of surprise. They all looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. If she really had the recipe for the truth pill, it would be amazing. Jun Lingxuan could not help but be stunned when he heard about the truth pill. He frowned and his eyes were full of suspicion. The truth pill has disappeared for many years. The relevant records can only be seen in the history books. Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned this out of the blue. Could it be that there really is one? Ao Zhengquang's expression suddenly changed, and his palms couldn't help but sweat. Everything that happened at that time was indeed dead, but if there really was a truth pill, then everything would be ruined. When he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, his expression was extremely complicated. This woman could always come up with some words that others couldn't think of, inexplicably giving him an indescribable threat. As far as I know, the pill formula of the truth pill has been lost for many years. Now, no one in the entire upper realm knows about it. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't be deliberately mystifying, this is simply impossible. Xiao Shou snorted coldly and sneered at Bailey Hongzhuang's words. If Shang Guanying and the others were still a little worried about Bailey Hongzhuang's situation before, then at this moment, after knowing all this, they were not worried at all. It was not the first time they had seen this lost pill formula on Bailey Hongzhuang. For others, it was difficult to obtain the lost pill formula, but for Bailey Hongzhuang, it was simply a common occurrence. At least, in terms of pills, they had never doubted Bailey Hongzhuang. Ling Xiao, you can rest assured now, Hongzhuang will help you prove your innocence. A look of excitement appeared on Wen Xiren's face. Previously, when he thought of Ao Ling Xiao's predicament, as his brother, it would be very difficult for him to help. But now, there was finally a way to save him. How could he not feel happy? Ao Ling Xiao was still in a state of shock for a while, and he hadn't reacted yet. After hearing Xiren's words, he still didn't dare to be sure. Is this true? Of course it's true. Xiren nodded. You don't have to doubt the pill that Hongzhuang took out, Mo Yunjue said with certainty. Hearing this, Ao Ling Xiao's face, which had lost all hope, suddenly seemed to be rejuvenated, and his dim eyes were filled with hope again. If there really was such a pill, then everything could be easily solved, and he wouldn't have to endure everyone's doubts and guesses. On the contrary, he could hold his head high and be an upright person. The people from the Jun family and the Xiao family naturally noticed the joy on Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Their confidence couldn't help but weaken a little. If these words came from someone else's mouth, they would definitely not believe it. However, the person who spoke was Bailey Hongzhuang. For some reason, they felt uneasy. Xiao Shou, whether you believe me or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly glanced at Xiao Shou, then turned her gaze to Ao Zhengquang. Since Ao family head is so sure that everything he said is true, then why don't you and Ling Xiao take this truth pill together? In this way, the truth can be distinguished. If everything was really done by Ling Xiao, then you can punish him according to your family's rules. We will definitely not get involved. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ao Zhengquang with a smile. Her gentle words made people unable to resist. That's right, this is undoubtedly the best way to prove it. Instead of arguing here, why don't we test it out and save ourselves the trouble? Bewitching's voice rang out, staring at Ao Zhengquang, not giving him the slightest chance to refuse. Young Master Jun, what should I do? Jun Lingxuan's heart was beating like a drum at the moment. He didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang was up to, but he couldn't see any clues from her confident expression. Logically speaking, the possibility of the existence of the truth pill was almost zero, but other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason to explain what Bailey Hongzhuang was doing at the moment. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had forced Ao Zhengquang to this point, they had no other choice. If they agreed, they would fall into Bailey Hongzhuang's trap. If they didn't agree, it was bound to arouse everyone's suspicion. Just when Jun Lingxuan was hesitating and didn't know what to do, Xiao Shou's voice sounded first. Let's try. Xiao Shou sneered, I hope you don't shoot yourself in the foot. If you're exposed, you won't be able to get off the stage. You don't have to worry about it. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged, between you and me, only you will do this. You. Xiao Shou glared at Bailey Hongzhuang fiercely. What this guy did was simply infuriating. I want to remind you that if you don't want to lose face, leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you're exposed later, you won't be able to get off the stage. If you accidentally faint like last time, I'm worried that you'll say that I bullied you. The delicate and gentle voice was like the sound of nature, but it was like a needle hidden in cotton, which made Xiao Shou extremely uncomfortable. At that time, in front of so many people, she fainted because of anger. It was really embarrassing. This guy just liked to expose people's scars. You only need to worry about yourself. Last time, I did fall, but this time, I definitely won't. The next moment, Xiaosu turned to look at Ao Zhengquang. Quickly take this truth pill to prove your innocence. Looking at the impulsive Xiaosu in front of him, Ao Zhengquang was really suffering. Wasn't he here to help her solve her problem today? Why was the Xiao family's eldest miss so focused on being angry that she didn't even think about his situation? Don't worry, this can't be true. Xiaosu lowered her voice. A while ago, I just happened to hear my father mention this truth pill. It said that even the Alchemist Association doesn't have it. Moreover, although there have been new discoveries of historical remains recently, the truth pill's pill formula hasn't appeared, so you can rest assured. Bailey Hongzhuang just wants to use this method to scare you so that you don't dare to take it. In this way, everyone will be more careful of Ao Lingxiao. Hearing this, Ao Zhengquang was a little hesitant. Xiaosu's words were indeed not wrong, but when he thought about this period of time, Xiaosu had been defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang, he could not help but be a little worried. For Xiaosu, it was no big deal to lose, but if he lost this time, then his life would really be over. Master Ao, you are so hesitant. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Bewitching chuckled. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. For a moment, Ao Zhengquang only felt that everything in his heart was seen through by Bewitching, but he quickly calmed down and calmly said, this time, Ao Lingxiao came with the purpose of perishing together with me. How do I know that you won't do anything to this pill? How about I take this pill? Bewitching quickly followed up. Hearing this, Ao Zhengquang coldly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. These guys must have already expected all the possibilities before, so they could deal with it so easily. Alright then. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only choose to agree. However, just as Ao Zhengquang and Ao Lingxiao were about to take the truth pill, a large group of people suddenly came from behind. The dense sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Turning their gazes slightly, everyone found that Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong were leading the cultivators of the two big families slowly walking over. The huge formation attracted everyone's shocked gaze. Everyone looked at this vast group of people in astonishment. They didn't understand why they would appear here at this moment. The heads of the two big families are here. Isn't this formation a bit too shocking? Today, we are just dealing with our family's affairs. Why are the people of the three big families all here? I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Do you think that Xiaosu and the others want to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, but they don't have enough strength, so even the heads of their families are here? The cultivators of the Ao family looked at each other. Countless thoughts emerged in their minds, but everyone's guess was almost the same. Because other than this, they couldn't think of any other reason. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others noticed this scene, they sneered in their hearts. It seems that the Xiao family really values us. Even the head of the family is here. The phoenix eyes that were as black as ink let out a cold brilliance. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly revealed a trace of killing intent between her brows. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The other party's actions today were obviously to kill them. Since that was the case, she wouldn't be polite. Since they were destined to be enemies, it was better to end it completely. If they could end the other party's life, it would be a great thing for them. Father's judgment is indeed correct. The Xiao clan's patriarch dotes on Xiaosu to a degree that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It's just that your daughter has been wronged. You don't even care about your face. Bewitching's voice was cold and his expression was indifferent. He just calmly looked at the group of people in front of him. A storm was brewing in the depths of his eyes. Actually, from the fact that Patriarch Xiao can walk together with Jun Hongqing, I can tell that the two of them are birds of a feather. Otherwise, how can an ordinary person stand such a despicable and shameless person like Jun Hongqing? Di Xiaofeng sneered mercilessly. He knew that the Jun family was shameless to the extreme, but now he understood that the Xiao family was the same. In comparison, their previous actions were too gentlemanly. In the future, they would definitely not be polite to such fellows. Father, you're here. After Xiaosu saw that Xiao Yanlong had come, a flower-like smile immediately bloomed on her face. The anger that had accumulated on her face quietly dissipated and was replaced by a trace of relief. It was as if she had eaten a calming pill and all the uneasiness from before disappeared. A doting smile also appeared on Xiao Yanlong's face. How is the matter progressing? Xiao Suo looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a malicious gaze. Aren't you still stubborn? Xiao Yanlong nodded his head slightly and looked at Jun Lingxuan with satisfaction. Ever since he accepted Jun Lingxuan as his future son-in-law, he was quite satisfied. When the great elder of the AO clan saw that there were so many people in the clan today, he could not help but frown. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. In fact, before this, the clan head had already told him that AO Lingxiao could come back at any time. Therefore, he did not find the appearance of Bewitching and Jun Lingxuan too strange. However, when the two clan heads appeared here, the situation became completely different. Vaguely, he felt that a lot of things were going to happen today. Most importantly, from the clan head's expression, he did not seem to see much surprise. Could it be that the clan head already knew about this? Clan head, what's the situation now? At the same time, the second elder had already asked Ao Zhengquang directly. I don't know either. Ao Zhengquang shook his head. The people from the three big clans are all here. Compared to them, we are the weakest. I'm afraid we can't do anything. Why don't we just watch first? Hearing this, the second elder nodded his head slightly. This was also the truth. Compared to the three big clans, the AO clan really could not get a word in. What's the situation with Ling Sun now? Jun Hongqing glanced at Di Beichen and the others arrogantly and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang said that she has the truth pill. Therefore, she is now planning to let clan head AO and AO Lingxiao take the truth pill to see who is telling the truth. Jun Lingxuan simply recounted what had happened before and gave Jun Hongqing a look. If they could prevent Ao Zhengquang from taking the truth pill, this would undoubtedly be the best. Previously, he was worried that he had no reason to refuse. Now that Jun Hongqing was here, he could naturally directly pass the previous matter. Jun Hongqing naturally understood what his son meant. A trace of impatience appeared between his eyebrows. What does this have to do with us? You came here to settle your own matters? Not yet. Jun Lingxuan shook his head. His expression was somewhat ashamed. After all, this is the territory of the AO clan. Their matter hasn't been settled yet. So, it's not convenient for us to do anything else. What's inconvenient about that? Xiao Yanlong had an indifferent expression as he said to Xiao Suo, nothing else is important. The most important thing is to resolve the grudge between the two of you. Suo, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Yanlong's thoughts were very simple. He came this time to let Xiao Suo vent her anger. Whether it was Di Beichen or Bailey Hongzhuang, they had already felt threatened. If they were allowed to continue growing, they would definitely become their greatest enemy in the future. Therefore, even if their actions today were indeed against the rules, as long as they could kill these two fellows who might shake the foundation of their family in the future, everything would be worth it. Moreover, these two had made his daughter so disappointed. It was only right for them to pay the price. Seeing that her father was so supportive of her, Xiao Suo was also excited. She immediately turned her gaze and said with a ferocious expression, since that's the case, let's first cripple Bailey Hongzhuang. A strong hatred flashed in her eyes. When she said the word cripple, she gritted her teeth and revealed an unconcealable excitement. Seeing that Xiao Yanlong had targeted Bailey Hongzhuang without saying a word, Di Beichen's face instantly became gloomy, and a terrible storm swept through his eyes that were as deep as the sea. Patriarch Xiao, as an elder, you actually came to deal with the younger generation. Don't you think it's too shameful? His cold words were filled with suppression and killing intent. When everyone noticed Di Beichen's expression, they couldn't help but be shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying Di Beichen. At this moment, he seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow. A shocking killing intent spread out with him as the center. The surrounding air seemed to have become condensed and oppressive, causing everyone's hearts to tremble for no reason. Xiao Yanlong originally didn't take Di Beichen's words to heart, but after seeing the latter's shocking appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked. At such a young age, he actually had such a terrifying killing intent. It was likely that many people had died at his hands. This kind of Di Beichen made him feel that this child couldn't be left alive. He didn't know how Di Yujua's luck was so good. His son had been wandering outside for so many years, and after returning, he could still be so outstanding. It made people jealous. It's not like they'd been shameful for a day or two. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with ridicule. The Jun family was able to make a move on an infant a few years ago. Now that the two of them are colluding with each other, it's probably very fair for them to bully the young. Di Xiaofeng, don't think that just because you're a junior, you can casually accuse others. Don't make wild guesses without evidence. Jun Hongchen coldly warned. They had done everything very cleanly and didn't leave any traces. Even if the Di family had already determined all of this, he still wouldn't admit it. Wild guesses? Di Xiaofeng coldly snorted. If they didn't have enough evidence before, then everything had come to light after catching Dai Haoan. Jun Hongchen not only used an infant, but more than once. Beichen had been wandering outside all these years, the third elder's child had died, and Dai Haoan had been used as soon as he was born. In comparison, even though they could not tolerate what Dai Haoan had done, from Dai Haoan's point of view, he was also a pitiful person because he could not control what he wanted to do. Whether or not it's just a wild guess, the Jun family head should know in his heart. After seeing this scene, the great elder of the Ao family completely understood. It seemed like the Jun family and the Xiao family wanted to take advantage of Ao Lingzhao's return to deal with Di Beichen and the others. Even though the Ao family was now attached to the Jun family, he still frowned when he saw this scene. Generally speaking, seniors would not attack juniors. Although this was not a rule, it was something that everyone abided by. However, there were only a few juniors from the Di family, and the other side had sent so many people to surround and annihilate them. If this spread out, it would be a joke. Most importantly, from this point, it could be seen that the temperaments of these two clan heads were too petty. Jun family head, it's not good for the strong to bully the young. The great elder of the Ao family thought and said, moreover, the Saint of Light has a special identity. If you attack her, The Holy Light Assembly was a colossus in the upper realm. Xiao Sou had been in the Holy Light Assembly for a long time, so she must be very clear about this. The Jun family and the Xiao family were big families, so they might have some power to contend with them. However, for the Ao family, this was definitely a disaster. Hearing this, Jun Hongcheng's face suddenly became gloomy. He scolded, "It's not your turn to interrupt." The great elder's face suddenly turned red. He was already so old, but he still had to be taught a lesson by someone younger than him. However, the other party's status was higher than his, so he could only endure it. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly glanced at the great elder of the Ao family. Although these words were for the sake of the Ao family, it was also to protect their safety. "Great elder, this matter is not something we can participate in. Don't speak anymore. If the family is implicated, wouldn't it be terrible?" Ao Zhengquang quickly pulled the great elder to the side and lowered his voice in exasperation. Today was a good opportunity to get rid of Di Beichen and the others. He was still hoping that after getting rid of Ao Lingxiao, he could be completely at ease. He didn't expect the great elder to be so inconsiderate. At this time, saying these words would make the two family heads unhappy. Wasn't that looking for trouble? Xiao Sou saw that her father was supporting her. Why would she care about anything else? After killing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, as long as the people present shut up, it would be fine. Without evidence, the Holy Light Assembly couldn't do anything to her. Moreover, once Bailey Hongzhuang died, the title of the Holy Light Assembly's saint might still fall on her head. At that time, would she still have to worry about these things? Do it. Kill her. Xiao Sou's face was full of ruthlessness. This woman destroyed everything she cared about. She wanted Bailey Hongzhuang to pay with her blood. Following Xiao Sou's words, the family's cultivators behind her rushed forward and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. How shameless! Shang Guanying secretly spat, but the origin energy in her body quickly surged, and she was ready to fight. Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue both appeared at Bailey Hongzhuang's side for the first time. Watching the other party's figure getting closer and closer, their eyes became colder and colder. Attack! Almost immediately, everyone started fighting. There were more than a dozen Nebula Realm cultivators. Obviously, they were aware of the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, so they were specially sent here. Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong, on the other hand, were extremely calm. This was also a competition between young people. Although they were here, they did not make a move, so naturally, they were not involved. Looking at the cultivators in front of them, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also moved. Before the other party's attack came, they had already taken the lead to face them. Bang, the battle erupted in an instant. Everyone's origin energy surged, their gazes were fierce, and their attacks were merciless. Ever since they found out about Xianxia's matter, they were filled with resentment and had nowhere to vent it. Now that the other party had delivered themselves to their doorstep, they would first collect some interest, even if the other party was a high-level Nebula Realm cultivator. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not too worried. Now that they were not weak, even if they were usually very busy, they had never slacked off on their cultivation. Xiaoxia stood at the side with a smile. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang would die in their hands today. She couldn't help but feel excited just thinking about it. However, as the group of cultivators rushed up, Xiaoxia was shocked to find that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others weren't at a disadvantage at all. Shangguaniying and the others' cultivations were slightly weaker, so it was a little difficult for them to deal with these opponents. However, Bewitching and the others would also pay attention to help, so it wasn't very difficult for them to deal with these opponents. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's combat strength couldn't be judged by their cultivations. When they fully unleashed their full power, their combat strength was extremely shocking. Of course, they couldn't compare to Ling Er. Ling Er's attack was really domineering to the extreme. It was an absolute suppression of strength. Jun Lingxuan and the others didn't put Ling Er in their eyes at all. They didn't know who Ling Er was, and they had never seen her before. However, after seeing Ling Er's combat strength at this moment, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Nebula Realm cultivators seemed to be nothing in front of Ling Er. She could easily defeat them with a casual attack. When Xiren and the others also looked at Ling Er with admiration. They didn't expect Ling Er to be so powerful. It seemed that they didn't need to do anything at all. Ling Er could directly deal with these guys. Not only Ling Er, but Bai Lianche was also a violent existence. Because his appearance was really too monstrous, many cultivators wanted to teach him a lesson. Especially when they felt that Bai Lianche's cultivation couldn't compare to theirs, they became even more proud. However, it was only after this exchange that they realized that they were gravely mistaken. This was because that powerful strength wasn't something that a Nebula Realm cultivator could withstand. Almost all of the people who exchanged blows were destroyed by this strength. The tyrannical strength directly defeated them. They didn't even have time to release their martial techniques before their hands were directly crippled. How can these two guys be so powerful? Jun Lingxuan frowned. He had already noticed these two guys back in the piercing wind city. However, he didn't pay too much attention to them at that time. He only thought that these two people's looks were very outstanding, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful as well. Logically, it was impossible for these two guys to be from the lower realm. But if they were from the realm, it was impossible that he hadn't heard of them until now. Jun Hongqing's gaze was sinister and sharp. The talents that had recently appeared in the D clan had really surprised him. This man and woman looked very young, but their strength had already reached such a level. If they continued to develop, they would not be underestimated. Over the years, it could be said that he knew the D family's situation like the back of his hand. How could he not know when such an outstanding group of young people had appeared in the D family? Regardless of whether it was Ling Er or Bailey Hongzhuang, they didn't hold back at all in their attacks. They had long detested these two families to the extreme. Today, they had come to settle their grudges. Xiao Yanlong's gaze became even more gloomy when he saw how ruthless and heartless Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were when they attacked. All of you, come back. Regardless, Nebula Realm cultivators were already a considerable force to the D family. They couldn't all die at the hands of these people. When they realized how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were, they had long wanted to retreat. The other party's cultivation was clearly not higher than theirs, but their combat strength was actually so shocking. In just a short period of time, more than half of the cultivators had fallen. When the cultivators from the AO clan saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It seemed like the news they had heard was true. The young master of the D clan and the others were extremely powerful. They were truly the cream of the crop among the younger generation. No wonder I heard that the Shao clan's young miss and the others were never a match for the Saintess. Now it seems that it was not wrong at all. That's natural. If they could defeat young Master D, the two clan heads wouldn't have to come personally today. Tisk tsk, young Master D and the others have also fallen today. Who would have thought that the other party would be so excessive? Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even if Bewitching and the others won now, as long as the two clan heads were here, the outcome could not be changed. What kind of strength did the two clan heads have? As long as they made a move, Bewitching and the others would not have the strength to fight back. I have really underestimated you. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The reason why he let the Nebula Realm cultivators fight was because he did not want to be labeled as a bully. He never thought that the situation would be somewhat different from what he had expected. The combat strength of these young people was not just a little bit stronger than his own daughters. At this moment, he also understood why Xiaoxia would grit her teeth when she mentioned Bailey Hongzhuang. It was because she could not deal with the other party. If you have really underestimated us, you don't have to come personally today. To deal with a few juniors, the Shao clan still needs to come personally. It seems that your clan is really getting weaker and weaker now. Bewitching mocked mercilessly. There was no need to give face to such a thick-skinned guy. Bewitching, how can you be so rude in front of clan head Xiao? Jun Lingxuan immediately stood up and looked angrily at Bewitching as he berated. This old guy doesn't even care about his own face, yet he still wants me to respect him. Doesn't he know if he's worthy? Bewitching lazily glanced at Jun Lingxuan. Speaking of which, I really sympathize with you. Back then, you pursued Xiaoxia because of her identity as the Saint of the Light. Now, all your efforts are in vain, yet you can't let go. Don't you feel aggrieved? As soon as these words were spoken, Wen Xiren and the others, who originally had a serious expression on their faces, could not help but laugh. Although they were all aware of this situation, Bewitching directly said it in front of Xianxia. This was very interesting. Sure enough, Xianxia and Xiaoxia's faces immediately turned ashen. The expression of being humiliated but not knowing how to smooth things over was even more interesting in their eyes. Bewitching, don't talk nonsense. Jun Lingxuan quickly said. There's no need to explain. Everyone here understands. Who doesn't know your purpose in doing that? Bewitching's expression was calm. Based on Jun Lingxuan's utilitarian heart, it was impossible for him to pursue Xiaoxia because he liked her. Moreover, they were both men. From the way Jun Lingxuan looked at Xiaoxia, they could tell that it was definitely not love, but mutual use. It was obviously not a conclusive accusation, but everyone knew that everything Bewitching said was true. Brat, how dare you humiliate my daughter like this? I want you to die. Xiaoyanlan's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Humiliating his daughter in front of him was no different from humiliating the entire Xiao family. At this moment, Bewitching gave him a completely different feeling. When he had first met him in the D family, he had only thought that he was a young and handsome man. Even though his cultivation was not very high, his looks were inherited from Du Jue. However, at this moment, Bewitching was no longer as courteous as before. Most importantly, even Xiaoyanlan could not help but be moved by his cold murderous aura. This man was definitely not a kind person. Once he touches someone he cares about, he would become abnormally vicious. Therefore, Xiaoyanlan wanted to nip this danger in the bud. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. In the next moment, under the nervous gazes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Xiaoyanlan's figure flashed and directly attacked Bewitching. A tyrannical pressure broke out in an instant, and the powerful force made it difficult for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to move under this pressure. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Xiaoyanlan in shock. Even though she had expected Xiaoyanlan to be very powerful, it seemed that they had still underestimated the extent of his power. At the very least, aside from her master and grandmaster, she had not met anyone else who was as powerful as he was before. Of course, this was also because her father had never displayed his power in front of him. She believed that her father's power would not be any weaker than Xiaoyanlan's. Bewitching. Watch out. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others cried out in horror. Under such a crushing coercion, they could not help at all. When Bewitching saw Xiaoyanlan getting closer and closer, his handsome face turned cold. He forcefully moved his body in an attempt to dodge the attack, At the same time, Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosuo looked pleased with themselves. This was because in the next second, they would be able to see Bewitching's miserable appearance as his blood splattered everywhere. Bang! A loud sound rang out as elemental energy ripples rapidly spread out. Even the cultivators who were extremely far away could feel the overflowing force, causing their faces to hurt. Thump! Thump! Xiao Yanlong took 2 steps back and appeared in front of Xiaosuo. Immediately afterward, everyone found a tall and straight figure in aqua blue appeared in front of Bewitching. Xiao Yanlong, after not seeing you for a period of time, I never thought that you would actually become so shameless. You can even do such a thing to a junior. A clear and bright voice slowly rang out. It was as if the sun had cleared up after the rain and scattered into people's hearts, making them feel inexplicably comfortable. However, those who understood him could feel the cold and surging murderous intent in his voice. Father. Bewitching looked at the tall and straight figure in front of him with a hint of warmth in his eyes. If his father hadn't appeared in time, he would have been seriously injured. After all, the strength of the family head was extremely powerful. It was simply impossible for the younger generation to resist. Du Jue? Xiao Yanlong stared in shock at Du Jue, who had suddenly appeared. He could not understand why Du Jue would appear here today. Jun Hongqing was also shocked when he saw Du Jue appear. The information he had received did not say that Du Jue would be here today. What had gone wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Du Jue looked at Xiao Yanlong indifferently. You dare to attack my son. It looks like you intend to fight to the death with me today. Originally, due to their many years of friendship, he had placed more of his target on Jun Hongqing today. He had never thought that he would see such a scene after coming here. Since that was the case, they could only fight to the death. Noticing Du Jue's expression, Xiao Yanlong's heart was slightly frightened. He and Du Jue had been good friends for so many years, so he knew the latter's temperament very well. Bewitching was definitely Du Jue's reverse scale. Whoever dared to touch him, Du Jue would definitely risk his life. Moreover, Du Jue's strength was very terrifying. Even he was no match for him. Xiao Yanlong opened his mouth. He, who was originally very arrogant, actually felt a little guilty at this moment. Du Jue, don't show off here. Today, your son was rude. Brother Xiao was just helping you to teach your son a lesson. Who asked you to not teach him well? Jun Hongqing said lightly. Oh? Du Jue raised his eyebrows. So, you're also planning to fight with me today? Don't be too arrogant. Jun Hongqing suddenly became angry. So what if you're here? Do you really think that the D family's strength is so great? If you want to put on airs in front of us, you alone are not enough. If that's the case, how about me too? Suddenly, another figure appeared beside Du Jue. It was Bewitching's grandfather, Lin Wenlan. Seeing that Lin Wenlan had also appeared, Jun Hongqing was also stunned. Then, his expression suddenly changed. The appearance of Du Jue had already made him suspicious. Now that Lin Wenlan had also appeared, it proved that there was really a problem. Could it be that they had been discovered? Otherwise, the Xianxia Ao family would not have needed Du Jue and Xiao Yanlong to come here personally. The reason why they were here was probably to deal with him and Xiao Yanlong. Xiao Yanlong's expression also became complicated. Originally, with their strength, killing Bewitching and the others was undoubtedly easy. However, now that Du Jue and Lin Wenlan had arrived, the strength of both sides was almost equal, and the suppression from before no longer existed. Brother Jun, what's going on? Xiao Yanlong couldn't help but ask. Because Jun Hongqing had promised before that there would be a way, he did not pay too much attention to this matter. Could it be that Jun Hongqing was discovered by the D family when he was inquiring about the news? Was that why Du Jue came in person today? I don't know either. Jun Hongqing was a little embarrassed. He had previously guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. Who would have thought that such a variable would appear? However, Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry. Even if they come, they might not be able to threaten us. Xiao Yanlong retracted his gaze in annoyance. Indeed, even if both of them came, they might not necessarily lose. However, if they wanted to make a move against Bewitching and the others, it would be very difficult. Xiaosuo naturally also realized this point, and her original excitement quietly disappeared. Clenching her fists, she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang hatefully. She did not expect this guy's luck to be so good. Beichen, has the matter of the Ao family been settled? Di Yujue suddenly asked. Di Beichen shook his head. I originally planned to let Ao Zhengquang and Ao Lingxiao take the truth pill, but I don't know if the Jun family is guilty or what, but they stopped me. Stopped? Di Yujue sneered, this is the Ao family's matter. What right do they have to stop it? Seeing that Di Yujue was ignoring him, Jun Hongchang's face was extremely cold. Di Yujue, this is not your Di family. Do you really think you can make decisions here? All these years, you have been eyeing my Di family. You want to take everything away. The Ao family used to be a subsidiary of my family. Suddenly, it became yours. I have some doubts. Today, my son came here to solve this matter. Naturally, we have to make things clear. Unless you have a guilty conscience. What do I have to be guilty about? Jun Hongqing sneered. Isn't it because your Di family is incompetent? That's why the Ao family turned to my Jun family. In that case, let's let the Ao family solve their internal affairs first. Then, we can solve our grudges. How about it, if you are afraid? The corners of Di Yujue's lips curled up slightly as flames of fury burned in the depths of his eyes. After all, the Jun family had done too many things to their family in the dark over the years. Today, he was going to settle it one by one. I'm just reminding you that the truth pill is a lost pill. It is impossible for it to exist. Even if you want to find a gimmick, you shouldn't be so brainless. Since the Jun family head has agreed, let's start. Di Yujue said directly. Ao Zhengquang was embarrassed. He didn't want to put himself in such a situation, however, the four family heads didn't say anything. He could only do as he was told. Ao Lingxiao didn't hesitate to take the truth pill. He trusted Bailey Hongzhuang 100%. Ao Zhengquang took the pill. He didn't know what kind of pill it was. However, after taking it, there was no reaction. He was relieved. What truth pill? He didn't believe it. Could it be that he couldn't control himself after taking it? What a joke. Ao Zhengquang, you can talk about what happened that day. Looking at Ao Zhengquang's indifferent face, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up into a playful smile. After consuming the truth pill, he did not feel anything. However, once he opened his mouth, it became very interesting. I killed father and mother. Ao Zhengquang only felt that he was gradually becoming confused, as if he was in a dream and returned to the original scene. However, the person in front of him was Ao Lingxiao, and he was extremely pleased with himself. But so what, Ao Lingxiao, do you think that you're amazing just because you've won the favor of our parents? I want to steal everything from you so that you will never be able to shine again. I want you to fall into the dust and become an existence that others will despise forever. At the same time, Ao Lingxiao had another round of complaints. I don't understand why you would do such a thing. Father and mother have treated you so well, but you're worse than a beast. Other than the Di family and the Lin family, no one present believed that the Truth Pill Association was real. However, after hearing Ao Zhengquang's first sentence, everyone's expression changed. All the elders of the Ao clan widened their eyes and looked at the malevolent Ao Zhengquang in front of them in disbelief. How strange was this kind of patriarch to them. When he spoke, his expression was excited and ferocious. It was definitely not a pretense. Contrasting with Ao Lingxiao's innocent expression, everyone felt a huge impact in their hearts. How could this be? All this time, we really misunderstood. Sinful. Truly sinful. The great elder lamented bitterly. Even after seeing Ao Lingxiao, he had vaguely guessed this possibility. However, when he saw this scene with his own eyes, he still found it hard to accept. All these years, Ao Zhengquang had disguised himself so well in front of them that they didn't suspect him at all. When he thought of Ao Lingxiao being recognized by everyone as the culprit and running away in a sorry state, he was really heartbroken. Not only did he feel heartbroken for Ao Lingxiao, but he also felt bitterly disappointed for the old family head. His beloved son had done such a thing. He thought that he had given him the best, but he didn't expect Ao Zhengquang to be so unsatisfied that he did such a thing. Jun Hongqing and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded after seeing this scene. They didn't think that the truth pill was real, but how could they explain the situation in front of him? Family head AO, what nonsense are you talking about? Jun Lingxuan couldn't hold back and rushed in front of AO Jun Kuang. He was so angry that he was about to die. Was this guy crazy? He actually said such words in front of everyone. How was he going to deal with this later? After seeing Jun Lingxuan appear, AO Jun Kuang's face revealed a happy smile. Young Master Jun, I did everything according to your instructions. Now that AO Ling Xiao is back, you must help me kill him. This kid is a scourge. Now that he has the support of the D family, I don't know what he will do. You can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Jun Lingxuan. Oh my god, what happened back then was actually incited by young Master Jun. No wonder the family head deliberately alienated the D family and got closer to the Jun family. So this is the reason. Oh my god, this is too despicable. The cultivators of the AO family glared at Jun Lingxuan. Who would have thought that Jun Lingxuan, who was usually like a gentleman, would be so evil behind their backs? All the elders were also angry. They didn't understand why AO Zhengquang would do such a thing. At this moment, they finally understood. Di Yujue and the others were extremely shocked when they saw the effect of the truth pill. Before this, they didn't hear that Hong Zhuang had such a trump card. The effect was really amazing. Lin Wenlan and Di Yujue looked at each other. Hong Zhuang's ability in alchemy was really amazing. No one in the younger generation could compare to her. Jun Hongqing, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. You even affected your son. The student has surpassed the master. The merciless mockery caused Jun Hongqing's face to turn ashen. He clearly felt that everyone's gazes towards him were completely different from before. It was as if he was some heinous fellow, and they were filled with fear and disgust. Xiao Yanlong was also surprised by this point. Before this, he really didn't know about this. In the past, he didn't have any impression of the AO family. He only heard about it after such a tragedy happened in the AO family. At that time, he was extremely disdainful. He didn't expect that the initiator of all this was the Jun family. In order to strengthen the family, they used some special methods. He could understand, but these methods were too shocking. Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded after seeing the situation. He didn't expect the effect of the truth pill to be so terrifying. AO Zhengquang couldn't control himself at all and blurted out these words in front of everyone. Most importantly, it was one thing for him to get himself into the water, but he had to drag him in as well. Pa! Jun Lingxuan directly slapped AO Zhengquang's face. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't be polite to you. AO Zhengquang was stunned by Jun Lingxuan's slap. He stared blankly at Jun Lingxuan, but his expression quickly changed. Young Master Jun, how can you treat me like this? I've been following your orders for everything. Now that I'm in trouble, you're ignoring me. Have you forgotten how much I've done for you over the years? Everyone looked at Jun Lingxuan with complicated gazes. They really didn't expect that he, who was so glamorous, would actually do so many shady things behind the scenes. I didn't expect the young master of the Jun family to be such a person. He's too despicable. For a moment, everyone in the AO family couldn't control their emotions. Judging from this situation, if the Jun family didn't come up with this idea, AO Zhengquang wouldn't have done such a thing. In this way, this tragedy could have been avoided. It was only because the Jun family saw the relationship between them and the D family that they chose to use this method to drive a wedge between them. As long as there's a little bit of conscience, it's impossible to think of such a beastly thing. This is too much. Even if he knew that the Jun family was an unshakable behemoth for the AO family, the great elder still glared at them. His eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he couldn't wait to rush up and fight with them. I already knew that the Jun family was despicable, but now it seems that I still underestimated the extent of their despicableness. This is simply a group of crazy people. The second elder's eyes were burning with anger. This surging anger almost ignited his blood. His eyes quickly became bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead popped out. He never thought that the truth of the matter would be like this. In the past few years, they treated the Jun family as good people and did their best to do things for them. Now that he thought about it, they were really stupid to the extreme. If the old master and his wife knew about this in the underworld, they would definitely be heartbroken. Not only that, but they had also chased Ao Lingxiao out of the clan and had almost killed him back then. Fortunately, everything could still be salvaged. Otherwise, even if they died, they would not have the face to face the old clan head. Jun Hongcheng's face was gloomy to the extreme in the face of everyone's accusations. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually have such a method to make Ao Zhengquang say such words in front of everyone. It was one thing for him to know about it, but to say it out loud would be too embarrassing. Jun Lingshuan looked at Ao Zhengquang, who kept talking about what he had done. He really wanted to reach out and strangle him. In fact, he had done so. He did not know how to make Ao Zhengquang shut up, so he could only use this method to make him unable to speak again. However, just as Jun Lingshuan was about to make a move, suddenly a chief flashed and forced him back. He raised his head and found that the person who made the move was Di Yujue. Jun Hongcheng's face was ashen. Facing Di Yujue's accusation, he could only stare coldly at him. In fact, as long as the people present were not idiots, they would know that everything Ao Zhengquang said was true. Compared to the conspiracy here, Ao Lingxiao was in a much more difficult situation. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who had suffered the most. This was because he had seen his brother kill his parents with his own eyes. However, his brother had framed him for all of this and was even hunted down by the entire clan. If it was an ordinary person, they would have collapsed long ago. Everyone in the Ao family could not help but feel grateful to the Di family. Back then, they had alienated the Di family, but the Di family had not been calculative with them. On the contrary, the Di family had helped Ao Lingxiao return. They were really magnanimous. If it had not been for the Di family's protection, Ao Lingxiao would have been dead by now. Now, the truth is finally out. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. During this period of time, she had not spread the news because she knew that there was a spy in the family. She did not want to spread the news and let the other party be prepared. However, she also knew that Ao Lingxiao had been very distressed because of this and did not know how to reveal the truth to the world. At this moment, all of this had finally been achieved. She was happy for Ao Lingxiao. Because from now on, Ao Lingxiao could finally hold his head high and no longer have to endure the hateful gazes of others. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Jun Lingshuan turned his hateful gaze towards her. Bailey Hongzhuang, what did you feed Ao Zhengquang? The truth pill. I think I've made it very clear. This is definitely not some truth pill. You must have used some kind of sorcery to make Ao Zhengquang say such delirious words. Jun Lingshuan roared. He knew very well that if this news were to spread, it would have a huge impact on the Jun family. Today, they were here to teach Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson. Who would have thought that his entire clan would be dragged into this mess? He was absolutely unable to accept such an outcome. Hearing Jun Lingshuan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, I'm the saintess of light. Are you sure you want to say that? Do you want me to use the power of light to prove that everything I said is true? A confident and perfect smile appeared on her peerlessly exquisite face. Back then in the immortal cloud secret realm, she already knew of this method. Once she made an oath, everyone would naturally believe her. Jun Lingshuan naturally thought of this as well. His face immediately turned red, turning into the color of pig liver. Since you're the saintess of the light now, who knows if you have other methods? Xiaosoa said coldly. She was unable to accept the sudden change in the situation. But no matter what, she was not willing to let Bailey Hongzhuang continue to be so arrogant. If you don't believe me, you can try. Bailey Hongzhuang held up the white porcelain bottle in her hand and looked at Xiaosoa with a smile that did not look like a smile. Xiaosoa was slightly startled and immediately fell into silence. After seeing Ao Zhengquang take the pill, how could she still dare to take the pill? If she were to accidentally say something that she should not say, she would be done for. She did not want to be a disgrace like Ao Zhengquang. However, Xiaosoa's retreat seemed to have a deeper meaning in everyone's eyes. Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong looked at each other. Both of their faces were gloomy. They did not expect the situation to develop in this direction. This was originally a matter without any evidence, but it had become irrefutable evidence. During this period of time, the more they said, the more mistakes they would make. It was better to just remain silent. At the very least, it was impossible for them to make a comeback at this point. Jun Hongchen quietly glanced around. A plan was already forming in his mind. He could not let this news spread and affect the family's reputation, so the only way was to kill all the people who could spread the news. Although the Di family and the Lin family had many people here today, it seemed that their numbers were still not as many as theirs. If they really fought, as long as they could get rid of Di Yujue and Lin Wenlan, the others would not be a concern. As for the Ao family, it was just a small family. They could just kill it directly. At this point, the Ao family was doomed. They could not use them. Instead of letting them rely on the Di family, it was better to get rid of them completely and save them the trouble. After Ao Zhengquang spilled out all the beans that had happened at that time, his eyes suddenly regained clarity. Only then did he clearly see the environment in front of him. As his memory gradually recovered, Ao Zhengquang realized that he was in such an environment. Young Master Jun, what happened? Ao Zhengquang could not help but ask. However, the only answer he got was Jun Lingxuan's cold and murderous gaze. If he could, he really wanted to kill this guy who could not do anything but ruin everything. Then, he would not be in such an awkward situation now. Noticing Jun Lingxuan's terrifying gaze, Ao Zhengquang's body trembled slightly. He then looked around. However, when he noticed that everyone in the Ao family was glaring at him, he had a bad feeling in his heart. His body could not help but tremble. His scalp was numb. He did not dare to imagine what had just happened. Just as Ao Zhengquang regained his consciousness, Ao Lingxiao also regained his consciousness. He looked nervously at Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen. He looked a little confused, not knowing what had just happened. Beichen, what did I just say? A warm smile appeared on Di Beichen's face. You can ask your family elders. Hearing this, Ao Lingxiao was slightly stunned, and the confusion on his face became even more intense. He turned his head to look at the various elders. He originally thought that he would still see their gazes filled with disgust, but he did not expect to see tears in their eyes as they looked at him with extreme guilt. Young master, it's all because of our foolishness. The great elder lamented, tears already flowing down from the corners of his eyes. The elders rushed to Ao Lingxiao's side almost immediately. As elders, they felt extremely guilty in their hearts at this moment. I didn't expect us to be so muddle-headed. We actually wronged you like this. Fortunately, you were able to return safely. Otherwise, it would be useless even if we were to die to atone for our sins. The second elder held Ao Lingxiao's hands and carefully sized him up. Look, you have lost so much weight compared to before. Fortunately, you came back safely and gave us a chance to make up for it. Looking at the elders swarming up and listening to their words full of concern, Ao Lingxiao was a little stunned. He still didn't understand why the elders' attitudes changed so much in such a short time. Was the effect of the truth pill really so powerful? However, this long-awaited warmth really made him feel incomparably happy. In the beginning, the elders treated him so lovingly. However, after that incident, their attitudes completely changed. All these years, he had been hiding everywhere and living a miserable life. This kind of warmth was what he longed for the most. Compared to Ao Lingxiao's joy at the moment, Ao Zhengquang's face was extremely pale. Even if he didn't know what he had just said, he could guess a little from everyone's reaction. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel scared. The crime of killing his parents was not something he could bear. In this way, his life was completely over. Young master, we wronged you. We are really sorry. What happened back then was too sudden. It was not your fault. Elders, you don't have to take it to heart. Ao Lingxiao's face bloomed with a bright smile for the first time. Ever since that incident, he had never been so relieved. For him, as long as he could prove everything, it was enough. He didn't resent any of the elders because he understood that the elders wanted to avenge their parents. However, in the face of Ao Lingxiao's generosity, the elders were even more ashamed. That's right. How could they forget that the young master was such a kind-hearted person? However, they were obsessed and believed that he would do such a thing. The third elder and the other elders who had a good relationship with Ao Zhengquang also changed their stance at this moment. In the face of major issues, they also had their own judgment. What's more, Ao Zhengquang obviously couldn't make a comeback this time. If they didn't change their stance, it was tantamount to courting death. The eldest young master has been clamoring to be punished by the family law. Now, the one who really needs to be punished by the family law is you. The third elder looked at Ao Zhengquang angrily. His face was full of righteousness, as if he wasn't the one who colluded with Ao Zhengquang before. Killing one's parents and framing others. Such crimes are intolerable. They must be punished according to the family rules. The great elder's face also became cold. Even if Ao Zhengquang was the young master of the family, after doing such a thing, he must be killed as a warning to others. Ao Lingxiao didn't say anything. From the day Ao Zhengquang killed his parents, the relationship between them had already been broken. He was no longer his brother. Noticing that everyone was itching to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons, Ao Zhengquang's face was also overwhelmed with shock. He hurriedly knelt in front of Jun Lingxuan and said nervously, "Young Master Jun, you must save me. I don't want to die, please save me." However, Jun Lingxuan only glanced at Ao Zhengquang coldly and lifted his leg to kick him away. "You damned bastard, get the hell away from me." Jun Lingxuan didn't want to bother with such an idiot. He really didn't understand why he asked him for help in the first place. Ao Zhengquang's face turned pale and cold sweat dripped down. The clothes on his back were instantly soaked with cold sweat. Despair and fear shrouded him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. If what Ao Zhengquang said before made people doubt whether this pill had other effects, then at this moment, Ao Zhengquang was completely awake and said such words. Everything was obvious. Jun Lingxuan was even more furious. He couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. His figure flew out and kicked Ao Zhengquang's body. Bang! This kick seemed to have used all of his strength and mercilessly crushed Ao Zhengquang's chest. Pooh! Ao Zhengquang spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the clothes on his chest red. However, Jun Lingxuan did not stop there. He had never been humiliated like this, but because of Ao Zhengquang, this idiot, he had to bear all of this. At this moment, Ao Zhengquang was like a breakthrough point. Only by killing him could he vent the anger in his heart. At this moment, Di Yujue did not stop it because everything had been revealed. The result of Ao Zhengquang was inevitable. The people of the Ao family wanted to stop all of this. After all, Ao Zhengquang was a member of the Ao family. They should be the ones to punish him. However, all of this happened too fast. They did not even have the chance to stop it. In just a few breaths, Ao Zhengquang was no longer breathing. Before dying, Ao Zhengquang still stared at Jun Lingxuan in disbelief. Obviously, he did not expect that the person who killed him in the end would be Jun Lingxuan. Ao Lingxiao looked at the corpse on the ground with a complicated expression. Ao Zhengquang had taken the wrong path, so he ended up like this. Quietly, the people of the Ao family who were very close to the Jun family had unknowingly leaned towards the Di family. Now that they knew everything, they naturally could not rely on the Jun family anymore. Such a hateful family made them feel extremely disgusted. Di Yujue glanced indifferently and his gaze fell on Jun Hongqing again. Now that the matter of the Ao family has been settled, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Jun Hongqing chuckled. The enmity between us has been going on for a long time. I wonder how you plan to settle it with me. Xiao Yanlong's expression changed a little. He originally thought that Di Yujue had come today to protect the safety of Di Beichen and the others. But from his words, why did he feel that Di Yujue wanted to take advantage of today to have a good fight with them? All these years, I've been looking for the culprit who attacked Beichen. Back then, you should have already heard me say that as long as I find the person who did this to Beichen, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Di Yujue's eyes were sinister and vicious as he stared at Jun Hongqing. An endless murderous aura spread out. Because of Beichen's disappearance, his family had been sad for so many years. Now that he had finally found the culprit, he must make Jun Hongqing suffer a fate worse than death. So what? Jun Hongqing asked. Could it be that you've finally found the culprit? That's right. Di Yujue nodded. This person is you. Di Yujue's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the cold light that flashed through his eyes caused one to shudder. His bloodthirsty killing intent spread out, and the surrounding temperature seemed to be affected by it, becoming icy cold. As soon as these words came out, everyone's shocked eyes fell on Junhongqing again. They really did not expect that the Jun family not only attacked the Ao family, but also did something so excessive to the D family. After hearing this news, Xiao Yanlong also looked at Junhongqing. He had suddenly received too much news today. Even he could not help but feel shocked. However, he wasn't too surprised by this. After such a thing happened in the D family, he and Du Yujue had such a guess. Because of the D family's problems, the happiest people were the Jun family. Over the years, he also knew that Du Yujue had been looking for evidence, but he did not find anything. He did not expect that Du Yujue would have evidence now. It was probably solid evidence. Xiao Shou was also dumbfounded. She never thought that Bewitching's disappearance was related to the Jun family. Jun Lingxuan had never mentioned this to her. If Bewitching had not disappeared, then she would have been Bewitching's fiancée now. Bailey Hongzhuang would not have come to the upper realm. Perhaps everything would have been better. For a moment, Xiao Shou's mood became very complicated. The things that the Jun family had done were indeed somewhat difficult to accept. Junhongqing looked coldly at Du Yujue. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. For a shameless person like you, if you don't have evidence, you will definitely not admit it. However, fortunately, I have evidence. Hearing this, Junhongqing was slightly stunned. He already had an ominous feeling in his mind. In fact, after seeing Du Yujue and the others come here today, he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, in this kind of situation, Du Yujue would definitely not come here personally. Now that he heard Du Yujue's words, he was afraid that Daihaoan's matter had been discovered. Bring Haoan here. Du Yujue ordered. The D family's cultivators quickly brought Daihaoan's figure forward. At this moment, Daihaoan was no longer in high spirits. After he said everything, it was as if he had lost his soul. He became numb and sluggish. This was because he knew very well that after today, he was afraid that there would be no way for him to survive. Everything that had happened before would turn into bubbles. He was no longer a member of the D family, and he could not return to the Jun family. The Jun family would not accept a failure like him, and the D family would not treat him as a family member. Even if he had been mentally prepared for all these years to be discovered, when all this really happened, he still collapsed and could not help but break down and lose himself. Jun Lingxuan's eyes widened when he saw Daihaoan. Then, his face turned ugly. Father, it seems that they are going to beat us at our own game. Jun Lingxuan's face was filled with anxiety. The other party obviously knew about their plan, but they still dared to come here today. They were probably well prepared. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No matter how bad the situation was before, at least he did not feel that his safety was threatened. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that everything was not so simple. If the D family came with the plan to catch them all in one fell swoop, then it would not be easy for them to escape. Junhongqing naturally thought of this and comforted him, "Don't worry. No matter what, father will take you away." Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly. He believed in his father's strength. Before Bewitching returned to the family, Daihaoan was a very outstanding child, second only to Di Xiaofeng. When he went out to train, he often saw Daihaoan. His performance was quite outstanding, and it was said that he was very likely to become the successor of the D family. But at this moment, he actually appeared in front of them with such an appearance. What was going on? Yes, it's him. Xiao Shou nodded slightly. He is the son of the second elder. Could it be that he colluded with the Jun family? Why? Even if she was now engaged to Jun Lingxuan and was close to the Jun family, she still couldn't help but have doubts in her heart. After all, she was very familiar with the D family and knew the D family's situation very well. As smart as Xiao Yanlong was, he had already guessed the whole story. However, even he didn't think that the Jun family would set up so many chess pieces in the D family. He was inexplicably afraid. Was it really a good thing to be on good terms with such a Jun family? He didn't know if the Jun family had used the same method to deal with them when they weren't close to the Jun family. I already knew that you were despicable, but I really didn't think that you would be despicable to this extent. He is a member of your Jun family, but he was planted in our family from the moment he was born. This kind of method and courage is really surprising. Diyujue shook his head and sighed. Even now, he still couldn't believe what Jun Hongqing had done. Even if the Jun family had been fighting with them for so many years, only Jun Hongqing was so despicable. In the past, there was no small friction between the two sides, but it was only on the surface. But now, it was completely a conspiracy. Jun Hongqing looked at Daihaoan indifferently, and Daihaoan lowered his head. Although he had been working for the Jun family all these years, he had rarely seen Jun Hongqing. Now that the matter had been exposed, he no longer had the face to face Jun Hongqing. Looking at Daihaoan's guilty look, Jun Hongqing understood that he had probably confessed everything. However, Daihaoan was nothing more than a chess piece to him. There was no need to care about him at all. Diyujue, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Jun Hongqing looked at his hands with a calm and indifferent expression. You casually pulled out a person from your family and said that he was someone I planted in your family. Isn't that too laughable? Ridiculous? Diyujue sneered, it is indeed laughable. This child has provided you with so much information for so many years, and now you treat him like this. It is too disappointing. He's not even a member of our clan. Naturally, I don't need to care. That's right. This guy is obviously a member of your D family. Now, in order to splash dirty water on us, you're even willing to do such a thing. You're the despicable ones. After Jun Lingshuan understood his father's thoughts, he was the first to speak up. Previously, the matter with the Ao family had already embarrassed them enough. If this matter was brought up now, they could forget about getting off the stage. In the blink of an eye, he noticed that Xiao Sou's gaze towards him had become somewhat complicated. Suddenly, his mood became even more depressed. Daihaoan obviously didn't expect the Jun family to have such an attitude. Suddenly, his entire heart turned cold. Hearing Diyujue's words, Jun Hongqing's expression changed. Daihaoan had always been the best move he had made. He didn't expect that everything would be exposed before it was time to end the game. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the heavens, your scheme might have really succeeded. Diyujue's face was gloomy. Even he didn't expect this move. All these years, Daihaoan's performance had always been excellent. He had never found any clues. In addition, he knew too well that the second elder was wholeheartedly thinking for the family. It was impossible for him to betray the family. Therefore, he had never paid attention to this point. Even if he knew that there must be a spy in the family, he had always been investigating from other aspects. He had ignored these people who he thought were trustworthy. After hearing Diyujue's words, Jun Hongqing thought for a moment. However, he was too lazy to hide it. Yes, he is indeed a chess piece that I placed in your family. So what? Jun Hongqing's expression was calm. He didn't feel ashamed at all. Could it be that you didn't place someone in our family? As opponents for many years, other than the situation of their own family, they also knew the situation of their opponents like the back of their hands. Seeing Jun Hongqing admit it so calmly, Diyujue's expression became more and more gloomy. This guy was really incurable. No matter if it was the cultivators of the Xiao family or the Ao family, they were extremely shocked when they heard this news. Sending people to investigate the situation of the opponent was something that every family would do. However, they didn't expect that the Jun family would be able to hide this spy so deeply. Daihaoan was previously a figure second only to Daihaoan in the D family. Because they already knew that Daihaoan would be the young master of the Lin family, everyone paid close attention to Daihaoan. However, after Bewitching appeared, Daihaoan's halo disappeared. It was fate. The heavens didn't intend to let the D family fall into a desperate situation. Therefore, Bewitching came back at such a crucial time. Otherwise, if he came back later, everything would be troublesome. All these years, the competition between our two families would always result in the fall of many outstanding disciples. In comparison, I only used one person to achieve this step. Why can't I? Jun Hongqing's chin was slightly raised. His serious face was now full of dignity. However, when he looked at Daihaoan, he revealed a trace of disdain. However, this guy was still useless. He didn't really complete the plan. Looking at Jun Hongqing's cold appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. This guy is really cold-blooded and heartless. No matter what, Daihaoan had done so many things for the Jun family. If it was someone with a conscience, they definitely wouldn't use the word useless to describe him. Master, I think that this Jun Hongqing is even more despicable than Jun Lingxuan. He is the one who really treats human lives like grass. Xiaohei couldn't hide the disgust on her face. This guy clearly did all kinds of bad things, but he still acted as if it was natural. He was simply shameless. I already knew this when I found out about Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold and gloomy. Jun Hongqing was a person who was as malicious as a poisonous snake. People couldn't help but be wary of him. Bailey Yanchei's voice was full of regret. Although one's birth was not a choice, why should he risk his life for such a family? Compared to Daihaoan, who had been suffering all these years, the Jun family did not care about his life at all. From the beginning to the end, he was just a pawn of the Jun family. If it worked, it would be good. If it didn't, they would just abandon him. If it were him, he would not care about such a family at all. Such a cold-blooded and heartless family, even if he gave up his life, he would not get a word of regret. I also feel bad for him, Shang Guaning sighed. Shang Guaningying sighed. However, he did this to let his mother live. Otherwise, I don't think Cowan would be so conflicted. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. From Daihaoan's previous expression, it could be seen that if the Jun family did not threaten him, his heart would have been with the Di family long ago, and he would not risk his life for the Jun family. When Daihaoan heard Jun Hongqing say that about him, his face gradually turned red. His clenched fists revealed the anger in his heart. In fact, he had always understood that he was just a pawn with value. However, he still had a glimmer of hope, and thought that the family treated him well. Now it seemed that he had thought too well of everything. The truth was not so at all. He could not help but think of the warmth he felt in the Di family all these years. He also hated himself to the core. Don't make excuses for your despicable actions. Di Yujue didn't care about this at all. Our two sides have indeed clashed many times over the years, but only a despicable person like you would make use of a child in swaddling clothes. Yes, many cultivators in our family have died, but everyone did it voluntarily for the family. We have never been forced. The great elder also had a serious face. Voluntary and forced were two completely different situations. In the family, there would always be people who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the family. This was the cohesion and unity of the family. This was because only when the clan was strong could the clan's disciples live a better life. If everyone had been misled by Jun Hongqing's words before, they now understood the essential difference between the two after hearing Di Yujua's words. At least, the Di family still had a choice. Xiao Sudong looked at Daihaoan, whose face was filled with pain. His expression was also somewhat complicated. He didn't know why, but after hearing the conversation between the two patriarchs, he couldn't help but sympathize with this guy. Father, this Daihaoan is rather pitiful. He was glad that he was the son of the patriarch, so he didn't have to bear all this. Xia Yanlong's eyes were deep. He had always known that Jun Hongqing was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Moreover, he had also treated Jun Hongqing as an enemy back then. The reason why they had never cooperated with the Jun family was because their relationship with the Di family was very stable. On the other hand, they did not trust the Jun family's character. The Di family had always been magnanimous. As long as they became allies, they could completely trust them. However, when facing the Jun family, they did not know when they would be stabbed. Now that he had seen this scene, his feelings were even more obvious. Di Yujue, you've been acting like a gentleman all these years. Don't you feel tired at all? Jun Hongqing did not care about Di Yujue's sanctimonious act at all. He did not think that there was anything wrong with his way of doing things. As long as he could maximize the family's benefits, it was worth it. He had only used Daihaoan alone to solve so many problems for them. If it had not been for Di Beichen's sudden return, their entire plan would have been a success. That's just what you think. Di Yujue's expression suddenly turned serious. He stared at Jun Hongqing with a gaze that brooked no refusal. Tell me, where's the real Daihaoan? Heh. Jun Hongqing chuckled. The corners of his lips curled into a roguish arc. Back then, it was a mistake for Bewitching to have the opportunity to return. Do you think I'll keep making the same mistake? As soon as he said this, the hearts of the D family sank. The anger in their eyes burned brighter. Even though they had already guessed that this would be the outcome, they could not help but feel sorry for the second elder when they found out about it. Back then, the second elder's wife had passed away in order to give birth to this child. Who would have thought that the child she had exchanged her life for would be taken by the Jun family? As soon as they thought of this, they could not help but feel sad. You're worse than a beast. The great elder could not hide his anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Xianxia was the main culprit in all of this. Do I need to be merciful to you? Xianxia snorted coldly. Great Elder D, you're being too serious. A cruel light flashed across his deep eyes. He could not wait to make the entire D family disappear from the upper realm. How could he possibly be merciful to them? Xianxia, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. When the second elder arrived at the Ao family, he happened to hear Xianxia's words. His blood immediately rushed to his head. His face turned red in an instant. His angry eyes were filled with endless killing intent. It was as if he wanted to kill Xianxia. He did not even see his son being replaced by the Jun family. Thinking of this, he felt so heartbroken that he could not breathe. Even if the family had asked him to stay in the family to rest, he would not have been satisfied if he did not come today. In the past, he only had one goal, and that was to take care of the family's affairs. That was enough. And now, he only had one goal, and that was to avenge his son. Only by killing this guy could he live. Everyone was shocked when they saw the second elder. However, they understood after thinking about it for a while. At this time, even if the family wanted to stop him, it was unlikely that they would be able to. You're overestimating yourself. Seeing that the second elder was rushing towards him, Xianxia snorted coldly. He casually attacked the second elder with a tyrannical force. However, before the attack could reach him, Diyujue blocked it with a wave of his hand. Second elder, don't be rash. Diyujue held the second elder back. Don't worry. Since we're here today, we'll definitely avenge Hoenn. The second elder's eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he had gone mad. Tears overflowed in an instant. Family head, for all that I've done for my family all these years, you must help me avenge my son. With his strength, it was impossible for him to deal with Xianxia. Second elder, I will definitely do so. Diyujue nodded seriously. As the head of the family, he had the responsibility to protect his family. Xianxia had attacked his family again and again. He would definitely make the other party pay the price in blood. Facing the second elder like this, he could empathize with him. All these years, because of Beichen's disappearance, he had been immersed in pain and had long since made this assertion. Once he found out who had attacked Beichen, no matter who it was, he would definitely take the other party's life, and now, everything was confirmed. After receiving Dijuju's affirmation, the second elder became even more excited and nodded repeatedly. Xianxia, we've been fighting for so many years. It's time to put an end to it. Dijuju's murderous intent suddenly exploded. His resolute voice was filled with determination. Even the people around could feel the layer of murderous intent. Between us, only blood can wash away everything. The grudges of many years had long been indistinguishable. And the only result was that they would fight to the death. Seeing that Diyujue was ready to fight to the death with him, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He subconsciously looked at Xiaoyanlong. It wasn't that he hadn't considered fighting the D family head-on. The reason why both sides had never faced each other head-on was because once they did, no matter who won or lost, it would be a huge loss. It would be the most troublesome if other forces were to reap the benefits. However, since Diyujue had taken the initiative to start a fight, he wasn't afraid. What he was most worried about now was that Lin Wenlan and the Lin family's cultivators were also here. If Xiaoyanlong didn't help him, then he would definitely lose today. Therefore, all of this depended on Xiaoyanlong's decision. When Xiaoyanlong saw the tense atmosphere between the two sides, he also hesitated. The situation before him was very clear. If he didn't do anything, the Jun family would definitely lose. Although it wasn't his intention to ally with the Jun family in the beginning, he had no other choice now that things had come to this. It was impossible for the D family to restore their previous relationship with them. Once something happened to the Jun family, their situation would become very unfavorable. Therefore, even if he felt that the Jun family was not that reliable, he had no other choice. Yujue didn't give Jun Hongqing any chance to escape. The moment he finished speaking, he moved and directly attacked Jun Hongqing, daring to make a move on his son. He wanted this guy to pay with his life. Seeing Yujue make a move, Jun Hongqing did not dare to underestimate him. He was well aware of how powerful Yujue was. Even if it was him, he had to be careful when dealing with him. After seeing Yujue make his move, Lin Wenlan immediately followed up with an attack. This damned bastard almost caused his grandson to never come back. He wanted this bastard to die. Brother Xiao, help me. Jun Hongqing saw Lin Wenlan also make a move and quickly called out. With his strength alone, it was already extremely difficult to deal with Yujue. Once Lin Wenlan joined in, he would have no chance of winning. Hearing Jun Hongqing's call, Xiaoyanlong no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and also joined the battle. Yujue only glanced at Xiaoyanlong indifferently. His voice was filled with ridicule. I didn't expect that there would be a day when we would fight to the death. Xiaoyanlong only remained silent. He also didn't expect this situation. The sigh only lasted for a moment. In the next second, both sides' gazes became fierce and merciless. Surging and turbulent origin energy surged out. Feeling the vast aura, the faces of the younger generation present were filled with horror. This was the battle strength of the patriarch. Just this aura alone was enough to make them unable to have any thoughts of resistance. They subconsciously wanted to retreat. After noticing this scene, the great elder of the Ao clan hurriedly said, "Everyone, retreat." This kind of battle was not something that the disciples of the clan could get close to. Even if they were affected by the aftermath of this energy, they would still be seriously injured. However, looking at the situation of the clan, he could not help but sigh. After the battle between the four patriarchs, the destructive power was extremely terrifying. Perhaps after this battle, the Ao clan's mansion would be completely destroyed. Even so, he wasn't too sad because the young master had returned. This allowed them to finally know everything that had happened back then. They would no longer be kept in the dark like fools. The family mansion could be rebuilt, but all of this could not be changed. Yujue's aura was like a rainbow. With a wave of his hand, a golden light appeared in his hand. With a domineering and sharp aura, it attacked Jun Hongqing. Seeing this, Jun Hongqing's gaze turned cold. His fire attribute power also met the attack. When the golden light and the fiery red light collided, everyone could only feel an extremely terrifying force colliding with a loud bang. The aura that rippled out caused the ground to crack inch by inch. However, the battle between the two did not stop at all because of this palm strike. The two figures were as fast as a whirlwind. Their movements were as fast as lightning. Everyone could only hear the explosion of the collision of forces, but they could not see the two's movements at all. However, from the terrifying situation of the battle, they could feel the hatred in their hearts towards each other. The determination to not stop until one of them died shocked everyone. Uncle's strength is so strong. Xiren's face was filled with emotion. This was definitely the strongest battle he had seen since coming to the upper realm. This terrifying and shocking aura made him understand the strength of a true powerhouse. Thinking back to the time when his father insisted that he must go to Punlai Island to have a look, it must be because he knew too well what a true expert looked like. In comparison, the strength of the lower realm was too weak. The difference between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. Lin Xiren was not the only one who was shocked. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were equally shocked. This was a true powerhouse. Beichen, it's time for us to move. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were deep as he locked onto Jun Lingxuan. The battle between the seniors had already begun, so the juniors naturally couldn't be at a disadvantage. They weren't a match for Jun Hongqing, but they were confident that they could deal with Jun Lingxuan. Di Beichen listened to the strong and urgent words, and the corners of his lips curled into a cold and charming arc. That's right. Jun Lingxuan was originally paying attention to the battle between Jun Hongqing and Di Xiaofeng, but he suddenly felt two cold gazes. He turned his head and found Di Xiaofeng staring at him with burning battle intent in their eyes. Before he could react, the two of them had already rushed over. Attack! At Bewitching's command, the D family members all took out their weapons and rushed towards the Jun family cultivators. Di Xiaofeng also ordered the cultivators of the Lin family to move out. It would be best if they could take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Jun family and the Xiao family, even if it was only a portion of the other side's cultivators. As long as they could annihilate these people, the Jun family and the Xiao family would definitely suffer heavy losses. Naturally, all the cultivators were aware of this as well. All of them clamored as they rushed over. Kill them! Kill, kill, kill! After seeing this scene, Ao Ling Xiao also turned his head to look at the Great Elder, his eyes flashing with hatred. Great Elder, the Jun family harmed my parents, we can't let them off. Second young master, you are the head of the Ao family, we will all listen to your orders. The Great Elder's expression was firm, and he was also full of resentment towards the Ao family. Attack! Kill them! Ao Ling Xiao gritted his teeth as he looked at the people of the Jun family, and his mind kept recalling everything that happened when his parents were still alive. It was all because of these hateful people that his family was destroyed, and he wanted them to pay with their blood. Hearing Ao Ling Xiao's command, the cultivators of the Ao family also rushed up crazily. Today's matter had given them too much shock. For so many years, they had been kept in the dark, and they were only chess pieces in the eyes of the Jun family, even if they were just a small family, and their strength was insignificant compared to the Jun family. This didn't mean that they didn't have dignity, even if they died. They had to die with dignity. In a moment, the cultivators of the 5 families all collided, and at a glance, there were battlefields everywhere. The sounds of battle rose and fell, and the entire sky was filled with the terrifying sounds of collision. Jun Lingxuan was dealt with by Bewitching, and Bailey Hongxuan faced Xiao Shou. Since she came to the upper realm, the game between the two sides had never stopped. Now that Xiao Shou had completely lost to her, it was time to end it today. After Xiao Shou saw Bailey Hongxuan, she couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in her heart. She was very clear that Bailey Hongxuan was stronger than her, and she couldn't win by herself. Seeing this, Xiao Sudong also came to Xiao Shou's side, and looked at Bailey Hongxuan as if he was facing a great enemy. Sudong, quickly come and help me. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongxuan chuckled. Xiao Shou, weren't you clamoring to kill me today? Why are you so scared now? After a moment of silence, Xiao Sudong and Xiao Sudong, Sudong bang, Sudong is Sudong. Sudong, let's go together. Xiao Shou had a serious expression on her face. Now that both sides were fighting, it seemed that they would not stop until one of them was dead. They did not have any helpers, but as long as they could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Bailey Hongxuan, it was undoubtedly excellent. Okay. Xiao Sudong nodded solemnly and immediately attacked together with Xiao Shou, facing Bewitching and his brother, Jun Lingxuan also. Panicked. He didn't have the confidence to win against Bewitching, let alone 2 people. Great Elder. It was precisely because of this that as soon as he saw Bewitching appear, Jun Xianxia immediately appeared. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Di Yujua's 2 sons and end the Di family's bloodline. It was a huge mistake to let Bewitching live. However, as long as he killed Bewitching now, he would make up for his mistake. Boy, this day next year will be the day you die. Jun Xuanxiao's aura burst out. His body was as fast as lightning. He wanted to take Bewitching's life with one move. Old man, you're so shameless. Di Xiaofeng could not help but feel anxious. Jun Xuanxiao's strength was second only to Jun Hongcheng's. They had no power to resist him. In Jun Lingxun's eyes, there was a trace of a victorious smile. This Bewitching should have died long ago. However, just as Jun Xuanxiao's attack was about to land on Bewitching, a hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked Jun Xuanxiao's attack. Jun Xianxiao, I haven't seen you in a while. You're still so shameless. The person who spoke was the great elder of the Di family, Di Chuyuan. Jun Xuanxiao's expression turned ugly when he saw that Di Chuyuan had blocked his sure-kill attack. If Di Chuyuan wasn't here right now, then his plan would have succeeded. I don't need to care about this when I'm dealing with you. I'll take your life. Di Chuyuan snorted coldly. He rushed out and attacked Jun Xianxiao. This hateful old man. They had been fighting for so many years. He wanted to end it all today. After Di Chuyuan blocked Jun Xianxiao, Di Beichen attacked Jun Lingxuan again. Let's see who can help you now. The dark power swept out, and the strange power lingered. Di Beichen had already fought with it for the first time. Bang! Jun Lingxuan was kicked away by Di Beichen. The dark power was like maggots that constantly rushed into Jun Lingxuan's body and eroded it. Feeling this, Jun Lingxuan's expression became extremely ugly. The dark power was undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with among the many elemental powers. The most difficult thing to deal with was its erosive effect. Only the light power could stop all this. He subconsciously looked at Xiao Shou. He found that even if Xiao Shou and Xiao Sudong joined forces, they were still suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. Their situation was not much better than the others. Jun Qing and Di Beichen fought. Many years ago, they had had a battle. But their strength was not much difference between them. And Di was with him. When they fought today, the situation did not change much. As the patriarchs, they had never slacked off in their cultivation. In addition, the two of them were once famous geniuses. Who would have thought that after so many years, their strength would still be evenly matched? Only Jun Hongqing knew that Di Yujue's talent was stronger than his. Over the years, Di Yujue had put a lot of energy into searching for Di Beichen. Jun Hongqing, on the other hand, had put all his energy into cultivation. Even so, his strength was still no different from Di Yujue's. If Di Beichen had not gone missing, Jun Hongqing would not be a match for Di Yujue now. Di Yujue, with your strength, it's not enough to kill me today. Jun Hongqing looked coldly at Di Yujue. The number of people on both sides was about the same. However, with the addition of the cultivators from the Ao family, he already felt that the situation was quite unfavorable for them. Even though they had a lot of people on this trip, it was still limited. On the contrary, this was the territory of the Ao family. The cultivators of the Ao family were almost all out. Even if their strength did not pose a threat to the powerhouses of the family, it would still have a big impact on the younger generation of cultivators. It was fine for a short period of time. However, once the time passed, their disadvantage would be revealed. He was not afraid of a real fight between the two sides. However, the place they were in now was really unfavorable for them. Even if I can't kill you in a short period of time, when all of your cultivators fall one by one, you will die by my hands. Di Yujue sneered. What makes you so sure that it will be the cultivators of our family that fall? Jun Hongqing's face was full of mockery. You are getting more and more arrogant nowadays. Open your dog eyes and see the situation clearly. Looking at the confidence on Di Yujue's face, Jun Hongqing also cursed in his heart. Could it be that there was something that he did not expect? He shifted his gaze slightly. He did not know when, but a group of cultivators had entered the Di family. This scene was completely out of his expectations. Looking at the situation of the cultivators of the Jun family, his heart could not help but turn cold. The Jun family was not in an advantageous position to begin with. Now that there were more opponents, they were in an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, the ground was full of corpses. There were people from all the big families. However, it was obvious that the cultivators of the Jun family and the Xiao family were the majority. Damn it! Jun Hongqing cursed in his heart. You actually brought so many people. Since I am going to settle the score with you today, of course I can't only bring so few people. Di Yujue's eyes were filled with mockery. The reason why he hadn't allowed all the cultivators to come in together was because he was worried that the Jun family would quickly escape if they knew that the situation was bad. Now that the Jun family had entered the battlefield, it would be impossible for them to escape unscathed. You're becoming more and more despicable. How could Jun Hongqing not know that all of this was Di Yujue's scheme? This is all thanks to you, Di Yujue mocked. Father, save me. Even if Jun Lingxuan gave it his all, he was still no match for Di Beichen. In just a short period of time, he was already covered in wounds. From the determination and murderous intent in Bewitching's extremely black eyes, he knew that this guy really wanted to kill him today. Hearing Jun Lingxuan's cry for help, Jun Hongqing looked over and found that his son was already covered in wounds. He couldn't help but feel angry. Turning his gaze, he found that Jun Lingxuan was exhausted by Di Chuyuan. At this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle and couldn't spare any time to help Jun Lingxuan. Damn it! Jun Hongqing's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. He didn't want to continue fighting with Di Yujue. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to Jun Lingxuan. Di Yujue naturally knew what Jun Hongqing was thinking. How could he let Jun Hongqing have the chance to rescue him? Want to run? No way. Brother Xiao, lend me a hand. Xiao Yanlong's figure flew forward and blocked Di Yujue. At the same time, Lin Wenlan's attack had also arrived. Jun Hongqing took the opportunity to escape. Brother Xiao, you only need to help me block for a moment. Hearing this, Xiao Yanlong agreed in a deep voice. Facing Di Yujue and Di Beichun's attacks at the same time was extremely difficult for him. However, in the current situation, no matter how difficult it was, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. Seeing that Jun Hongqing had taken the opportunity to deal with Di Beichun, Di Yujue's attacks on Xiao Yanlong, who was entangling him, became even more vicious. He never showed any mercy to his enemies. Bang! A ferocious punch landed directly on Xiao Yanlong's chest. At the same time, a kick flew out. Following this, his figure shot out explosively and chased after Jun Hongqing. With Jun Hongqing's power, killing Di Beichun would only take an instant. Under Di Yujue's tyrannical metal attribute power, Xiao Yanlong's figure flew back over 1,000 meters in the air. He felt a fishy sweetness in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Wenlan's attack did not stop because of this. A tyrannical palm struck out once again. From the day they had become enemies, there was no longer any friendship between them. Xiao Yanlong's heart panicked. He ignored his own injuries and immediately charged forward. At this time, if he were to completely endure another attack, it would be over for him. Jun Hongqing had immediately charged towards Jun Lingxuan's position after shaking off Di Yujue. The pressure that erupted from his body fiercely pressed down on Di Beichun, making it extremely difficult for him to even move. Di Beichun was holding the severed passion sword in his hand. As long as he swung his sword, he would be able to take Jun Lingxuan's life. Just as the tip of the sword was a hair's breadth away from Jun Lingxuan, he felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him, causing him to be unable to move. He turned around and realized that it was actually Jun Hongqing. Di Beichun narrowed his eyes. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to kill Jun Lingxuan again. Thinking of this, he used all his strength to move the tip of the sword. Boy, how dare you! Jun Hongqing roared loudly after seeing Di Beichun's actions. Let's see if I dare. Di Beichun's eyes flashed with madness and determination. Jun Hongqing had made a move on him back then, and now, he would make a move on Jun Lingxuan. Save me! Seeing the tip of the sword getting closer and closer to him, Jun Lingxuan was so scared that tears and snot flew out. He didn't want to die like this. Chi! With Di Beichun's full strength, the tip of the sword finally pierced into Jun Lingxuan's body. Jun Lingxuan howled like a pig being slaughtered. He felt an intense pain coming from his body, and his entire being was shrouded in despair. Jun Hongqing saw that Di Beichun actually dared to make a move on Jun Lingxuan in front of him. His eyes instantly turned red, and the veins on his temples bulged. Boy, you're courting death. With Jun Hongqing's strength, such a long distance was covered in the blink of an eye. A violent force quickly attacked Di Beichun, sending him flying. Di Beichun's body flew backward, and his face turned red. Jun Hongqing immediately took out a pill and placed it in Jun Lingxuan's mouth. He asked anxiously, Jun Lingxuan, how are you? Jun Lingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood as the sword in his chest was pulled out. He was slightly dispirited. Damned kid, I'll take your life first. Jun Hongqing put down Jun Lingxuan and waved his hand. A flaming palm appeared and headed straight for Di Beichun. Ever since the second elder found out that his son had died at the hands of the Jun family, he had viewed the Jun family as his mortal enemy. He knew that he was no match for Jun Hongqing, so he did not act rashly. Instead, he quickly killed off the cultivators of the Jun family. These bastards, they all deserved to die. Out of all the elders, the second elder was the craziest. His eyes were bloodshot, the anger in his heart could only be quenched by blood. Seeing that Jun Hongqing was about to attack his young master, the second elder immediately rushed forward. Young master! The second elder rushed towards Jun Hongqing. He could not let anything happen to the young master. Seeing that the second elder had suddenly appeared to ruin his plan, Jun Hongqing's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and attacked the second elder. You overestimate yourself. Jun Hongqing used 100% of his strength in this attack. He was most annoyed by this guy's arrogant attitude of wanting to kill him. A piece of trash who had raised someone else's son for so many years should have died long ago. The second elder's abilities were the weakest among all the elders in the D family. It was because of this that he had been in charge of managing the family's affairs all these years. Therefore, as Jun Hongqing's attack landed, the second elder felt the shadow of death looming over him. This was the absolute difference in abilities. However, as long as he could buy some time for the young master, it was worth it. However, just as the second elder thought that he was about to lose his life, he realized that the pain he expected did not appear. He turned his head and realized that Daihaoan was standing in front of him. Haoan? The second elder looked at the figure in front of him in shock. His eyes were filled with shock and nervousness. He never thought that Haoan would do this. Daihaoan spat out a mouthful of blood and his body quickly fell to the ground. Damn it! Seeing that Daihaoan was risking his life to save the second elder, Jun Hongqing's eyes turned even colder. Ever since Daihaoan had tried all sorts of excuses, he knew that this guy would never achieve anything great. Now, he was sacrificing his life to save his opponent. This was the height of stupidity. He deserved to die. Just as Jun Hongqing was about to kill Bewitching, Di Yujue had arrived and stopped everything. Jun Hongqing, you're asking for it. Di Yujue's face was filled with rage. Jun Hongqing actually wanted to kill Bei Chen. Jun Hongqing's eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. He only wanted to kill Di Bei Chen, but Di did not give Jun Hongqing the slightest chance. His figure flashed and pulled Di Bei Chen to the back, out of the range of Jun Hongqing. Go to hell. Di Yujue threw a punch. The golden light shone brightly like the sun, attracting everyone's attention. The sharp gold power seemed to be able to penetrate everything. It was everywhere and made everyone's heart tremble. However, this attack was not aimed at Jun Hongqing. Instead, it was aimed at Jun Lingxuan. Jun Lingxuan, who was already seriously injured, felt better after taking the pill. Suddenly, a terrifying force came crashing down on him. His face turned pale immediately. His internal organs seemed to have shifted under the pressure. Blood gushed out of his mouth again. Lingxuan. Jun Hongqing took a quick glance at Jun Lingxuan's condition, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the destructive power of the metal element was extremely shocking. Jun Lingxuan had been stabbed in the heart by Di Beichen earlier. Although it hadn't been pierced, it had still injured his foundation. Even if he had fed him a 9th-grade healing pill, he wouldn't be able to recover in such a short time. Now that he had been attacked like this, his situation could be said to be extremely bad. He glanced at the situation around him. At present, the Jun family was completely at a disadvantage. If this continued, sooner or later, all of them would be left here, and he couldn't let that happen. At the same time, Di Yujue also fed Di Beichen a pill. How are you? Di Beichen shook his head. Father, I'm fine. Fortunately, the second elder had attracted Jun Hongqing's attention. Otherwise, he would have died just now. When Jun Hongqing dealt with him, he finally understood how big the gap between the two of them was. Although his injuries were not light, at least it wouldn't endanger his life. At this moment, Jun Hongqing suddenly carried Jun Lingxuan and rushed outside without hesitation. Everyone, retreat. The loud voice was filled with urgency and tension. Even though he knew that only a small number of cultivators would be able to leave at this moment, Jun Hongqing didn't care. Because he knew that if they continued to stay, everyone would die here. None of the people who were fighting had thought that Jun Hongqing would suddenly give such an order. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and it wasn't until everyone came to their senses that it returned to normal. Jun Xianxia also understood why Jun Hongqing did this. They had only been fighting for a short time, but the casualties of the Jun family's cultivators were already extremely terrifying. Although this decision was equivalent to giving up on many young disciples, it was already the best result for the current situation. After hearing Jun Hongqing's decision, Xia Yanlong's heart also turned cold. If he had known this would happen, he would have left with his family's disciples. Now that they had paid such a high price, and so many clan members had lost their lives, only then did they choose to escape. How many of them could actually escape? Apart from the various elders, it was impossible for ordinary disciples to leave alive. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. Once the Jun family began to evacuate, only death would await him if he did not leave. After Di Yujue knew that Jun Hongqing was planning to escape, how could he let him leave so easily? In the next second, he quickly chased after him. No matter what, he had to do his best to keep Jun Hongqing here today, otherwise, with the extent of this fellow's scourge, he didn't want any danger to come to the clan's disciples. Feeling Di Yujue chasing after him, Jun Hongqing's heart tightened. He immediately handed Jun Lingxuan over to Jun Xianxia before he turned around and fled in the other direction. Great Elder, take good care of Ling Sun. Don't let anything happen to him. Jun Hongqing ordered. Master, I will definitely protect the young master with my life. After noticing that Di Beichen was injured, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately rushed in his direction. However, there were battles everywhere. Even though the distance didn't seem far, it was not easy to rush over. When she noticed that Jun Hongqing had begun to escape, she subconsciously looked at Xiao Sou and Xiao Sudong. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the two of them were desperately rushing towards Lin Wenlan's direction. Obviously, they also had the intention of retreating and wanted to quickly leave this place. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness, but she still quickly rushed towards Di Beichen's direction. What kind of strength did Jun Hongqing have? If he used all his strength, it was easy to guess how much damage he caused to Di Beichen. In fact, from the moment she saw that Di Beichen was injured, her heart was already in a panic. To her, nothing else was important. The most important thing was that the people she cared about were safe and sound. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at Di Beichen's side. Looking at the pale and bloodless Di Beichen, her heart suddenly clenched and she quickly took his pulse. Di Beichen, how are you? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's nervous expression, Di Beichen knew that his situation had probably frightened Bailey Hongzhuang and quickly comforted her. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not feel relieved because of this comfort. After carefully taking his pulse, she discovered that Di Beichen's situation was extremely bad. Jun Hongqing's strength was too strong. The tyrannical power of the fire attribute was constantly destroying Di Beichen's body. Even though he had already taken the pill, his condition did not improve much. This won't do. This power is already destroying your internal organs. If we don't stop it soon, your injuries will be very serious. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Even if this power was not enough to endanger Di Beichen's life, but if this continued, it would definitely take a long time to completely recover. Therefore, stopping the destruction as soon as possible was the most important thing. Di Beichen also knew that he couldn't hide his situation from Bailey Hongzhuang, so he didn't say anything. The difference in strength between Jun Hongqing and him was too great. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't care less about the situation around her. She quickly began to treat Di Beichen. She couldn't let this injury affect his foundation. Everything happened in the span of a few breaths, leaving no time for anyone to react. At this moment, the second elder was supporting the fallen Daihaoan. His bloodshot eyes had also become moist. Why are you doing this? Second elder said bitterly. Cough, cough. Daihaoan coughed up another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. There was no trace of blood in it, but the corners of his lips pulled up into a sincere and warm smile. He looked longingly at the second elder and said with difficulty, "Can I call you father again?" The second elder, who was already in extreme pain, felt his heart move after hearing this weak voice. His eyes were sour and tears almost fell. Ever since he found out that Daihaoan was not his child, but a spy for the Jun family, his feelings were very complicated. He didn't know how to face him. Even if in his own position, he should hate Daihaoan to the extreme. But looking at this familiar face, he found it hard to hate. Because, all these years, he had always treated Daehaeon as his own son, even if the identity was not, the feelings of these years could not be faked. Yes, yes. Second elder nodded. I really didn't want to. Daehaeon's eyes were full of tears. I really didn't want to, but I had no choice. But you have to believe me. I really treat you as my father. Tears kept flowing, and Daehaeon's eyes fell on the face of the second elder. It was a face that he was very familiar with. It was such a man who raised him and took care of him wholeheartedly. From when he was a baby to when he grew up, he had always been immersed in family affection. Even if the second elder was not related to him by blood, he was still his father. The man in front of him was the family member that he cared about most in his life. The second elder clearly felt Daehaeon's sincerity. Haeon, I believe you. I have always believed in you. The second elder nodded repeatedly. Tears blurred his eyes. He wiped them away casually with his hand and kept looking at Daehaeon. It seemed that he was afraid that Daehaeon would disappear from his sight if he lost sight of him for a moment. Father, you must be well. Daehaeon looked at the second elder longingly. It seemed that he wanted to imprint the second elder's appearance in his heart forever. He was also worried that once he closed his eyes, he would never remember the man who was so kind to him. In the next life, I will still be your son. I will be your real son. The second elder held Daehaeon's hand tightly. Big drops of tears fell. You will be my real son in this life. My real son. Oh. I am really happy that you can forgive me. I have no regrets in dying. Don't talk nonsense. You will be fine. The second elder quickly said and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Young madam, I beg you. Please save Haeon. Hearing the second elder's words, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Daehaeon's situation was very bad. Hongzhuang, look. Haeon was seriously injured because he tried to save the second elder. Bewitching looked anxious. Although Daehaeon was a spy, he didn't hate him. He just felt that he was a pitiful person. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and quickly checked on Daehaeon's condition. Her heart sank when she saw his condition. Although Daehaeon's injuries didn't seem serious on the surface, his internal organs had already suffered a devastating blow. Even if she wanted to save him, it was already too late. Bewitching had only received a casual blow from Junhongqing, and it was already so serious. Not to mention that Daehaeon had blocked all of Junhongqing's power. It was already not easy for him to persist and say a few words. Noticing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, the second elder couldn't help but kneel down. Young madam, I beg you. Please save him. I will be your slave in the future to repay you. The man with white hair on his temples completely revealed his weakness at this moment. It was as if Bailey Hongzhuang was his last life-saving straw. He held on tightly and didn't want to let go. Father, don't make things difficult for Hongzhuang. I know that my condition is hopeless. Daehaeon spoke slowly. There was a hint of sadness in the smile on his lips. From the moment he blocked Junhongqing's attack, he knew that he couldn't survive. Looking at Daehaeon like this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were a little wet. It was such a spy, but she couldn't hate him. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a pill and fed it to Daehaeon. A bright light energy appeared between her hands. The extremely pure light energy made people unconsciously relax. The warm feeling reduced the pain on Daehaeon's body. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly, Second elder, forgive me for my limited abilities. I can only try my best to buy some time so that Daehaeon can talk to you more. This was the best she could do. Generally speaking, as long as the injuries were not too severe, she was confident that she could save him. However, Junhongqing's strength was too strong. With her current strength, she could not do this. Even if she had obtained the Saint Crystal, she was still in the process of researching it. Apart from the previous saint, no one knew the correct way to use the Saint Crystal. The most frustrating thing was that the handwritten notes left behind by the Holy Maiden of the Light had disappeared at some point, so she had to figure everything out herself. If she had mastered the way to use the Saint Crystal, she might be able to save Daehaeon. But now, there was nothing she could do. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang sigh, the second elder burst into tears. He trembled as he held Daehaeon's hands. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made it difficult for him to even breathe. Hongzhuang, thank you. Daehaeon looked at the holy Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, his eyes full of gratitude. He was just a traitor of the family. He had done such a heinous thing to Bewitching. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang should hate him to the core. But now, she was willing to help him. This was enough to prove her kindness and benevolence. And because of this, he was even more heartbroken and regretful. Everyone in the D family treated him so sincerely. If he was really a member of the D family, he would be so lucky. However, now that he thought about it, being used as a pawn by the Jun family might not have been a bad thing. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been able to experience the warmth of the D family. With the indifference of the Jun family, it would have been even more painful for him to live there. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Daehaeon, whose face was as pale as paper, and shook her head. Haeon, you don't have to feel guilty. We all know that this was not your intention. The crisp voice fell into Daehaeon's ears like the sound of nature, but it made him burst into tears. Forgiveness. He never thought that anyone would forgive him for what he had done. Bewitching walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Although he had yet to recover from his injuries, his complexion was a little redder than before. Looking at the extremely weak Daehaeon in front of him, he felt somewhat emotional. We all understand that you had no choice. From the moment Daehaeon's identity was discovered, he saw the bone-deep pain on Daehaeon's face. He didn't need to look carefully to know how much Daehaeon had struggled over the years. Speaking of which, Daehaeon wasn't wrong. His mistake was that he was born into the wrong family. Jun Hongchun was fine, but his father never treated him seriously. In comparison, he felt that Daehaeon's biological father was even more hateful. Even if he was a spy, at least he could have made him more willing. But he used his mother to threaten him. This method was simply shameful. To be able to obtain your forgiveness before I die, I truly have no regrets. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely treat you sincerely. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Bewitching smiled faintly, we will be good brothers in our next lives. Definitely. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not continue to speak. There was only a short period of time left, so it was better to leave it to Daehaeon and the second elder. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze turned towards Xiaosou. Only then did she realize that Xiao Yanlong and the other elders of the Xiao family were desperately protecting Xiaosou and Xiao Yanlong as they escaped. At this moment, they could not help but feel depressed. If they had known that this would happen, they would not have allowed Xiaosou and Xiao Yanlong to come. At this time, it was already very difficult to escape from the opponent's control. It would be even more difficult to protect the two of them. Moreover, the cultivators of the Jun family had escaped first. By the time they reacted, they were already slower by a beat. In addition, the cultivators of the Lin family and the D family had already known of their plans. It was even more difficult to escape. Lin Wenlan naturally would not let Xiao Yanlong leave so easily. Every move was ruthless and merciless, not giving him any chance to escape. Xiao Yanlong also understood that if he did not leave now, he would not have the chance to leave later. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and made a ruthless decision. Bang! Lin Wenlan directly attacked Xiao Yanlong with a kick. Even he did not expect that Xiao Yanlong would not dodge. This kick solidly landed on the opponent's chest. The fierce and powerful force caused Xiao Yanlong's face to flush red. However, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and borrowed this force to leave. Only then did Lin Wenlan realize that Xiao Yanlong had actually taken a hit in order to escape. However, by the time he caught up, the gap between the two parties had widened. It was abnormally difficult to catch up again. When the cultivators of the Xiao family and the D family saw that their masters and elders had begun to escape, they quickly gave up on the idea of fighting and took the opportunity to escape. However, the cultivators from the D family, Lin family, and Ao family did not intend to let them go. The other side had already been utterly defeated, and the cultivators of the D family and the other two families were in high spirits. As a result, the number of cultivators from the Jun family and the Lin family was astonishing. Looking at the many corpses in front of them, Xiren and the others smiled with relief. This time, the Jun family and the Xiao family have suffered a lot. They came here with the intention of keeping all of us here, so they sent quite a number of cultivators. Now, other than the patriarch and the elders, not many of the other cultivators can escape. Di Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with a trace of a sneer. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. This time, he was afraid that the Jun family and Xiao family would suffer for a while. It's a pity that Xiao Sou and Jun Lingxuan are still alive. If these two guys disappeared, I would feel much happier. Shang Guaniying sighed. It was true that scourges lived for 1,000 years. She thought that she could keep these two guys here today. The two patriarchs will definitely do their best to protect them. This kind of situation is also expected. Mo Yunjue slowly said, his eyes penetrating and sharp. At their level of strength, it will not be easy to keep them here. The difference in strength between Di Yujue and Jun Hongqing wasn't that great. As long as Jun Hongqing wanted to leave, there was no way to stop him. After sensing his strength, Mo Yunjue had already guessed this result. Thinking about it, this was the real reason why the Di family and the Jun family had been fighting for so many years without any results. In other words, this was the foundation of the aristocratic families. Why were the aristocratic families always so stable? Because there were many strong people in the family. Even if they couldn't win, leaving was no problem. As long as the bloodline of the family remained, there was a possibility for it to become strong again. This was why the inheritance of the aristocratic families was continuous and unbroken. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, Xiren and the others nodded slightly. The stronger the aristocratic families were, the harder it was to destroy them. Unless there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides, it was impossible to do so. Not long after, Di Yujue and the elders of the Di family returned. Father, how was it? Di Beichen asked. 2 elders were left behind. Jun Hongqing was also seriously injured. Although they weren't left behind, it's still not bad. Di Yujue's face rippled with a faint smile. Although he came with the intention of killing Jun Hongqing, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy to completely kill him. However, today's result was already a big blow to the Jun family. Jun Hongqing was seriously injured and would need to recuperate in a short period of time. The 2 elders who died were also of high status in the Jun family. Moreover, a large number of outstanding cultivators had died. Even for the Jun family, this was a serious blow. The Xiao family's situation is even worse than the Jun family's. Lin Wenlan laughed. For a moment, everyone was relieved. Although many cultivators were injured, their hearts were still filled with joy and satisfaction. Haha, the Jun family must have never thought that today's result would be like this. Just thinking about it makes me happy. They actually thought that they could kill our young master. What a fool's dream. The Jun family and the Xiao family will die in our hands sooner or later. The cultivators cheered. Thinking back to how the Jun family had planted spies in the family, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Di Yujue's figure flashed to Di Beichen's side. After noticing that the latter's complexion had recovered, he immediately smiled and said, "It seems that Hong Zhuang has helped you heal your injuries." "His injuries are very serious, he still needs to recuperate." Bailey Hong Zhuang replied. "Don't worry, it's nothing." Di Beichen smiled at Bailey Hong Zhuang, "I'll listen to your orders." TSK, the characteristics of a henpecked husband are exposed. Di Xiaofeng shook his head and sighed. Di Beichen glanced at Di Xiaofeng. "It seems that I have to call Yunyan over." Di Xiaofeng smiled brightly, "That won't be necessary. If Yunyan wasn't in seclusion this time, let's see if you would still say such words." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up as she looked at Di Xiaofeng teasingly. Although Di Xiaofeng was usually majestic, in front of Bailey Yunyan, he was not an ordinary kind of gentle. Di Xiaofeng was the one who was henpecked. Forget it. I can't win against you, husband and wife." Then, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. The injured cultivators also quickly began to heal. Today's battle was not a small harvest. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air, but the corpses on the ground were cleaned up in a short period of time. The Jun family's residence had clearly suffered quite a bit of damage. Many of the buildings had already been reduced to rubble. However, Di Yujue had intentionally avoided the Jun family's residence when he was fighting. that was why it hadn't been completely destroyed. This time, they used this opportunity to deal with the Jun family and the Xiao family, not to destroy the Ao family's residence. Even though the residence was destroyed, the elders of the Ao family were in a good mood. It was just a house, and they could just rebuild it. It would not take much time. However, they finally found the real head of the family and escaped the control of the Jun family. This was the most joyous thing. As the battlefield was cleaned up, the sky that was originally covered by dark clouds became bright. The dark clouds quietly dispersed, revealing the blue sky. The sky was clear, and the sky was clear after the rain. Looking at the bright blue sky, everyone's faces could not help but reveal a sincere smile. Bailey Hongzhuang and the doctors of the Ao family were busy treating the injuries of the injured cultivators. Ordinary injuries could be healed with healing medicine, but all the more serious injuries needed to be treated by the doctors. In the meeting hall, the elders of the Di family and the Lin family were gathered together. Today, Jun Hongqing risked his life to protect Jun Lingxuan, and I injured him quite badly. I'm afraid he won't show his face for a short period of time. Di Yujua's eyes rippled with a trace of coldness. This time, it was only the interest. What he wanted was Jun Hongqing's life. Xia Yanlong is also seriously injured, so we don't need to worry about them for a while. Lin Wenlan's voice was slightly light. During this period of time, the Jun family and the Xiao family could be said to have caused a lot of trouble. Now that they could stop for a while, it was also very good for them. Di Yujua nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on the second elder, who seemed to have lost his soul. He knew that Dai Haoan had fallen, and he could not do anything about it. Perhaps, this was already a pretty good ending. Second elder, I know that this matter has greatly affected you, but you must persevere. Don't be too sad over this. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. I understand, the second elder replied. But, he still looked as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, Di Yujua sighed. Speaking of which, the second elder's son had sacrificed himself for the clan. If it wasn't for Jun Hongqing dealing with them, the second elder's son would still be alive and well. Second elder, don't take it too hard. If you do, you'll be letting Haoan down. Di Chuyuan also comforted him. He had always been very close to the second elder. Seeing the second elder like this, he also felt very pained. Hearing this, the second elder's expression changed a little, but the pain became even more obvious. I'm already so old, why should I need him to sacrifice his life for me? Second elder, this is how Haoan feels about you. Even though Haoan's identity is. But he truly sees you as his father. If before, everyone still had some hatred towards Dai Haoan. But now, after knowing the result, all they felt was pity. In just one day, he had suffered too many blows. The son he had always doted on had suddenly become someone else's son, and then died trying to save him. All of this made him feel like he was in a dream. It was too unreal. Second elder, my condolences. Lin Wenlan said slowly. Dai Haoan was no longer around. She didn't want the second elder to be dispirited because of this. After a long while, the second elder looked at Di Yujue and said, Master, don't worry. I won't despair like this. The Jun family did such a thing to Haoan and my son. I will make them pay with their blood. His blood-red eyes were filled with hatred. Both of his sons had died at the hands of the Di family. If he didn't take revenge, how could he face his two sons? Even if he couldn't kill Jun Hongqing, he would do everything he could to deal with the Jun family. Seeing the light in the second elder's eyes again, even if it was the light of hatred, Di Yujue quietly sighed in relief. Hatred was also a kind of belief. As long as the second elder had his own obsession, he could still live. Second elder, what are your plans now? The second elder thought for a moment and said, I plan to find Haoan's mother first. If I can save her, Haoan will feel more comforted in the underworld. This was also Dai Haoan's wish before he died. As a father, he would do his best to help his son achieve what he wanted to do. Di Yujue nodded slightly, since you've made up your mind, then do it. Thank you, master. At the same time, Ao Ling Xiao had also gathered with the elders of the Ao family. The elders led by the great elder had already addressed Ao Ling Xiao as the patriarch. Even though they had already recovered from the shock, they still couldn't help but feel a little guilty in their hearts. After all, their attitude towards Ao Ling Xiao a few years ago was really too much. Fortunately, Ao Ling Xiao didn't take it to heart, which made them feel a little relieved. Family head, we were tricked by the Jun family before. Over the years, the Jun family has been trying to seize resources from us. In fact, there are many people in our family who are dissatisfied with this. Now that things have come to this, I wonder if we can still keep in touch with the D family like before. The great elder looked at Ao Ling Xiao tentatively. If they couldn't get the D family's protection, they would be finished once the Jun family came looking for trouble. Even if the Jun family had suffered a big blow, it would still be easy for them to deal with a small family like theirs. The other elders also looked at Ao Ling Xiao nervously. This was the problem they were all worried about. Seeing how worried everyone was, Ao Ling Xiao grinned, "Don't worry. Leave this to me." Although he hadn't discussed this matter with Bewitching yet, he believed that Bewitching wouldn't refuse. From the moment Bewitching chose to help him, he had already decided to work for Bewitching in the future. He didn't lose his life this time, so he would definitely go through water and tread on fire for him in the future. Seeing Ao Ling Xiao's confidence, the elders of the Ao family were relieved. That's great. The great elder breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the time when they were in contact with the D family, it was much better than when they were attached to the Jun family. Most importantly, after this incident, they understood more about the D family's magnanimity. Fortunately, the D family helped us this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back. Ao Ling Xiao's gaze was distant. In the future, I hope that everyone can sincerely work for the D family. Don't worry, family head. We will. Everyone nodded. With the D family's magnanimity, if they worked hard for them, the D family wouldn't treat them badly. Most importantly, the D family had helped them too much this time. Everything they did was what they should do. Bailey Hongzhuang and the doctors of the Ao family were helping the cultivators treat their injuries. Looking at the heavily injured cultivators in front of her, her eyes flashed slightly. This time, they had indeed won a great victory, but many cultivators had sacrificed their lives for it. Even if she was used to seeing life and death, she couldn't help but feel emotional when she saw this scene. "Wife, what's wrong?" Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's inexplicable worry, Bewitching's eyes also showed a trace of concern. "It's nothing." Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "Maybe it's because of what happened to Hao, and looking at this scene now, I feel a little emotional." Bewitching also understood Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. His black eyes gradually deepened. Every family's prosperity is bought with the blood of their clansmen. Although some people have died, it's for the sake of the family. Compared to those powerless families, this is already the best result. The weak are prey to the strong. This was the law of the world. At least, they still had the strength to fight. As for those small families or ordinary families, once they encountered danger, they didn't even have the strength to fight. This was even more tragic. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. I hope Hao will be born in a good family who loves him. Definitely. The next day, the teams from the D family and the Lin family left. Apart from a few cultivators who were severely injured, the rest of the cultivators returned to their families. Bewitching wasn't in a hurry to leave. Bailey Hongzhuang still had to treat the injured cultivators. In addition, Ao Ling Xiao had just returned to the Ao clan. They also had to confirm the situation. Ling Xiao, your family's situation should be fine, right? Bewitching looked at Ao Ling Xiao, whose complexion was extremely good, and asked in a relaxed tone. Ao Ling Xiao nodded. Ever since everyone knew the truth, I didn't encounter any resistance when I assumed the position of patriarch. I had planned to fight Jin Lingshuan after I came back. I wanted to avenge my parents. I didn't expect that Jin Lingshuan would be so ruthless. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Hongzhuang. Ao Ling Xiao turned his gaze and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for this truth pill, I'm afraid that no matter what I said, no one would believe me. I just happened to have the pill formula for the truth pill. You're just lucky. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She recalled the frustrated Ao Ling Xiao in the lower realm. He was clearly different from the high-spirited Ao Ling Xiao now. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to return to the upper bound. I will always remember this kindness. If you need me to do anything in the future, just tell me. I will do it even if it costs me my life. His firm and steady voice was very sincere. Ao Lingzhao's young face was also filled with his own determination. Since everyone doubted him and Di Beichen and Bailey Ruoxin had always believed in him, he had made up his mind that his life would be theirs in the future. Ling Xiao, you also helped us before. You don't have to be so serious. We are good brothers. Di Beichen smiled. They helped Ao Ling Xiao not because they wanted anything in return. You are a good brother who deserves everything I have, Ao Ling Xiao replied. Seeing this, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang smiled. In their hearts, Ao Ling Xiao was also a friend whom they could trust with their backs. By the way, Beichen, there is something I want to ask you for help with. Just say it. You know the current situation of the Ao family. Previously, Ao Zhengquang was bought over by the Jun family. That's why he broke off contact with your family and worked for the Jun family all these years. After this incident, everyone understood what was going on. In the future, this kind of problem won't happen again. So, I hope your family can still accept us. I can guarantee that this kind of thing will never happen again. Ao Lingxiao's brows were furrowed with worry, and one could vaguely see a trace of awkwardness on his face. Previously, the family had mysteriously cut off contact with the Di family, and then contacted the Jun family. If he didn't know Beichen's character, he would be too embarrassed to say this. I thought it was something big. Di Beichen looked relaxed. He held Ao Ling Xiao with one hand. Didn't you just say that we are brothers who went through life and death together? What's there to worry about? Hearing the former's carefree voice, the worry between Ao Ling Xiao's brows disappeared. A familiar smile appeared on his face again. Haha, I also feel that what happened back then was inappropriate. Don't think too much about it. None of this is a problem. If there's anything between us in the future, just say it. There's no need to worry about anything else. All right. While the three of them were talking, a sudden rush of footsteps approached them. As soon as the door was opened, Lin Yi's figure had already appeared in their sight. Second cousin, why didn't you tell me that such a big thing happened? Lin Yi frowned slightly and pursed her lips. Her pretty face was full of dissatisfaction and depression. She stomped her feet and showed her girlish demeanor everywhere. She was very cute. Don't you already know? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. It's already over. How am I supposed to know? Lin Yi raised her head and refuted, you should tell me this kind of thing earlier. I can also contribute. And you? Lin Yi's gaze fell on Ao Ling Xiao. You didn't even tell me. Ao Ling Xiao's expression froze. He didn't know how to explain himself to this lively and cute young girl. It's not Ling Xiao's fault. Who? Doesn't know your character? Lin Taxing's figure appeared behind Lin Yi. His jade-like face was showing a smile at the moment. His gaze fell on the girl in front of him, but there was a trace of affection. Lin Yi turned around and looked at Lin Taxing, who seemed to have seen through everything. The dissatisfaction on her face became stronger. Big brother. How can you look down on me like this? I'm not looking down on you. It's just that you are not scheming. Howen may be a spy of the family. No one knows if our Lin family has a spy, so it's better to be careful. You don't want this news to be known by the Jun family in advance, so that they can make a more comprehensive plan to deal with us, right? That's true, but, Lin Yi muttered. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became. In the end, there was no sound at all. Looking at her weak appearance, the smile in Bailey Hongshuang's clear phoenix eyes became more and more intense. This girl is really everyone's joy. Aya, I can't win against you. Anyway, it's not right for you to not tell me. Lin Yi's face was flushed. She was so depressed that she simply talked nonsense. With her hands on her hips, she said, if you don't let me vent my anger today, I won't be appeased. Well, how about letting Ling Xiao take you around here later? Di Beichen gave Ao Ling Xiao a look. Ao Ling Xiao immediately understood and quickly said, you haven't been to our Ao family, right? There are many beautiful places nearby. Why don't I take you around? Lin Yi glanced at Ao Ling Xiao, then looked at the smiling Bailey Hongzhuang and others. She muttered, "Then I will reluctantly go around, but if I'm not satisfied, I still can't do it." "You can rest assured that you will be satisfied." Ao Lingxiao smiled for a while. His eyes were full of joy. "Humph," Lin Yi snorted coldly, "fortunately, everyone is fine this time. Otherwise, I won't let it go. But next time, you can't do this again. I promise I will definitely keep my mouth shut in the future." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "Don't worry, it won't happen again." It was not until Ao Lingxiao left with Lin Yi that everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. They were very clear about this eldest young Mrs. pestering. Once they were entangled, it would be troublesome. This girl's temper has always been like this. Speaking of which, it's because we've spoiled her. Please forgive her. Lin Taxing shook his head helplessly. His sister had always been so lively. As her elder brother, he felt both angry and amused to see her being difficult. Star Stomper, E is actually very cute like this. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I think she's fine the way she is. She's carefree and happy. That's what the patriarch thinks too. That's why he's been doting on her all these years, not letting her take charge of things on her own." Lin Taxing nodded, a complicated light flashing in the depths of his eyes. It would be great if it could stay like this, but the world is still a little cruel after all. The slightly deep voice revealed the worry in Lin Taxing's heart. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not easy to be carefree. Unless her family could build a strong and sturdy barrier for her, only then would she be able to live a happy life. "Don't worry, our family will only get stronger and stronger. Now that the Jun and Xiao families have suffered heavy losses, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to recover in a short period of time. However, I'm more worried that the token to open the Land of Heritage is still in their hands. After this incident, won't it be difficult to get them to agree to hand over the token if we want to open the Land of Heritage again?" Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes were filled with worry. Her expression was grave and serious. She had long known that the Land of Heritage was extremely important to the D family. This was also the most important reason why she competed for the position of Saintess of Light. "They won't." Bewitching's expression was indifferent. "Opening the Land of Heritage is beneficial to all three families. Even if they don't like us, they won't ignore the interests of their families." Lin Taxing naturally knew about the Land of Heritage. He also frowned. "It would be great if we could snatch the tokens from the two families. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. In the past, it was only possible to open the Land of Heritage by combining the blood of the two families. If we can confirm that the blood of Hongzhuang and I can open it, then perhaps we can think of other methods in the future." Bewitching's gaze was deep. The Jun and Xiao families were both their opponents. Now, they needed their help to open the Land of Heritage. With the character of these two families, they would inevitably be manipulated when the time came. He did not like this feeling. "Let's discuss this matter with Uncle first. This matter is not urgent for the time being. There will always be a way." Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand. "Ever since we returned to the family, you have been worrying about me and the family's affairs. I also feel very sorry for you. You don't have to worry too much about these things. Just leave them to me." With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? He knew very well that Hongzhuang knew how important his family was to him. He did not want his family to suffer any loss or harm. That was why she had been working so hard these days. In fact, in his heart, Hongzhuang was the most important. In his heart, the Land of Heritage was nothing compared to Hongzhuang's happiness. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I just want to share some of your burdens. Besides, I'm very happy to see everyone happy." Lin Taxing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was willing to sacrifice for Bewitching. A trace of admiration and envy unconsciously appeared in his eyes. This kind of relationship was really something that others could not be envied. "Bewitching, Hongzhuang is such a good girl. If you let her down, it would be intolerable." Hearing this, Bewitching looked serious. "Hongzhuang, do you have any sisters? Introduce her to me. Keep the goodies within the family. I see you two lovey-dovey every day, and I'm so envious." Lin Taxing's eyes were filled with excitement. So far, apart from Bailey Hongzhuang, he had never seen such a good woman. It would be great if she had a sister or something. Taxing, you will be disappointed. Bewitching smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, my parents only gave birth to one daughter. Most importantly, she wasn't even from this place, AI, what a pity. Lin Taxing sighed, obviously disappointed. When Lin Yi came back, everyone found that she was in a good mood. She was no longer depressed and dissatisfied. The blazing sun was like fire, and there were no clouds in the sky. After staying in the AO family for a few days, Di Baichen saw that everyone's injuries were getting better, so he didn't continue to stay in the AO family. Ling Xiao, we'll be heading back first. Di Baichen looked at AO Ling Xiao and the elders of the AO family and said his goodbyes. Seeing that his old friends were about to leave, AO Ling Xiao was a little reluctant. Ever since they started on Punlai Island, he had been working with everyone. During this period of time, he had experienced a deep friendship. He had even gotten used to working with everyone. Now that everyone was about to leave and he was the only one left, he couldn't help but feel sad. Ling Xiao, once the family's matters are settled, you can come and find us if you miss us. When Xiran smiled, his eyes flashing, when the time comes, we'll drink until we're drunk. AO Ling Xiao nodded, I'll definitely come and find you soon. Haha, we'll wait for you. Everyone waved their hands, then turned and left together. The golden sunlight shone on everyone's bodies, casting long shadows on their bodies. This was only a short separation. They believed that they would fight side by side in the future. At the same time, the news that the Jun family and the Xiao family planned to deal with the young master of the Di family but were taught a lesson by the Di family and the Lin family quickly spread among the major forces. When everyone heard this news, they were all shocked. However, when they thought about the grudges between the four great families, they understood. There had always been constant disputes between the four great clans, especially during this period of time when everyone knew about it. The Di family has been riding high recently. It's expected that the Jun family and the Xiao family would want to deal with them. However, I didn't expect them to be so weak that they were taught a lesson. This is really the case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I heard that they wanted to kill Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang in one fell swoop. This Bailey Hongzhuang has just become the Holy Maiden of Light. Although I know that the Xiao family hates Bailey Hongzhuang to the bone, the Holy Assembly won't just sit by and watch them make a move on the Holy Maiden of Light. That's for sure. It took the Holy Light Assembly so many years to find the Holy Maiden of the Holy Light. Someone dared to target her as soon as she took over. It would be wrong if the Holy Light Assembly didn't do anything. The news spread rapidly. The feud between the four major families had indeed been going on for a long time, but now that the Holy Light Assembly had joined, this matter had become even more interesting. Almost everyone thought that it was a good time for the Di clan to rise up. Almost every time, everyone thought that the Di clan would definitely lose. However, the Di clan would always be able to turn the tables around. Furthermore, they were able to turn the tables so thoroughly, even though the Jun family had the help of the Xiao family, they were still no match for the Di family. On the contrary, they were being suppressed everywhere. In the future, the Di family will be very powerful. With the Saint of Light as their daughter-in-law, won't it be easier for them to develop? The cultivators of the Di family were now in high spirits outside the family. They could even cause a gust of wind when they walked. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the family, they were naturally warmly welcomed by the family members. Greetings, young master and young madam. In the past, many people treated me as a goal to strive for. Now, you've completely squeezed me out. My status has plummeted. Di Xiaofeng shook his head and sighed. His disappointed expression was filled with helplessness and sadness. Big brother, come on. Quit while you're ahead. Di Baichen teased. Haha, in short, we've won a great victory this time. Our family has also gained face. Right now, all the news outside is beneficial to our family. We've only been back for a few days and there are already many forces wanting to get closer to us and be used by us. Grandfather and father have been in a good mood recently. I haven't seen them so happy in a long time. Di Xiaofeng's expression was relaxed. His originally handsome face had a sunny and warm smile, making him look even more elegant and handsome. The surrounding young women couldn't help blushing when they saw him like this. Their adoration was overflowing. That's good. Bewitching's beautiful thin lips hooked up. His slanted eyebrows rose slightly. Then we can rest assured. Right, Hong Zhuang, a deacon from the Radiant Sacred Assembly came looking for you. Di Xiaofeng became more serious. He came looking for you after hearing about what happened this time. He must have received orders from the Radiant Sacred Assembly's president. Oh? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly surprised. Where is he now? We've treated him as an important guest. He's currently resting in the guest room. I'll send someone to inform him now. Thank you, big brother. You're now the holy maiden of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Since the Xiao and Jun families dared to touch you, the Radiant Sacred Assembly won't let this matter go so easily. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This situation was within her expectations. The Radiant Sacred Assembly had a supreme position in the upper realm. In addition, the Holy Maiden of the Radiant Sacred Assembly was their belief. If someone dared to target her, it would be strange if the Radiant Sacred Assembly would let them go so easily. Thinking about it, the Jun and Xiao families must have been certain that she wouldn't have a chance to leave this time. That was why they dared to take such a big risk to do this. However, they didn't expect that in the end, there would be such a result. They deserved it. Bai Li Yanche's eyes were bone-chilling. If the Radiant Sacred Assembly teaches them a lesson, that would be satisfying. They'll disappear sooner or later. Ling Er also said coldly. As the successor of the Saint of Light, she was very clear that Bailey Hongzhuang's future achievements would not be simple. The Xiao family and the Jun family are courting death. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang saw the deacon sent by the Holy Light Assembly, but when she saw him, her face showed a smile of understanding. Greetings, Saintess. Shi Hongqiao bowed respectfully. When he raised his head, the solemn look on his face was replaced by a familiar smile. Shi Hongqiao sat down and said, Holy Maiden, the president was very worried when he heard that the Xiao and Jun families dared to attack you. He immediately sent me to check on your situation. You should have heard the news. I'm fine. This time, the Jun and Xiao families are the ones who suffered losses. However, they dared to attack me despite knowing my identity. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Since the other party wanted to take her life, she naturally wouldn't let them have a good time. Noticing the flash of coldness in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Shi Hongqiao understood that the Saintess of the Holy Light was not easy to deal with. The incident this time had completely angered her. Saintess, the entire Sacred Assembly is furious after knowing about this. The president has already said that he will not let this matter go so easily. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She was very confident in the Sacred Assembly's ability. If I'm not wrong, the president has probably already sent people to the Jun family or the Xiao family today. Shi Hongqiao looked serious. In fact, they had only known about this for a short period of time. In addition, they had been moving the Sacred Assembly's headquarters, so it took some time for them to travel back and forth. Do you need me to deal with this matter? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Her expression was somewhat playful. That's up to the Saintess. However, the president has already made an appearance. Even if we rush over, I'm afraid it will be too late. Shi Hongqiao's eyes were filled with thoughts. He seemed to be thinking about how far the president had progressed. Noticing Shi Hongqiao's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand and said, I believe in the president. Since the president has already made an appearance, I don't need to deal with this matter. If she rushed over at this moment, the other party might think that she was bullying them. It was more appropriate to leave it to the Sacred Assembly to deal with. Yes, Saintess. Is there anything else you want to tell me? This is the letter the president asked me to pass to you. There's nothing else. Bailey Hongzhuang took the letter from Shi Hongqiao and opened it with her slender fingers. After skimming through the contents, she understood. The president did not say much in the letter. He only asked her to rest well. There was no need to worry about this matter. The Sacred Assembly would definitely let the Jun family and the Xiao family know the price of angering them. In addition, He hoped that she could study the Sanctus crystal well. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang put away the letter. Tell the president that I will do my best. Yes. After Bailey Hongzhuang explained everything, Shi Hongqiao didn't stay any longer and quickly went back to report. During this time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also made a trip to the gathering place of the dark attribute cultivators. However, Huang Futing and the others were still training and had yet to return. I wonder how their training went this time. Bailey Hongzhuang had a hint of worry in her eyes. I hope no one else will find out. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome. They've been hiding very well all these years. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. Don't worry. Bewitching had a confident and confident smile on his face. From the moment he met Huang Futing, he trusted him very much and believed that his methods would not be bad. Beichen, now that the Jun family and the Xiao family have been attacked, although we don't know the methods of the Holy Assembly, they probably won't be able to do anything for a while. We've been in the upper realm for a while now. It just so happens that we don't have anything to do recently. Why don't we go back to the lower realm? Her ink-black phoenix eyes stared at Bewitching, full of hope and expectation. Now that her family had not heard from her for so long, they must be very worried. Previously, she had been delayed by many things, so she did not have the chance to leave. Now that many things had been resolved, there was no need to worry for the time being. Now that she had the opportunity to go back and see her parents, she could also feel more at ease. Moreover, ever since she became the head of the Bailey family, she was prepared to bring her parents over. The cultivation resources in the upper realm were much better than the lower realm. She believed that when her parents came over, their strength would definitely improve again. If they could settle down in the upper realm, that would be excellent. This way, it would be more convenient for her to reunite with her family. Most importantly, the upper realm was a higher level of existence. No one could guarantee that the cultivators from the upper realm would not easily enter the lower realm in the future. Once such a thing happened, it would definitely cause turmoil in the entire lower realm. She only hoped that the people she cared about would be safe and sound. Only with stronger strength would she have more confidence. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching smiled slightly. I happen to have the same plan. When I went to see father yesterday, I already mentioned it to him. I know that you have always been worried about father-in-law and mother-in-law. We have been away for so long, so it is indeed time for us to go back. We can't let them keep worrying about us. You have already told father? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, her eyes filled with surprise and joy. Bewitching looked at the beautiful woman in front of him dotingly and said, "That's right." Then what did father say? Father is very supportive of our plan and even supports us bringing father-in-law and mother-in-law over. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile widened, full of surprise. That's really great. She had always kept this matter in her heart, but unfortunately, she could not leave, so it had been delayed until now. During this period of time, too many things have happened. Otherwise, I would have brought you back to have a look. Bewitching was a little apologetic. From the first time Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned this matter to him, he had kept it in his heart and had never forgotten it. You don't have to say any more. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang put her index finger on Bewitching's lips, stopping him from apologizing. Bewitching lightly pecked her 10 tender fingers. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a numbing sensation on her hand. She hurriedly wanted to withdraw her hand, but Bewitching held it tightly in his hand. Wife, you're always so cute. Your husband won't be able to control himself. You want to bully a commoner girl in broad daylight? Bailey Hongzhuang laughed. If we can't do it during the day, then let's do it at night. After the Radiant Sacred Assembly took action, the news spread quickly. Have you heard? The president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly led the cultivators of the Sacred Assembly to the Jun family and Xiao family. It is said that he taught the two family heads a lesson. I heard that Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong had already been severely injured by the D family members. Initially, they didn't want to come out, but the president of the Federation of Light appeared and forced them to come out. Moreover, he didn't hesitate to add to their injuries. Not only that, the businesses of the two family heads were also affected, and the impact was not small. The D family was naturally the first to know about this news. After everyone heard about the situation of the Xiao family and the Jun family, all the cultivators of the Di family began to clap their hands in joy. Who told them to try to kill our young master and young madam? They deserve to be taught a lesson like this. I really hope that we can make them disappear, but it's a pity that it's too difficult. Don't worry too much about it. Now that they've been taught a lesson, it's impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. I believe that they'll be defeated by our Di family sooner or later. Bailey Hongzhuang was on her way to the assembly hall when she heard the fervent discussions of the cultivators of the Di family. From the sincere joy on their faces, one could tell that they were excited and emotional at this moment. Perhaps influenced by the joy of the disciples, Bailey Hongzhuang's face also bloomed into a bright smile. It seems that the Jun family and the Xiao family have really suffered a great loss this time. She already knew that with the Holy Light Assembly taking action, the punishment would definitely not be firm. It would naturally be extremely difficult to destroy the Jun family. However, after teaching them a harsh lesson, they probably wouldn't dare to have any ideas about her again. Today, he was no longer the cultivator from the lower realm who could be easily manipulated by them. On the contrary, his position was now no weaker than the two families. If the other party dared to have any ideas about her again, they would probably suffer a disaster the next time. Bewitching nodded slightly. Although we've only heard the news from outside, I'm afraid that the real situation is not far from the truth. Once we reach the assembly hall, we'll know more about it. At this moment, the Di family's assembly hall was also immersed in joy. Di Yujua's face was filled with a joyful smile. One could tell how happy he was from the curve of his eyes. Jun Hongqing and Xiao Yanlong have really shot themselves in the foot this time. I originally wanted to use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Di family, but I never thought that I would end up losing myself instead. Just thinking about it makes me feel exceptionally happy. Di Yujua laughed heartily, his loud and clear voice penetrating into everyone's ears. They deserved it, especially the Jun family. They've been having ideas about us all these years. What's worse is that they actually did such a thing to Beichen. They deserve to be punished now. I think this result is a little light. It's better to let him die. Lin Yunqing's eyes were filled with disgust as a thick sense of resentment gathered in her heart. When she recalled everything that she had endured over the years, she hated that she could not kill the culprit with her own hands. That's right. The Jun family's actions are too shameless. Hawan, that child, is also pitiful. Xiao Wanrong shook her head and sighed. Although the Jun family wasn't very good in the past, they seem to have become particularly shameless in Junhong City. The news came back that Jun Hongqing, as the leader, was seriously injured and unconscious by the president of the Holy Assembly. 2 elders were also seriously injured. Now the Jun family can be said to be in a gloomy situation. They can't be arrogant anymore. Di Linxian was obviously very happy about this. Thinking about the Jun family's various plots against them all these years, he felt really relieved to receive such a punishment. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen arrived, they heard everyone's conversation and were immediately happy. Xiao Wanrong looked at Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang with satisfaction. The reason why the Di family had such a big change was all because of these 2 little fellows. If she hadn't seen all of this with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that these 2 little fellows were so smart and capable. Thinking back, although they had always been on guard, the Jun family was always thinking of ways to target them. It was really impossible to guard against them. However, ever since her grandson and granddaughter-in-law returned, these problems were solved one after another. Not to mention her, everyone felt that it was hard to believe when they connected all of this together. Now that they could even snatch the position of the Holy Maiden, she really felt that there was nothing that they couldn't solve. Following Xiao Wanrong's words, the elders in the hall nodded one after another. Their eyes fell on the 2 most dazzling young people. During this period of time, everything that they had done shocked everyone present. Indeed, these 2 little fellows are extraordinarily powerful, Di Linxian said with a smile. From the beginning of the competition for the quota to enter the Immortal Cloud secret territory until now, the Jun family's plan has not succeeded. The Xiao family has also been defeated step by step. You 2 are really our family's lucky stars. This time, the plan to find the spy was all Beichen's plan. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Dai Haoan had actually done them a big favor before he died. If Daihaoan hadn't told them everything, it wouldn't have been easy for them to defeat the other party. Young madam, you're too modest, Di Chuyuan couldn't help but say. In this matter, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Beichen, Hong Zhuang, when do you plan to return to the lower realm? Di Yujue also remembered this matter after his joy. He originally thought that Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang would leave 2 days ago. However, now it seemed that they were waiting to hear the news from the Jun family before leaving. Father, one of the reasons we came here today is to bid farewell. Di Beichen cupped his hands and said. Beichen, you plan to return to the lower realms? Di Linxian was slightly surprised. Clearly, he had not heard of this news before. Di Beichen nodded slightly. Hong Zhuang's relatives are still in the lower realm. Back then, we accidentally came to the upper realm. We didn't even have time to tell them before we left. Now that we've been here for so long, it's time to go back. I see. Di Linxian immediately understood and hurriedly said, then we should make a trip back. Father, I heard that cultivators from the upper realm can't easily go to the lower realm. Can we go there directly? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask the question in her heart. When she first came to the upper realm, she was eager to leave, but she learned that under normal circumstances, it was impossible to go to the lower realm through this teleportation formation. Di Yujue smiled faintly. If it were anyone else, it would be a very complicated process to go to the lower realm. However, it's different for you. You're the Holy Maiden of the Light now. No one will stop you. The Holy Maiden of the Light also has special privileges in this regard? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. She had never heard of this before. If you want to go to the lower realm, you'll need the approval of the Sacred Assembly. As the Holy Maiden of the Light, would the Sacred Assembly not allow you to leave? I see. Previously, she had been worried about this problem, so her heart had not calmed down. She did not expect that this problem, which she thought was the most difficult to solve, would be solved so easily. It made her feel that her previous worries were unnecessary. You have a long way to go back, so you have to be careful during the process. Although most of the cultivators in the lower realm are not as strong as you, there is no guarantee that there won't be other unexpected situations. Di Yujue exhorted. He had been to Tiangang sect and knew that the journey there was quite a long way. However, with the current strength of Di Beichen and the others, the speed of their journey must be extremely fast. Father, don't worry. We will be careful. Di Beichen looked relaxed. When you go to the lower realm this time, if possible, bring my granddaughter-in-law's relatives over. In this upper realm, it will be easier for my granddaughter-in-law to reunite with her family. Otherwise, it will be more difficult to meet in 2 places. Xiao Wanrong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with heartache. Although they all tried their best to treat Bailey Hongzhuang well, the closest relatives could not be replaced. Bailey Hongzhuang integrated into their family as quickly as possible, but this was not her real home after all. For so long, she had never mentioned this point. Presumably, she often missed her family in her heart. Speaking of which, they were not thoughtful enough. Wouldn't it be better if they could bring their granddaughter-in-law's family over earlier? Grandmother, thank you for your concern. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled sweetly. Since she came to the Di family, her grandmother had always been very doting on her. She put herself in her shoes for everything. She could feel that this old woman really loved her. She was also very grateful for this and was also very fortunate to have such a good grandmother. Grandmother, that's what we're planning to do this time. Today, we are here to say goodbye to everyone and prepare to leave. Be careful on the road. Prepare more gifts for your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and master. Lin Yunqing exhorted and quickly ordered the maid beside her, go to the resource room to help pack. Mother, you don't have to be so polite. Bailey Hongzhuang saw this and quickly said. That won't do. Lin Yunqing had a serious expression on her face. Speaking of which, we should go personally. However, there are a lot of family matters to attend to. Recently, the Jun family and the Xiao family have been suppressed, which is a good opportunity for us to expand. Therefore, we can't go with you. However, even if we can't do it personally, we have to do it with our hearts. It is our blessing to have such a good daughter-in-law marry into our Di family. That's right. Xiao Wanrong also nodded. We can't be rude in this kind of matter. Yunqing, in my opinion, the two of us should go and make preparations. Lin Yunqing's eyes lit up. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hit it off immediately. Mother, let's go now. Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth, but Di Beichen was the first to speak. Wife, this is grandmother and mother's kind intentions, don't refuse. All right then. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Seeing how busy the two of them were for her return, she couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness in her heart. This kind of warm feeling really made people happy from the bottom of their hearts. Don't run away first. We will be ready soon. Before going out, Xiao Wanrong didn't forget to remind them. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw the things that her mother-in-law and grandmother had prepared for her return to her parents' home, she had already guessed that there would be a lot of things. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that she had underestimated the two's combat effectiveness. Were they trying to empty the D family's resource room? As far as the eye could see, medicinal herbs, pills, rare treasures, and almost all the treasures that one could imagine were all here. Grandmother, mother, this is too much and too precious. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but speak up. So many things were extremely precious even in the upper realm. It's not expensive, it's not expensive. Xiao Wanrong shook her head. She held Bailey Hongzhuang in one hand and stroked the back of her hand with the other. Her expression was serious and full of affection. No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as you. We're really grateful that the in-laws are willing to marry you to Beichen. Besides, your maternal grandfather has been taking care of Beichen all these years. We can never repay this kindness. We can only wait for them to come to the upper realm before we express our gratitude. That's right. We really can't get away now. Lin Yunqing turned to look at Di Beichen and said, Beichen, you have to explain this to us when you get back. Mother, grandmother, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Besides, my master and the others aren't people who will fuss over small matters. That's good, that's good. Lin Yunqing felt a little more at ease. They could never repay this kindness. However, she had also learned from Di Yujue that Hongzhuang's relatives were very easy to get along with. If not for this, they would not have taken care of Beichen so much back then and even betrothed Hongzhuang to him. It was only after Bailey Hongzhuang had agreed to accept all of this that Xiao Wanrong and Di Yujue left in satisfaction. Let's go. Let's go see how Xiren and the others are tidying up. Di Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and seemingly boneless hand and hurried towards the residence of Xiren and the others. Aya, hurry up and pack up. We have to go back quickly. Before Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Yujue arrived, they had already heard Shang Guanying's voice commanding Xiren. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and went to the door. She looked at the two people who were busy in the room and said with a smile, How are you guys doing? We're ready and can leave at any time. Soon, soon. I'll be able to leave after I collect all these things. Shang Guanying winked at Wen Xiren, motioning him to pack up the rest of the things before walking to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. At the same time, as a henpecked husband, Wen Xiren could only accept his fate and pack up. Hongzhuang, have you said goodbye? Shang Guanying asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, yes, we've already talked about it. We've already agreed, and there's nothing to do recently. We don't have to worry about the Jun family and the Xiao family causing trouble. Although it will take some time to go back, it's still very fast with our current speed. That's true. Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with joy and comfort. Actually, we haven't been in the upper realm for long, but we've gained a lot. When we go back, everyone will be very happy to see our improvement. Looking at Shang Guanying's excited look, Bailey Hongzhuang was also infected by her emotions, and the smile in her eyes continued to ripple. We haven't gone back for so long, I'm afraid that our family is very worried about us, but thinking about going back and being able to see them, I'm really surprised. That's not true. Shang Guanying raised her eyebrows, I've never left before, but this time I've been away for so long, and I've gained so much. When I go back, they can't say that I only stay in the sect to cultivate all day and don't know how to go out to gain experience. By the way, how's Yunju's preparation? Di Beichen looked at Wen Xiren who was packing in full swing, and could not help but think of Mo Yunjue who had not appeared until now. Oh. Shang Guanying seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and said, after I told Yunju about this matter, Yunju said that he would tell you in detail when you came over, but I don't know what to say. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other, and they were a little puzzled. At this time, what did Mo Yunju want to say to them? Di Beichen, let's go find Yunju. Bailey Hongzhuang suggested. Okay. The two immediately walked towards Mo Yunju's residence, and when Xiren and Shang Guanying followed after seeing this. Yunju came from the lower realm like them, and logically speaking, now that he had the chance to go back to the lower realm, it should be a very happy thing. Mo Yunju looked at the four people outside the house, and his always cold face softened a little. You're here. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed at a glance that Mo Yunju's house was not packed, as if there were no signs of him leaving, and could not help but frown. Yunju, we're ready to leave, why haven't you packed? Hongzhuang, this time when you go back to the lower realm, I won't go with you. Mo Yunju looked calm, and his magnetic and cold voice seemed very indifferent. However, Shang Guanying could not help but exclaim, it's not easy to have the opportunity to go back to the lower realm, and you don't want to go? Mo Yunju was the young master of Shirtian Tower. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, he would not go to Punlai Island. Naturally, he would not come to the upper realm. I have nothing to go back. Go to us, during this time, I'll go out to experience and experience, yes. I'll come here. Yunju, have you really thought it through? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask again, it's not easy for us to go back. If you don't go back this time, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to go back in the future. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang's worry, Mo Yunju's gaze became softer and softer. He smiled faintly and said, I understand, but I've already decided. If it's convenient for you to go back this time, please help me send this letter back. Mo Yunju took out a letter and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. After Bailey Hongzhuang took it, she nodded and said, well, if you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. Yunju, are you planning to go out to experience the world by yourself? Di Beichen frowned slightly, and his warm voice was filled with concern. Looking at Mo Yunju's confident and calm appearance, Di Beichen nodded slightly. From the beginning to the end, he knew that Mo Yunju was an extremely powerful genius. Even after coming to the upper realm, his performance had never been inferior. Although the Heavenly Slaughter Tower was in the lower realm, as the young master of an assassination organization, his means and ability were far from what ordinary cultivators could compare to. In addition, his heart was tenacious and strong, so there was no need to worry about him wandering in the upper realm. If you want to know something or need any help, you can tell my big brother. He will do his best to help. Di Beichen said in a deep voice. Thank you. Mo Yunju smiled faintly, you don't have to worry about me. I have been alone all these years and have long been used to it. Going out to gain experience is also beneficial to my improvement. If there are no accidents, I should also go to the mercenary union. Alright then. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, waved the letter in her hand, and said with a smile, don't worry, I will definitely deliver this letter. It wasn't until they left Mo Yunju's residence that Shang Guanying couldn't help but say, I really admire Yunju. If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't give up this opportunity to go back. But looking at him alone, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Bailey. Hongzhuang's heart sank when she heard this. If it were not for her, Mo Yunju would not have come to the upper realm at all. However, she was afraid that she would not be able to repay this kindness in this lifetime. According to my previous understanding, although Yunju is the young master of the Heavenly Slaughter Tower, I'm afraid that there is nothing that he cares about, so this time he does not plan to go back. You don't have to worry about this. Yunju must have his reasons for doing this. Di Beichen said slowly. That's right, you can rest assured. Xiren also said. Yunju is so opinionated, he must have thought everything through. After Xiren and when Xianxia had finished packing up, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three began their journey to the lower realm. The four of them sat on Di Beichen's flying magic tool. With this flying magic tool, they could travel much faster than before. Beichen, which city are we teleporting from this time? Wen Xiren asked. Shang Guanying's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but say, if it's possible, Why don't we go back through the transmission array in Rong'an City? That's not bad. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved slightly, and in her mind, she couldn't help but think of three familiar figures. We haven't seen Brother Wanyan and the others for a long time. I don't know how they are doing now. If we can pass through Rong'an City, we can also meet them. Bewitching looked at their expectant faces and laughed involuntarily. Since you have already made up your minds, what are you still thinking about? Haha. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Rong'an City. After more than 10 days of traveling, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally arrived at Rong'an City. Looking at the familiar city wall, the four of them had joyful smiles on their faces. We're back again. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed softly. She had mixed feelings about Rong'an City. She naturally felt very lucky to know Wanyan Han and the others, but she did not have a good impression of the Holy Assembly. Perhaps it was because she had a bad impression of the Holy Assembly back then, so even after returning to the D family, she had never planned to go to the Holy Assembly. However, it was a good thing that the president was a very nice person. Moreover, she had never heard of such strange remarks in the headquarters of the Holy Assembly. Even after she had become the saintess of the Holy Assembly, no one had ever mentioned anything about her and Bewitching's attributes. Walking on the spacious and flat streets of Rong'an City, the four of them attracted everyone's attention almost instantly. Look, isn't that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching from the Blazing Flame sect? That's right, it's them. After a cultivator recognized Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, many other cultivators realized this and were instantly shocked. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were influential figures in the Blazing Flame sect, especially after Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's attributes had awakened. It could be said that everyone knew about them. Now that the two of them had appeared here again, it was natural that they would be recognized immediately. Lower your voice, she's the saintess of the Holy Assembly now. How dare you call her by her name? Do you have a death wish? After someone's reminder, everyone hurriedly stopped talking. The Holy Assembly had finally found the saintess of the Holy Assembly and even caused such a huge commotion. In a short period of time, the news had spread throughout the entire upper realm. Rong'an City was also a relatively large city, so the speed at which the news spread was naturally extremely fast. In addition, such an important matter had attracted everyone's attention. However, when everyone saw the portrait of the saintess of the Holy Assembly, everyone was shocked. Almost everyone who had heard of Bailey Hongzhuang's name was dumbfounded, especially the Holy Assembly and the Blazing Flame sect. Back then, the vice president of the Holy Assembly had rejected Bailey Hongzhuang. Fortunately, the president was not as unreasonable as the vice president. Otherwise, the Holy Assembly branch in Rong'an City would be in for a good show. As for the Blazing Flame sect, it was needless to say. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were very famous figures in the Blazing Flame sect. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had become the saintess of the Holy Assembly and Bewitching was the young master of the D family, their identities were simply shocking. Although the cultivators around them had lowered their voices, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were still able to hear them. Bailey Hongzhuang, Shangguan Ying's name, Shangguan Xing's, Shangguan Shui Shui, Shangguan Ying's, Shangguan Shui 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 of the young master of the Holy Assembly. Saintess of the Holy, Saintess of the Holy Holy Saintess. Saintess of the Holy 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 Saintess of the Holy Saintess of the Holy Saintess. Shui in the day, Shui Shui Shui, quick, Shui 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 brother and Shui wa Shui family. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching arrived at the Blazing Flame sect, Wanyan Han, Wanyan Ling, and Yi Haomiao were already waiting for them. Looking at the three familiar figures, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's faces were filled with joy. Senior brother Wanyan, Haomiao, we meet again. Bewitching quickly walked forward and gave them a hug. Haha, I didn't expect it to really be you guys. Wanyan Han laughed loudly. When I heard this news from others, I thought it was fake. How could busy people like you have the time to come here? I didn't expect it to be true. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see you again. Yi Haomiao's face was filled with joy and excitement. Nothing could compare to the joy of reuniting with old friends. Haha, we're also very happy to see you again. Let's go. Let's not stand here. Let's go to the restaurant we used to frequent, Wanyan Han suggested. Everyone hit it off and immediately walked toward the restaurant. Why did you come to Rongan City this time? Wan Yanling could not help but ask. With Bewitching and the others' current status, they should not have returned here. Bewitching did not intend to hide it. To be honest, we were planning to return to the lower world this time. However, we remembered that Hong Zhuang came to Rongan City through the teleportation formation and wanted to see you, so we came back here. I see. Wan Yanling understood and his eyes were filled with surprise. You're going back to the lower world. Hong Zhuang, I told you that it would be very difficult to return to the lower world. I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. You're amazing. Wan Yanhan could not help but sigh. When Bailey Hongzhuang first came here, she wanted to leave. However, he told her clearly that it was very difficult to return to the lower world. Generally speaking, there was no hope at all. However, in just a few short years, Bailey Hongzhuang could go back. It was amazing. I was just lucky to become the Saint of Light. That's why I have the chance to go back now. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Oh right, senior brothers, do you have any plans to go back? If you want to go back to Tiger Hill, you can come back with us this time. Wan Yanhan and Wan Yanling looked at each other and shook their heads. Our families are long gone. We've always depended on each other. There's no point in going back now. We finally came to the upper world. We plan to stay here forever. That's right. Back then, we risked our lives to come here. Wan Yanling smiled. It seems that you're doing well in the Blazing Flame sect. Bewitching raised his lips and chuckled. I noticed that when you appeared, the cultivators of Raging Flame Gate were very respectful to you. Bewitching, this is all thanks to you guys. Yi Haomiao put down his teacup, his interest piqued. When you left, everyone already knew that your identities were extraordinary. Since then, everyone's attitude towards us has become much better than before. Steward Wu has always been good to us. Later on, he even put us in important positions. Not long ago, there was news that Hong Zhuang had become the Saintess of the Light. This is even more incredible. I really didn't expect that you guys would still help us after leaving. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be where we are now. Wan Yanhan sighed. How could he have imagined that the woman he had coincidentally saved back then was the Saint of Light? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. They didn't expect that they would have such a big impact. However, this was also a good thing. Senior brother Wan Yan, if you hadn't saved me, I would have already died. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled tenderly. Come, let me toast you with a cup of wine. When Xiran looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Wan Yanhan, who were thanking each other, and couldn't help but laugh. In my opinion, there's no need to thank each other. This is all fate, there's no cause without effect. If senior brother Wan Yan hadn't saved Hong Zhuang, all these things wouldn't have happened. So, this is all fate. Hearing Xiran's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Wan Yanhan looked at each other and smiled. That's right, it's all fate. Then let's toast to fate. Bewitching raised his cup and laughed. Cheers. After not seeing each other for a long time, everyone was very happy to be reunited. With good wine, good food, and good friends, everyone drank to their heart's content. They didn't leave the restaurant until the evening. Bewitching, it's getting late. Why don't you stay here for the night and leave tomorrow? Wan Yanling pondered. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two behind him and shook his head. We'll go directly to the lower world. We have to hurry anyway. Plus, there's the training ground. The environment is the same whether it's day or night. Then you have to be careful, Yi Haomiao said with concern. Haomiao, have you drunk too much? Wan Yanhan looked at Yi Haomiao helplessly. With Beichen's current strength, there's basically no need to worry about danger in the lower world. Ah. Yi Haomiao suddenly understood and patted his head. Look at my brain. I'm worried for nothing after drinking too much. Senior brother, Haomiao, if you don't want to stay in the Blazing Flame School and want to leave here, why don't you join us? Before leaving, Bewitching spoke again. His deep black eyes were filled with sincerity. It was rare to have such close friends in the upper world. He also hoped that they could stay together forever. Wan Yanhan nodded. We'll consider it. If we plan to leave, we'll go directly to the D family to find you. Although Rongan City is not a small city, its opportunities are not as good as those of the aristocratic families. You should consider it carefully, Wen Xiren also advised. Wan Yanhan and the other two exchanged glances. Actually, they also understood that Bewitching and Xiren were telling the truth. Even though they were valued by the Inferno School, their development was still not as good as that of Bewitching. Back then, Xiren's strength was not stronger than theirs, but now, when Xiren's strength had surpassed theirs. This was the difference. Furthermore, when Xiren and the others had entered the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, this was something that they could not touch at all. However, as ordinary cultivators, they also knew that the Immortal Cloud's secret realm was a top training ground. Unfortunately, only the top cultivators of the various large factions had the opportunity to enter. With their current situation, they might not be able to reach that level even if they worked hard for a lifetime. This is my keepsake. When the time comes, if you decide to find us, just bring this keepsake to the Emperor Cloud City. Wan Yanhan took the keepsake from Bewitching and held it tightly in his hand. He nodded seriously and said, "Okay." Noticing the change in Wan Yanhan's expression, Bewitching knew that he had some plans. "Then we'll leave first today. See you later." "See you later." Looking at the familiar transmission array in front of them, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled at each other and walked in without hesitation. If it was any other day, they would definitely stop anyone who entered the transmission array. When the four of them opened their eyes again, they were greeted by that familiar darkness. Looking at the terrifying skeleton army in front of them, they were no longer as nervous and apprehensive as they were before. The skeletons that had once been difficult for them to deal with now felt particularly familiar. After all, Bewitching was the true Dark Holy Sun, and these skeletons were practically his own people. Thinking back, it was really dangerous here. Fortunately, Ling Er was there, and Hongzhuang was fine. Shang Guanying sighed with lingering fear. If Ling Er wasn't there, they really wouldn't be interested in doing anything if something happened to Bailey Hongzhuang. Speaking of which, are Ling Er and Xianxia still cultivating in seclusion? Xiren couldn't help but ask. Ling Er is of the light attribute, and she's also a dragon. If she appears in this training ground, she'll be a beacon of light, so she doesn't plan to come out. It won't be too late for her to come out after we leave the training ground. Then what about Xianxia? Shang Guanying asked doubtfully. Xianxia has two attributes. He's busy cultivating, but since Ling Er came out, he should also come out. As soon as they appear, they'll be arguing non-stop. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. In the past, it was Xiao He and Xiao Bai who were chattering non-stop, but these two little guys were still of one mind most of the time. However, Bai Xianxia and Ling Er were different. These two were completely a pair of enemies, and they would fight no matter what. Actually, she felt that it was pretty good for these two to stay in the chaos ring. Haha, actually, I think it's very lively like this. Shang Guanying looked excited. It's so fun. You just want to see the world burn, Xiren said. Actually, it's probably because Ling Er always bullied Xianxia before he transformed into a human, so he decided to turn the tables on her after he transformed into a human. That's why he ended up like this. Bewitching spread out his hands. Back then, Ling Er's cultivation was the highest, and she had also transformed into a human form. It could be said that she looked down on the four beasts, which was why this situation had occurred. Xianxia is now cultivating with all his might because he wants to catch up to Ling Er's cultivation. Although Xianxia used to be very serious in his cultivation, I feel that he's even more hardworking now. Bewitching, you're telling the truth. Haha. Wen Xiren agreed. Xianxia is a man, after all. He's always being suppressed by Ling Er. Of course he's unhappy. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two men who thought alike, and a trace of helplessness appeared in her black eyes. Perhaps this was a man's characteristic. Even Xiao Xuanzi was now cultivating with all his might, so that he could transform into a human as soon as possible. Let's go. The scope of this training ground is not small. It'll take some time to get out. Bewitching looked ahead. He had stayed here for so long in the past, so he was quite familiar with the terrain. After the skeleton army noticed the sudden appearance of Bewitching's group of four, they immediately locked onto them and waved their weapons, wanting to attack. Dark energy surged out from Bewitching's body. Immediately after, the skeletons that were about to attack stopped and bowed respectfully to Bewitching, as if submitting to him. A wide road quietly appeared. The originally scattered skeleton army now stood on both sides like guards. Their postures were straight and solemn as they watched Bewitching's group leave. Although Xianxia already knew that Bewitching was a dark attribute cultivator and the skeleton army would definitely not attack him, the battle formation in front of her was still beyond her expectations. The skeleton army she had seen in the past was baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. This was the first time she had seen such a spectacular scene. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also lit up after seeing this scene. It seemed that Bewitching's dark power had improved quite a bit during this period. I suddenly feel a little depressed. Why am I not a dark attribute cultivator? When Xiran looked annoyed. The scene in front of him was really too eye-catching. Other things aside, who would dare to cause trouble when he went out with a group of skeleton guards? I think so too. Xianxia pouted, her eyes full of envy. The dark attribute is still shameful in the upper realm. You guys have it easy. What's more, cultivate well. Every attribute is very powerful. Bewitching smiled faintly. Anyway, you're already a dark attribute cultivator. What are we worried about? When Xiran looked calm. If we're all dark attribute cultivators, we can fight side by side with you. Even if you're not, you can't run away from fighting side by side. Bewitching raised his lips and smiled faintly. Let's go. There's still a while to go from here to the teleportation formation. Let's go. The four of them quickened their pace. Without the obstruction of the skeleton army, everyone's speed was extremely fast. After leaving the teleportation formation to the upper realm for some distance, the four of them began to meet other cultivators. Noticing the familiar clothes on these cultivators, the four of them showed sighing smiles at the same time. Back then, they also wore the clothes of Punlai Palace and formed a team to train here. Now, this training ground was no longer a threat to them. Look, they came out from the center of the skeleton army without any injuries. A cultivator noticed Bewitching and the other three who were strolling leisurely and could not help but exclaim. One should know that the area ahead was a forbidden area in their opinion. They absolutely could not go there. Almost all the cultivators who went there had a slim chance of survival. So far, no cultivator had even made it out alive. However, not only did they see it today, but the other party also came and went from the middle as if it was his own backyard. There was no sense of nervousness at all. This made him wonder if he had seen wrongly. Hearing this cultivator's words, everyone quickly turned their gazes. As expected, they saw four cultivators that they had never seen before. Most importantly, the attire of these four cultivators did not belong to any of the three major forces. This was the strangest part. Where did they come from? Isn't it said that only the cultivators from the three major powers can come to the training grounds? The other cultivator could not help but be dumbfounded. This situation was truly beyond their understanding. Look, they're about to leave. Should we follow them and take a look? Staying in this training ground, everyone's spirit was always tense, in case the skeleton army appeared at any time. However, although the four cultivators did not show anything, it was clear from their indifferent expressions that the training ground did not seem to be a threat to them. As one of the cultivators suggested this idea, the other cultivators also chimed in one after another. In fact, they had already planned to go back, but the night was too dangerous and they had to be more vigilant. Therefore, they planned to stay here for one more night and leave after dawn. However, after seeing these four cultivators, they changed their minds. Those guys seem to be following us? Xianxia noticed the movements of some cultivators behind her and could not help but frown. Logically speaking, they were just passing by. The other party should not want to attack them, right? Judging from their clothes, they are from Punlai Palace. If they are not causing trouble for us, then forget it. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. They were the inner disciples of Punlai Palace after all. They were from the same sect. Naturally, they could not attack their fellow disciples. Xianxia nodded slightly. That's true. However, I just don't understand why they want to follow us. Maybe you are too beautiful, so they want to follow you and take a good look. Xiran joked. Although he did not understand why these cultivators were following them, it did not affect his good mood. Once again, they returned to the lower realm. Even though there was still a long distance to the outside world, with their speed, it would not be long before they could reunite with their loved ones. When he thought of his old man, he felt very expectant. Back then, his old man wanted to drive him out all day long so that he could broaden his horizons. Now, he had really broadened his horizons. However, after not seeing him for so long, his old man must be very worried about him. Hearing Xiran's words, Shangguaninging nodded seriously. That's right. I believe what you said is the truth. Xiaohei could not help but cover her eyes. This really stung her eyes. Xiaohei, what do you mean by this? Shangguaninging's face suddenly darkened. This little furball did not give her any face. Nothing. My eyes just hurt a little. Do you want me to ravage your little head again? No, no. Xiaohei quickly waved her hand. Sister Yingying, you are gentle, beautiful, and generous. How could you do such a cruel thing to me? Shangguaninging raised her eyebrows. Then I'll reluctantly let you go. However, while they were joking and walking, Beichen's expression suddenly became serious. The skeleton army is about to appear. Pay attention to your feet. Hearing that, Shangguaninging and the others stopped joking. They needed to be careful with the sudden appearance of the whole. There was no need to worry about Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen, but if the two of them were to fall, even with their current strength, they would not end up well. As expected, after Beichen's reminder, the ground suddenly became soft. Holes appeared one after another, and the skeleton army quickly emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had expected this. Although they dodged the attack immediately, the cultivators who had been following them were not so lucky. Ah! Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, who had been calmly preparing to leave, could not help but pause in their footsteps. They stared at the cultivators behind them who had been caught off guard and could lose their lives at any time. The four of them then sighed quietly before flying away. After all, they were all members of the Punlai Palace. They could not leave them to die. One of the cultivators watched as he was about to fall into the pit and never get out again. A thick sense of despair appeared on his face. After being in the training ground for so long, he had long understood that once he falls into the pit, he would not even have a corpse left. Even though cultivators would fall in this environment every time, he had always felt that his luck was pretty good and that he would not end up in such a miserable state. However, he never thought that this would happen to him in the end. Just as he closed his eyes and was about to accept his fate, a powerful force suddenly grabbed his hand. He then felt his body fly through the air and leaped out of the pit. This force was even more shocking than the force in the pit. He could not resist it at all. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already standing on flat ground and had left the area where the skeleton army had been. It was not only him, the other cultivators were also standing on the spot in a daze. This sudden situation had completely exceeded their expectations. They had been so close to death, yet they had suddenly come back to life. This made them feel as if they had fallen into a dream. They simply could not believe that this was all real. Their gazes shifted slightly and they, who were still in a state of shock, suddenly realized that the four people whom they had been following were rescuing people in the area where the skeleton army had appeared. They saw that the four figures were like a whirlwind as they shuttled through the skeleton army without any pressure. They then rescued the cultivators who had been surrounded by the skeleton army one by one. It was only at this moment that they realized that the great force they had felt earlier was the power of these cultivators. Heavens, they are so powerful. With this level of cultivation, they have no fear of the skeleton army at all. It's no wonder that they could walk out from the center of the pit. What terrifying power! Even the palace master's powers may not be a match for them, right? A cultivator looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three with admiration. He couldn't help but compare them with the hall master. Hearing this cultivator's guess, the others looked at each other. I've never seen the hall master's strength before, so I don't know either. Anyway, I know that he's definitely stronger than teacher. That's right. We were tailing them earlier, and they were actually willing to save us. Everyone felt a wave of shame in their hearts. Previously, they had only chosen to follow him because they were too curious and wanted to know his identity. However, they also understood that the other party must have known of their existence. The only thing they didn't expect was that the other party would be so magnanimous and willing to save them despite knowing that they were following them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had rescued everyone who was surrounded by the skeleton army. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving us." The frightened crowd hurriedly cupped their hands to express their gratitude. "Be careful," Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. "Yes." Shang Guanying looked at the group of cultivators in front of her and asked with a frown, "Speaking of which, why are you following us?" After a long while, a man braced himself and stood up. He said with some embarrassment, "Actually, we just saw our benefactors appear from the center of the training ground. We felt that your strength must be very strong. In addition, we originally planned to go back, so we wanted to go back with you." As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, the other cultivators nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. That's our plan." Hearing this, Shang Guanying looked at everyone suspiciously but did not say anything. As for whether she believed this explanation or not, only she would know. Everyone looked nervously at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. They did not know if the other party believed what they had said. If they did not believe it, with the strength of these 4 people, killing them would be no different from killing a grasshopper. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not take this matter to heart. Therefore, they did not care too much about the other party's explanation. "It's not far from dawn. Be careful, we're leaving." After leaving this sentence, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching turned around and left with them. As disciples of the same sect, they had already done their utmost benevolence by doing this. At the next moment, without waiting for anyone to speak, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had already disappeared into the skeleton army. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Looking at the 4 people who had disappeared in front of them, the remaining cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They actually rushed into the army of skeletons just like that. "Am I seeing things?" One of them rubbed his eyes. He only felt that his eyes must be playing tricks on him. Until now, he had never heard of anyone who dared to rush into the skeleton army so boldly. "No, you're not seeing things. I saw it too. What kind of strength is this? I also wish that I could become so strong." Everyone looked envious but their hearts were filled with curiosity. This kind of strong cultivator should not be a nameless person. The speed of Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 was very fast. In the eyes of others, it was extremely difficult to gain experience, but for them, it was like walking on flat ground. Whether it was day or night, everyone's speed was not the least bit delayed. A few days later, the 4 of them finally arrived at the teleportation array. Looking at the familiar teleportation array, the 4 of them couldn't help but smile. Once they left Punlai Island, they would be able to return home. After entering the teleportation formation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 appeared directly in the area of Punlai Palace. Usually, there were many cultivators gathered near the teleportation array. At this moment, 4 strangers suddenly appeared. The cultivators of Punlai Palace could not help but be stunned. "Who are these people? Why did you appear in our Punlai Palace? They aren't wearing the uniforms of our Punlai Palace. Could it be that they are from the other 2 forces?" At the thought of this, the gazes of the cultivators turned gloomy as they looked at the 4 of them. The battle between the 3 major forces had not changed for so many years. There were people from other forces who dared to come to their territory so blatantly. If they did not teach them a lesson, wouldn't it weaken the reputation of Punlai Palace? Feeling the hostile gazes around him, Xiran couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "It's only been a few years since we left this place, and no one knows us anymore?" "You're right, but how should we deal with the situation in front of us?" Shang Guanying raised her eyebrows. The cultivators around them seemed to treat them as enemies. It looked like they wanted to teach them a lesson. "Are you afraid of them?" Bewitching chuckled. "Of course I'm not afraid, but if we hurt them, we won't be able to explain it to Long Yanwei, right?" Xiran had a faint smile on his face. In this Punlai Palace, they were most familiar with Long Yanwei. Their contract beasts were all thanks to Long Yanwei. Without him, they would not have been able to have contract beasts. Long Yanwei was indeed the best contract master in Punlai Island. Even in the upper realm, their contract beasts were not weak at all. Haha, Xiren is right. Shangguaninging could not help but laugh out loud. With their current strength, even if these cultivators ganged up on them, it would not affect them at all. When the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, even numbers could not change all of this. Just as many cultivators were planning to teach Bewitching and the other three a lesson, suddenly, a cultivator recognized them. No. They are our inner disciples. The man looked at Bewitching and the other three in shock. His memory quickly overlapped. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three stayed in Punlai Palace for a short time, the commotion they caused could be said to be unique. They had only joined Punlai Palace not long ago, but they were directly promoted from outer disciples to inner disciples. The most important thing was that so many disciples ganged up on them at that time. Everyone was sure that they would lose, but they did not expect them to break through and seriously injure hundreds of cultivators. It could be said that they became famous in one battle, as the cultivator's voice fell. Everyone was stunned and doubts appeared on their faces. Is it true? I'm definitely not mistaken. This woman is Bailey Hongzhuang, the one who developed the drug to resist the dark power. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang was the #1 beauty in Punlai Palace. Any man who saw her would not be able to forget that stunning face. If everyone did not believe that everything the man said was true before, then when he mentioned Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Bailey Hongzhuang, in this Punlai Palace, could be said to be famous, because Bailey Hongzhuang developed this drug powder and offered it to Punlai Palace. Punlai Palace's position in Punlai Island became more stable. Although Punlai Palace once was slightly better of the three forces, 100 Flowers and Red Moon sect always wanted to take the opportunity to surpass them. Since this incident happened, 100 Flowers and Red Moon sect had given up this idea. However, they only stayed in Punlai Palace for a short period of time before disappearing. Many disciples who came later regretted that they did not see the real faces of the two. However, no one expected Bailey Hongzhuang to suddenly reappear after disappearing for such a long time. Moreover, she appeared directly at the teleportation array. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been in the training ground all this time? Senior brother, you're not mistaken, are you? Is she really Bailey Hongzhuang? Don't worry, I'm definitely not mistaken. After the first man recognized them, several cultivators also recognized the identities of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. That's right, it's them. I didn't expect them to actually come back. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Compared to before, the aura of these four people had changed quite a bit. In the past, they didn't look like ordinary people, but now, just by standing there, they gave people an incomparably powerful feeling. Even if they didn't know their strength, a sense of fear had already arisen in their hearts. Even the palace master couldn't compare to this kind of aura. For a moment, the cultivators who were familiar with the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three also secretly pondered in their hearts. It had only been a short few years. What exactly happened to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three? Why did they improve so much in such a short period of time? Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three walked down from the teleportation device and slowly walked forward under the shocked and admiring gazes of the crowd. Although we've been away for a while, this Punlai Palace is still the same as before. There's not much change. Shangguaninging looked around. Everything in front of her felt very familiar. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. Indeed, should we go and see Master Long? He helped us a lot back then. Bewitching thought about it and nodded. Since we're already here, let's make a trip. Back then, Long Yanwei paid a great price to recruit them to Punlai Palace. Moreover, after they came, Long Yanwei took care of them in every possible way. Now that they were here, if they didn't pay him a visit, it would be too unreasonable. I don't know if he still treats the monster egg as a treasure like he did back then, and I don't know if the palace master still has his eyes on the monster egg, haha. As if recalling the interesting scenes from back then, Xiren's voice was light and full of interest. Every time he saw Long Yanwei's distressed look, he found it particularly interesting. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Haha, let's go. The four of them walked towards Long Yanwei's residence with ease and familiarity. Along the way, they also encountered many strange gazes. Whenever some new cultivators showed hostility, there were always some cultivators who knew Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three who stopped them. At the same time, the news of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's return also quickly spread throughout the Punlai Palace. Have you heard? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching are back. Don't lie to me. They left the Punlai Palace long ago. How could they come back? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask around. The news has already spread far and wide. Almost all the cultivators were extremely shocked when they heard the news. They all ran out, wanting to see what the two legendary figures looked like. Long Yanwei was originally inside the house looking at his newly sealed pet beast when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He couldn't help but frown. Did something big happen today? Why is it so noisy outside? With his status in the Punlai Palace, generally, no one dared to disturb him. Of course, except for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other four. Long Yanwei could not help but recall the 5 figures from back then. Speaking of which, he had stayed in the Punlai Palace for quite some time, but the ones who had left the deepest impression on him were Bewitching's group of 5. That was the first time he had taken the initiative to recruit someone, and he had paid an unimaginable price for it. However, later on, he had realized that it had been the most worthwhile transaction. It was because of his decision back then that his position in the Punlai Palace had improved by quite a bit. He never thought that Bewitching's identity would be so shocking. He was the son of an aristocratic family from the upper realm. At the same time, because of this identity, his position had also improved by quite a bit. If it was possible, Long Yanwei would like to have the opportunity to meet him again. However, he knew very well that it was almost impossible for them to meet again. People from the upper realm would usually not return. Even though Bewitching's identity was honorable and he might be able to return, there was no point in him returning. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. Lord Long, are you there? Long Yanwei furrowed his brows when he heard this voice. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Could it be that I've heard wrongly? Why does this voice sound so much like Bailey Hongzhuang's voice? Long Yanwei opened the door with disbelief in his heart. However, when he saw the 4 familiar figures in front of him, a thick look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He stared fixedly at the 4 of them. After confirming that his eyes were not playing tricks on him, he realized that the 4 of them had really returned. A thick look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Why have you returned? Long Yanwei, who was still in the midst of his surprise, could not help but ask. He never thought that he would actually meet Bewitching and the others again. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but chuckle when they saw Long Yanwei's shocked look. Why can't we return? Could it be that you don't want us to return, Lord Long? Of course not. Long Yanwei quickly replied, I'm just too surprised to see you. Long Yanwei then looked behind Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. When he realized that there was no sign of Mo Yunjue, he could not help but frown. Previously, the 5 of them had always been together. Why were there only 4 of them now? Noticing the doubt unconsciously revealed between Long Yanwei's brows, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had already guessed his thoughts. They immediately explained with a smile, Yunju is still training, so he didn't come back with us this time. Hearing this, Long Yanwei finally understood. So that's how it is. Come in and have a seat. Long Yanwei invited with a face full of smiles. It's such a pleasant surprise to see you again. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 entered the house, Long Yanwei closed the door. There were still many cultivators outside the house who stretched their necks, wanting to see what was going on. He was also quite helpless. Master Long, you're still as good-tempered as ever. Xiran smiled faintly. If it were any other instructor, ordinary disciples would not dare to be so brazen. Come to think of it, only Long Yanwei would dare to be so impudent. Actually, they're very simple. Back then, didn't you guys have no scruples at all when you were with me? Long Yanwei raised his eyebrows. He remembered very clearly that Xiran, this brat, liked to take advantage of others the most. Haha, these words. We're so embarrassed. Seeing that Long Yanwei had already seen through him, Xiren did not care. Instead, his smile became even more brilliant. After not seeing each other for such a long time, everything was still the same as before when they met again. This feeling also made him miss it very much. Not only Xiren, but Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two also had the same feeling. The long-lost sense of familiarity made them feel particularly close. What do you want to do this time? Long Yanwei's face was full of smiles. He was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to see the four familiar people again. Perhaps they met each other for various purposes in the beginning, but as they became familiar with each other, they had become true friends. What made him happy was that even though Bewitching's identity was so noble, he could still get along with him like before. He was very clear about how rare this was. Being in the high position of Punlai Palace, he had met countless people of all shapes and sizes. Many people had forgotten their former friends after they had some ability. He had seen too many things about various forces. Fortunately, he had never misjudged Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. These four people had never been people who would forget righteousness at the sight of profit, and they would not change their faces because of the change in their identity. Previously, I went to the upper realm because of an accident. I have not contacted my family for so long. This time I finally have time, so I plan to go back and see my family, and then bring them to the upper realm together. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with bright joy. After waiting for so long, she was finally back. When she thought that she would be able to go back and see her family soon, she was overjoyed. She could not wait to return to the Lan family and Tiangang sect immediately. She remembered that she had spent such a long time to be able to reunite with her parents, but she did not expect that they would be separated again after such a short time. She hoped that after bringing her parents to the upper realm this time, they would be able to be together often in the future. I see. Long Yanwei suddenly understood and could not help but sigh in his heart. Only Di Beichen's wife would have the courage to say such a thing. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary person, wanting to enter the upper realm was already more difficult than ascending to the heavens, let alone wanting to bring their loved ones up together. However, in this world, the strong were respected. Order was often used to make the weak abide by it. The strong were the ones who broke the rules. Speaking of which, although I've known about the existence of the upper realm for a long time, I still don't know what it looks like. If possible, can you tell me about the upper realm? Long Yanwei revealed a look of anticipation. Not to mention him, even the palace master did not know much about the upper realm. He was also very curious about the existence of a higher plane. Noticing Long Yanwei's expectant look, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three couldn't help but smile at each other. For many people who did not know about the upper realm, it was best not to speak about it. However, Long Yanwei already knew about it, so it did not matter if he learned a little more about it. Master Long, in the past, it was always us asking questions and you explaining. I didn't expect that there would be a time when you would ask us questions, when Xiren joked with a smile. Once upon a time, they had always wanted to understand the true situation of the upper realm from Long Yanwei. Haha, no. Seeing Long Yanwei rolling his eyes at him, Xiren quickly waved his hand, but the teasing look on his face was still obvious. Are you going to tell me or not? Long Yanwei said in annoyance. I'll tell you. Xiren nodded. How can we not tell you what Master Long wants to know? In fact, the upper realm is not much different from Punlai Island. It's just that the area is bigger and there are more powerhouses. Of course, the most important thing is that the cultivation method of the upper realm is fundamentally different from that of the lower realm, Di Beichen slowly explained. Oh? Long Yanwei was surprised. The cultivation method is different? Then how do they cultivate? We cultivate pure elemental energy. After reaching the astral boundary, we will awaken our own attributes and begin to cultivate elemental energy. Di Beichen and the others did not hold back. Long Yanwei was their benefactor. No matter what he wanted to know, they were willing to explain it to him. Xiren even told him some of the interesting things that happened in the upper realm. All of this was tantamount to opening a new door for Long Yanwei. Many things that he had never touched or even imagined before appeared before his eyes. The once ethereal and illusory things gradually became clearer at this moment. So the upper realm is actually like this. This is really interesting. Long Yanwei could not help but sigh. This world was really amazing. If Bewitching had not told him about it, he was afraid that he would not have been able to figure all this out. Master Long, with your strength, it's not a problem to enter the upper realm. Why don't you consider going to the upper realm? Xiren could not help but ask after noticing Long Yanwei's interest in the upper realm. He clearly saw the expectation and yearning on the latter's face, but he did not know why Long Yanwei would choose to stay here. It was really strange. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Long Yanwei when they heard this. They also noticed this from his expression and could not help but feel a little puzzled. They originally thought that Long Yanwei had chosen to stay in Punlai Palace because it was more comfortable here. Not everyone wanted to go to a higher level. Sometimes, choosing to stay in a place that was suitable for oneself was not necessarily a bad thing. This was because everyone had their own pursuits, and these pursuits were often different. However, it seemed that the real situation was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Long Yanwei was silent for a moment and said, I promised the palace master that I would help him strengthen the Punlai Palace. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood. In the past, they already knew that Long Yanwei had an extremely good relationship with the hall master. Even if the hall master had extorted him every time, Long Yanwei had never bothered about it. Similarly, Punlai Palace's status on Punlai Island was inseparable from Long Yanwei. However, they did not expect that there was an even deeper relationship between Long Yanwei and the palace master. Lord Long, the days are long. If you change your mind and want to go to the upper realm in the future, you can contact us at any time. Bewitching smiled faintly. He had always admired people who had their own perseverance. As a contractor of Long Yanwei's level, even if he went to the upper realm, he would still be an existence that attracted attention. Hearing Bewitching's words, Long Yanwei smiled faintly and then nodded. If I go to the upper realm, I will definitely look for you. Just as Bewitching and the others were chatting happily, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. The five of them stopped talking and turned to look outside the house. Although they did not see anyone, they already had a guess in their hearts. Yanwei, I heard all the disciples say that Bewitching and the others have returned as soon as I came back today. Is this true? Yizihua and Baitsangming strode into the house. Their usually calm faces were now filled with anxiety. However, as soon as the two of them entered, they saw the four familiar faces. Immediately, the anxiety on their faces disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of surprise. I didn't expect it to be true. You're really back. Yizihua raised his voice, and his handsome face was filled with amazement. Hall Master, Instructor E, long time no see. The four of them stood up with smiles on their faces. I really didn't expect that we would have the chance to meet again. Baitsangming's black eyes were filled with amazement. He had rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Bewitching had the best relationship with Long Yanwei back in Punlai Palace. If he really came back, he would definitely come here. Along the way, he had also heard many cultivators discussing this matter. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could not help but be stunned. Haha, we already knew that we would meet again one day, Bewitching said with a smile. Yizihua sat down beside the group. A few days ago, Yanwei and I were still talking about you. We didn't expect you to appear so soon. You're really telepathic. Talking about what? Shangguan asked curiously. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that Hong Zhuang left the prescription behind. Otherwise, the disciples would be in trouble if you didn't return, Yizihua said with a smile. Indeed. Baitsangming nodded. The prescription that Hong Zhuang left behind really helped everyone. Now, everyone in Punlai Palace remembers your name. Because of the prescription, Punlai Palace's status is now one level higher than before. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Until now, he couldn't help but sigh at how generous Bailey Hongzhuang was. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not hand over the prescription so easily. However, Bailey Hongzhuang handed it over just like that, and they did not even need to say anything. That's all thanks to Hongzhuang. Bewitching smiled faintly. We are also very happy to see that the status of Punlai Palace has improved. It's not just Hong Zhuang's credit. Bai Tsangming looked at Di Beichen seriously. It's also your credit. Di Beichen was slightly stunned when he heard Bai Tsangming's words. He didn't understand what Bai Tsangming meant. When you went missing, your father ruthlessly taught those people from the Crimson Moon sect a lesson. In just one night, those guys have been completely erased from this world. Bai Tsangming sighed emotionally as he looked at Di Beichen. Even he couldn't help but sigh at such methods. Although it was your father who did it, the Crimson Moon sect's power suffered a huge blow after they disappeared, which indirectly helped us. Once he said that, everyone finally understood. That's right. That was indeed the case back then. Xiran nodded slightly. It was also because of that incident that he understood how much Di Yujue valued Di Beichen. I see. Di Beichen's expression was calm, but he couldn't help but feel touched. Ever since he returned to the clan, he had felt his father's love. No matter when, his father would support his decision unconditionally. Even if he didn't see that scene with his own eyes, he could imagine what it would be like. By the way, when you left, Wan Yanling also went with you. Did you meet him? Yizihua couldn't help but ask. As a mentor, Wan Yanling was undoubtedly his favorite student. However, Wan Yanling was wholeheartedly looking for his brother, so he didn't ask him to stay. There was always a regret in his heart that he didn't know how all the disciples who left were doing now. In the upper realm, where there were many strong people, no one knew if they could adapt. Senior brother Ling is doing well. We even went to see him when we came back this time, Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Originally, Yizihua was just asking casually and didn't have any hope at all. However, when he suddenly heard such an unexpected answer, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and didn't even react. On the other hand, Long Yanwei's face was full of interest. It said that this teleportation is random. You actually happened to meet each other? When we went to the upper realm, we went with senior brother Ling, Xiran said with a smile. I see. Yizihua suddenly understood. That's right. You left on the same day. I didn't think of this. Not only that, the most coincidental thing is that Hong Zhuang met senior brother Wan Yanhan in the upper realm. They are now together, Shang Waningying added. Hearing this news, Bai Tsangming's face was also full of surprise. That's great. They are very outstanding cultivators in our Punlai Palace. We can rest assured that they are doing well in the upper realm. Your return this time really brought us a lot of good news. Long Yanwei chuckled. This feeling was simply like seeing a family member return. It was so happy. For a moment, the room was filled with joy and harmony. Everyone exchanged greetings. The palace master who was once high and mighty in their eyes was now no different from a friend. By the way, why did you come back this time? After chatting for a while, Bai Tsangming couldn't help but ask with concern, do you need our help? They came back this time to bring their loved ones back to the upper realm. This is a joyous occasion. I'm afraid they won't need your help, Long Yanwei said with a faint smile. Indeed. Bai Tsangming nodded slightly. It's not easy to make a trip back from the upper dimension. Since it's possible, it's undoubtedly the best choice to bring our loved ones over. Speaking of which, I'm reminded of something interesting. Yizihua chuckled inexplicably, as if he had thought of something very funny. What interesting thing? After you left, your deeds gradually spread, and then some people came out and claimed to be your relatives. In the beginning, many people really believed it. However, as more and more people impersonated them, they realized that it was all fake. It caused quite a stir at that time. It's interesting just thinking about it. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 looked at each other in dismay. They really didn't expect such a situation to occur. When they first appeared, many people were deceived and wanted to use them to form a relationship with you. But speaking of which, those fellows' acting skills were indeed not bad. They also made up a set of stories. No wonder so many people believed them. Then what about now? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Cultivators nowadays were really flexible. In order to obtain benefits, it wasn't a big deal for them to make up lies. After someone was exposed, the situation took a turn for the better. Because no one believed them. Gradually, no one used this method to deceive others, said Long Yanwei. That's good. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. She didn't want to have so many relatives for no reason. Speaking of which, recently, there was someone who claimed to be your father. But what was his name again? Zihua frowned as he pondered. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed. He claimed to be my father? Zihua nodded. That's right. Actually, there were people who claimed to be your uncle or aunt. But he was the only one who claimed to be your father. Even if it was a story, this identity was too intimate. It was because of this that I understood this person's situation. But for a moment, I've forgotten his name. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen looked at each other as a guess emerged in their minds. Suddenly, Di Beichen asked, is he called Lan Yunxiao? Zihua widened his eyes and nodded. That's right. It's Lan Yunxiao. Long Yanwei and Bai Songming, who were originally joking, couldn't help but straighten their expressions. They realized that the situation was different from what they had imagined. How do you know this name? Zihua looked at Bailey Hongshuang in a daze. He can't really be your father, right? My father is Lan Yunxiao. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was serious. She was certain that this person was her father. They had not returned for so long. With his father's temperament, it was very likely that he would come to Punlai Island to look for him. After hearing this affirmative answer, Long Yanwei and the other two also became serious. Heavens! Uncle actually came to Punlai Island. Shang Guanying exclaimed. This was beyond her expectations. Zihua was also a little embarrassed. Previously, there were too many people pretending to be your relatives, so we didn't take it to heart. Even though I was a little surprised when I heard that he claimed to be your father, I thought that he was just trying to win by surprise. After all, the two of you weren't here, so no one knew whether he was telling the truth or not. I didn't expect this to be true. Is my father still in Punlai Island? Bailey Hongshuang stood up. Her white face was full of seriousness and tension. In her heart, her father had always been an existence that could hold up the sky. However, as she grew up, she understood that there were too many dangers in the outside world. Even his father had to be careful. Zihua, do you know? Long Yanwei looked at Zihua. He usually did not care much about such things, so he did not understand. Why don't you sit here and wait for me? I'll go and find out what's going on. I'll be back very soon. Zihua's expression was serious. Since the other party was Bailey Hongshuang's father, he naturally had to be careful. Alright, then we'll have to trouble Teacher Yi. Di Beichen replied. In the next moment, Zihua quickly left. Bailey Hongshuang remained standing at the same spot with a frown. Her peerless face was filled with unconcealable worry. Even if Zihua didn't say anything, from his expression, Bailey Hongshuang could see a lot of things. Something important. Bailey Hongshuang instinctively sensed that this was probably not something good. Otherwise, Zihua would not have looked so nervous. Wife, sit down first. Don't worry. Di Beichen held Bailey Hongshuang's hand and gestured for her not to be nervous. However, his heart ached when he felt the coldness of her hand. Don't worry, father will be fine. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang returned to her senses. She nodded blankly and sat there quietly. Countless thoughts still surfaced in her mind. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Long Yanwei and Bai Songming looked at each other and felt a little guilty. Bailey Hongshuang had helped them so much. They should do their best to take care of her family. However, they did not expect that they did not even know the truth of the situation. They really should not have done that. Zihua was very fast. After understanding the situation, he quickly rushed back. I've understood it clearly. There's an arranged battle between your father and Crimson Moon Sect's teacher Yan Haoguang today. Bailey Hongshuang immediately stood up when she heard this. Her delicate face was filled with seriousness and malice. When is it? It's agreed to be held at noon. It'll start soon. Where is it? Di Beichen hurriedly asked. It's on Crimson Moon Island where the Crimson Moon Sect is located. Let's go now. Di Beichen's eyes narrowed. The Crimson Moon Sect again. Back then, there was a conflict with the Crimson Moon Sect. After the Crimson Moon sect was taught a lesson, their strength had been greatly affected. If it was not for Du Jua's agreement between the upper realm and lower realm, the Crimson Moon sect would have ceased to exist. However, the Crimson Moon sect had now dared to oppose his father. They were really digging their own graves. Bailey Hongzhuang. The teachers of the Crimson Moon sect would not be weak. This battle would not be simple. Just as Bai Songming was thinking about how to hurry, Di Beichen had already taken out a flying magic tool. Seeing that Di Beichen and the other three had already entered, Bai Songming and the other two did not delay and hurriedly followed. Di Beichen activated the flying device immediately. There was quite a distance between the Crimson Moon Island and Punlai Island. If they hurried like before, the competition would have ended by the time they arrived. However, with this flying magic tool, their speed would undoubtedly be much faster. Feeling the flying device's speed, Bai Songming and the other two were shocked. They had never seen such a treasure before. Is this a flying device? Bai Songming looked at the flying car and could not help but ask. After receiving an affirmative answer, Bai Songming sighed in his heart. As the palace master of Punlai Palace, he naturally knew more about the situation than the others. However, he had only heard of such a rare treasure and had never seen it before. He never thought that he would have the opportunity to sit on a flying instrument. Similarly, from this, it could be seen that Di Beichen's position in the Di family was not simple. Instructor E, can you tell me more about the Crimson Moon sect's instructor? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Yizihua. She did not know why her father would have a grudge with this person. However, based on her father's character, he would not easily get into a conflict with others. No problem. Yizihua nodded. Yan Haoguang is a Crimson Moon sect's instructor and his position in the Crimson Moon sect is not simple. I have interacted with him before. He is a little arrogant because of his abilities and has always thought highly of himself. Therefore, he is not very popular. However, at the same time, he is indeed very powerful. That is why he is able to secure his position in the Crimson Moon sect. From what I know, the reason why your father got into a conflict with him this time was because of a man named Yu Linfeng. Yu Linfeng? Shang Guanying was stunned. Isn't that Hong Zhuang's master? He is Hong Zhuang's master? Yizihua was also shocked. Di Beichen nodded. That's right. He is Hong Zhuang's master. I believe that they came together this time. That makes sense. It seems that Yu Linfeng got into a conflict with Yan Haoguang and was severely injured by Yan Haoguang. Your father wanted to avenge Yu Linfeng, so he arranged a battle with him. My master is severely injured? Bailey Hongzhuang's face suddenly darkened, and her fan-like eyelashes cast a shadow, blocking the bloodthirsty killing intent in her eyes. She was already extremely unhappy with the Crimson Moon sect. How dare they plot against her? Now, a mere instructor had actually dared to injure her master. Since they dared to touch her reverse scale, she would definitely kill them. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Everyone could feel the murderous intent in Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Indeed. Yizihua nodded. He did not feel that Bailey Hongzhuang's behavior was inappropriate. If it were any other cultivator, knowing that someone they cared about was seriously injured, they would probably have the same reaction. My father-in-law's strength shouldn't be too different from master's. Did he take the initiative to challenge Yan Haoguang? Di Beichen frowned. His bright black eyes shone with wisdom. According to his understanding, his father-in-law would not do such a thing. Bai Songming and Long Yanwei also raised their heads. If the two of them were equally matched, it proved that Lan Yunxiao wasn't Yan Haoguang's opponent either. If he didn't have a reason, he wouldn't have done such a suicidal thing. It said that he was forced to do so. That Yan Haoguang clearly wants to kill them. After Yu Linfeng was severely injured, Lan Yunxiao planned to take him away. He didn't expect the Crimson Moon sect's cultivators to stop them from leaving. They also stopped all the doctors from treating him. Unless Lan Yunxiao defeats Yan Haoguang, he won't let them leave. Bang! The table at the side was directly shattered into powder by Bailey Hongzhuang's palm. Bailey Hongzhuang could no longer suppress the anger in her chest. Bastard! Shang Guanying couldn't help but explode. There was actually such a shameless person who relied on his power to bully others, Whether it was Lan Yunxiao or Yu Linfeng, they were both people who could call the wind and summon the rain in the outside world. But here, they were bullied like this. It was too hateful. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was bleeding. If it weren't for them being worried, her father and master wouldn't have specially come here. Naturally, they wouldn't be treated like this. That's right, Yan Haoguang and Yu Linfeng first got into a conflict because Yan Haoguang took a fancy to a girl. However, Yu Linfeng was handsome and was admired by that girl. Yan Haoguang wasn't convinced and found a reason to attack. Yizihua was speechless about all of this. Speaking of which, all of this wasn't related to Yu Linfeng and Lan Yunxiao. It was just that Yan Haoguang failed in his pursuit and wanted to find someone to vent his frustrations. It was truly depressing. After hearing all of this, Xiren and the rest looked at each other. The resentment in their eyes intensified. They believed in this reason very much. This was because Yu Linfeng's appearance was extraordinarily handsome to begin with. Back when he was in the outside world, who knew how many women adored him? Now that they were on Punlai Island, such a situation couldn't be more normal. I didn't expect that a girl's outstanding appearance would attract trouble. A handsome man would also attract such an undeserved calamity. Bai Cangming couldn't help but sigh. Just based on the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, he could guess that Lan Yunxiao and the rest were all first-rate handsome men. I always knew that Yan Haoguang wasn't a reasonable person. But now it seems that this fellow is completely arrogant and despotic. He relied on Scarlet Moon Island as Scarlet Moon Sect's territory to do such despicable and shameless things. He's truly too hateful. Long Yanwei's expression also darkened. Usually, he looked down on this kind of person the most. Now that it involved Bailey Hongzhuang's family, he was naturally even angrier. Right now, he could only hope that nothing happened to Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao. Otherwise, this matter would truly be troublesome. Wife, I'm already rushing to Scarlet Moon Island at the fastest speed. With the distance between Punlai Island and Scarlet Moon Island, we'll arrive very quickly. Don't worry. Even though he knew that his words wouldn't have much of an effect on Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but speak up when he noticed her tense expression. Moon. He knew how important her family was to Hongzhuang. She was not afraid of danger or rumors. She could bear with it no matter how others hurt her. But the only thing that she couldn't bear was the people she cared for get hurt. Her. It. Her. Her. Be. The. It. Wort teet. Do you guys think that Lan Yunxiao will come today? He should come. If he doesn't, then Yu Linfeng won't be able to obtain the antidote. Moreover, they're on Scarlet Moon Island. If Yan Haoguang doesn't want them to leave, they won't have the chance to. As soon as the man finished speaking, the other cultivators nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone knew that this was an undeserved calamity for Lan Yunxiao and Dijiao. This was Yan Haoguang's problem, but there were too many unlucky people like him on Punlai Island. Cultivation was related to one's own luck. Any cultivator who could become an expert usually had extremely strong luck. If they didn't have good luck, no matter how outstanding their talent was, they wouldn't be able to reach that height. No one cared about the root of this matter. The weak were destined to be bullied. Speaking of which, didn't Lan Yunxiao claim to be Bailey Hongzhuang's father? Bailey Hongzhuang has made such a great contribution to Punlai Palace. Do you think they will take action? What kind of joke is this? It's no longer the same as before. Everyone knows that Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't have any relatives here. This is all fake news. It's just that Lan Yunxiao claiming to be her father is a bit special. That's true. How outstanding is Bewitching's father? If Lan Yunxiao really is Bailey Hongzhuang's father, how could he have fallen to such a state on Punlai Island? With just a few words, everyone was certain that this was a lie. As the appointed time approached, a figure slowly walked over like a moon surrounded by stars. The moment he appeared, the entire encirclement erupted with cries of surprise. Everyone's gaze landed on this proud and complacent figure. They saw Yan Haoguang's face beaming with happiness. His slightly bloated face was glowing with oil, as if he was living a very comfortable life. Faced with everyone's sighing gazes, Yan Haoguang took this as an honor and was very happy. Instructor Yan, that Lan Yunxiao still hasn't appeared. I don't know if he's scared out of his wits and doesn't dare to come. A fair-skinned young man standing closest to Yan Haoguang had a flattering smile on his face as he nodded and bowed. That Lan Yunxiao, as long as Instructor Yan makes a move, he won't even have a chance to fight back. It's normal that he doesn't come, another Crimson Moon sect disciple said with a smile. Yan Haoguang glanced at the lively scene in front of him, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his fat face. They're just a few country bumpkins from the outside world. They think that they can do whatever they want here because they're strong in the outside world. However, their thinking is too simple. Our Penglai Island is not comparable to those places in the outside world. That's right. This time, Instructor Yan will make them recognize reality. Yan Haoguang's figure flashed and appeared on the arena. He sat down calmly on one side. A few young disciples behind him were in charge of serving him tea and water. They were very happy to serve him. Yun Xiao, don't worry about me. Since everyone is attracted by the tournament today, why don't you take the opportunity to leave Scarlet Moon Island? I'm definitely going to die. You don't have to die with me. Live well. Maybe you'll have a chance to avenge me in the future. Yu Linfeng's face was pale. His originally handsome face was now covered in a layer of purple due to the poison. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Even his voice had become incomparably weak. However, the resentment and regret in his eyes became even more profound. They came to Penglai Island this time. On the one hand, they wanted to find Bailey Hongzhuang, on the other hand, they wanted to improve their strength. If they did not understand the existence of a higher level, perhaps they would be able to live leisurely like before. However, after knowing that the cultivators of Penglai Island were so powerful, they could no longer ignore it. Most importantly, Di Yujua's appearance allowed them to understand a brand new world. That level of strength was something they had never imagined before. It was only at that moment that they realized that they had always been frogs in a well. There were too many experts in this world, and in front of these experts, they were simply ants. Hong Zhuang had become the daughter-in-law of the Di family, which meant that she had entered a completely different environment from before. As Hong Zhuang's maternal family, they naturally wanted to improve themselves. Even if they believed that with Di Beichen's sincerity towards Hong Zhuang and Di Yujua's generosity and sincerity, Hong Zhuang would not suffer any grievances after marrying into the Di family. However, as her maternal family, they did not wish to be a burden to Hong Zhuang. They hoped that they could still be the most reliable backing for Hong Zhuang. However, they did not expect that their luck would be so bad that they would be targeted by Yan Haoguang after coming here. They also did not expect that Yan Haoguang, as a teacher of the Crimson Moon sect, would be so despicable. Hearing Yu Linfeng's words, Lan Yunxiao could not help but frown and rejected him without thinking. Linfeng, don't say such things. We are brothers and I will never leave you alone. Moreover, Yan Haoguang will never let them leave. There are always people monitoring us outside the room. As long as we have the intention to secretly leave, we will definitely be discovered by them. Lan Yunxiao's handsome face revealed seriousness and contemplation. A trace of worry could not help but appear between his brows. The situation before him indeed made him feel deeply powerless. The Crimson Moon sect was an existence that could cover the sky with one hand and they had no chance of escaping. Yu Linfeng sighed. Yun Xiao, I've implicated you this time. If he had not caused such trouble for no reason, they would not be in such a situation. What are you talking about? Lan Yunxiao's expression turned serious. This is an undeserved calamity. It has nothing to do with you, so don't take it to heart. If we're destined to lose our lives here, then that's our fate. He had already mentally prepared himself for this before he chose to come to Penglai Island. A resolute look appeared in Lan Yunxiao's eyes. He understood that he wasn't Yan Haoguang's match, but even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to make the other party pay the price. Yu Linfeng fell silent. The situation before him made him feel deeply powerless. He didn't know how to face it. The poison in his body was getting deeper and deeper. He could clearly feel that even speaking had become extremely difficult for him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Let's go. Lan Yunxiao helped Yu Linfeng up. At this moment, his two handsome faces were filled with determination and madness. This time, they were going all out. Time passed by minute by minute. As the time approached, the crowd still had not seen Lan Yunxia's figure and a commotion arose near the stage. It's almost time. Lan Yunxiao and the others couldn't have run away, right? Instructor Yan, look, they're here. Yan Hugwang's gaze shifted when he heard his disciple's words. Sure enough, two figures slowly appeared outside. A trace of malice and jealousy flashed through Yan Hugwang's eyes when he noticed Lan Yunxia's appearance. Humph, Yan Hugwang snorted with disdain. At least you didn't miss the appointment. Many of the cultivators present didn't recognize Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao, but when they noticed the gazes on them, they understood what was going on. I was curious why that woman chose Yu Linfeng and offended Yan Hugwang, but now I understand. They're really handsome men. Perhaps they really are Bailey Hongzhuang's relatives. You should know how devastatingly beautiful Bailey Hongzhuang is, right? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard the man's words. Previously, they had indeed determined that all of this was a lie, but it was this seemingly ridiculous reason that made them somewhat believe it. If it was true, then it would be interesting. Linfeng, can you still hold on? Lan Yunxiao asked with concern as he looked at Yu Linfeng, who was struggling to breathe. Yu Linfeng nodded. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll think of a way to get the antidote. Lan Yunxiao's eyes were resolute. Even if the chances were slim, he would do his best. Yu Linfeng looked deeply at Lan Yunxiao. His eyes, which were originally filled with resentment, suddenly calmed down and were filled with relief. They all knew in their hearts that after today, they might disappear from this world. But at the last moment, at least they were united. Compared to many people, this was a pretty good ending. Lan Yunxiao, you're finally here. I thought a coward like you wouldn't dare to come. When Yan Hugwang saw that everyone's attention was on Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao, he immediately gained the upper hand by a show of strength and mocked them. Lan Yunxiao's expression darkened and he coldly looked at the self-satisfied Yan Hugwang. You bully others like this, yet you still have the nerve to put on such an attitude. How laughable. His deep voice was filled with magnetism. Even if it was filled with resentment, it was still pleasing to the ears. Everyone's gaze landed on Lan Yunxiao. Even though he was isolated and helpless at this moment and was at an absolute disadvantage, his lofty posture still carried a majesty and sharp edge that couldn't be ignored. He stood there gracefully, like an unsheathed sword, exuding an endless amount of sharpness. His intimidating aura made it impossible for others to joke and speak contemptuously. In an instant, many cultivators changed their thoughts. At the very least, they understood that this was a true man, and not someone as despicable and shameless as Yan Hugwang could compare to him. Yan Hugwang's expression darkened when he sensed the change in the crowd's attitude. He didn't like the way they looked at him. He was obviously stronger, but just because this guy had a face that was prettier than a woman's, everyone treated them differently. It was really abominable. This day next year will be the day you die. As long as I defeat you, you'll let us go and give us the antidote, right? Lan Yunxiao looked at Yan Hugwang with a burning gaze. Even if the hope was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if they were going to die, they would do their best. Following Lan Yunxiao's words, the cultivators around Yan Hugwang couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, did I hear wrong? He actually wants to defeat Instructor Yan? This guy is probably stupid. With his strength, it's impossible for him to win, okay? Yan Hugwang's eyes were filled with disdain, but a playful smile suddenly appeared on his lips. That's right, I did say that before, but I've changed my mind now. Hearing this, Lan Yunxiao's expression darkened and a trace of gloom appeared on his handsome face. Yunxiao, I told you not to believe this guy. He's a despicable person who goes back on his words. Yu Linfeng couldn't help but be angry. Yan Hugwang was simply shameless to the extreme. From his playful appearance, he could guess that he wanted to trick them today. Yan Hugwang coldly glanced at Yu Linfeng before turning his gaze back. He originally intended to directly get rid of these two eyesores to establish his prestige and let everyone know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, after seeing the change in everyone's attitude towards Lan Yunxiao, he changed his mind. The more Lan Yunxiao appeared to be unyielding, the more he wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. So what if Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng were elegant gentlemen? He wanted to let everyone know that without strength, no matter how handsome a man was, he was nothing more than trash. A character that he could casually crush to death. As long as you make me happy, I'll hand over the antidote. How about it? Yan Haoguang teased. Lan Yinxiao stared fixedly at Yan Haoguang. From the latter's expression, he could guess that this wasn't something good. However, other than agreeing, he had no other way out. What do you want to do? Lan Yinxiao asked with narrowed eyes. My disciples are not in a good mood these days. Just stand there like a punching bag and don't move. As long as they vent their anger, I promise to let you go. How about it? Everyone sighed at his words. He wanted Lan Yunxiao to stand there obediently and take a beating. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw the cultivators surrounding Yan Haoguang. Just by looking at them, he could tell that they were not good people. Yan Haoguang's suggestion at this moment left him with no room for resistance. If he fought with Yan Haoguang, he would at least have a chance to fight back. Yan Haoguang's suggestion at this moment left him no room for resistance. Yan Haoguang is really too much. I really pity Lan Yunxiao and the others now. On this Scarlet Moon Island, don't you know what kind of character Yan Haoguang is? He's never been a straightforward person. Do you think Lan Yunxiao will agree? If you agree, you'll be courting death. Everyone furrowed their brows. They all understood the brotherly affection between Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng. If Yu Linfeng wasn't poisoned, Lan Yunxiao would definitely fight with his life on the line. But now that Yu Linfeng's life was in Yan Haoguang's hands, it was really difficult to decide what to do. As long as I don't fight back, you'll hand over the antidote? Lan Yunxiao asked again. Yunxiao, you mustn't believe him. Yu Linfeng couldn't help feeling anxious. This Yan Haoguang was so shameless, so his words were probably just casual. They simply couldn't be trusted. Lan Yunxiao gazed deeply at Yan Haoguang. How can I believe you? It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Yan Haoguang spread out his hands with an indifferent expression. Yu Linfeng's life is in my hands. If you want to save him, then agree. If you want to watch him die, then it's up to you. Hearing this, Lan Yunxiao's heart sank. Indeed, all the chips were in Yan Haoguang's hands. He simply didn't have the qualifications to negotiate. All right, I agree, Lan Yunxiao said in a low voice. Yunxiao, you can't agree. Seeing that Lan Yunxiao actually agreed, Yu Linfeng used all his strength to shout. His eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his temples were bulging. However, he was already extremely weak. Even if he used all his strength, his voice was still pitifully small in this noisy environment. He couldn't let Lan Yunxiao suffer such humiliation in order to save him. In any case, I'm already a dying man. Even if they beat you to death, they won't keep their promise. Lan Yunxiao clearly heard Yu Linfeng's words, but he didn't turn around or change his mind. How could he not know that Yan Haoguang wasn't a trustworthy person? However, other than believing, he had no other choice. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he still had to try. I won't retaliate, but I hope you can promise me one thing. His deep eyes were filled with seriousness and gravity, as if he had made a huge decision. Speak. If I die, you must hand over the antidote and let Linfeng leave. His low and hoarse voice was unprecedentedly heavy. Lan Yunxiao's expression was complicated. If he was going to die today, then at least he had to use all his means to fight for Linfeng's life. As a mentor of the Crimson Moon sect, Yan Haoguang must have some face. If he promised him in front of everyone, then there was a possibility that he would abide by it. After hearing Lan Yunxiao's request, Yan Haoguang's gaze changed. He then nodded. All right, I'll consider it. If you don't retaliate, I can guarantee that I'll give him the antidote. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lan Yunxiao said, all right. His black jade-like eyes were filled with determination and determination. He had already lost his life a long time ago. To be able to live until now, it was already a blessing. If it wasn't for Linfeng, Hongzhuang wouldn't have been able to come back so smoothly. He would always remember this kindness. He didn't have a chance to return it in the past, but now was a chance. Seeing Lan Yunxiao agree, Yu Linfeng felt like he was about to go crazy. Lan Yunxiao actually made such a decision for someone like him, who was destined to die. Rather than that, he might as well just die. However, Lan Yunxiao didn't care. Seeing this, Yan Haoguang signaled with his eyes. The 4 disciples beside him immediately walked forward with cruel smiles on their faces. Since they were helping their master vent his anger, they naturally had to perform well. As they watched Lan Yunxiao calmly meet his death, the spectators felt a sense of desolation and tragedy. They had only come here to watch a battle with a great disparity in strength. Even though they already knew the outcome, they still wanted to see a good show. However, when they realized that this was no longer a competition, but a show of contempt and devastation, their thoughts changed. The 4 disciples swarmed forward and unhesitatingly beat and kicked him. They were clear that Instructor Yan was unhappy with Lan Yunxiao, but he couldn't make a move in front of so many people, so he had them do it. If they wanted to win the instructor's favor, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to perform. Bang bang bang, one attack after another landed mercilessly on Lan Yunxiao's body. Just hearing the dull thuds made the spectators' scalps tingle from the pain. However, Lan Yunxiao, who was being beaten up by the 4, calmly stood in place. He didn't retaliate, nor did he make a sound. He remained silent just like that. He was like an eternal rock that stood towering on the spot from the beginning until the end, and he revealed an indescribable firmness. Yu Linfeng watched as one attack after another landed on Lan Yunxiao's body. He only felt that all the punches and kicks were hitting his heart. This feeling was even more unbearable than being beaten to death. "You idiot!" Yu Linfeng cursed loudly. His bloodshot eyes turned moist and translucent. A man didn't cry easily. No matter how painful it was, he could endure it. Even if he had to die, he could face it calmly. However, he could not stand by and watch his brother die to save him. To him, this feeling was no different from being executed by 1,000 cuts. He would rather be the one to die. In the next instant, Yu Linfeng used all his strength to walk onto the stage and stand in front of Lan Yunxiao. The 4 people who were wildly beating Lan Yunxiao were startled when they saw Yu Linfeng appear. In the next instant, they glanced at Yan Haoguang, only to see him calmly standing in place with a trace of disgust on his face. Seeing this, the 4 immediately understood and their attacks became even more ruthless. They didn't attack the duo's vitals as soon as they arrived because they wanted to torture them. Who told them to make Instructor Yan lose face in front of so many people? Now, they had to pay back everything. Lan Yunxiao's expression finally changed when he saw Yu Linfeng appear. "What are you doing here? Get down quickly." Seeing the anxiety on Lan Yunxiao's face, Yu Linfeng chuckled. "Brother, I'm afraid I can't avenge you, but I believe that Hong Shuang will avenge us." Under such circumstances, smiles shouldn't appear on Yu Linfeng and Lan Yunxiao. However, Yu Linfeng's smile was from the bottom. Although this way of dying wasn't cool or wise enough, it was worth it to have a good brother to die with him. Lan Yunxiao, Lan of Lan Yunxiao of Lan's face, of course. I didn't expect to have to rely on Hong Shuang in the end. But I believe she will. That's right. You have a good daughter, and I have a good disciple. Fresh blood flowed from Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng's lips. At this moment, the 2 of them no longer had the ability to fight. Lan Yunxiao originally had the strength to fight, but after being beaten up like this, it was difficult for him to even stand up. Blood had already dyed their clothes red, but the 2 of them gritted their teeth and didn't make a sound. Even if they were to die here today, they had to at least maintain their last shred of dignity. Yan Haoguang's actions today are too much. Even if Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao aren't his match, he shouldn't use such a method. He's a mentor of the Crimson Moon sect after all. Bullying 2 newcomers to Punlai Island is too much of a bully. I usually don't think so, but now I feel that the Crimson Moon sect can't compare to Punlai Palace. At least, the mentors of Punlai Palace wouldn't do such a thing. Even though Yan Haoguang was the one with the absolute advantage, no one present thought that he was amazing. On the contrary, Lan Yunxiao was a true hero in everyone's hearts. There were things a man should do and things he shouldn't do. For his brother, he was willing to give up his life. This was a true man. Yan Haoguang was originally looking at Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao with ridicule. He wanted to use this opportunity to teach them a lesson and let everyone know the price of offending him. However, he didn't expect the crowd to be so one-sided. Punlai Island was never a place that sympathized with the weak. Yet now, all these people were supporting Lan Yunxiao. Yan Haoguang's expression changed. This wasn't the result he wanted. Stop. Seeing that Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao were on the verge of death, Yan Haoguang shouted for them to stop. Following Yan Haoguang's words, the 4 disciples of the Crimson Moon sect immediately stopped and turned to look at him. Yan Haoguang raised his hand and the 4 of them quickly returned to their positions behind him. They secretly sighed in relief. In reality, they were extremely embarrassed when they were faced with the crowd's disdainful and mocking gazes. Using the strong to bully the weak, using numbers to bully the few, and being despicable and shameless. It didn't matter which one of these titles was hung on their heads, they wouldn't be happy, let alone when so many titles were hung on their heads. The faint smell of blood permeated the air and dyed Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao's clothes red. Flowers of blood blossomed on the ground and a tragic and desolate aura spread out. Compared to their miserable and sorry state, their eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's, and they revealed stubbornness and persistence. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to pierce through people's hearts. Facing those 2 eyes that were filled with blood qi, Yan Haoguang did not know why, but his heart actually trembled, and a trace of fear unconsciously flashed through his heart. However, when he thought about how the 2 people in front of him were about to die, he dispelled the thought in annoyance. Damn it, he was actually intimidated by the gazes of 2 ants. It was simply laughable. In the next moment, Yan Haoguang squatted down and looked at the 2 miserable faces in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of playfulness. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I will give you a chance to live now. As soon as these words came out, all eyes turned to Yan Haoguang. They didn't expect this guy to have a bit of conscience and change his mind at the last moment. However, Lan Yunxiao and the other man only looked at him coldly without saying a word. It was impossible for such a despicable and shameless person to be so kind as to let them go. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many things happening now. Yan Haoguang originally thought that after he said those words, he would definitely see Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunfeng's hopeful gazes. However, he didn't expect that the 2 of them didn't take his words to heart at all. Instead, it was as if they had seen through him. This feeling made him extremely unhappy. I'm speaking the truth, Yan Haoguang spoke again. Everyone here can bear witness. As long as you do it, I'll give you the antidote and let you leave Scarlet Moon Island. Lan Yunxiao's eyes turned gloomy and complicated. His voice was hoarse and suppressed. What is it? Yan Haoguang stood up abruptly, his fat face filled with pride. Here, my shoes are dirty. Yan Haoguang pointed at his shoes and his smile became increasingly arrogant. As long as you lick my shoes clean, I'll let you live. Isn't this simple? The conspiracy in Lan Yunxiao's eyes deepened. Even though he had already guessed that Yan Haoguang wouldn't say anything good, he still underestimated Yan Haoguang's shamelessness after hearing the contents of the conversation. In your dreams? Lan Yunxiao coldly said. Yan Haoguang's expression turned sinister. If you don't do as I say, you 2 can only die here today. Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng ignored him. They'd rather die than do such a thing. Bewitching controlled the flying artifact and rushed at his fastest speed. Finally, he successfully arrived at Scarlet Moon Island. This is Scarlet Moon Island. Yizihua guided them along the way. Although Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang knew about Scarlet Moon Island, they'd never come here before. Scarlet Moon Island was one of the 3 most famous islands in Penlai Island. It was extremely vast. Buildings stood in great numbers and the streets were filled with people. The liveliness here wasn't inferior to Penlai Island. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest weren't in the mood to pay attention to all this. They only wanted to reach the stage as soon as possible. It was already noon, so the battle should have already begun. With Yan Haoguang's strength, it would only take him a short amount of time to kill the 2 of them. It was precisely because everyone knew of this situation that they remained silent. No one said anything. If they said something bad and made Bailey Hongzhuang's mood even worse, they didn't want to see that happen. Bai Songming and the other 2 walked at the front, leading the way. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest clearly did not know where the arena was. The group of people flew away as fast as they could. Even though they were extremely fast, many people still managed to see their faces clearly. Am I seeing things? I think I saw the Penlai Palace Master just now. I also think I'm mistaken, because I actually saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Everyone looked at each other as thoughts flashed through their minds. If it wasn't for the fact that there were other cultivators around, they would have thought that they were seeing things. I heard that today is the day Yan Haoguang will deal with Lan Yunxiao's group. Now that the Punlai Palace's people are here, could it be that Lan Yunxiao's group's identity is real? There were already many people who had gone to the arena to watch the show. When the remaining cultivators found out that people from Punlai Palace had come, they all rushed over to watch the show. If this matter wasn't attractive to them before, it was now very attractive. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was expressionless, but the sweat on her palms revealed her inner nervousness. If something happened to her father and master, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yan Haoguang's expression darkened when he heard Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunfeng's rejection. He coldly looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with malice. "Are you sure you want to refuse?" Yan Haoguang coldly asked. Lan Yunxiao looked at Yan Haoguang with disgust. "As a mentor of the Crimson Moon sect, you actually don't have any sense of existence. Can you only use this method to pretend to be an expert?" His mocking words pierced Yan Haoguang's heart. In his fury, he directly slapped him. "Go to hell." Lan Yunxiao subconsciously closed his eyes. Rather than being humiliated here, he'd rather die a quick death. That would be more straightforward. However, the expected pain didn't come. Lan Yunxiao couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he heard Yu Linfeng's astonished voice. "Hongzhuang?" Yu Linfeng stared blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. For a moment, he only felt that he was too weak and had become delirious. Lan Yunxiao hastily raised his head. When he saw the familiar figure in front of him, his deep eyes filled with joy. That's right, this was Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang tightly grasped Yan Haoguang's hand. Her dark eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glint as dense killing intent exploded from her body. The bloodstains on Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng's bodies were a ghastly sight. Even though she had already guessed that she would encounter such a situation before coming, when this bloody scene truly appeared, her heart was deeply shaken and pierced. Her father and master, the two people she had carefully protected, were actually beaten black and blue by this bastard from the Crimson Moon sect. Damn it, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was burning with killing intent. When Yan Haoguang saw a stunning woman suddenly appear in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to get angry, he found that this woman's strength was so terrifying that he couldn't break free. Not only that, the cold killing intent emitted from the woman's body seeped into his body, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably in fear. Just as he was about to ask who this woman was, he suddenly heard a terrifying name, Bailey Hongzhuang. Now in the entire Punlai Island, who hasn't heard of Bailey Hongzhuang's name? Previously, he already knew that Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxi claimed to be Bailey Hongzhuang's relatives, but he didn't take it seriously and even treated it as a joke. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had actually appeared. He took a closer look. Wasn't this woman's stunning appearance exactly in line with everyone's description of Bailey Hongzhuang? "You dare to hit my father?" The cold voice didn't have the slightest bit of warmth. The bloodthirsty killing intent was almost tangible. Bailey Hongzhuang expressionlessly looked at Yan Haoguang. "Father." When Bailey Hongzhuang uttered these two words, everyone present was dumbfounded. After a short period of silence, the surroundings of the stage suddenly erupted into an even more shocking heated discussion. Heavens, Lan Yunxiao is actually Bailey Hongzhuang's father. This matter has blown up. Yan Haoguang actually dared to make a move against Bailey Hongzhuang's father. Isn't he courting death? At this moment, no one doubted the outcome. Suddenly, everyone felt that the affairs of the world were impermanent. A second ago, Yan Haoguang still held the absolute advantage, but now, he wasn't far from death. Yan Haoguang was dumbstruck as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Everything that had happened in the past gave him a strong sense of unreality. He only felt that all of this must be a dream. How could such a coincidental thing happen? Crack! A crisp sound rang out, followed by the crackling sound of bones cracking. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Yan Haoguang's face instantly swelled red, so red that blood could drip out. His originally swollen face now swelled even more like a pig's head. The heart-wrenching scream attracted everyone's attention. Only then did they realize that Bailey Hongzhuang had directly crippled Yan Haoguang's hand. Not only did she break it, but she also directly shattered his finger bones into powder. his limp hand no longer had any support and just drooped down like that. Everyone couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Just by looking at this situation, they could feel the heart-wrenching pain. Yan Haoguang's first thought was to escape. If he continued to stay here, only death would await him. However, how could Bailey Hongzhuang give him the chance to leave? In the next instant, she lifted her right leg and stomped it on Yan Haoguang's foot. Crack! Another sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. Yan Haoguang screamed again, his face contorted from the pain. With his left leg crippled, he couldn't stand firm and directly fell to the ground. Was it you who beat them to this state? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked down at the ugly bug on the ground. Her heart had long been filled with endless waves. This damned fellow, how dare he treat the people she cared about like this? Every single wound on her father and master's body, she wanted to return it to this guy. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was like a god of death in Yan Haoguang's eyes. He was already unable to move under her terrifying pressure, let alone resist. He didn't even have the courage to resist. No, no. Yan Haoguang hurriedly shook his head, as if he was afraid that he would be treated like this again if he was a step slower. Who is that? Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes dangerously. Her gaze swept across the arena and finally focused on the 4 people who were trembling on the other side. It's you? That's right, it's them. At this moment, Yan Haoguang couldn't care less about their relationship as master and disciple. He only wanted to survive. Everything else had nothing to do with him. When they saw that Yan Haoguang had placed all the blame on them, their already pale faces lost all color. Their legs trembled and they trembled so much that they couldn't even speak clearly. No, it's not that. The 4 people hurriedly waved their hands and retreated. Where was their previous arrogant and complacent look? It's not? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows. Perhaps the people who were standing below the ring would not be able to sense how terrifying Bailey Hongzhuang's powers were. However, they were standing on the ring and could clearly feel the aura emitted by Bailey Hongzhuang. Under such coercion, they felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them and they found it difficult to move. Once Bailey Hongzhuang increases her coercion, perhaps they would be crushed into minced meat. This terrifying feeling terrified them to the extreme. No, they did it. Yan Haoguang cried out again. Thousands of thoughts were running through his mind as he desperately wanted to leave this place. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's intelligence and wisdom, she could roughly guess the situation just by looking at the situation before her. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a cold smile as she withdrew her coercion. Feeling that their bodies were suddenly relaxed, the 4 disciples flew out of the ring without hesitation. If they did not leave now, they would never be able to leave again. Just as the crowd was wondering why Bailey Hongzhuang had chosen to let these fellows go, a clear and cold voice, which was like the sound of nature, rang out domineeringly, since you've made your move, all of you shall stay here. The next moment, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's 5 fingers stretched out, and the 4 disciples were caught by her. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly closed her hand and the 4 figures exploded into a mist of blood. Bang! A dull sound rang out and blood instantly stained the entire ring red. The cultivators who were closer to the ring were splashed with blood. The thick smell of blood filled the air and set off the peerless, fair face of hers, giving her an inexplicably enchanting and charming look. However, at this moment, no one dared to covet Bailey Hongzhuang's beauty. She was a terrifying and powerful woman. Even though the 4 cultivators were not particularly powerful, they were not weaklings since they had been able to make it to Punlai Island. However, this was all in the blink of an eye. Bailey Hongzhuang did not even look at the 4 cultivators. She simply waved her hand and the 4 of them were turned into a mist of blood before they even had the chance to retaliate. Almost everyone present was shocked by Bailey Hongzhuang's attack. They have never seen such great power before. What kind of power is this? Bailey Hongzhuang is a little too powerful, isn't she? I've never seen such a powerful cultivator. Heavens, what kind of opponent has Yan Haoguang provoked? At the same time, the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect sensed that something was amiss. Initially, they had only been dealing with 2 cultivators who had just arrived. But who would have thought that these 2 cultivators were backed by such a powerful organization? Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's fury, killing Yan Haoguang would not be enough to quell her anger. If the Crimson Moon sect was implicated, it would be disastrous. Bai Ming and the rest could not help but look at each other when they saw the scene. They had long known that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would become extremely powerful after ascending to the upper realm. However, this level of power still shocked them. Indeed, it was necessary to set such a rule between the upper realm and the lower realm. Otherwise, any cultivator from the upper realm would be able to turn the lower realm upside down. While Bailey Hongzhuang was teaching Yan Haoguang and the others a lesson, Bewitching and the others had already helped Lan Yunxiao and the other to the side. Just by looking at the bloodstains on their bodies, he could tell how serious their injuries were. If they had come just a bit later, they would have already lost their lives. Bewitching couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, they had coincidentally returned today. Otherwise, it would have been terrible if they missed this opportunity. After taking the pills, Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng felt the pills melt in their mouths. Their already terrible bodies were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Sensing this, the two of them couldn't help but be shocked. This was the power of the upper realm. The effects of pills were much stronger. Bewitching, Linfeng was poisoned by Yan Haoguang, Lan Yunxiao hastily said. Although his injuries were serious, they could be healed with some time. However, Linfeng had been poisoned for a long time. If he didn't quickly take the antidote, he wouldn't be able to hold on. When he heard that Yu Linfeng was poisoned, Bewitching's gaze darkened. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang on the stage. Hongzhuang, Master Yu was poisoned. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was about to teach Yan Haoguang a lesson, heard this and her gloomy face became even more ruthless. You even poisoned my master? Yan Haoguang was already scared out of his wits when he saw how Bailey Hongzhuang dealt with the 4 disciples. With such strength, he was simply no match for her. Now that he heard those chilly words again, he was almost scared out of his wits. I have the antidote here, the antidote. Yan Haoguang trembled as he raised the antidote with both hands. His pale face was filled with terror. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was the king of hell in his eyes. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a way to escape. Right now, the only thing he could think of was to stall for time. If the sect master came, perhaps there would still be room to turn things around. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. With a flash of energy, the antidote landed in front of Bewitching. Bewitching immediately gave the antidote to Yu Linfeng. Although Hongzhuang definitely wouldn't have a problem detoxifying the poison, Yu Linfeng had clearly been poisoned for a long time and couldn't be delayed any longer. After taking the antidote, Yu Linfeng felt his body gradually improving. The feeling of being suppressed to the point where he couldn't even speak was gradually disappearing. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Miss Bailey, I really didn't know they were your relatives. If I knew it, I wouldn't dare to provoke them. Yan Haoguang knelt in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, his other hand pulling on Bailey Hongzhuang's trousers. Where was the arrogance from before? At this moment, he was about to die from regret. If he knew these two people had such a terrifying background, he definitely wouldn't have provoked them. Definitely not. They already told you. Didn't you still provoke them? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were indifferent. Even though her heart was filled with boundless killing intent, she didn't immediately kill him. This fellow had humiliated the people she cared about. If she let him die so easily, wouldn't it be letting him off too easily? Yan Haoguang wanted to cry. He did hear Lan Yunxiao and Bailey Hongzhuang say it, but not only him, there was no one present who believed it, alright? Swoosh, with a flash of energy, a hole was pierced through Yan Haoguang's body. Blood quickly flowed out. Ah! Yan Haoguang screamed. Although this wound wasn't life-threatening, the pain was intense. With one arm and one leg crippled and the wounds on his body, no matter how stupid Yan Haoguang was, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was planning to fix him. This meant that he couldn't even die a quick death. What are you screaming for? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and waved her hand. Another burst of energy shot out and another bloody hole appeared. Her father and master had been beaten black and blue, but they still hadn't said a word. This guy was only slightly injured, but he was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. It was really unpleasant to hear. Yan Haoguang groaned and forcibly swallowed his voice. He didn't dare to make another sound, or else Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely drill a third hole in his body. However, in the next moment, another burst of energy flashed by and another wound appeared. There's no sound at all. It seems like this wound doesn't hurt, Bailey Hongzhuang said indifferently. Yan Haoguang really didn't know what to say. It wasn't right for him to make a sound, but it wasn't right for him to not make a sound either. What exactly did she want him to do? Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was just toying with Yan Haoguang. No matter what Yan Haoguang did, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't stop her attacks. However, nobody thought that there was anything wrong with Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, because Yan Haoguang's actions towards Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao were even more excessive. Yan Haoguang is dead for sure today. Bailey Hongzhuang will definitely torture him to death. He deserves it. He just had to humiliate Lan Yunxiao and Lan Xianyuan without rhyme or reason. Now that he's caused so much trouble, only death is waiting for him. This is called the evils we bring upon ourselves. I almost couldn't bear it when he was so excessive before. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang is acting, I feel a bit better. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. This was probably the result of doing too much evil. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang on the stage. He didn't make a move from beginning to end because he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to take revenge herself. When they knew Yan Haoguang's name, he was destined to die tomorrow. Lan Yunxiao and Lan Xianyuan didn't feel anything wrong. This wretched guy should have died long ago. Yunxiao. You. And Yu Yun's words. Lan Yunxiao revealed a knowing smile. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. From the looks of it, the two of us are quite lucky. It seems like the heavens don't want to take our lives. Just a little bit more and they would have lost their lives here. But just a little bit more and they managed to keep their lives. After the cultivators reported, the sect master of the Crimson Moon sect also learned of this matter. He was shocked and felt his scalp go numb. That wretched Yan Haoguang. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke Bailey Hongzhuang. The sect master of the Crimson Moon sect stomped his feet, his face filled with anger and impatience. After Bailey Hongzhuang's incident, the Crimson Moon sect suffered a heavy blow and almost collapsed. Sect master, should we make a trip to the arena? I heard that the palace master of Punlai Palace and Long Yanwei are both here. Instructor Liu had an anxious look on his face. This situation had exceeded all of their expectations. Actually, he already knew that Yan Haoguang was planning to use this opportunity to teach Lan Yunxiao and Long Yanwei a lesson. At that time, he had only thought that Yan Haoguang was being senseless. As a Crimson Moon sect's instructor, he had done something so harmful to himself. However, he could not be bothered with him. After all, he was not on the same side as Yan Haoguang. However, Yan Haoguang had provoked Bailey Hongzhuang, so the situation was different. Back then, the disciples of the sect had provoked Bailey Hongzhuang. After that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had disappeared without a trace. Then, a group of people from the Di family had suddenly appeared and pressured them without a single word. It was then that the Crimson Moon sect had felt the threat of destruction for the first time. Fortunately, the other party was a reasonable person. After killing all the cultivators who had participated in the incident, they had left them a way out. Otherwise, the Crimson Moon sect would have been removed from Punlai Island from that day onwards. From that day onwards, everyone in the Crimson Moon sect had thought of two people that they must never offend, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. However, they had now provoked them again. Furthermore, Yan Haoguang was going against Bailey Hongzhuang's father. One could imagine how serious the situation was just by thinking about it. Instructor Liu, the sect master's expression was filled with hesitation. He really wished that he could turn into a beast and slap that idiot Yan Haoguang to death. He had turned a blind eye to Yan Haoguang's outrageous acts on a daily basis. However, he had provoked such a fiend for the sect. At this moment, he really did not know how to deal with this situation. Forget it, let's go and take a look at the situation first. The sect master pondered for a moment before speaking. After all, Bai Songming was already here. It would be inappropriate if he did not go. The arena was drenched in blood. Now, the entire arena was almost dyed red with blood, and the thick smell of blood spread. Yan Haoguang was extremely weak at the moment. He frowned as he endured the intense pain, but he did not even have the strength to groan. If he could, he really wanted to die a quick death. At this moment, he was even a little envious of the 4 people who had crushed Bailey Hongzhuang into a bloody mist. At least they didn't have to endure such inhumane torture. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do now. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was terrifyingly strong. In front of her, he was like a helpless person. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. From the beginning to the end, this was a one-sided torture. "I beg you, give me a quick death," Yan Haoguang said weakly. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold eyes didn't change. "When you treated my father, did you have the slightest bit of mercy? How about this, I'll give you a chance too." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a bloodthirsty and enchanting smile. It was dazzling under the brilliant sunlight. Yan Haoguang looked at the woman who was radiating boundless brilliance from above. He suddenly understood how Lan Yunxiao and the other 2 felt earlier. However, he did not expect that retribution would come so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already fallen on him. "Take this pill. As long as you don't die, I'll spare your life." Her lips curled up slightly. Before Yan Haoguang could react, the pill had already been forcefully swallowed. Cough, cough, cough. After taking the pill, Yan Haoguang's face was also ashen. Although he didn't know what pill it was, he knew it couldn't be anything good just by thinking about it. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed and appeared beside Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng. Different from her previous coldness, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression immediately became gentle. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, filled with deep concern. "Father, Master, how are you feeling?" Lan Yunxiao patted Bailey Hongzhuang's hand with an amiable smile. "Don't worry, we're fine." Bailey Hongzhuang grabbed Lan Yunxiao's hand and took his pulse. After taking his pulse, her gaze towards Yan Haoguang became even more ruthless. When she first saw Lan Yunxiao, she knew that his injuries were extremely serious. But now, it seemed that his injuries were even more serious than she had imagined. Fortunately, he had already taken the pill and felt a little better. However, he still needed to be carefully nursed back to full health. As for Yu Linfeng, his situation was even worse. After being poisoned, he was heavily injured and the poison had already entered his internal organs. Even though he had taken the antidote, the poison had been too long and had damaged his foundation. She knew all too well what it meant for a genius like her master to have his foundation damaged. And all of this was because of that despicable person, Yan Haoguang. "Hongzhuang, what kind of pill did you feed him?" Shang Guanying couldn't help but ask. She didn't know why Hongzhuang didn't directly kill Yan Haoguang. Could it be that the effect of the pill was even more painful? It's enough to make him regret it for the rest of his life. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with cruelty. She had no interest in humiliating others, but she would never show mercy to her enemies. Moreover, this wretched fellow dared to treat her family like this. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was her style. Hearing this, Shang Guanying understood immediately. She sighed inwardly. Yan Haoguang was so blind that he had to provoke Hongzhuang. He deserved it. Then, everyone saw that Yan Haoguang's face was filled with pain. His veins were bulging, and he kept rolling on the ground. His heart-wrenching screams were heard, as if every second he lived was torture. Seeing this scene, everyone present could not help but shudder. It was too tragic. Even though he didn't know what kind of pain it was, he could imagine it when he thought about how Yan Haoguang wasn't in such pain when his hands and feet were crippled. "Bailey Hongzhuang, what are you doing?" A middle-aged man suddenly appeared near the ring. At this moment, he was looking angrily at Bailey Hongzhuang. The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look. They didn't know who was so blind as to provoke Bailey Hongzhuang at this time. Wasn't this courting death? However, when everyone saw who it was, they understood what was going on. This person was none other than Elder Yan Ping of the Crimson Moon sect. Elder Yan has actually come. He must have rushed over after hearing the news, right? Elder Yan has always been very protective of Yan Haoguang. If it weren't for Elder Yan, Yan Haoguang wouldn't have been able to attain such a position in the Crimson Moon sect. Based on what I can see, Elder Yan's powers can't be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, right? Isn't he courting death by coming here at this time? When Elder Yan saw that Yan Haoguang had been tortured until he no longer resembled a human, he was seething with anger. His eyes were spitting fire and he was about to explode at any moment. He has no children and has always raised this nephew of his as his own son. All these years, Yan Haoguang's performance has never disappointed him. To be able to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age and even become a teacher in the Crimson Moon sect, Elder Yan did not mind even if Yan Haoguang had gone overboard. After all, in the world of the powerful, this was the most normal thing to do. However, he never thought that Yan Haoguang would be humiliated to such an extent today. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard this voice, she turned around and looked at the fellow who had suddenly appeared in front of her. She raised her brows and a wicked, cold smile appeared in her eyes. She does not know who this fellow was, but based on the fact that he had stepped forward to stand up for Yan Haoguang, she could guess that he was either a relative or a member of the Crimson Moon sect. Long Yanwei recognized the newcomer immediately. He also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would not know much about this, so he immediately introduced him. This is Yan Haoguang's uncle and an elder of the Crimson Moon sect. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others immediately understood. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Based on Yan Haoguang's conduct, I'm afraid that Elder Yan is not a good person either. Shang Guanying rolled her eyes. Ever since this fellow had appeared, she had not had a good impression of him. It was obvious that he was another fellow who would cause her to lose her appetite. Ying, that's where you're wrong. Xiren's expression straightened. Just as the crowd was wondering why Xiren's attitude was different from before, they suddenly heard this fellow speak. What do you mean by afraid? He's definitely not a good person. Elder Yan, who was already enraged, was now fuming with rage. He glared fixedly at Xiren, hating that he could not swallow this fellow who had disrespected him alive. Bailey Hongzhuang stared calmly at Elder Yan, who seemed to have been set on fire. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Can't you see what I'm doing? Are you blind? Elder Yan was furious when he saw how disrespectful Bailey Hongzhuang was to him, and he turned to look at Bai Songming. Palace Master Bai, why don't you take care of your Penglai Palace's people? Bai Songming smiled when he heard that. Elder Yan, you're mistaken. Even I have to be respectful when I see them. You want to control them? That's impossible. Elder Yan's face froze when he heard this, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. However, all the cultivators present could not help but sigh after hearing all this. Sure enough, the status of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was now extraordinary. Even the leader of Penglai Palace had to be respectful to her. Although no one knew where Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had gone during this period of time, they could tell that her position was not simple from the strength she had just displayed. Even if it was Palace Lord Bai, his strength would not be comparable to Bailey Hongzhuang. Elder Yan was also in disbelief compared to everyone else's matter-of-fact attitude. Palace Master Bai, are you kidding me? She's an inner palace disciple of your Penglai Palace. How can you not take care of her? Could it be that you think that I've been in closed-door cultivation for a while and you're casually teasing me? Bai Songming glanced at Elder Yan lazily, but he was too lazy to say anything more to this fellow. Hearing Elder Yan's words, everyone remembered that it had been a long time since they last saw him. Perhaps he did not even know who Bailey Hongzhuang was. However, when they thought of this, everyone felt that there would be a good show to watch later. Elder Yan, we're not fooling you. Long Yanwei spoke slowly, and there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's character, Elder Yan would most likely not be able to escape today. After Yan Haoguang took the pill, he felt a sharp pain. The pain went deep into his bones, as if there were countless insects biting his body. There was nowhere to hide, and he was on the verge of collapse. Originally, under the torture of Bailey Hongzhuang, he was already weak to the extreme, and at this moment, he was suffering so much that he could hardly make a sound. However, when he saw Elder Yan, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Uncle, save me. Yan Haoguang crawled forward bit by bit. His eyes were filled with hope as he stared at Elder Yan. It was as if he was his only hope. When Elder Yan noticed Yan Haoguang's appearance, he suddenly became anxious. Without saying anything else, he appeared next to Yan Haoguang in a flash. Bailey Hongzhuang was not anxious when she saw this. She did not care about this so-called Elder Yan at all. As Elder Yan approached, he also noticed Yan Haoguang's injuries. He was instantly enraged, and the anger in his heart overwhelmed him. The veins on the corners of his eyes bulged as if they were going to burst at any time. "Stupid girl, how dare you treat him like this?" Elder Yan's eyes were bloodshot due to his anger. With Yan Haoguang in such a state, even if he were to stay alive today, it would be difficult for him to recover in the future. "Haoguang, I'll take you away now." Elder Yan was about to help Yan Haoguang up. Although he wanted to teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson, Yan Haoguang's injuries were too serious. If they were not treated as soon as possible, he might lose his life. As for settling the score, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, just as he was about to leave with Yan Haoguang, he suddenly heard the latter say, "Poison, poisoned." Elder Yan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood what she meant. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. "You actually poisoned Haoguang? You're so young, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable. You really have the heart of a snake." Listening to Elder Yan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly chuckled. "Elder Yan, I think you should figure out who poisoned me first. I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine, that's all. If you want to talk about despicable and shameless, it's your nephew. Of course, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Old man, you're not a good person either." Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with disgust. Even though she didn't know much about Elder Yan, from his arrogant appearance, she could understand that Yan Haoguang's conduct had something to do with him. Her cold and distant words were very calm, but it was this kind of indifferent statement of facts that made people feel even more embarrassed. "You stupid girl, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today." After being humiliated by this little girl, Elder Yan could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He immediately charged towards Bailey Hongzhuang. The crowd could not help but sigh when they saw that Elder Yan actually dared to take the initiative to attack Bailey Hongzhuang. He was really digging his own grave. Elder Yan was puzzled when he realized that Bai Songming and the rest had no intention of stopping him after he made his move. However, he was mostly immersed in the joy of killing Bailey Hongzhuang. No matter how much of a genius this Xiang Jr. was, what could he achieve? Yan Haoguang was also extremely anxious when he saw Elder Yan's actions. However, in his current situation, he couldn't even speak properly, let alone shout to remind Elder Yan. Just as Elder Yan's attack was about to reach him, Bewitching suddenly moved. His figure was like the wind. A fierce look flashed across his deep, dark eyes, and a tyrannical force flashed past. Even though it was only for a short moment, the crowd could still feel the power of Bewitching's strength. This kind of terrifying strength was simply breathtaking. Elder Yan, who had made up his mind to take Bailey Hongzhuang's life with one move, suddenly felt an uncontrollable force coming towards him. Immediately after, he felt as if he had been attacked by a ferocious beast. His body flew backwards, and fresh blood spurted out wildly. His internal organs seemed to have been smashed into pieces at that moment. Bang! A dull but loud sound rang out. The crowd saw Elder Yan's entire body being embedded into the wall. Fresh blood spurted out and dyed the front of his clothes red. He was completely battered and exhausted. He no longer had the smug look he had when he was shouting at Bailey Hongzhuang. Cough, cough. Elder Yan was silent for a moment before he returned to his senses. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bewitching in the distance. He could not care less about the pain in his body as his heart was filled with shock. That kind of ability was definitely the most powerful person he had ever seen. How could such a young cultivator's ability be so terrifying? At this moment, he suddenly understood that Bai Songming's words were not a lie. Based on Bewitching's ability alone, Bai Songming could not possibly be his match. He actually finished it off with a single move. Everyone sighed. Everyone had guessed that Elder Yan was no match for Bewitching, but the gap was too big. In their eyes, Elder Yan was also an invincible and powerful existence. However, he had been completely crippled with just one move. The gap between them was truly terrifying. When Yan Haoguang saw that Elder Yan had also ended up like this, it was as if his last hope was gone. In addition to the excruciating pain that made him wish he was dead, he died just like that. Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng, on the other hand, were incomparably calm. They were only shocked by the increase in Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Thinking back to when these two little fellows left, their strength was not as strong as theirs. In just a few short years, they had actually grown to this level. It was really too shocking. Yun Xiao, it seems that we, as elders, are really ashamed. Yu Linfeng shook his head and sighed. Lan Yunxiao nodded slightly. Indeed, these little fellows' harvest this time is really shocking. When the sect master and the instructor of the Crimson Moon sect arrived, they saw this scene. Instantly, it was as if they had swallowed a fly and their originally unsightly expressions became even more unsightly. They only thought that Yan Haoguang had caused trouble and did not expect that Elder Yan would also participate. Look, even the sect master of the Crimson Moon sect is here. This incident has really blown up. Even the sect master has rushed over. I wonder how this will end. Ever since the sect master of the Crimson Moon sect had arrived, his expression had been rather awkward. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he still stepped forward and said, "Palace Master Bai, long time no see." Bai Tsangming smiled faintly. His politeness carried a sense of alienation. Sect Master Liu, I'm only here today to lead the way. However, your sect's teachers have really run amok. How dare they treat the family members of my disciples in this manner? It seems that you'll have to manage this properly. Everyone knew about the grudge between the Crimson Moon sect and Punlai Palace over the years. The two of them were even more at odds with each other on the surface. This situation could not be any more normal. Sect Master Lu's gaze then landed on Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. Even though this was the first time he had seen the two of them, he already knew who they were from the moment they had appeared. Miss Bailey, I'm really sorry about this. It was my oversight and I did not manage my subordinates well. I hope that you can be magnanimous. I will never allow this to happen again. Sect Master Lu's expression was serious and his face was filled with regret. It was an extremely sincere apology. Before he had arrived, he had already made up his mind to apologize sincerely and seriously. If Bailey Hongshuang was willing to forgive them, then everything would be fine. However, if Bailey Hongshuang was unwilling to forgive them, then everything would become troublesome. The previous incident had already dealt a huge blow to the Crimson Moon sect. If this were to happen again, the entire Crimson Moon sect would probably be wiped out. However, when the crowd saw that Sect Master Lu had immediately apologized to Bailey Hongshuang upon his arrival, they all widened their eyes in shock. That was right. Bailey Hongshuang's power had exceeded everyone's expectations. It was just that Sect Master Lu was usually a high and mighty existence in everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that he would actually be so respectful and apologetic towards Bailey Hongshuang without any temper? Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng exchanged glances. They seemed to have underestimated Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's influence on Punlai Island. Bailey Hongshuang remained calm in the face of sect head Lu's apology. She did not say whether she accepted or rejected it. If she had come one step later today, her father and master would have already lost their lives. Even if their lives were not in danger, their injuries were not ordinary. She would not completely let this matter go just because of a few words of apology from the other party. She would never let go of anyone who dared to hurt her family. Moreover, the memory of how the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect had treated her was still fresh in her mind. If not for Linger saving her, she and Beichin would have been separated by life and death. It was because of this that she did not have a good impression of the Crimson Moon sect at all. This kind of situation had happened time and time again. It could be seen that this was the sect master's style. If he had not allowed the cultivators to run amok, this kind of situation would not have happened. Just as the crowd was guessing Bailey Hongshuang's decision, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly asked a question that confused everyone. Palace Master, when I was seriously injured and went missing, was this fellow the sect master of the Crimson Moon sect? Long Yanwei and the others stared at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion. Wen Ziren and Shang Guanying looked at each other as well. They really could not understand the reason behind Bailey Hongshuang's sudden question. Only Di Beichen had a clear look on his face as if he had already guessed the reason behind her question. I see. Bailey Hongshuang gently nodded in understanding. Sect Master Lu stared at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion and could not help but ask, May I know why you ask, Lady Bailey? Bailey Hongshuang's face remained cold in the face of Sect Master Lu's seemingly friendly attitude. The space between her brows was filled with disdain and disgust. Since you were also the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect, you should have learned your lesson after that incident. Now that something like this has happened, it proves that you did not take the lesson from before to heart. Bailey Hongzhuang glared coldly at Sect Master Lu. She knows very well that this fellow must know that if she does not appease her anger, the entire Crimson Moon sect would be implicated. That was why he had rushed over to apologize. After all, the previous incident had caused such a huge commotion. He was very clear about the power behind Bewitching. She did not think that Sect Master Lu's apology was sincere. He was only pretending to be sincere because of the situation. She did not care for an apology like this. Besides, even if it was true, she did not care. Because an apology was not enough to make up for anything. Could an apology really make up for the pain that her father and master had suffered? How could the humiliation they had suffered during this period of time be so easily covered up with just an apology? It couldn't. None of it could, therefore, to her, this apology was just a meaningless sentence. Once Bailey Hongzhuang had spoken, the expressions on the faces of the crowd changed. It seems that even though Sect Master Lu has personally stepped in, Bailey Hongzhuang's anger has not dissipated. Actually, this is normal. If it was your family that was treated like this, they wouldn't let it go so easily just because of an apology. Everyone shrugged their shoulders. Everyone was very clear about the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang did this. If his strength was not as good as Sect Master Lu's, then he would have no choice but to swallow his anger. But since he had such strength, why should he be afraid? Sect Master Lu obviously didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to say something like that. Instantly, his expression turned awkward. He only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was young and inexperienced, so it was impossible for her to see the problems so clearly. But he didn't expect this guy to hit the nail on the head and make him unable to refute. After a while, he smiled embarrassedly. I did not do a good enough job in this matter, but... Miss Bailey, you can rest assured that I will absolutely not let such a thing happen again in the future. Sect Head Lu's gaze landed on the injured duo. I'm truly sorry, but I'll be responsible for any medicinal ingredients and fees you need for your treatment. Heh, can't we be responsible for this? Shang Guanying snorted coldly. Miss, you misunderstood. I only wanted to express my apologies and attitude, Sect Head Lu hurriedly explained. Sect Master Lu explained hurriedly. At this point, he could no longer be bothered about losing face. As long as this matter could be resolved peacefully, losing face was nothing. Didn't they see that Elder Yan was already embedded into the wall? Sect leader Lu knew very well that once Bailey Hongzhuang had made up her mind to bury the entire Crimson Moon sect, they would not be able to stop her. Compared to the consequences, losing a bit of face was nothing. As long as there was still a chance to salvage the situation and the Crimson Moon sect would not be affected, he was willing to do anything to make up for it. Then, according to sect leader Lu's opinion, how should we deal with Elder Yan who was about to kill Hongzhuang? Bewitching looked at sect leader Lu lazily and casually. He did not take the latter's apology to heart. As Bewitching's cloud landed, sect leader Lu was slightly stunned. He instinctively looked at Elder Yan who was still embedded in the wall. At this moment, his hair had been dyed white by the dust on the wall and his aura was weak as he looked over. Elder Yan had been an elder in the Crimson Moon sect for many years and his strength was extremely outstanding. After the previous incident, the entire Crimson Moon sect had lost many powerful cultivators. If they lost Elder Yan, their strength would be greatly reduced once again. At the thought of this, sect leader Lu felt conflicted. However, when he noticed Bewitching's cold gaze, he quickly said, Young Master D, from the moment he acted disrespectfully towards you, he was no longer a member of the Crimson Moon sect. You can decide how to deal with him. When Elder Yan saw that the sect leader had given up on him just like that, his heart trembled. Based on the current situation, if the sect leader was not willing to save him, only death would await him. If he had known that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were so powerful, he would not have stepped in. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At the thought of this, Elder Yan felt depressed. He could only blame Hao Guang for not telling him that Bewitching and the rest were so powerful. If that was the case, he would not have made a single mistake. Compared to Elder Yan's opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had a different opinion. If he really felt very apologetic, they only had to casually mention it and sect leader Lu would have personally dealt with Elder Yan. However, the fact that he said such words now proved that he had other ideas in mind. Bai Zongming exchanged glances with Yi Zihua when he saw this, And then he said via voice transmission, "This fellow is still as dishonest as before." However, playing such tricks in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others is equivalent to courting death. By now, he had some understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Although they were young, they were all intelligent and quick-witted. If they treated them with sincerity, they would also treat them with sincerity. However, if they wanted to scheme against them, they would definitely scheme against them even more miserably. Sect head Lu clearly didn't want to be the bad guy and hoped that he could take the opportunity to spare Elder Yan's life. When the time came, Elder Yan would still be Elder Yan. If that's the case, then I'll end him. Beichen's voice was cold. He raised his right hand and a streak of black energy flashed past. Immediately after, everyone realized that Elder Yan's life force had been cut off. Sect head Lu's face froze when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Beichen to be so decisive. Taking Elder Yan's life in front of so many people was not giving him any face at all. When Bai Songming and the rest saw how impolite Beichen was, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. It was obvious that Beichen had already guessed Sect head Lu's thoughts, so he didn't give him any chance. Even though Sect head Lu concealed it extremely well, they still noticed the shock and awkwardness that flashed across his face. Sect head Lu had a flattering smile on his face. He knew that the key to this matter was Lan Yunxiao. If Lan Yunxiao agreed, then this matter would be over. On the other hand, if Lan Yunxiao refused to let it go, then Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest would definitely poke a hole in the Crimson Moon sect. Lan Yunxiao was also someone who was used to seeing through wind and rain. He had long seen through feigned civility. He didn't intend to say much about this matter and left it all to Hongzhuang and Beichen to handle. Now that these two children no longer needed their protection, they could already hold up the sky on their own. Facing Lan Yunxiao's cold face, Sect head Lu couldn't help but feel a trace of anger. As the sect head of the Crimson Moon sect, who didn't treat him with respect, it was fine if Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying's strength wasn't ordinary, but this Lan Yunxiao had just arrived at Penglai Island and actually relied on these two's strength to treat everyone with disdain. He was truly abominable. There's no need to say any more. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly spoke. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with boundless coldness. Since you're not a good subordinate, I think you might as well quit being the sect head. Following this cold unpleasant voice, the entire area around the stage fell into a deathly silence. Wasn't this too domineering, telling someone to quit being the sect head as soon as she opened her mouth? Shang Guanying's mouth was also agape. Her round eyes revealed her astonishment and shock. Hongzhuang's words could really scare someone to death. Even though she also felt that the Crimson Moon sect had provoked them time and time again and that there was no need for them to exist, they were still the dignified sect leader. The moment Hongzhuang opened her mouth, the sect leader would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. PFFF. Cough, cough. Hua almost choked on his own saliva. In the past, he had discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang had this kind of amazing talent. However, after not seeing her for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang's ability in this area had improved again. Miss Bailey, did I hear wrongly? Sect Master Lu stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did you just say? You didn't hear wrongly. I told you not to be the sect master anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang reiterated, with a sect head like you, the disciples of the Crimson Moon sect will not have a good future. The reason why Elder Yan and Yan Haoguang were so tyrannical was undoubtedly because of sect leader Lu's indulgence. Even if these two guys were already dead, there would be more people like them appearing in the future. With the new and old grudges added together, she now loathed the Crimson Moon sect to the extreme. However, she also knew that not all disciples were like that. Therefore, the best solution was to replace the sect leader. Bailey Hongzhuang, the sect head is giving you face. Don't go overboard. Instructor Lu, who had come along with sect head Lu, could not help but cry out angrily. He had long known that Bailey Hongzhuang was difficult to deal with. However, he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so overboard. Who do you think you are? Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at him. Can't you see that I'm talking to your sect head? Instructor Lu was infuriated. He had never seen such a tyrannical person like Bailey Hongzhuang. She wanted to remove the sect leader from his position the moment she opened her mouth. What a joke! Even though there were many powerful people on Pulai Island, he had never heard of such a situation. From his point of view, Bailey Hongzhuang had said that to embarrass the sect leader. The sect leader had already humbled himself and apologized. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was still unwilling to forgive him. She really had no sense of propriety. I never thought that you would be so loyal to protect your master. A sharp light flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's black eyes. However, I won't fall for that. Bailey Hongzhuang casually struck out with her palm. The crowd only felt a strong wind blow past them. Instructor Lu's body flew backward and landed beside Elder Yan's corpse. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he was breathing less than he was breathing. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but sigh. They felt that Instructor Lu was really reckless. The situation with Elder Yan and Yan Haoguang was a lesson to be learned from. If it were anyone else, they would not have chosen to speak at such a time. Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously targeting sect leader Lu. However, no one could deny that her words were unreasonable. In reality, compared to the other two forces, the Crimson Moon sect was indeed too tyrannical. Sect leader Lu had an undeniable responsibility for this. It was because of his indifference and connivance that such situations had increased in the sect. Initially, many of the Crimson Moon sect's disciples were wondering if they should quickly escape. After all, once Bailey Hongzhuang unleashed her invincible power and wanted to bury the entire Crimson Moon sect, they would not even have time to run. However, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, their hearts calmed down. Could it be that as long as sect leader Lu stepped down from his position as sect leader, the Crimson Moon sect would not be affected too much? Sect leader Lu, who was initially unconcerned, narrowed his eyes when he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had taken Instructor Lu's life in one move. A trace of shock surfaced in his eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang dared to do this in front of him. She really had no scruples. Miss Bailey, let's talk this out, sect leader Lu said in a panic. I'm ordering you now, not negotiating with you. You have two choices. One is to give up the position of sect master, and the other is to die. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. The Crimson Moon sect had to pay the price for everything that they had done. Sect master Lu stood there in a daze. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Suddenly, he seemed to have lost his mind and did not know what to do. He had never thought that he would be faced with such a choice. Bai Songming could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had befriended Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. The speed of their growth was simply too shocking. In the past, they had only seen them as ants. However, in just a short period of time, they already had the ability to abolish the position of sect leader. Miss Bailey, Master D, aren't your conditions a little too unreasonable? Sect leader Lu pondered. It was not easy for him to lead the Crimson Moon sect to its current position. How could he be willing to hand over the position of sect leader just like that? Once he handed it over, he would really become a joke in the future. It would be difficult for him to have a foothold on Pulai Island. Bailey Hongzhuang could not be bothered to say anything more to this guy. He still has not figured out the real situation. It seems that sect leader Lu has already made his decision. A cold look flashed across Bewitching's eyes and a murderous aura quietly spread out. Noticing Bewitching's change, sect leader Lu's expression changed slightly. His heart quivered and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, don't go overboard. Even if you're very powerful, you can't force someone to make such a choice. In the next moment, without waiting for Bewitching to attack, sect leader Lu's figure flashed and he attacked directly. He was worried about the power behind Bewitching and not Bewitching. Since there were only Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, he had no need to be afraid. Even if the entire Crimson Moon sect was implicated, what did it have to do with him? Without the position of sect leader, everything had nothing to do with him. After so many years of hard work, he could not accept it. He would rather die than accept it. No one would have thought that sect leader Lu would dare to attack Bewitching directly. However, thinking about it carefully, under the pressure of Bailey Hongzhuang, it was normal for sect leader Lu to resist. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to accept it either. After noticing sect leader Lu's actions, a cold look flashed across Bewitching's eyes. More than that, there was contempt and disdain. You're digging your own grave. Bewitching snorted coldly. His figure flashed and he dodged sect leader Lu's attack. Seeing this, Sovereign Lu's heart was also shocked. He did not expect Bewitching's speed to be so fast. However, he did not give up and immediately attacked again. As long as he could subdue Bewitching, nothing else would be a problem. However, Bewitching soon showed him what true strength was. Although Sect Master Lu thought that he was extremely powerful, in front of Bewitching, he was simply unable to withstand a single blow. He didn't even manage to land a single hit on Bewitching, and he himself had become a target. One attack after another landed on his body, and the powerful and ferocious force destroyed his internal organs. Bang bang bang. Bewitching kicked out with both his legs, all of which landed on Sect Head Lu's chest. Sect Master Lu's body kept swaying in midair. Finally, he was embedded into the ground by Bewitching's kick. That ferocious force actually directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. Smoke and dust scattered in all directions, blurring everyone's vision. Then, a pale golden figure jumped out of the deep pit. It was Bewitching without a doubt. However, no one saw Sect Leader Lu again. This old fellow really doesn't know how to choose. He clearly had a way out, but he chose to die. Bai Songming shook his head and sighed. From the moment Sect Leader Lu attacked Bewitching, he knew that this fellow would not be able to keep his life today. In fact, he had also guessed that with Sect Leader Lu's despicable level, if he really knew that Bewitching was so powerful, he would definitely not have chosen to fight force with force. It would have been better if he had escaped. In all likelihood, he thought that Elder Yen had fallen into such a situation because they had helped him. Therefore, he had misjudged the situation and led to such an outcome. As Sect Leader Lu's life force was completely cut off, the surroundings were in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the death of Elder Yen or Yan Haoguang, everyone was extremely calm. This was because even though the two of them had a high status in the Crimson Moon sect, they were not considered to be very impressive figures in the entire Penglai Island. However, Sect Leader Lu was a completely different matter. He was the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had casually asked Sect Leader Lu to step down from his position, most of the people thought that it was just a show of strength. Who would have thought that Bewitching would be so decisive and kill Sect Leader Lu in one move? This was simply too shocking. Heavens, even Sect Leader Lu is no match for Bewitching. I'm afraid that the Crimson Moon sect is completely finished. What do we do now? I wonder if Bailey Hongzhuang will vent her anger on the entire Crimson Moon sect because of this matter? Why don't we just leave the sect and not go back? That's right, it's better not to go back at a time like this in case we get into trouble. In an instant, many disciples of the Crimson Moon sect panicked. Most of the people on the Crimson Moon Island were disciples of the Crimson Moon sect. Moreover, this matter was related to their teacher. Hence, many disciples had come to observe. Who would have thought that they would see such a scene? Their sect leader was killed right in front of their eyes. Moreover, his methods were swift and decisive. There was no room for negotiation at all. Incidents where an entire sect was destroyed because of disagreements had happened frequently in history. Absolute powerhouses did things according to their moods and would start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. They were not willing to be buried together with Yan Haoguang. At this moment, everyone's hearts were scattered. Even though they had worked hard for a long time to join one of the three great forces, they did not care anymore. Even though the cultivators were discussing softly, Bailey Hongzhuang could still hear them clearly. Just as the cultivators were hesitating on how to get rid of this matter, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice suddenly rang out. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Today's grudge has been settled. I'm not someone who would kill the innocent. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Her exquisite face was filled with confidence. Just by standing there quietly, she emitted an endless amount of brilliance. Everyone's hearts shivered as they stared at the proud and peerless figure. This woman was truly exceptional. Even more cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were very clear. She would not pursue this matter any further. The people who originally thought that something terrible had happened suddenly felt that it wasn't as bad as they thought. Although the sect master had fallen, they didn't have a good impression of him. Moreover, because of Yan Haoguang's tyrannical behavior, many cultivators were bullied by him. Now that these few fellows had disappeared, the Crimson Moon sect might be in a different situation. After the matter was settled, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't linger. Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng both needed to be treated and recuperated, so they quickly left the arena. Bai Congming's group of 3 naturally followed closely behind, and they casually found a restaurant on the street to stay in. Young Master Lan, young Master Yu, we are truly sorry this time. Bai Congming cupped his hands with an apologetic expression. We didn't investigate this matter clearly. If we had done so earlier, you wouldn't have been injured. Lan Yunxiao was also shocked to see Bai Congming apologize to him. Although this was his first time meeting Bai Congming, he already knew that he was the palace master of Punlai Palace from his conversations with others. He hadn't been in Punlai Island for long, but Punlai Palace was extremely famous. He didn't expect its palace master to apologize to him so apologetically. He immediately said, Palace Master Bai, you're too polite. This matter was caused by us. It has nothing to do with you, so there's no need to apologize. No. Bai Congming shook his head. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching have made great contributions to our Punlai Palace. We should take good care of you. I'm truly sorry. That's right. We didn't handle this matter well. I hope you two can forgive us, Long Yanwei also spoke up. He didn't say this because of his status in Punlai Palace, but because he was a friend of Bailey Hongzhuang's group. He should have taken good care of his friend's family. Unfortunately, he didn't do that. He was truly ashamed. Seeing this, Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng exchanged glances. They immediately understood that if Bailey Hongzhuang didn't relent, Bai Congming and the rest wouldn't be at ease. Yu Linfeng immediately signaled Bailey Hongzhuang with his eyes. After noticing her master's worry, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, Palace Master, Lord Long, you don't need to feel guilty. I know the whole story. If it were me, I would have made the same decision as you. After all, if you talk about this matter too much, everyone will suspect the truth. Lan Yunxiao and Long Yanwei roughly guessed the reason after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. When they first came to Punlai Island, they inquired about the news of Bailey Hongzhuang. When they inquired, the other party was very willing to talk to them, but when they revealed their identity, the other party directly rolled their eyes and didn't want to talk to them at all. At that time, they felt it was very strange. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were clearly doing well on Punlai Island. They shouldn't have such a reaction to them. However, when they learned that many people had announced that they were Bailey Hongzhuang's family before they came, they completely understood. They felt very helpless about this. Bai Congming and the rest quietly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang's family was fine. If something had really happened, their relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang would have been completely cut off. Hongzhuang, what's your plan now? Do you want to return to Punlai Island? Long Yanwei asked with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, we'll stay here. We originally planned to make a trip home, so we might stay on Scarlet Moon Island for a while. When my father and the rest recover from their injuries, we'll return home. Thank you for leading the way today. If it wasn't for you, we might not have made it in time. Since that's the case, we won't disturb your rest, said Long Yanwei. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Bai Congming stood up. Yu Linfeng clearly still needed to recuperate. If they stayed here, it would be a waste of time. Bewitching, send the palace master and the rest off, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Alright, Bewitching replied, I'll send you out. Hongzhuang, I've finally met you. Lan Yunxiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in pleasant surprise, his handsome face filled with joy and rejoicing. It's been more than 3 years since you left last time. Although we received your letter last time, we haven't received any news since then. That's why we came here to look for you, but we didn't expect to fall into such a situation. If you hadn't arrived in time, our lives would have been in danger. Her melodious voice was filled with sighs, but it didn't affect Lan Yunxiao's good mood. His daughter and son-in-law had grown up to be so outstanding. He was truly proud of them. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt guilty. With her father and master's status in the outside world, there was no need for them to come here. But because they were worried about them, they rushed over and almost lost their lives. Father, I went to the upper realm because of some accident and didn't have time to inform you. But after I went there, I was told I couldn't come back. It took so long before I had the chance to come back. I understand. You must have been tied down by something. Lan Yinxiao smiled and rubbed Bailey Hongshuang's head. You've always been very filial. If there wasn't a reason, it's impossible for there to be no news of you. But the most fortunate thing is that Beichen's cursed body has been resolved. Now, you can live well. Bailey Hongshuang nodded with a smile. Yes. We were too willful when we left without saying goodbye. We're really sorry. Beichen took the initiative to apologize after returning. Although they didn't want their elders to take risks for them, they also understood that leaving without saying goodbye would make everyone feel uncomfortable. Silly child, don't tell me we still don't understand why you did this. It's because you're too sensible that we want to do more. Lan Yinxiao didn't blame them at all. He knew that these children were very opinionated. Once they made up their minds, no one could change them no matter what others said. He also understood that young people liked to roam the world, so it was only natural. By the way, Hong Zhuang, have you been to the D family? Yu Linfeng asked with concern. Following Yu Linfeng's words, Lan Yinxiao straightened his expression and looked at Beichen. Beichen, we never thought that you would have such an extraordinary background. However, even if you go to the upper realm, I hope that you can protect Hong Zhuang well. Although our power is nothing compared to the D family, if you dare to bully Hong Zhuang, we will fight with our lives. Lan Yinxiao's magnetic voice was heavy and serious. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through all of Beichen's thoughts. He was very satisfied with his son-in-law, but if Beichen changed his mind after going to the upper realm, he wouldn't let his daughter be bullied. Beichen also became serious. Father, don't worry. With me here, I definitely won't let anyone bully Hong Zhuang. Lan Yinxiao stared fixedly at Beichen. After seeing the sincerity in his eyes, he nodded. All right, I believe you. On the side, Xiren and Shang Guanying hadn't spoken until now. Only at this moment did Xiren speak with a smile. Uncle, don't worry. Beichen's family values Hong Zhuang even more than Beichen. The entire family treats her as a treasure, so no one will bully her. That's right. Shang Guanying followed up. Hong Zhuang is so outstanding. Even though there are countless talented cultivators in the upper realm, Hong Zhuang still surpasses them all. You don't know, but among the younger generation in the upper realm, Hong Zhuang and Beichen are top-notch. Hearing Xiren and Shang Guanying's words, Lan Yinxiao and Yu Linfeng revealed smiles. From the way the two of them spoke, they knew that everything they said was the truth. It seemed that their previous worries were unnecessary. Yun Xiao, I told you. With Hong Zhuang's ability, there won't be a problem no matter where she goes. Yu Linfeng chuckled, his face relaxed. Even though his injuries were quite serious, his expression became much better due to his joy. Lan Yinxiao nodded with a smile. Indeed, as a father, I've worried too much. Father, I know you're worried about me. Bailey Hongzhuang was moved. This was family. They were always worried about her. That's right, how are mother and master's wife? Other than missing you, everything else is fine. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled and said, Master, you've been seriously injured this time. I'll help you treat your injuries first. When your condition improves, we'll leave. How about it? Even though Yu Linfeng had already taken a pill, his condition had only improved slightly. There were more problems that needed to be treated. Lan Yinxiao replied, Hong Zhuang, quickly take a look at your master. His injuries are very serious and he's been poisoned for a long time. We can't let anything happen to him. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Father, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Master. The news of the Scarlet Moon sect Master's death had spread throughout the entire Punlai Island in a short period of time. The cultivators who had witnessed this matter with their own eyes had even vividly described the entire matter from beginning to end. The fall of a sect leader was explosive news for the entire Punlai Island. However, when the crowd found out that the attackers were Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang, they accepted it. What shocked them the most was that Lan Yinxiao's identity was real. For a moment, many people cried out in regret. If they'd known earlier, they would have built a good relationship with Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxi. Then, they would have received many benefits. Otherwise, they would have risen to the heavens. Unfortunately, they hadn't grasped such a good opportunity. It was easy to imagine how depressed they were. With Bailey Hongshuang's treatment, Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng's conditions improved quickly. Although Yu Linfeng had been poisoned for a long time and would leave behind some hidden dangers, with Bailey Hongshuang's help and the help of heavenly treasures, it wasn't difficult to cure him. After staying on Scarlet Moon Island for several days, the group finally set off on their return journey. So this is a flying artifact. Yu Linfeng looked at the flying car in front of him with admiration. Seeing the two elders' curious expressions, Bailey Hongshuang and the others couldn't help but smile. Father, Master, you'll know once it's activated. Lan Yunxiao suspiciously glanced at Bailey Hongshuang. They had never seen such a new treasure before. However, he also understood that it was most likely extremely effective. Otherwise, these little fellows wouldn't have been able to reach Scarlet Moon Island so quickly. As Bewitching controlled the flying car to leave the outside world, Lan Yunxiao and the other man felt the frightening speed, and deep shock appeared in their eyes. I didn't think we'd be able to travel faster than I expected. It seems we've spent close to 2 months to get to Pulai Island. Now, it will probably take less than a month for us to return. Yu Linfeng could not help but sigh. Master Yu, we'll arrive in about 7 days. Wen Xiren smiled. Yu Linfeng's eyes narrowed. In truth, he also felt that this speed might be a bit faster than what he said. However, to arrive in less than half a month was truly astonishing. They were very clear on how far they had traveled when they first arrived. In fact, they were already traveling at their fastest speed. Previously, we spent quite a bit of time on this sea and had to face the attacks of demonic beasts. Now that this flying car is flying in the sky, it's naturally extremely fast. Lan Yunxiao revealed a smile. Thinking that he would soon be able to return and see everyone he was familiar with, his mood became extremely good. That's true. Yu Linfeng nodded. This flying car is truly a great treasure for traveling. With it, we can save quite a bit of time. Although there were many transportation arrays between cities, there were even more remote places that needed to be traveled. Thus, the journey would take a lot of time. With such a powerful tool, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Master Yu, if you like it, I'll give this flying car to you. Bewitching smiled. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. I can't accept this. So what? Bewitching's expression was calm as if it was only natural. Lan Yunxiao was very clear on how well Yu Linfeng had treated Bailey Hongshuang. Not only did he give the rainbow pearl to Hongshuang, he didn't even hide the matter of the stairway to heaven from her. If it weren't for Yu Linfeng's help, many things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lan Yunxiao had always remembered this favor in his heart. Although the flying car was precious, it couldn't compare to this friendship. Seeing Bewitching's generous and sincere appearance, Yu Linfeng's smile became increasingly warm and amiable. As a senior, I can't accept the younger generation's things. And this thing in your hands? Will be in your hands, it's more useful. As long as you can properly develop your development, I will be happy. The simple words fell into the ears of Bailey Hongshuang and the others, but they couldn't help but feel touched. Only the elders who truly cared about them would say such words. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongshuang immediately said, Father, we didn't come here just to visit family. Lan Yunxiao raised his brows and his expression became more serious. What other important matters do you have? Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching exchanged glances. Bewitching said, this time, we want to bring all of you to the upper realm. You plan to bring us to the upper realm? A trace of doubt appeared in Lan Yunxiao's eyes. Isn't it said that only cultivators who have reached the Starlight Realm can go there? With our current cultivation, there's still a gap. Don't worry, we've already looked into this problem. Bewitching's lips curled up. We'll bring you along. Everything else isn't a problem, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Lan Yunxiao came to a realization. It seemed that Bewitching's status in the upper realm wasn't simple. He could actually break this rule. But even so, they still had many misgivings. Even if we can go to the upper realm now, the experts there are as many as the clouds. With our current cultivation, I'm afraid that only death awaits us. Yu Linfeng frowned. He did look forward to the upper realm, but he was even more aware of the gap between them. If their cultivation wasn't enough, they could only rely on the Di family's help. They were originally worried that Hong Zhuang would be discriminated against in the Di family because of her poor background. If they brought along a bunch of burdens like them, wouldn't it affect Hong Zhuang's status even more? Master, don't worry. Although our current strength can't catch up to the cultivators in the upper realm, the cultivation resources there are abundant. Your cultivation speed will be faster, and I believe that it won't be long before you can catch up to everyone else. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of confidence in this point. Whether it was her father or master, their cultivation talent was extremely outstanding. It wasn't that the cultivators in the lower realm weren't as talented as those in the upper realm. It was because of the different environment and cultivation resources, resulting in the gap in cultivation. But as long as they went to the upper realm and made up for the gap in cultivation resources, even if they were still several years behind others, she believed that with her father's talent, they would be able to catch up quickly. It had to be known that whether it was her father or master, they were all first-rate geniuses in everyone's eyes. Even she might not be able to compare to them. I still feel that this isn't appropriate, Lan Yunxiao said in a deep voice. Lan Yunxiao said solemnly, let's wait until we have the strength to go to the upper realm. Yu Linfeng looked at Lan Yunxiao and immediately guessed Lan Yunxiao's thoughts. He was probably worried about the same thing as him. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang heard Lan Yunxiao's refusal, she couldn't help but frown with doubt and confusion. Father, why is that? Penglai Island is very dangerous, and you are not familiar with it, so it is not convenient for you to stay here. Once I go to the upper realm, it'll be very troublesome for me to come back. I'm always worried about you guys. What I want the most right now is to get closer to you guys. Bailey Hongzhuang seriously gazed at Lan Yunxiao. This was what she was currently thinking. After going to the upper realm, although Beichen's family was there, she couldn't help but feel sad and worried when she thought of her own family. It would be best if everyone could stay in the upper realm together. Moreover, it would be more beneficial for everyone's development. For cultivators, increasing their cultivation was something that no one was willing to give up. She knew very well that even though her father and master's status was very high now, they had never slacked off in terms of cultivation. Lan Yunxiao couldn't bear to see the hope in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. In truth, what Bailey Hongzhuang said was exactly what he felt. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang had been separated from them at such a young age. After so many years, they had finally reunited, but now they were separated again. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had left, Mu Lingbing had been nagging them every day, hoping that they would come back soon. He was well aware of his wife's thoughts. Because they had been separated for so many years, he had always felt indebted to Hongzhuang. Thus, the two of them only hoped that they would have the chance to spend more time with Hongzhuang and stay by her side. Even though they knew that Hongzhuang had to go out and train, they only hoped that she would be able to see them when she returned. That would be the happiest thing for them. If it were any other place in the lower realms, they wouldn't have to worry too much. However, Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to go to the upper realms. It was too inconvenient for her to travel back and forth. Even though Hongzhuang's heart was tied to them, it wasn't easy for her to come back often. However, as a father, he had to consider Hongzhuang more. Although reuniting was what they wanted, relying on Hongzhuang like this wasn't too appropriate. However, they could work hard to reach the Starlight Realm as soon as possible and then head to the upper realms. Although they would still be low-level existences in the upper realms, at least they would have a legitimate reason to go there. Hongzhuang, there's no need for you to say anything more. I've already made up my mind. Lan Yunxiao hardened his heart and spoke resolutely. We've stayed in the lower realms for so many years. Our roots have long been planted here. How could it be so easy to leave? Yu Linfeng spoke up. I understand. This is indeed a problem. However, going to the upper realms doesn't mean that we can't come back. We can leave the sect and family matters to trusted people to manage and return here from time to time. If there are outstanding cultivators, we can even bring them to the upper realm. This way, we can slowly stabilize in the upper realm. Isn't that great? For this point, Bailey Hongzhuang had already thought about it. She understood that it was not easy to make up her mind to give up many things in the lower realms. However, going to the upper realms was indeed a better opportunity for her to develop. Now that they could come to the lower realms so easily, there might be other cultivators from the upper realm coming here in the future. If that really happened, then her family would undoubtedly be the first to be affected. She did not wish for such a thing to happen. Rather than that, it was better to experience the cruelty of the world earlier and adapt to it. At that time, he naturally wouldn't have to worry about these things. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's serious persuasion, Yu Linfeng also understood that Bailey Hongshuang and the others had probably already made up their minds and considered all kinds of problems before coming here. However, Bailey Hongshuang did not consider their considerations. Even if she felt helpless, she could only choose to reject them. Hongshuang, this matter isn't as simple as you think. In my opinion, you should stay in the upper realm for now. Let's talk about our matters in the future. Yu Linfeng sighed. The interior of the carriage suddenly quieted down. Xiren and Shangguan Yingying tactfully remained silent. In truth, they didn't understand why Lan Yunxiao would refuse. This was indeed a very good opportunity. They also wanted to bring the people closest to them to the upper realm when they returned, but after witnessing this scene, their confidence was shaken. Indeed, it wasn't an easy decision to give up so many things. Master, I don't understand why they would refuse. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with doubt. Actually, the Lan family has so many elders. Even if the family head isn't present, it's the same with the elders overseeing the clan. In truth, many family heads didn't stay in the clan. Once their strength reached a certain level, the family heads would go out to experience the world and increase their cultivation. Unless something major happened, they wouldn't stay here forever. Logically speaking, with the Lan family's current situation, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with this. As for the Tiangang sect, it was the same situation. Previously, Bewitching and Situ Yan had been away for a long time, but nothing had happened. Bailey Hongshuang sighed. Perhaps I've thought too simply of this matter. Father and the others have other considerations that I didn't think of. Although she didn't know what her father was worried about, she believed that he wouldn't make such a decision without sufficient reason. Bewitching didn't say a word during the entire process, but he kept an eye on Lan Yunxiao and Shangguan Yingying's reactions. He clearly noticed the hesitation and helplessness in Lan Yunxiao's eyes. After carefully pondering it for a moment, a guess suddenly appeared in his mind. No matter how he thought about it, there was no other reason that made more sense than this. Knowing Bailey Hongshuang's gloominess, Bewitching quietly held her hand. Bailey Hongshuang turned and heard Bewitching's transmission. Wife, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. But father and the others are very resolute. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to convince them. There was a hint of sadness in Bailey Hongshuang's ink-black phoenix eyes, but she wasn't too conflicted. After all, she couldn't consider everything from her own point of view. As long as her parents were happy, she was willing to do anything. Although it was more troublesome to come from the upper realm to the lower realm, as long as one had the heart, it was not a problem. Bewitching smiled slightly. Don't worry. If I say I can solve it, it will definitely be solved. When have I ever disappointed you? Seeing how confident Bewitching was, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but be affected by his mood. She immediately raised the corner of her lips into a faint smile. Then I'll wait for your good news. No problem. After a moment of silence, Lan Yunxiao took the initiative to break the deadlock. Hongshuang, you said earlier that Linfeng had been poisoned for a long time without the antidote, so his foundation was damaged. Has this problem been completely resolved? Following Lan Yunxiao's words, Yu Linfeng couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongshuang. When Bailey Hongshuang mentioned this earlier, he was startled. As a cultivator, one's foundation was undoubtedly extremely important. Many people's cultivation stagnated due to their foundation being damaged. This was what he was most worried about. Because Master has been poisoned for a long time, his foundation has indeed been damaged. I have already tried my best to solve this problem, but it hasn't been completely cured. Yu Linfeng's pupils shrank. This was what he was most worried about. However, Master, you don't have to be too worried. Because the poison he used is a slow-acting poison, it will take some time to completely cure it. It can't be completely cured in a short period of time, but with heavenly treasures and proper recuperation to stabilize your foundation, it can still be solved. Her warm and gentle voice had a reassuring power, causing Yu Linfeng, who was originally extremely nervous, to quietly relax a little. He didn't know whether Bailey Hongshuang said these words to reassure him, but he had always believed in Hongshuang's ability. Since she said these words, it proved that there should be a way to solve it. Bailey Hongshuang also rejoiced in this point. Because the poison Yan Haoguang used wasn't very strong, it didn't have a big impact. If it was a powerful poison master, then it would be much more troublesome. A genius like master couldn't leave behind an unmentionable illness because of this matter. That would be too much of a pity. Lan family. Inside the room, two women sat opposite each other. Their stunningly beautiful faces were currently filled with worry. One of the women wearing a fiery red dress couldn't help but stand up. Her delicate and adorable face was tightly knitted together, and her voice was filled with worry and impatience. Sister Mu, do you think they're doing well on Punlai Island? Nangong Wu paced back and forth. She was originally an impatient person and simply couldn't calm down. Now I really feel that I should have gone with them. Even if they encounter danger, it's nothing. It's better than being frightened here. Looking at Nangong Wu's anxious appearance, although Mu Lingbing's expression was calm, she actually had the same thoughts in her heart. Back then, Hong Zhuang and Beichen left first, followed by Yun Xiao and Lin Feng. They were so far away, so they simply couldn't obtain the corresponding news. If it was outside, no matter where the two of them went, they wouldn't be worried. However, Punlai Island was a place where geniuses gathered. Even with their strength, it was nothing special there. Once they encountered an expert, the result would be hard to say. Wu don't be too anxious. It's useless to be anxious. Mu Lingbing sighed. From the day they set out, we knew that they wouldn't be able to return in a short time. Punlai Island is far away, and it takes 2 months to rush to and fro, 4 months. Furthermore, they still have to work hard there to improve their cultivation. When Nangong Wu heard this, she slumped onto the table dejectedly, and a trace of sadness appeared on her pretty face. But I really can't help but worry. I heard that many experts have fallen there. As a cultivator, she had long been used to seeing life and death. She was even more aware that almost every moment, there would be people dying. However, she could not accept such a thing happening to her. Ever since she got together with Yu Linfeng, he was the most important person in her life. If something happened to Yu Linfeng, it would be a heavy blow to her life that she couldn't bear. Mu Lingbing's heart also tightened. In fact, she didn't have many pursuits. After experiencing that incident, what she cared about the most was reuniting with her family. I hope they can all come back safely. Mu Lingbing couldn't help praying. Ever since Hong Zhuang left, she had been praying that the children would be safe. However, from what Du Yujue said, Hong Zhuang and Beichen should be living in the D family now. With the D family's strength, they shouldn't have any problems. Why don't we go look for them? Nangong Wu couldn't help but suggest. When Yu Linfeng said he wanted to go first, she had objected. However, in the end, she couldn't win against Yu Linfeng and stayed. As Yu Linfeng left longer and longer, she became more and more worried. She couldn't help but want to go to Punlai Island to look for him. Looking at Nangong Wu's anxious expression, Mu Lingbing grabbed her hand and said, Wu did you forget what they told us before they left? Especially Lin Feng. He especially told me to keep an eye on you and not let you go to Punlai Island. Think about it, the two of them are stronger than us. If they can't handle it, how can we handle it? If they can handle it, then we don't need to trouble them. So no matter how worried we are, we have to wait. Mu Lingbing's expression was resolute. Although her heart had already flown to Punlai Island, her reason told her that she couldn't be impulsive. If they wanted to go, they would have gone together. She could understand what Yun Xiao and Mu Lingbing were thinking. So no matter how helpless they were, they couldn't be willful. Hearing Mu Lingbing's words, Nangong Wu sighed. It seems like there's really no other way. Don't think about it. I believe they'll come back safely. Mu Lingbing smiled faintly. Have some snacks. No, I'm not in the mood. Nangong Wu shook her head. I'd better go back and cultivate. I hope my cultivation can improve quickly so that I can go with them. In the past, she didn't pay much attention to cultivation. However, this was what she regretted the most. If he was strong enough, there would be no need for him to wait here. Seeing this, Mu Lingbing nodded slightly. Both she and Mu Lingbing had been working especially hard during this period of time. At least when they were cultivating, they didn't spend all their time worrying and longing for each other. After a few days of flying, Bewitching's group was getting closer and closer to their destination. Sensing the gradually familiar aura, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Unknowingly, he had already left this place for so long. It really felt like a lifetime had passed. Fortunately, everyone was back. Let's go to my house first. Bailey Hongzhuang looked in the direction, which was the closest to the Lan family. Bewitching and the others naturally had no objections. They subconsciously looked at Xiran and Shangguaniying. We don't have a problem either. When Xiran smiled faintly. Anyway, there's a teleportation array between the Lan family and Tiangang sect. It's very convenient for us to come and go. As for the Heavenly Dipper sect to the Cloud Sword sect, they had traveled back and forth so many times and were even more familiar with it. That's good. We'll be arriving at the family soon. Bewitching smiled. Although the upper realm was his home, it had to be said that this was the place where he had lived for the longest time. Even if he felt the air of his hometown, there was a unique sense of familiarity. The flying carriage stopped in front of the Lan family's illusory array and the 6 of them got off. Bewitching put away the flying carriage. Lan Yunxiao took a few steps forward and opened the illusory array with great familiarity. The Lan family's appearance appeared before everyone's eyes. Come, let's go in quickly. Lan Yunxiao's voice was filled with lightness and joy. His distinguished and elegant appearance, coupled with his brilliant smile, truly made him a first-rate handsome man. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other before following closely behind Lan Yunxiao. Look, is that the patriarch? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Lan family disciple noticed the approaching figures and couldn't help but cry out in pleasant surprise. Along with this disciple's voice, the other disciples all turned their gazes, and when they clearly saw who it was, joy appeared on everyone's faces. It's not just the patriarch, there's also the young miss and young master. Heavens, this is truly great news. Quickly go inform the madam. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others slowly approached. Seeing the familiar faces before them, everyone completely relaxed. A kind of joy spread from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of feeling was something that couldn't be given by anything else. We're finally back. This feeling is truly great. Shangguaniying couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even if this was only the Lan family and not the Cloud Sword sect that she was familiar with, she already had this kind of feeling. When she returned to the Cloud Sword sect, presumably this kind of feeling would be even more obvious. That's right, this is the feeling of home. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips rose slightly, and the smile that came from the bottom of her heart was extremely brilliant. Nangongwu was about to return and cultivate properly when she saw a young disciple energetically running over. As he ran, he shouted, "Madam, the patriarch is back." Hearing this voice, Nangongwu was slightly stunned, and then a trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. She only wondered if she was hallucinating. After hearing this, Mu Lingbing's reaction wasn't much better than Nangongwu's. She quickly walked out of the room and saw the figure running over. She hastily asked, "What did you say?" "Madam, the family head is back," the young cultivator said happily. Receiving another confirmation, Mu Lingbing couldn't contain her excitement. "You're back." "He's finally back." However, Nangongwu tightly tugged on his clothes and asked, "Only the Lan family head came back?" "No." The man shook his head. "Miss, young master, and palace lord, you have all returned." Hearing this, Nangongwu and Mu Lingbing exchanged glances. Their faces were filled with joy and surprise. Nangongwu couldn't help but jump up and scream, "They're back. They're all back." "Yeah, let's go and take a look." Mu Lingbing couldn't care less about her image. She grabbed Nangongwu and ran out. She had to see for herself that this wasn't an illusion. Patriarch. Young Mississippi son-in-law. Palace Lord Yu. Along the way, the Lan family disciples all bowed, and everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Young Miss and son-in-law haven't returned since they left. I didn't expect that they would return with the patriarch today. How delightful. Of course, young Miss has always been my idol. I'm so happy to see her again. Why haven't I seen Mother and Master's wife yet? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked forward. Many elders had rushed over after hearing the news. Someone had already gone to inform them, but she didn't understand why they hadn't seen them yet. Whether it was Mu Lingbing or Nangong Wu, Bailey Hongzhuang missed them dearly. They were the most important women in her life. It wasn't just Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng were also looking in the direction of Mu Lingbing's residence. Noticing this, Shang Guanying and the rest exchanged looks. They had long heard that both House Master Lan and Palace Master Yu doted on their wives. Now it seemed that the rumors were true. Just as everyone was pondering, two beautiful figures quietly appeared in everyone's line of sight. When Mu Lingbing came out, she immediately noticed the familiar figures in front of her. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten. After waiting for so long, the people she cared about the most had finally returned. Hong Zhuang. Mu Lingbing glanced at Lan Yunxiao before rushing to Bailey Hongzhuang. Mother, I'm back. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles as tears flickered in her eyes. Even though they had only reunited for a short time, she was well aware of her mother's love for her. Mother and daughter embraced each other. Feeling the warmth and familiar scent in her embrace, Mu Lingbing's heart was filled with satisfaction and joy. Hongzhuang, you're finally back. After a while, Mu Lingbing released Bailey Hongzhuang and carefully examined her. Has it been hard on you these past few years? I see that you've lost weight. No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head with a smile. Don't talk about me. You're the one who's really lost weight. She could clearly feel that her mother had lost weight. It must have been because she was worried about them. Who told you not to come back earlier to see me? I've been thinking about you every day, so I lost weight. Mu Lingbing's tears turned into a smile. Your daughter is unfilial, Bailey Hongzhuang said in a low voice with an apologetic look in her eyes. A mother would be worried about a son traveling thousands of miles. In fact, she had always known that her parents and relatives must be worried about her, but there were too many things that she couldn't free herself from in a short period of time. This guilt had always existed in her heart. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression, Mu Lingbing held her hand and shook her head. Silly girl, I was just saying. I know you're filial and there must be a reason why you didn't come back. At the same time, Nangong Wu looked at Yu Linfeng with tears in her eyes. When she was about 10 meters away, Nangong Wu stopped. Looking at the figure in front of her, who was much thinner than before, her heart was extremely complicated. The nervousness, worry, and anxiety of the past few days all rushed to her heart in an instant. All these years, no matter where she went, she was always with Yu Linfeng. They had never been separated for such a long time. Perhaps these days weren't long for others, but for her, it was like 3 autumns in a day. It was too hard to bear. Yu Linfeng looked at the familiar figure and his handsome face broke into a warm smile. In the next moment, he opened his arms and looked tenderly at Nangong Wu. Nangong Wu smiled when she saw this, but as she smiled, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. She quickly walked forward and ran into Yu Linfeng's arms. Yu Linfeng's heart ached as he looked at the petite woman sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. Guilt and self-blame welled up in his heart. In truth, he was well aware of Nangong Wu's dependence on him. He could guess that when he wasn't around, Nangong Wu would be at a loss for what to do and worry about him all day. However, he had no other choice back then. If it weren't for his good luck and coincidentally meeting Hongzhuang and the others, he would have been dead by now. So even now, he still believed that his decision was the right one. At least, this was much better than being separated forever. Wu-er, it's all my fault. Don't cry. Yu Linfeng's voice was extremely gentle as he caressed Nangong Wu's hair. His handsome face was filled with adoration and heartache. Look, Hongzhuang and the others are back too. Don't make a fool of yourself. However, Nangong Wu, who was in a state of sadness and joy, couldn't stop crying. She buried her head in Yu Linfeng's chest, unwilling to lift her head. Yu Linfeng didn't force her and only gently patted Nangongwu's back. Di Beichen and the others only smiled faintly at this scene. They didn't think that Nangongwu was making a fool of herself. On the contrary, this scene made them feel exceptionally warm. Mu Lingbing pulled Bailey Hongzhuang with a face full of smiles. Then she looked at Lan Yunxiao and said in a light voice, "How did you two coincidentally come back together? Isn't that so?" Lan Yunxiao raised his brows. "Father and daughter are connected by heart, so we coincidentally ran into each other." "Really?" Mu Lingbing was surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Isn't that so? Moreover, my father and master are so handsome and elegant. They're very conspicuous." She knew very well that her father didn't want her mother to know what had happened before. He didn't want her mother to worry. She understood her father's deep meaning and naturally wouldn't say it out loud. Mu Lingbing smiled faintly at the way the father and daughter were singing the same tune. She didn't suspect anything. In fact, no matter if it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Lan Yunxiao, they were both characters that were hard to ignore. "Everyone, don't just stand here. Let's go in and take a seat." After Mu Lingbing recovered from her excitement, she quickly called out to everyone. "We've been on the road for so many days. You must be exhausted. I'll get someone to prepare some food." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "It's been a long time since I've tasted my family's cooking. You've been gone for so long. Now that you're back, you can't leave so soon." "Of course," Bailey Hongzhuang replied with a smile, but a complicated look flashed through her eyes. She also didn't want to be so far away from her mother. She only hoped that she could go to the upper realm with everyone. She just didn't know if her father would change his mind. At this moment, Xiren suddenly spoke up. "Di Beichen, Ying, and I won't stay here any longer." Mu Lingbing hurriedly said, "It wasn't easy for us to come here. No matter what, we have to eat here." "Many thanks, Auntie." Xiren smiled faintly. "But we've been gone for a long time. Now that we've finally returned, we want to hurry back and take a look. If we have the chance, we'll definitely come back again." Di Beichen nodded. "Then you two can go back first. It'll be quick to go back after passing through 2 transportation arrays." Mu Lingbing understood Xiren and Lan Yunxia's feelings. "Then Auntie won't keep you here today. Come again next time." Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen escorted Xiren and Xianxia to the teleportation array. "Xiren, you guys should return to the Cloud Sword sect first. When the matter is almost settled, we'll meet up at the Tiangang sect," Di Beichen said after some thought. The Tiangang sect and the Cloud Sword sect had an excellent relationship. In addition, they practically grew up together, so it was very convenient for the two sects to communicate with each other. Xiren nodded slightly. "No problem. I'll send someone to pay attention to whether or not you've arrived at the Tiangang sect. By the way, how long do you plan to stay here this time?" Shangguan Ying couldn't help but ask. Although they all hoped to stay at home for a while longer, the threat of the upper realm was always there. This time, they had actually spent a lot of time rushing back. Although the Xiao family and the Jun family were damaged, no one knew what would happen in the future. Obviously, they couldn't stay here for too long. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, a helpless expression on her face. "I haven't thought about it yet. I only hope to bring them to the upper realm. However, you've seen my father's attitude. I don't know how long it will take to convince him. Let's go back and try to talk about this idea. Hopefully, my father will agree," Xiren sighed. Originally, he was full of confidence about this. However, he wasn't completely sure now. "Let's take it one step at a time. Everyone, go back and understand the situation first. It won't be too late for us to contact each other and think of countermeasures after we figure it out," Di Beichen said. "Okay, then let's talk about it this way. In any case, we've just returned. There's no need to be too anxious." After sending off Shangguan Ying and Xiren, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen continued to walk back to the family. Bai Liyan Che and Ling also came out of the Chaos Ring. Originally, they had planned to come out when they were at Punlai Island. However, many things happened later, so they didn't come out for the time being. When Bailey Hongshuang and the others returned to the house, they found that Nan Gongwu's emotions had clearly calmed down. Although her eyes were still red and swollen, she was clearly in a good mood. At this moment, the four were happily chatting in the house. Both Mu Lingbing and Nan Gongwu were very interested in Punlai Island's matters. Fortunately, the in-law gave us a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, we would have been paupers when we arrived at Punlai Island. But after arriving at Punlai Island, they finally understood how precious these stones were. Were truly precious. But after they arrived at Punlai Island, they finally understood how the Hongshuang Island's island was. Low-grade spirit stones were already exceptionally precious on Punlai Island. However, Dujue had given them high-grade spirit stones. According to their understanding, almost no one on Punlai Island possessed high-grade spirit stones. I didn't expect spirit stones to be equivalent to gold coins. Without them, it's really hard to move an inch. Mu Lingbing and Nan Gongwu listened with great interest. They had never encountered such situations before and only found it exceptionally interesting. Only when they noticed Bailey Hongshuang and the others' appearance did the four turn their heads. However, when they saw Bai Liyan-che and Ling they were all stunned. A trace of amazement flashed through their eyes. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman were truly eye-catching. What a charming young lady and young man. Nan Gongwu's eyes were filled with admiration. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were already first-rate good-looking. She always felt that no one could compare to them. However, the man and woman in front of her were filled with a completely different exotic charm. Not only were they good-looking, but they were also very special. The more she looked at them, the more she felt a certain charm. It didn't matter that the two of them had countless suitors. No matter where they were, they would be noticed at first glance. Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng looked at each other. On their way back, they hadn't seen these two youths. Why did Hong Zhuang and Yan Jinqing bring these two back with them? Could it be that these two were their friends from before? However, they had just returned. How could they meet so coincidentally? Seeing the four elders' curious expressions, Bailey Hongshuang also felt a burst of interest. She smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Ling and this is my younger brother, Bai Liyan-che." Hearing Bai Liyan-che's name, Mu Jins also became interested. Bai Liyan-che? He's also surnamed Bailey? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly and smiled. It's just that coincidental. Since you're Hongshuang's friends, then you're guests. Please sit. Mu Jins greeted them. Why are you here so coincidentally today? Bewitching and the other two looked at Bailey Hongshuang's interesting appearance and couldn't help but want to laugh. Lan Yunxiao naturally noticed the change in their expressions. He frowned and his deep eyes were filled with thoughts. He suddenly asked, "Hongshuang, are you hiding something from us?" Haha. Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but laugh. You really don't know Ling but Yan-che, you're very familiar with him. Hearing this, the four elders were all stunned. Their gazes all landed on Bailey Yan-che. They clearly didn't remember this figure. Moreover, Bai Liyan-che's appearance was so outstanding. If they had seen him before, it was impossible for them not to have an impression of him. We're very familiar with him? Nan Gongwu was puzzled. When had she ever seen such a handsome man? Bailey Hongshuang nodded. That's right, very familiar. She still remembered that when Nan Gongwu first saw Bai Shi, she only felt that he was especially handsome. She always liked to pet his head and would never forget about him when there was good food. Bai Liyan-che also looked at Nan Gongwu with a smile. He also remembered the time when he interacted with Nan Gongwu. Now that he was back, Nan Gongwu couldn't recognize him. How is this possible? Nan Gongwu was incredulous. Could it be that I lost my memory? Mu Lingbing's expression was similar to Nan Gongwu's. How could she not remember such a man who left such a deep impression on her? Lan Yunxiao looked at Bai Liyan-che in front of him. After pondering for a while, an impossible thought appeared in his mind. However, he quickly erased it. It was almost impossible. Hong Zhuang, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us directly. Nan Gongwu really couldn't think of anything. This curiosity was driving her crazy. Haha. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled and turned to look at Bailey Yan-che. Yan-che, it's better if you say it yourself. Facing everyone's curious gazes, Bai Xianxia smiled faintly and said, I'm Bai Shi. I'm Bai Shi. Following these words, Nangong Wu and the others were clearly stunned for a moment. Immediately after, the four of them widened their eyes. Their shocked expressions were completely different from their usual calm and collected demeanor. Nangong Wu quickly walked forward and carefully sized up Bai Xianxia. Previously, because she didn't know Bai Xianxia's identity, her attitude was still rather distant. Now that she knew everything, her attitude was completely different. You're really Bai Shi? That's impossible, right? Nangong Wu looked at the perfect side profile in front of her. Aside from being good-looking, there's no similarity between the two of you at all. Could it be that the two of you are colluding to tease us? Bai Shi actually transformed into a human? This was what shocked Mu Lingbing the most. Many people knew that a contracted beast could transform into a human. When a demonic beast's strength reached a certain level, it could transform into a human. But until now, they had never seen such a thing, so they had never thought in this direction. A contracted beast transforming into a human, how shocking was that? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Isn't that so? Bai Shi's cultivation talent is very high. A few days ago, he successfully broke through to human form. Lan Yunxiao sighed inwardly. There was truly an insurmountable gap between the lower realm and the upper realm. This kind of thing was almost impossible in the lower realm. If Hong Zhuang and the others hadn't gone to the upper realm, Bai Shi probably wouldn't have been able to reach this step. That was indeed a more suitable place for cultivators. Previously, this possibility had appeared in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud in the end because the probability was too low. Bai Xianxia saw that everyone was still in shock and didn't seem to believe his words. He immediately transformed into Bai Shi in front of everyone. Looking at the familiar yet even more majestic white lion in front of them, Nangong Wu and the others finally believed it. It really is a white lion. Nangong Wu exclaimed. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Previously, I felt that Xianxia looked a little different from the rest of us. He was especially good-looking and gave off a slightly different vibe. Now I finally understand where the problem lies. Mu Lingbing was enlightened. Even if demonic beasts could transform, there were still some differences. Hearing Ling Er's words, Yu Linfeng couldn't help but look at Ling Er. Ling Er had an indescribable quality that was very similar to Bai Shi. Hong Zhuang, could it be that Miss Ling Er? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right. Ling Er is also my contracted beast, but I contracted her when I was training, so you've never seen her before. After receiving this affirmative answer, the four of them sighed. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang had encountered many fortuitous encounters without them knowing. Everyone was already used to the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang could contract multiple demonic beasts. Nangong Wu looked curiously at Ling Er. Ling Er is so beautiful. Could her true form be a fox? Everyone knew that the Fox clan produced the most beauties. Ling Er shook her head. I'm not from the Fox clan. I'm from the Dragon clan. It wasn't just Nangong Wu. Mu Lingbing and the others were also shocked when they found out that Ling Er was from the dragon race. Among the many demonic beast races, the dragon race was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding. There were many stories about the dragon race, but the dragon race had always been mysterious and powerful. Most people's thoughts about the dragon race existed only in guesses and rumors. But now, a real dragon had appeared in front of them. Moreover, it was Hong Zhuang's contracted beast. This was truly shocking. I've also never seen a real dragon before, but it seems that dragons are all beauties, Mu Lingbing said with a smile. Ling Er was originally a bit uncomfortable under everyone's scrutiny, but when she felt everyone's kind and joyful gazes, her thoughts changed slightly and she calmed down. Hong Zhuang's relatives were undoubtedly very close. Hong Zhuang, you're really amazing now. Yu Linfeng gave her a thumbs up. You've really broadened our horizons. In the past, we've never seen a real beast king until we saw Bai Shi. Ling Er is the same. Lan Yunxiao smiled, his voice filled with pride. Bailey Hongzhuang was truly his pride. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed it? I'm just lucky. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Although she had worked hard all this time, she had also had a certain amount of luck. If she hadn't been lucky enough to obtain the Chaos Ring, she wouldn't have received the Holy Maiden's inheritance. Perhaps she would have already died in the training grounds. Ling can you transform into your true form? Nan Gongwu looked at Ling with some embarrassment. She knew her request was a bit unreasonable, but a real dragon really made her curious. Wu Yu Lingfeng's voice was somewhat reprimanding. Although Ling was Hong Zhuang's contracted beast, since she had transformed into a human, she couldn't be treated as a demonic beast. This kind of request was truly inappropriate. Nan Gongwu was undoubtedly very obedient to Yu Lingfeng's words. She immediately said, "I was just speaking casually. Don't take it to heart." Seeing this, Ling also smiled and said, "No problem, this is not a big deal." She was well aware of the human race's curiosity towards the dragon race. In fact, the dragon race had always been a powerful existence. It was just that there weren't many of them. The heavens were fair. If they gave you great strength, they would also give you something else. So the dragon race couldn't compare to other demonic beast races. It was precisely because of this that many people had never seen a real dragon, so it was normal for them to have such curiosity. Even if she had only interacted with them for a short time, she could feel that the people in front of her were very kind. Seeing Ling agree, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little surprised. According to her understanding of Ling she had always had an indifferent temperament. Basically, she wasn't very willing to do such a thing. In this regard, she had never thought of forcing Ling If she wasn't willing, then forget it. However, Ling agreement still made her very surprised. In the next moment, Ling directly walked into the courtyard and transformed into a dragon in the blink of an eye. So this is the dragon race. The records in the books weren't this good. Nan Gongwu was shocked as she looked at the lines that resembled art. The white dragon's body glowed with rainbow colors under the sunlight, looking as magnificent and colorful as colored glass. Even though Ling had restrained her aura, she could still feel the dragon's might. Lan Yunxiao and Yu Lingfeng's reactions weren't as exaggerated as the two girls, but they were still shocked and sighed in their hearts. Although they'd had some guesses about the dragon race from the records and rumors in the books, they only understood the gap between their guesses and reality when they saw it with their own eyes. Isn't that so? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Ling is an especially good-looking existence among the dragon race. Mu Lingbing agreed. No wonder Ling is so beautiful even after transforming into a human. She's an especially good-looking dragon herself. The usually quiet Ling blushed when she heard the crowd's praises. She transformed back into her human form and stood next to Bailey Hongzhuang. Ling skin is thin. She'll feel embarrassed with so many of you crowding around her and discussing her, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Hearing this, Nan Gongwu withdrew her curious gaze. That's right. Ling is a young lady. It's not good for us to crowd around her like this. Mu Lingbing noticed Ling's awkward expression and immediately understood. You've all rushed here and are probably tired. Why don't you go back inside and rest first, wait until the banquet to eat something? How about it? Mu Lingbing asked with concern. All right. No one had any objections. Although they'd been on the flying carriage for the past few days, they were still a little tired from the continuous journey. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching didn't mind, but Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng were still injured and needed to rest. After returning to her room, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a surge of warmth in her heart as she looked at her spotless house. It seemed that even though he had been away for so long, his parents still sent people to clean his house, waiting for him to come back. I haven't been back for a long time. Everything feels so warm. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang immersed in happiness, Bewitching's heart also felt warm. Since you're back, stay here for a while. Can I? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. There were still many things in the upper realm that they could not let go of. Of course. Bewitching nodded. The Xiao family and the Jun family suffered heavy losses this time. They won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Besides, even if they want to cause trouble, the family isn't afraid of them. I still hope that I can convince my parents to leave with us. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. She missed the feeling of home. Don't worry, we definitely will. Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongshuang to sit on his lap and wrapped his arms around her soft waist. We just came back today, so it's not a good time to talk about this. In 2 days, I'll go and have a good talk with father-in-law. How about it? Bailey Hongshuang placed her hands on Bewitching's and nodded. I believe in you. The Lan family banquet was bustling with activity. When the cooks found out that the master, eldest miss, and young master had all returned, they all worked hard to prepare their signature dishes. The entire family was in a joyous mood, and discussions surrounded Bailey Hongshuang and the others. However, with the appearance of Bailey Xianxia and Ling there was no doubt that 2 more people had joined the discussion. Just as Nangong Wu and the others had guessed, Bailey Xianxia and Ling attracted everyone's attention the moment they appeared. Big Sister Mu, you're so lucky to have such a beautiful and outstanding daughter, and such a handsome and powerful son-in-law. Nangong Wu smiled. Even your contracted beast is so good-looking. Ever since they found out about Bailey Xianxia and Ling identities, they had a new understanding. One is marked by the company one keeps, and one is marked by the company one keeps. A good-looking person's contracted beast is also good-looking. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing chuckled and instinctively glanced at Yu Linfeng. If you're envious, then hurry up and have one. Nangong Wu clearly didn't expect that she would be caught off guard. She quickly changed the topic. I see that many young men and women in your family have taken a liking to Xianxia and Ling That's to be expected. Mu Lingbing had already guessed this possibility. However, I think that Xianxia and Ling are very compatible. Nangong Wu paused, then looked at Ling and Bailey Xianxia, who were bickering. She suddenly understood. Big Sister Mu, you're so smart. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this possibility. Haha, it's hard to say what's going on between the younger generation. Mu Lingbing smiled faintly, then turned to Bailey Hongshuang and the rest. Today, the kitchen staff has prepared everything that we can think of. Try it and see if you like it. Looking at the various delicacies in front of her, Bailey Hongshuang took 2 bites and praised, the taste is naturally excellent. Lingbing, did you tell father-in-law about Hongshuang's return? Lan Yinxiao put down his chopsticks and asked. The 2 elders were undoubtedly more eager than them for Hongshuang and Beichen's return. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to inform him. Mu Lingbing nodded. However, father is currently in closed-door cultivation. He should be here tomorrow. Only then did Lan Yinxiao relax. That's good. The elders of the Lan clan toasted them one by one, celebrating everyone's return. Young miss, will you still be leaving this time? The great elder asked with a smile. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. We're only staying here for a while. We'll still be going out to train in a few days. There was no doubt that it wasn't appropriate to tell everyone about the upper realm, so Bailey Hongshuang only said that they were going out to train and didn't talk too much about it. I can sense that young Mrs. Aura is much stronger than before. I wonder what cultivation level you've reached. The second elder was curious. Although Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were only sitting there quietly, he could feel an inexplicable pressure. This kind of pressure made him feel extremely terrified. It was as if the eldest young miss only needed a thought to kill him. This was something that he thought was impossible, but this feeling really existed. In fact, the second elder wasn't the only one who felt this way. They felt the same way as well. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other and said, "We've already cultivated to the purple realm." After hearing this answer, the hearts of all the elders trembled. In fact, everyone had always thought that cultivation was endless. However, they didn't understand what was above the purple realm. However, Bailey Hongshuang had already cultivated to such a realm at such a young age. It was really amazing. Their eldest young miss was truly a genius. Young miss, what's the realm above the purple realm? Can you tell us? The second elder, Lan Borong, blushed and said, "To be honest, I've lived to this age and still don't know what's above the purple realm. I can only find out from young Mississippi second elder, it's not just you. We don't know either." When the Lan family's old master, Lan Hongtai, saw this scene, he felt a burst of pride in his heart. His granddaughter and grandson-in-law were really capable. Facing the curious gazes of the elders, Bailey Hongshuang nodded and said, since all the elders are so curious about this, I'll explain it properly. After the Purple Realm is the Starlight Realm, and the Nebula Realm. Each realm also has 9 levels. I didn't expect there to be 3 more realms after the Purple Realm. I wonder what realm young Miss is in now. I'm in the Nebula Realm now. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. When the young Miss left, she was only in the Purple Realm. In just a few years, she had already reached the Nebula Realm, 3 realms in a row. If it was an ordinary person, who knew how many years it would take to cultivate? However, the young Miss actually did it so easily. This was too shocking. No wonder I felt that the young Miss aura was so terrifying. It turns out that the gap is so big. It wasn't just the elders and disciples. Even Lan Hongtai and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they learned of Bailey Hongshuang's true cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed was really shocking. So the upper realms are actually so terrifying. Nangongwu lowered her voice and sighed. She had always known that Hong Zhuang was a cultivation genius, but she also understood that if Hong Zhuang had stayed here all the time, it would have been impossible for her cultivation to reach such a level in just a few years. The upper realm was indeed a cultivation paradise. Yu Linfeng nodded slightly. He was also shocked by this point. After just one trip to Penglai Island, he felt that Penglai Island's cultivation speed was much faster than the outside world. Needless to say, the upper realm was much stronger than Penglai Island. If he had the chance, he really hoped to go to the upper realm. That was a more suitable place for cultivators. Young Miss, you're really amazing. With this kind of cultivation, there's no need to fear anyone. I don't know where the young Miss went to train. Such a speed of improvement is really frightening. If I had the chance, then it would really be, even if you go, you can't compare to the first Mississippi. Although all the disciples understood this point, their blood was still ignited. If they could also have such powerful strength, then they could really do whatever they wanted in the future. For a time, many people were looking forward to the opportunity to train together with the young Mississippi. That night, many of the Lan family's cultivators couldn't sleep. Bailey Hongshuang had described a brand new world to them, making them understand that this world wasn't as simple as they thought. There was an even vaster world with even higher realms. And now, the eldest Miss they had always admired was walking at the forefront. News of Lan Yunxiao and Bailey Hongshuang's return immediately spread throughout the Xianxia continent. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had always been the focus of attention, so when they mysteriously disappeared, many people were very surprised. Regarding this, Tiangang's sect only said that they had gone out to gain experience. However, no one doubted it. As long as one was a cultivator, they would always go out to gain experience, not to mention a sect master who needed to raise his cultivation. Now that Bailey Hongshuang and the rest had returned, everyone was even more curious. They didn't know what cultivation they had reached after going out to gain experience for so long. After all, Tiangang sect, Lan family, Limitless Palace, and other powers added together was an unshakable colossus. Everyone couldn't help but be concerned. Early the next morning, Si Tuyen and Mu Jints arrived at the Lan family. Bailey Hongshuang and the rest immediately rushed over after hearing the news. Di Beichen was even more excited. Si Tuyen had raised him and was undoubtedly the closest person to him. I heard that Hong Zhuang and Beichen are back, so I immediately rushed over. Is this true? Si Tuyen no longer had his usual calmness. His face was filled with surprise and excitement. This old fellow rushed over after hearing the news, not caring how early it is. Mu Jin smiled. Hong Zhuang is really back? Mu Lingbing looked at their anxious expressions and smiled. Don't worry, they're really back. I've already sent people to inform Hong Zhuang and Beichen. They should be back soon. You guys can sit for a while. Beichen's constitution has been completely resolved, right? Si Tuyen asked with concern. Lan Yunxiao nodded. It's already been completely resolved. Who knows how good he looks now? His cultivation has also greatly improved. You'll definitely be shocked when you see it. That's good, that's good. Si Tuyen heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had heard of this news before, he still couldn't completely feel at ease without seeing him in person. Since even Lan Yunxiao and Lan Xuanyu said so, it proved that there really was no problem. While they were talking, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang rushed over. Master. Bewitching had a pleasantly surprised smile on his face. Looking at that familiar face, he felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. Scenes of his master raising him as an adult seemed to appear before his eyes. From when he was just a toddler learning how to walk to when he started his own family, bringing him everywhere to experience and improve his cultivation, teaching him how to use the sword at the back of the mountain, bringing him to drink, all of those scenes made him feel incomparably nostalgic. Beichen. Si Tuyen's face was also filled with ecstasy. He felt as if his grandson who had been away for a long time had finally returned home. When everyone saw this scene, they all sighed in their hearts. They knew very well that even if Bewitching and Si Tuyen weren't related by blood, the relationship between the two of them wasn't any less than that of a real grandfather and grandson. Hongzhuang, you're finally back. Quick, let grandmother take a look. Have you lost any weight while you were away? Mu Jinsei carefully sized up Bailey Hongzhuang before a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Good, you're still so pretty. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled when she heard that. Grandmother, you're also a great beauty. Haha, you're such a sweet talker. Mu Jinsei patted Bailey Hongzhuang's little hand. You can't leave so soon after coming back this time. Spend more time with grandmother and your mother. You don't know, but while you were away, your mother had been waiting for you to come back every day. Mu Lingbing saw that Mu Jinsei had sold her out the moment she opened her mouth and couldn't help but say, Hongzhuang, your grandmother is also waiting for you to come back every day. She's always talking about you, but she doesn't talk about it anymore. Mu Jinsei's expression changed as she said, Lingbing, you. Hearing all this, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt her heart grow warmer. Grandmother, mother, I know you're all thinking about me. Her exquisite face was filled with a blissful smile. I've always been thinking about you too. I hate that I can't be with you all every day. It would be great if that could be the case. Mu Jinsei couldn't help but sigh. After Di Yujue had appeared, her feelings had undoubtedly been extremely complicated. If they hadn't found the Di family, then Beichen would have been able to come back after his body's condition was resolved. But now that Beichen had found his family, he naturally couldn't stay here forever. She was happy that Beichen had found his family, but when she thought about how her child wouldn't be able to stay by their side often, she felt a little sad. After everything that had happened, what she yearned for the most was to be reunited with her family. Actually, this isn't impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. After a short discussion, Si Tuyen suddenly said, Beichen, did Xiren and Ying come back with you? We're back. We're back together. Di Beichen smiled lightly. But we just returned yesterday, so Xiren and Ying returned to the Cloudsword sect first. Si Tuyen nodded slightly with a heavy expression on his face. It's good that you're back. You made it in time. Seeing the change in Si Tuyen's expression, Di Beichen couldn't help but ask, Master, did something happen? Why do you have such an expression? When Bailey Hongzhuang heard the conversation between the two, she couldn't help but look over with a concerned expression. Xiren and Ying were their good friends, so they naturally cared about them. Something has indeed happened to the Cloud Sword sect recently. Si Tuyen sighed, and his expression was filled with helplessness. Lan Yunxiao couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? Sect Master one of the Cloud Sword sect went out to gain experience a few days ago to search for an opportunity to break through, yet he never imagined that he would offend an expert and be heavily injured. He fled with heavy injuries and returned to the Cloud Sword sect extremely carefully, yet he never imagined that the rage of that expert hadn't dissipated at all. Moreover, that expert intentionally let him return for the sake of finding out where he came from. Now, that expert has even spread the news that the entire Cloud Sword sect will be annihilated 7 days from now, so the current situation of the Cloud Sword sect can be said to be extremely terrible. Who's so arrogant? Di Beichen's eyes sank, and his voice unconsciously carried a trace of viciousness. Even if there was enmity between two cultivators, it wouldn't affect their family. I don't know either. Sect Master Wen contacted me after this incident, but according to his description, I'm unable to determine who it is. Si Tuyen had a difficult expression on his face. He had been the sect master here for so many years, so he knew the experts of the Xianxia continent very well. However, according to Sect Master Wen's description, he could not think of such a person in his mind. Sect Master Wen's strength is considered outstanding even among the various sect masters. To be able to injure him to such an extent and even dare to speak so arrogantly, it must be a peerless expert, right? Mu Lingbing's eyes rippled with contemplation. She had never heard of this before. On one hand, it had only happened recently, and on the other hand, she didn't know who this expert was. Situ Yan nodded slightly. According to Sect Master Wen, this person's strength is extremely strong, almost exceeding his understanding. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. If they hadn't been to Punlai Island and the Upper Realm, they wouldn't have been able to understand this at all. However, after experiencing so many things, they understood that this person's strength had most likely surpassed the Purple Realm and was at least at the Starlight Realm. Otherwise, Sect Master Wen wouldn't have such a feeling. Grandfather, is Sect Master Wen's injury very serious? Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was filled with concern. Although she hadn't seen Sect Master Wen before, he was Xiren's father. Needless to say, Wen and Xiren would be heartbroken when they returned and saw this scene. It's very serious. Many doctors and alchemists in the sect have gone to see him, but the results weren't very good. Situ Yan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, since you're back, why don't you go take a look? Among the doctors he knew, Bailey Hongzhuang was the best. Many doctors and alchemists were helpless. Perhaps he could get a trace of hope from Bailey Hongzhuang. Then let's set off now. Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly said. For this kind of matter, the earlier the better. If they were late and something bad happened, it was something none of them wanted to see. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone nodded. Among the various sects, the Cloud Sword sect had always had a close relationship with them. In addition to the brotherhood between Xiren and Bewitching, this matter naturally couldn't be left unattended. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching set off, Lan Yinxiao and Yu Linfeng also decided to follow them. Yu Linfeng. Everyone was a little worried about the sudden appearance of this peerless expert. Master, if that guy is really in existence above the Starlight Realm, then he's an existence that surpasses everyone in the Xianxia continent. Even the playful Xiao Hei felt the seriousness of the matter after hearing this news. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her face was filled with worry. That's right. Compared to other things, perhaps this is the most important problem. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. She didn't know what level the other party's strength had reached, nor did she know if they could deal with him. Logically speaking, it's very difficult for a Starlight Realm cultivator to appear in the cultivation resources of the lower realms, but it's not completely impossible. Bewitching was also immersed in his thoughts. This situation really caught them off guard. Previously, they were worried that something like this would happen, so they hoped to bring their clans and sects to the upper realms. Although there were powerhouses everywhere in the upper realms, under such circumstances, everyone could also improve faster. Sometimes, being in such a situation wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, ignorance was the most terrifying. However, he didn't expect that just as he started to worry about this problem really happened. This was undoubtedly terrible. Didn't that guy say that he'll come to destroy the Cloud Sword sect in 7 days? We'll know when we see it with our own eyes. The cold voice was cold and sharp, and the phoenix eyes that were as black as ink rippled with a deep and cold light. Even if they didn't know what kind of guy the other party was, since he had provoked them, they definitely couldn't let him go. Cloud Sword sect. Xiren and Shangguan were undoubtedly in an extremely bad mood at this moment. They originally thought that after returning this time, they would see a happy and harmonious scene. Xiren thought that this time, he would be able to hold his head high in front of his old man. Previously, his old man had always said that his vision wasn't broad enough, and wanted him to go out and gain experience. After going out this time, his strength had increased a lot compared to before. However, he didn't expect to see his heavily injured father after returning. When Jingwei was lying on the bed at this moment, the injuries on his body were shocking, and one of his hands was gone. He had often seen his father injured since he was young, but it was really the first time he saw such serious injuries. Xiren, why don't we go look for Hongzhuang? Hongzhuang's medical skills are so good, she must have a way. Shangguan anxiously paced back and forth. She really didn't expect such a scene to happen. For a moment, she was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Father said that he has already told Sect Master Situ about this matter. As long as Hong Zhuang and the others see Sect Master Situ, he will definitely mention this matter. Once Hong Zhuang and the others know about it, they will definitely come over. We don't need to make an extra trip. Xiran pulled Shang Guanying back. Presently, what we have to worry about the most is stabilizing the hearts of the people. After this incident occurred, all the disciples of the Cloudsword sect were in a state of panic, and there were even many people that wanted to flee first. The Cloudsword sect is Father's painstaking effort. I can't let it disperse just like this. No matter what, the Cloudsword sect was his roots, and it was the place he'd lived since he was young. His mother had left early, so his childhood memories were of his father and the Cloudsword sect. Even if his father normally wasn't good at expressing his feelings, he understood his father's feelings towards the Cloudsword sect. If the Cloudsword sect were to collapse just like this, then that would be something that his father was most unable to accept. Shang Guanying nodded when she heard this. You're right. All the disciples are discussing this matter. What do you think we should do? Stabilizing the hearts of the people. This matter was simple, but the hearts of the people were the most difficult to predict. If they wanted to stabilize the hearts of the people, then they had to make everyone be filled with confidence towards the Cloudsword sect. Ying, don't worry about it. Leave this matter to me. Just as the two of them were talking, Bewitching and his group had arrived. Xiran. Bewitching quickened his steps and walked in front of Xiran. You're here. Xiran's lips curled into a smile. I knew you'd come today. How's Uncle? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with concern. Shang Guanying walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her delicate face filled with anxiety. Hongzhuang, it's good that you're here. Father's condition is very serious. Quickly go and take a look. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded solemnly. Quickly take me to have a look. Ying, take Hongzhuang over first. We'll be there soon. Xiran said. Immediately after, Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bailey Hongzhuang and quickly rushed to Sect Master Wen's residence. On the way, Shang Guanying was also anxiously explaining the general situation to Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, we can only rely on you now. Shang Guanying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with hope. The latter was undoubtedly carrying all their hopes. This time, the serious injury caused a huge blow to Father. I feel that his entire condition has become very bad. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She still had some doubts in her heart. However, when she saw Sect Master Wen, she suddenly understood what Shang Guanying meant. In her line of sight, Sect Master Wen was lying on the bed. His originally handsome face looked extremely old at this moment. Even his hair had turned white. He was dispirited and listless, as if his vitality had been forcefully taken away by something. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Father, Hongzhuang is here. Shang Guanying called out softly. Her slightly trembling voice was filled with heartache. She'd stayed in the Cloudsword sect since she was young, and she'd taken Wen Jinghui to be her own father since long ago. At this moment, when she saw him in such a state, how could her heart not ache? Wen Jinghui then turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang, the corners of his lips pulling out a smile with difficulty. Hongzhuang, you're here. Uncle, let me take a look at your injuries, Bailey Hongzhuang said softly. Wen Jinghui waved his hand. It's useless. I know my body. It can't be saved. Originally, when he fled back, he was quite glad that the heavens didn't want him to die. However, after returning, he found that his body's condition was getting worse and worse. So many doctors and alchemists came, but it was useless. Presently, he'd already given up hope, and the only thing he regretted was that if he knew the outcome would be like this, then he shouldn't have returned at that time, and he wouldn't have implicated the entire Cloudsword sect. The only thing that comforted him was that he was still able to see Xiran and Ying before he returned, and this was already the preferential treatment that the heavens had given him. Uncle, your condition isn't that bad. Don't give up so quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang said hurriedly. Shang Guanying spoke out as well. Father, the other doctors and alchemists can't treat you because their standards aren't high enough. However, you know how strong Hongzhuang is, so you can be at ease and let her treat you. Wen Jingwei looked at Shang Wannying and smiled lightly. I know you're filial. With Wen Jingwei's cooperation, Bailey Hongzhuang carefully examined Wen Jingwei's injuries, and she instantly gained a trace of understanding in her heart. Hongzhuang, is father's injuries related to the energy of darkness? That's right, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. It seems that this guy might have come from the upper realm. Awakening one's innate talent could only be done in the upper realm. She had previously thought that this guy might have come from Punlai Island, but now she was certain. Although she couldn't figure out how this guy came from the upper realm to the lower realm, such a guy would indeed pose a great threat to the Xianxia continent. Then, can father's injuries be treated? Don't worry, if it was before, it would be a little troublesome to treat, but I'm the saint of light now, so this shouldn't be a problem for me. With the voice of Bailey Hongzhuang falling, Shang Wannying breathed a sigh of relief, and her whole body was at ease. As long as her father was fine, they could think of other ways. Wen Jingwei had already given up hope, but after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's confident words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, a thick look of surprise appearing in his eyes. Did he hear wrongly? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Uncle, you don't have to worry, I'll be able to heal you soon, but you'll have to think of another way to heal your hand. Wen Jingwei's hand was already gone, so if he wanted to regrow it, he would have to find another way. Wen Jingwei nodded. He had already given up on this point. However, the news that he was still alive was undoubtedly extremely shocking to him. Next, Bailey Hongzhuang began to use the power of light to heal him. In fact, Wen Jingwei's injuries weren't complicated. The reason why the doctors were helpless was because they couldn't stop the destructive power of darkness. Not only that, that guy was very despicable, he even left a trace of darkness in Wen Jingwei's body when he attacked. It was this dark power that was constantly destroying Wen Jingwei's vitality. If they had come back 2 days later, Wen Jingwei would have been exhausted to death by this dark power. As an extremely warm light appeared from Bailey Hongzhuang's body, Wen Jingwei only felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The feeling of collapse from before seemed to have disappeared in an instant, and even his breathing became smoother. The power of light and the power of darkness were opposites to begin with, so under the influence of the power of light, the power of darkness quickly dissipating into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Wen Jingwei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. He had never seen such a method before. When that ray of light appeared, he only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang had become sacred and inviolable. She was as holy as a fairy from the 9th heaven, giving people an indescribable feeling of nobility. Most importantly, that kind of power made people feel comfortable for no reason. This feeling was transmitted from every corner of his body. It was no different from a cleansing of his marrow and meridians. Uncle, do you feel better? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. Even though his injuries had yet to be healed, Wen Jinghui's mental state was already much better than before after eliminating the dark energy that was constantly destroying his body. Wen Jinghui nodded. Much better, Hongzhuang. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Yingying and Xiren are also very powerful, so you don't have to worry. Don't worry, Xiren can handle the 7-day agreement. When Xiren and the others arrived, they saw that Wen Jinghui had recovered a lot. Immediately, Wen Xiren breathed a sigh of relief, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Even though he wasn't proficient in medicine, he could tell from Shang Wannying and the others' expressions that there shouldn't be any problems. Hongzhuang, many thanks. Xiren suppressed the excitement in his heart. Even though he had always appeared to be strong, he still couldn't calm down after seeing his father's condition. Now that he saw this scene, he was completely at ease. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. With our relationship, do you still need to say such words? Alright, take it that I said something wrong. Hongzhuang, how is Sect Master Wen's condition? Situ Yan asked. He and Wen Jingwei had been friends for many years and had a very close relationship. Although Wen Jingwei was Xiren's father, the age gap between them wasn't very big because he married and had children at a later age. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. He just needs to recuperate for a while. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. That's good. Situ Yan revealed a smile and looked at Wen Jinghui. I told you not to despair. You can be at ease now. Wen Jinghui chuckled. It seems that my luck this time is really good. After Bailey Hongzhuang bandaged Wen Jinghui's wounds, everyone began to discuss the situation. Sect Master Wen, please tell us the ins and outs of what happened. This way, we can think of a countermeasure, said Lan Yunxiao. Alright. Following that, Wen Jinghui recounted everything that had happened back then. It turned out that Wen Jinghui had gone out to train this time to find an opportunity to break through. During this process, he found a place with extremely dense origin energy. It was a good place for cultivation. No cultivator would be willing to miss such a good cultivation cave, so he went in to take a look. However, he didn't expect that the cave had already been occupied. After discovering this, he immediately wanted to leave. He didn't expect that the other party would be so furious at his appearance that he didn't even have the slightest chance and directly wanted to take his life. He didn't care too much at first, but after the other party made a move, he felt the other party's terrifying strength. He didn't have the slightest room to resist. However, after heavily injuring him, the other party didn't directly take his life but let him leave. He originally thought that the other party didn't intend to take his life, but he didn't expect that the other party had actually been following him for the sake of destroying the entire Cloud Sword sect. The other party's strength was very strong. I didn't notice that he was following me until he appeared in the Cloud Sword sect. When Jinghui's after S, the other party should be a cultivator of the darkness attribute, but I don't know how he came here from the upper realm. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, Sect Master Wen was unable to heal because of the dark energy. So that's how it is. Although they didn't know what method the other party used to come to the lower realm, just like how they could return, others might be able to find a loophole. Maybe he's from the same clan. Didn't Ling Xiao go to Punlai Island because of this? Shang Guanying said. Darkness attribute cultivators are ostracized in the upper realm and have a hard time. However, it's a different situation in the lower realm. He's an existence that completely transcends everyone. Bewitching said in a low voice, the reason he followed the Cloud Sword sect might not be to destroy the sect, but to seize it for himself. Now, he understood the situation of the darkness attribute cultivators in the upper realm very well. Logically speaking, it was too exaggerated to destroy a sect because of such a small matter. However, from Sect Master Wen's strength, he could guess that his background wasn't simple. It was too troublesome to build a new force on his own. It was undoubtedly the easiest way to get rid of the sect master and replace him. What you said is very possible. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. However, it's also his bad luck that he chose the wrong person. Her beautiful voice carried a trace of coldness. If the other party was a cultivator of another attribute, perhaps they would be worried. After all, no one knew if the other party was stronger than them. However, after knowing the other party's attribute, they were completely at ease. The darkness attribute cultivation method had disappeared for many years. The other party didn't have a corresponding cultivation method, so his strength definitely wouldn't be high. This point could be seen when they first saw the group of darkness attribute cultivators. Situ Yan, Wen Jinghui, and the other seniors looked at the four juniors seriously analyzing, but their minds were in a mess. This was because they didn't understand the situation. Even if the four juniors analyzed clearly and logically, they couldn't even say a word. So according to what you're saying, this guy, can you deal with him? After a long while, Lan Yunxiao concluded the crux of the problem. Hearing this, the four youths smiled and nodded. If there are no accidents, it should be so. Wen Jinghui's eyes widened. Perhaps Situ Yan and the others didn't know, but he knew the other party's terrifying strength very well. However, the four of them actually said that they could deal with him. Wasn't this too frightening? Xiran, you guys actually improved so much this time? Wen Jinghui found it hard to believe. In fact, he was quite familiar with Punlai Island, but even the cultivators of Punlai Island couldn't compare to this man's strength. That's right. Wen Xiran nodded proudly. Father, you're right. We still have to go out and see more to see a wider world. I actually wanted to bring you with me when I came back this time. Haven't you always liked to see the vast world? There's a good opportunity now. After we've dealt with this matter, let's go together. What do you think? Wen Jinghui STH. A tyrannical aura erupted from Wen Xiren's body. However, Wen Xiren controlled it so that it did not affect Wen Jinghui. This aura. It's exactly the same as the powerhouse I met before. Wen Jinghui's eyes were filled with shock. Previously, he did not know how to use words to describe the other party's strength. He only felt that it was a strength that completely exceeded his understanding. At least, he had never met such a terrifying opponent in the Xianxia continent for so long. However, after Xiren released his aura, he was shocked to find that his son had only left for a short period of time and his strength had reached such a terrifying realm. After sensing Xiren's aura, Situ Yan and the others secretly sighed in their hearts. This level of strength was something they had never come into contact with before. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang displayed her strength on Punlai Island, they were also extremely shocked. Xiren and the others had only been in the upper realm for a short period of time, but they had already reached such a terrifying level of strength. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the upper realm was. Those powerhouses who had always lived in the upper realm must have extremely shocking strength, far beyond their imagination. When Di Yujue first came, they instinctively felt that Di Yujue's strength was very powerful. It was a kind of strength that was felt from the soul. However, from the beginning to the end, Di Yujue had never displayed his strength, so they did not know what Di Yujue's cultivation was like. It was only now that they had a more specific understanding. Without thinking, they knew that Di Yujue's strength was definitely much stronger than Xiren and the others. That was a world that was completely stronger than the lower realm. Hearing Wen Jinghui's words, Xiren's face revealed a trace of a smile. If he was still worried before, now that he heard his father's words, he could rest assured. It seemed that the other party's strength was indeed not very strong. They could completely deal with it. Father, you can rest assured now. Even if I can't do it, Beichen and Hongzhuang are both stronger than me. The other party is just courting death. Wen Xiren smiled. At this moment, Wen Jinghui naturally understood. His heart that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. He was worried that the Cloud Sword sect would be destroyed in his hands. He'd spent so much effort, and he absolutely couldn't let it disappear just like that. By the way, Father, what do you think of my proposal? Xiren asked with a smile. Shangguaninging also smiled and said, Father, the upper realm suits your requirements very well. You'll definitely like it. She had followed Wen Jinghui since she was a child, so she knew Wen Jinghui's character all too well. He only wanted to pursue higher cultivation. Due to the lack of cultivation resources in the lower realms, Wen Jinghui's strength had never been able to improve. If he went to the upper realms, he would definitely improve quickly. Wen Jinghui pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, Then first, we have to make arrangements for the sect. Hearing this, Xiren and Shangguaninging both smiled in surprise. Father, does that mean you've agreed? Wen Xiren, who was still in a state of surprise, could not help but ask for confirmation. Ever since Lan Yunxiao rejected Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion, he had been worried about this problem. Perhaps to them, abandoning the sect was not a difficult matter, but to the elders, it was simply impossible. However, after seeing his father agree to his request so quickly, he found it hard to believe for a moment. End of chapter 5593. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.